Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone in between, welcome to Pro Tour Fate Reforged with me, your host, Rich Hagan, sitting alongside the Marshall Sutcliffe, and the Hall of Famer, Mr. Randall J. Bueller. Welcome to you all from the heart of America. Washington, D.C. is our fabulous resort location for, guys, an astonishing weekend coming up. Marshall, out beyond the lights, the players are sitting down to draft and open up Fate Reforged. As the limited man, what are you looking forward to this morning?
Well, there's a lot to look forward to. We've got a whole new set. They're going to be opening that pack first, Fate Reforged. So that is going to set a strong tone for how the format goes. When you pick those cards first, they can definitely influence where you go in the later two packs, which are Khans of Tarkir. Now, there's a lot floating around out there about the format, about what they think is going to happen, the pros. I've drafted it a bunch of times as well. The thing that I'm looking for, though, is to see if we can see allied color pairs. So we're talking about, green-white, for example, blue-black. These type of color pairs actually shift all the way down into the Khans packs and force people into some archetypes that we might not have seen at all leading in. Generally speaking, people were playing either enemy colored pairs like black-white, or they were playing three-color decks. We call them the wedges or the clans from Khans. But now things could change. There are some big bomby rares in this setting. You're going to see a lot of those pop up. Some of them are just one color, but a lot of them are two color. Cards like Dromaka, the Eternal, Silumgar, the Drifting Death. These are cards that you can open up and, if compelled to, pick, and could lead you down a path that you're not used to going down in Khans.
This man loves limited. Can you tell? This man loves constructed. And Modern Randy, what a format.
No, it's wide open. There are legitimately 20 different decks I can imagine making the top 8 of this format. I think that the recent bannings were exactly correct, my opinion. We could argue about that, obviously, but I think that they've just leveled this playing field in a way where no one knows what's going to take over. And I don't think the biggest upset we could see this weekend would be for any one deck to make up 20% of the field. It's just not going to happen. I don't think there'll be more than one or two decks that break 10% of the field. You can play mid-range. The Obzon deck is probably the one that most people are expecting to, break 10%. You can play combo, whether you like Splinter Twin or Scape Shift or Storm. You can play aggro. You can play it affinity style. You can play Zoo. You can play Infect. You can play Burn. There's just so many different decks, and I don't think anybody knows exactly how this new metagame, post-bannings is going to shake out. So. And we'll find out. We'll find out in the next 2 days.
Okay, well, for those of you who are joining us for the first time here at the Pro Tour, welcome. We have a unique format structure that runs through every Pro Tour. Randy, why don't we walk through, for the viewers at home who are joining us, particularly for the first time, how are the next 3 days going to shape out?
Sure. So, big picture, it's 16 rounds of Magic and then a cut to the top 8. That top 8 single elimination on Sunday is where everybody wants to be. That is going to be modern constructed once we get there, but the way we get there is worth talking about. So each of the 2 preliminary days has the same structure. We kick off with a booster draft. That's 3 rounds. Then we go into modern constructed for 5 rounds. Every one of those matches is best 2 out of 3, and day 1 you're kind of getting in position. You got to qualify to go play day 2. You got to pick up at least 4 wins to get to go play day 2, and then day 2 run it back, and then again that goal is make the top 8 on Sunday. Now we use what's called Swiss pairings, which if you've played Magic tournaments, they pretty much all run this way, where you're always going to be paired against somebody that has the same record as you. So the winners will keep playing other winners and kind of boiling the field down till you get to, by the end of day 1, we'll only have a couple of undefeateds, but then that makes it set up such that you effectively sort the players using the Swiss pairings algorithm.
Okay, Marshall, we have a pretty straightforward scoring system. Let's walk people through it.
Yeah, so if you haven't watched a Magic tournament on coverage yet, you might be confused about how the actual scoring goes. It's very straightforward. If you win your match, you get 3 points. If you lose your match, you get 0 points. There is something in between. It's a draw. Whether unintentional or intentional will get you 1 point, which is slightly better than a loss, but way better, and of course quite a bit worse than an actual win.
Okay, so Randy, then what are people playing for? Because there's a lot on the line.
There is. I mean, there's a healthy amount of prize money. There's a healthy amount of pro points. But honestly, most of these guys, they just want to win. Right? It's a Magic tournament. You want to make top 8. You want to win. You want to sort of just rack up those titles. 40 grand won't hurt, though. $40,000 for first place, and those 30 pro points also carry with it an automatic platinum status. So you are set up for the next year and change in terms of Pro Tour qualifications, even if you've never done anything before coming and spiking a Pro Tour. 20 grand for second. You see the lion's share of the money is in that top 8, and then below that, the pro points are nicely based on match points now. That's a relatively recent change, which I think has just been universally loved by all of the pros. You don't have to sweat your tiebreakers in terms of exactly how many of those pro points you get for future qualifications. They still matter for the money. So $250,000 total. A bunch of it going to be decided on Sunday, but yeah, it's everything a Magic player could want to play for.
So if it is, as Randy says, Marshall, everything a Magic player would want to play for, everyone watching us now wants to be here.
Yeah.
How can they go about being here next time?
So there's a lot of different ways to qualify for the Pro Tour. We can take a look. You can win a Pro Tour qualifier. The structure on these has changed recently from a local event to a more regional-sized event, but you can win through winning a Pro Tour qualifier. You can also finish high at a Grand Prix, which is, of course, a much bigger in terms of attendance tournament, where if you get top 8, top 4, depends on the attendance, you can pick up a Pro Tour invite there. You can also get 33 match points or better at the previous Pro Tour. That's a recent change as well, where it used to be top 25. Now it's based on match points.
Right, and that's like 11 wins,
yes.
33 points, 3 points per win.
Yes.
11 wins, 5 losses. Brings you automatically back for another go.
That's right. You can also get, the Pro Player Club has silver, gold, and platinum. Platinum's automatically qualified for all of the next year's and the rest of this season's Pro Tours. Gold is the same. Silver will get you qualified for the next Pro Tour. And of course, if you're in the Hall of Fame, you're qualified for all of them.
Right, and Randy, we've seen a table out there just getting ready to go.
Oh, I shivered when I walked by that table.
Right.
You know the one we're talking about?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, no, I tweeted a picture of it. It's essentially most of Team Pantheon sitting down, but you look at that table and there's John Finkel and Kai Buddha, right? There's Jelger Wiegersma, Billy Jensen. It's
Nassif.
It's Owen and Reed, who are 2 of the top 5 ranked players in the world right now, and 6 Hall of Famers. Like the number 1 guy in the world is the dead money at that table somehow.
Right. Okay, so that's how to qualify. Now, there are the best part of 400 stories waiting to be written out there as the players get ready to draft. But Randy, you have one in particular that I know you want to share.
Oh yeah, the guy that I'm watching here, and it's actually a member of Team Pantheon, the guy I want to see is Tom Ross. So Tom Ross, he has a Pro Tour top 8 from a number of years ago. He's been trying to get back to the Pro Tour for a while. He's been doing well in the independent circuit. Goes to New Jersey for the Grand Prix in Legacy, takes his sort of trademark Infect deck, 2nd place in the Grand Prix. So now you've got sort of an old school guy, qualifies for the GP. Here he comes for the first Pro Tour in a while. He's on Team Pantheon. The way I hear it, he's got the best winning percentage in the house in Limited, and he's got a huge impact on their constructed deck. So he could be a big story this weekend.
He really could, but I can tell you that the players are ready. We have Luis Scott-Vargas, Eduardo dos Santos Vieira, Kohei Ito, Sam Pardy, Jeff Moore, Felipe Tapia Becerra, J. Gary Wise, all at the same table, the table you're about to see, and the player that you are about to watch draft is Josh Utter-Leyton. Let's hand you down to the booth, and here comes the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall.
Thanks, Rich. Brian David Marshall here. Pleased to be joined by R&D member Ian Duke, new to the coverage team. Ian Duke, welcome aboard.
Thanks. It's a great pleasure to be here.
And we can have a great pleasure in store as we watch this draft table. Let's take a look at who's sitting down at this table and who we're going to be following. There you see Eduardo, J. Gary Wise, Jeff Moore, Kohei Ito, Felipe Tapia Becerra, the former Rookie of the Year, Luis Scott-Vargas, the Hall of Famer, Sam Pardy. 3 players who worked all together, the third being Josh Utter-Leyton, who's the player we're going to be following. What's it like being at a draft table with people that you've play tested with? We're going to find out right now as we get ready to send it down to the floor and watch Josh Utter-Leyton draft and crack his first Fate Reforged pack of Pro Tour Fate Reforged. Hello, everybody, and welcome to draft coverage of Pro Tour Fate Reforged. There you get a look at the table. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Ian Duke, and we are watching Josh Utter-Leyton, one of the most decorated players in the Pro Tour. And we see immediately Shu Yun, Silent Prophet, brought to the front of the pack. Ian, what's going to push that off from the front here?
I don't know. Shu Yun definitely better than most of the most of the commons and uncommons in the format. I think That's probably
I saw
going
an
to be
Avon Surveyor in there. I see a Jeskai Barricade.
Yeah, Avon Surveyor, probably the second best card in the pack that we've seen. Definitely one of the top commons. It's also in blue, which is something to consider here.
Grumog Angler makes it to the front. Mardu Scout makes it to the front. There's a Destructor Dragon.
Yeah, it looks to me like Shu Yun's probably going to be a pick and a great way to start the draft.
And where do you go from there?
Well, one thing we've heard from the players is that blue is one of the deepest colors in the format. It has a lot of strong commons, and so starting with a blue, really strong rare is just a great way to begin the draft.
And now you want to be, you're going to want to be Jeskai, or can you go 2 color here and still make that work?
Well, one of the best ways to start a Fate Reforged draft is to start in an enemy color pair, because that gives you the flexibility to move into either of 2 different clans.
Right. And there we see Light Form just pulled right to the front of the pack.
Yep, Light Form, another excellent uncommon, probably stronger than most of the uncommons there, so a great
Merciless
pickup here.
Executioner. Looks like maybe an Ugin's Construct back there.
Yeah, it looks to me like Light Form is probably going to be the best pick here. Nothing else really comes close in power level, and blue-white's a
Oh,
great,
it was a Hero's Blade, sorry.
great color combination. Light Form also triggering your prowess here is important to note.
You're right. You get to keep developing your board. You get to keep playing creatures, but you also get triggers on your Seeker of the Ways and your Jeskai Students and all those kind of cards.
That's one of the great things about the Manifest cards here in this format.
Yeah, the big new mechanic introduced in Fate Reforged. All right, 2 picks in. Blue-white, so that's the allied color pair that Rich was talking about in the pregame show. I see a Jeskai Sage. I see a Lotus Path Jin.
Yeah,
Battle Brawler right to the front, though.
Oh, that's interesting. That could be a signal that he's considering moving into black-white. One of the stronger enemy color pairs from Triple Cons still holds its own.
Right. We still have 2 Cons of Tarkir packs, and the things that are true about those packs remain true. So, there's still Chiefs of the Edge and Chiefs of the Scale and all that good stuff.
However, Shu Yun, I think, the strongest card between the first 3 packs that he's seen, so I'd expect him to hold on to blue here, but if he does move into black, which he does, I think that shows a strong preference for the black-white color combination, which is really interesting.
Right, and when you're drafting at this level, you need to respect what the player, to the other side of you is handing you, and take that information. Okay, there you see a Reach Shadows.
That's a great pickup here, just a solid removal spell. A little on the expensive side, but just a great way to round out the top of your deck.
But you know what? We've talked a lot about the rares in this format and, the dragons and all these kind of big cards. And, you need something that's going to unequivocally kill something.
Absolutely. A lot of these games in this format go long, and so if your opponent has these bomb rares in their deck, you're going to see them eventually. Any other considerations here that you see? I see a Bathe in Dragonfire.
Yeah, Bathe in Dragonfire, but then he which is perfectly reasonable with Shu Yun, right? Like you can still be blue-red, but he says black seems open.
Yep.
There I see a Cunning Strike, right into being. Noxious Dragon goes right to the front.
Oh yeah, Noxious Dragon. That's a great pickup. Again, another expensive card, but quite powerful. So I think he's probably going to be ready to snap that up.
Probably the best of the uncommon dragon cycle.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely.
Because, your opponent needs to deal with it, and when they do, you almost always get to take out a creature with that.
So this is a great start here for Josh Utter-Leyton. I mean, he's clearly comfortable with the black-white archetype, and he's definitely getting past some good black cards, so I think he's going to be pretty happy with this start.
That Jeskai Sage near the front. Oh, well, he's thinking about maybe being Sultai. There's a Jungle Hollow.
Interesting.
Our first gain land of the of these packs that he's even pulled anywhere near the front.
Yeah, no clear standout black or white cards here, so I think I'd expect him to pick up the land. Just gives him more flexibility later on in the draft to splash and maybe even go into full Sultai.
It could be Sultai, it could be Abzan. Works in both directions.
Keep in mind, though, he only has 1 white card here in light form, and it's double white, so he might maintain some flexibility and decide to pivot a little bit, depending on what shows up.
And there you go. You see Lotus Path Jin. Oh, there you see
Harsh
Sustenance.
Sustenance.
Wow, that's a big signal, isn't it? That's one of the best commons in this set for me.
Absolutely. What's really interesting about these enemy color commons is that they're quite strong, but they often don't get picked early because players don't want to commit themselves to 2 colors. So they'll often float around late and give you a good signal about what's going on at the table.
Right. Weirdly, not one of the best cards while drafting pack 1, but once you have your deck built and you can play that card, it's absolutely insane. It's backbreaking.
Mm-hmm. Can really swing a race.
that Channel Harm comes to the front of the pack. So now we're seeing some of these white cards.
Yeah, Channel Harm is a powerful card, but it's situational and it's expensive. So not something you're in love with snapping up early, but could be a good sideboard card or just depending on your deck.
Right. And Ancestral Vengeance, not even a consideration there.
Yeah, double black is hard in such a multicolored format.
I like what Josh has done here. He's just been, he's had a good, clean read on the table.
Looks like he's eyeing up a Feral Crushok as a possibility here. Again, he only has one white card, so black-green is always still on his radar.
It looks like he took the black card there, though.
Yeah, is that a Sib-Sig Muckdraggers?
I think it was. I think it was, yeah.
Oh, Diplomacy of the Waste, actually. This is a Warrior Matters cards here. So it's like a coercion, but if you control a warrior, you also get to ding your opponent for 2 life. So another good answer to those late-game bombs.
Right, and here goes a Hero's Blade.
Hero's Blade, a good pickup, a little on the clunky side as far as the mana costs, but equipment is equipment and can always be powerful and limited.
Be pretty sweet with his Shu Yun if he was able to...
Is this another Hero's Blade?
Another Hero's
Wow,
Blade.
I wonder if he's eyeing up that Shu Yun now. This could turn into something. Again, he only has one white card, so it's a possibility. We'll see what he opens.
Right, equipping 4, a little expensive. Equipping for free, pretty good.
Looks like an Ancestral Vengeance, and is that a Karsi High Priest? Can't quite tell.
Yeah, that was a Karsi High Priest.
Okay. This is a really interesting card. Showcases the Manifest mechanic.
I love that card. I haven't actually had much of a chance to play with it, but it's really good. Refocus. And now he's going to take the Mardu Rune Mark card. That card, by the way, the Rune Marks made a mark at the Grand Prix last weekend. I was really surprised. Their card. A lot of people have been very dismissive of them.
Yeah, the Rune Marks are interesting. I mean, yeah, a lot of pro players do dismiss them, but every once in a while you get that super aggressive Rune Mark deck, and you can really take off with a fat start.
Yeah, well, we watched Luis putting Rune Marks on his Waterworld Adepts.
Yep, or sometimes a Valley Dasher gets in there. So players are reviewing now. It looks like he's sorting some cards to the front. Definitely looks like he's going to be in black here. Got a lot of solid black in pack 1.
Yeah, that Battle Brawler was a huge signal for him, it looked like.
And then white, obviously being his preference to be a second color, although light form is really the only super strong card he has. Channel Harm, again, solid but situational. So we could see him pivot a little bit depending on where he opens.
Go black, blue, splash green.
Mm-hmm.
You know, see a radical departure from the conventional wisdom and go Esper.
It'll be interesting to see what he does with those 2 Heroes Blades, too. If he opens another legendary creature, I mean, that could turn into something.
The players wait. It's always so agonizing.
So what do you think he's hoping to open here in pack 2 in the cons pack?
You know, I think he's looking for maybe a there's an Abzan.
This is an ankle shanker here.
Ankle shanker. So he can still go red, right? He can just, that's not that hard for him to pick up a couple of mana fixtures along the way, speculate on the Goblin Berserker.
Absolutely. Or here's an Abzan Battle Priest.
I like the Battle Priest
creature.
quite a bit. Like it's I think that the impact that the 2 cards have on the board is, relatively similar actually. Like in terms of like just being like this big swingy card.
Kill Shot, another solid card. Probably not the pick here,
No.
just because he's tended to be more aggressive in black-white warriors. So we'll see what he goes with.
Yeah,
here.
he goes with the Battle Priest. The Ankle Shanker, obviously terrific, but that also obligates him now to prioritize, taking Bloodfell Caves and other cards that maybe he's not doesn't have to take.
And I think that shows
otherwise.
a lot of discipline here, the preference just to stay in 2 colors when possible, even with the strong ankle shanker there tempting him.
There's another kill shot for him. There's a throttle for him if he's interested.
Yeah, Throttle's a great pickup, as always, solid removal spell.
But, we're not seeing anything that you would typically see in a Black-White Warriors deck, like Black or White Warriors.
That's true. He is a little light on early creatures right now, which is something he's going to have to consider. So he's keeping Kill Shot up at the top here. That might indicate he wants to go with a more controlling strategy, so probably a little bit more removal heavy, and that might have to do with him not having a lot of early plays so far.
You can see him jump all over the first Jeskai student he sees. Einok Bonkin is the card he's looking for.
Yep, absolutely.
There's an Alabaster Kieran. There's a Sultai Scavenger.
Yeah, both of those are great considerations. And Obzon Charm also, if he does decide to add that third color, although I think we've seen him show a preference toward staying 2 colors whenever possible.
Right, he has the Jungle Hollow there as the third card in the queue.
So I think we're going to see his choice between the Kieran and the Scavenger here is most likely. Just kind of depends on how he feels about Delve cards in general. I think the Scavenger might be a slightly stronger card if you can support the Delve, but he may just be saying, I don't have early plays. I'm not going to get cards in my graveyard.
Right, he can't just trade stuff in the red zone early
That's right
now. And that Scavenger could just come around depending on how the table plays out. But he's also going to be happy with Jungle Hollow. He's also going to be happy. He's obviously identified the Defiant Strike as a card that he thinks might come back around. There's Kill Shot. There's Timely Horde Mate.
Yeah, I think Timely Horde Mate is just what he's looking for. It's something to do early. It's a strong creature.
Even though he doesn't have any of the mana
it's hard for him to trigger the raid, but
creatures.
There's still a pack and a half left or more. So he has a chance to pick up those 2 drops that make this really strong.
So he's Kill Shot is he needs creatures. He takes the Horde Mate and says, all right, Kill Shot. I'd like that card, but
yeah, the second Kill Shot being worse than the first, it just makes it easier for your opponent to play around the both of them.
So I see a Throttle back there. No,
looks like a Krumar Bonkin.
Yeah.
So an unyielding Krumar, I should say.
Well, look there, but there's a Woolly Loxodon. He's obvious. Can go Obzon. He has that Jungle Hollow. He might get a Jungle Hollow back around the table.
It's interesting. A late Arrow Storm here too. I think it shows one thing we've seen is players shying away from red a little bit in this format.
Yeah, definitely underpriced on the premium red cards. So he does take the Woolly Loxodon. So.
That's an interesting speculation here. I wonder if he's keeping his mind open to going Abzan.
Yeah, I think he is. Looking at Russia Battle, looking at Mardu Hateblade as a nice early drop.
Yeah, I think the Hateblade's a good pickup for him tier 2. It works well both to trigger your raid early, but also in a more defensive deck where it can hang back and threaten to be a typhoid rat, so to speak.
Right, there you go. And Mardu Hateblade, that's the pick. And that's really the first low curve creature.
A great creature to get back with Timely Horde Mate too, because it retains its value later in the game by trading up.
And there's an Obzon Guide. Wow.
He's going to be happy he kept his options open here if he decides to go with that. And there's a Rite of the Serpent, which is, solid, but not something you're really looking for here. I think he might pick up the Guide.
I feel like the rate's maybe gone up a tiny bit with the addition of Fate Reforged, but yeah, he's taking that Obzon Guide. It's a 3-drop. It swings games around for you. And again, you talked about maybe that more controlling version of the deck. There's a Jeskai student. There's a Swarm of Bloodflies.
Yeah, Swarm of Bloodflies is an interesting card. I think different players.
Is that another Obzon Guide as well?
Okay, he's going to be really happy he kept his options open now. So I was going to say with that last Obzon Guide, he was probably thinking, I'll pick this up on speculation and maybe not go with it. Oh, but he does go with the Swarm of Bloodflies after all. So going with the safer pick that he's sure to play. This is a card that different players evaluate very differently, but it looks like Josh likes it a lot.
And the Ankle Shanker made his way back around the table. Nobody wanted to block it.
This is a really interesting consequence of adding Fate Reforged into the draft, where sometimes these bomby 3-color cards, they just end up going around because no one solidifies into a clan early in the draft.
And so this, I believe, was this the pack that had the Jungle Hollow did not come back. There's a Shambling Attendant. Passes a couple of, green cards. I saw a Smoke Teller in there.
Solid pickup. He doesn't have any Delve cards yet, which raises the value of this a little bit for him.
There's a Defiant Strike.
Yeah, always a solid pickup. Not at its best in a controlling deck, but it's always a cantrip, so you can use it to fill things out if you need an extra playable card.
Another Shambling Attendant, an Obzon Banner, and a Summit Prowler.
Looks like he's not scared to send that late Summit Prowler. Even though it's not excellent, he knows red is not being heavily drafted to his right, so he can safely pass that.
And there we go. Last couple cards of the pack. And let's take a look as he flips through these cards and see how things are looking here.
So another solid pack, if not spectacular for him. Still a little bit lacking in early drops. You might want to see an Einok Bondkin. Maybe another Mardu Hateblade is an example of a card you might want to see as an early drop.
But he did pick up two key morphs here, assuming that he's going to go Obzon colored, with the Woolly Loxodon and the Obzon Guide.
Yeah, although he did pass the second Obzon guide, so that definitely shows that he's at least hesitant about jumping into full Obzon here.
Yeah. Yeah, right. He has the ankle shanker, the Obzon guide, and the woolly Loxodon all sort of in the back in his speculation fund.
That's right. So keeping his options open, going into pack 3 here. Let's see what he opens. He's probably looking for a slam dunk like a High Sentinels of Erishin or End Hostilities or something along those lines would just be excellent here.
Calling his shot for him here. So what?
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
All right. Well, he got just what he was looking for.
No one told me you were psychic,
I
Ian
think
Duke.
that's the definition of a slam dunk there, BDM. What do you think?
That is unbelievable.
Just the perfect card. I mean, probably, aside from a mythic Wingmate rock, just absolutely the best thing he could open right here. He's got to be really happy.
And, and there's a chance he gets 2 cards. Like the Einok Bonkin can go, you can see it go.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit of a stretch. I mean, it's definitely a premium 2-drop, but if that does come back, it'd just be a dream come true for him.
Wow. High Sentinels of Arashin, one of the, like you said, you're like, what's a bomb card that would go into his deck here? You called the shot.
Yeah, regarded as one of the strongest rares in Triple Cons draft, so great for him to see it here. See a Krumar Bonkin, I think, up front.
Yeah, I see a Hateblade, a Feat of Resistance. Oh, there's a Take-Up Arms.
Oh, those are all solid choices. Feat of Resistance card people really liked in Triple Cons. Not at a premium in his deck since, as we mentioned, he's lacking in low drops. The Skull Hunter, I think, is probably a great choice for him here. Something that can trade with a Morph early and something he can bring back with the Timely Horde Mate.
You can see, though, that Feat of Resistance has sort of wound its way up the queue for Josh as he was sorting the pack. But it is the Mardu Skull Hunter.
And a great pickup here, just rounding out his curve.
Yeah, you just play it on turn 2 as, to sort of build your board. But, it also has these turns where you play it, and it's just a backbreaker. There's another Alabaster Kieran.
Yeah, Alabaster Kieran, a solid pickup for a slightly more defensive black-white deck.
But there's the War Behemoth, which he is.
Yeah, he might be prioritizing the War Behemoth just because it's a morph here and something to do a little bit earlier in the game.
Yeah, that looks like he just shuffled the Kieran way back into the pack.
Yeah, I think he's got plenty to do at 4 cost and up, so prioritizing just something he can do a little bit earlier in the game over the Alabaster Kieran.
So we watched Josh open a blue card, open a Jeskai rare, but really quickly pivot away into black-white, and he's been pretty dedicated here. There's another War Behemoth.
A Rite of the Serpent, as you mentioned before. But yeah, I think he's just going to pick up the early creature. It's really what his deck needs right here, and you can certainly do worse than a War Behemoth.
And a lot of times, you calculate, what could they have here? What could they be unmorphing on 5? The 3/6 survives a lot of combats. Survives a lot of double blocks.
That's
too.
right. Yeah, and it's a little bit inefficient to cast straight up, but the floor on a morph is so high. Worst thing, you can just play it on turn 3.
Wow, that's a late Bear's Companion floating around.
And a Scoured Barrens help fix his mana.
Yeah, another Take-Up Arm. So there is another. The ingredients for a Mardu deck really super aggressive were at this table.
Yeah, there's always that sort of token-based Mardu deck with Take-Up Arms and Ponyback Brigades, and then you finish with Trumpet Blast or Rush of Battle.
Or Harsh Sustenance.
Yeah, that's another option, too.
But he does take the Scour Barons, just fixes up his mana a little bit.
He's not really in that aggressive black-white type deck that we've seen.
There's a Jeskai Student near the front of the pack. There's a Mardu Hateblade. Jumps the queue.
Yeah, I think Mardu Hateblade's a great pickup here. Again, just another low drop creature that holds value into the late game. He's got that Mardu Skull Hunter. He could go turn 1 Hateblade, turn 2 Skull Hunter for the dream there. And a Rush of Battle still in that pack, but again, he's not in that aggressive tokens-based type warrior strategy, so he's going to pass that along.
Oh, well, look, there we go. Little Bloodfell Caves. He's like, oh, maybe I will play this ankle shanker.
Yeah, it does open the door to that splash. Nothing else too amazing here, so he might pick it up to preserve his option, but it's also one of the best hate drafts in the pack, too, just to cut off his opponents from mana fixing.
Marty Warshrieker. Mystic of the Hidden Way. The blue's actually not been terrible as it's gone by, but yeah, he just takes the Warshrieker. Probably not going to play it with just one fixer.
Yeah, unlikely. So that Einok Bonkin did not come back, unfortunately.
No.
But that's to be expected.
They don't. I mean, they can. Kira Bloodsucker is the pick here.
Yep. A solid pick up there.
Yeah.
May or may not make the main deck, but
black
definitely
morph.
a good option. Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Third hate
third hate play. That's great. Good pickup for him.
You know, 4 or 5 cards left in the pack, and he's still getting cards for his deck.
It's a late Efreet Weapon Master. He'll probably cut that off just so he doesn't have to play against it.
Just you don't really care if your opponent has any of the other 3 cards in their deck. Rakshasa Secret.
Yeah, that could be a solid card. It's a possibility that he might main deck a card like that.
We've seen that card, you know, first picked by...
Yeah, Gerard Fabiano, I know, is a big Rakshasa Secret fan.
By the way, a late Trumpet Blast there.
Oh, that's, yeah. Not a card he'll play, but, you know.
Yeah.
A nice card to see not picked up by someone else, because those Trumpet Blast decks can occasionally be really scary.
All right, so what do you think of this deck here by Josh Utter-Leyton?
I think it's a solid deck. It's not amazing. He's not super aggressive, and he has a solid late game, but nothing spectacular there. He doesn't have those 3-color bomb gold rares that you'd really be looking for in a more controlling deck. But for a mid-speed deck, I think he's in good shape. That High Sentinels of Erishin was just a godsend for him there.
That was unbelievable.
Spectacular pickup. That's going to win him a lot of games for sure. So I think he's in good shape. He's probably happy but not ecstatic right now.
Yeah, and where would you have graded this without the High Sentinel? So that High Sentinel instead has to be an Einok Bonkin, or it has to be, you know, another common card.
Yeah, it's probably, you know, a 6 or a 7 out of 10 without the High Sentinels, but with it, that definitely puts him up another point on the 10-point scale.
Welcome back to the booth. Ian Duke, Brian David Marshall. We just watched Josh Utter-Leyton draft.
Yeah, really exciting.
Yeah, that was interesting. And that talk about a little bit about that discipline of, like, you know, opening that blue card and then being able to get away from it. It's something we see pro players do, and I think it's one of the big differences between maybe drafting at like Friday Night Magic and, you know, drafting at a table like this.
Yeah, it's a really difficult skill to master, especially in light of the fact that, as Marshall mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of talk about this format being very bomb heavy, and there's an inclination to just pick your bomb and run with it and not really think about what's going on at the table. But you know, he definitely noticed he passed a lot of blue cards early. It was going to be hard to get rewarded for that in pack 2, and the black was really flowing there. And I think we also saw just a proclivity to gravitate toward the black-white deck, which he seems really comfortable with, and that's important here at the Pro Tour.
Battle Brawler was the big card for him in terms of that pivot, right? Mm-hmm. He saw Battle Brawler, I think it was like his 3rd pick of the draft, maybe his 4th pick, and, you know, well, it was just fascinating to watch. We've got another draft that we're going to be able to watch for you soon. We're going to send this back to the news desk and Rich Hagon, though.
To Brian David Marshall and Ian Duke. Must be nice. Oh, what should he open? Oh, I recommend High Sentinels of Erishin. Bang, there it is. Good news for Josh Utter-Leyton. Now, remember, those 8 players will be locked in battle over the coming 3 rounds. So you're guaranteed that the cards you saw in Josh Utter-Leyton's piles going round the table, they're going to end up somewhere. Well, he was in seat number 4. Round the table from him, he was passing to seat 5 Koei Ito of Japan in his 5th Pro Tour. Then it was former Rookie of the Year from Chile, Felipe Tapia Becerra, and he was passing to seat 7. And seat 7 was occupied by one of the most popular players in the history of the game, Mr. Luis Scott-Vargas. Would you like to see everything that he drafted? I thought you might. We're about to, in the company of Marshall Sutcliffe and Randy Buehler. Here's the draft of Luis Scott-Vargas.
Hey there, welcome to the Tournament Center. Marshall Sutcliffe. I've got Randy Buehler with me, and we've got a draft viewer set up for the first draft of Fate Reforged Cons at the Pro Tour here. It's Luis Scott-Vargas, and looks like we've got a little table graphic here to get the table set to see who is where at the table. And Luis is sitting next to former Rookie of the Year Felipe Tapia Becerra and teammate Sam Pardee.
Yeah, no, that's worth mentioning. There's actually 3 members of this new Channel Fireball face-to-face games. They got together to test for this Pro Tour, so Luis and Sam are teammates for kind of the first time. And then, of course, Josh Utter-Leyton, longtime teammate of Luis's.
Yeah, they can see him across the table. Why don't we take a look at what Luis saw here on his opening. So here's Luis. Looks like he's got a little injury there, maybe too many drafts preparing.
He's fresh off a Grand Prix win last weekend, right?
Yeah, he is. So let's take a look at what he opened. I see that there's an Aven Surveyor there, one of my favorite cards in the set, but there's also some competition here with Valorous Stance as well as Orc Sure Shot. What do you like here, Randy?
Valorous Stance has really impressed me every time I've seen it. It can kill a creature, it can save a creature, it's only 2 mana. I think he's trying to look at the colors. The fact that it's a Jeskai Sage might make white a little better than blue here. Orc Sure Shot can also do some serious damage. What there's not in this pack is the slam dunk rare that you're hoping to open in a Fate Reforged pack.
And that you have a pretty good shot to open as well. We have seen quite a few very, very good cards. He goes for the Valorous Stance. Being in white's generally pretty good. A lot of good white cards both in Fate and in Cons.
Blue's also a fine color too.
Yep.
So.
Also, blue
Orc Sure Shot, that's a reason not to take Orc Sure Shot maybe. Black is kind of middle of the pack. Red's probably the worst color.
It's true. All right, so let's take a look at this next pack. Just for white, wow,
Outcast.
He gets shipped to Sandstep Outcast.
Yeah, that is almost certainly the best white common in the set and among the best commons, full stop.
Yeah, pretty easy pickup for here. It's a little early to start talking signals. Is the rare still in this pack? I am not seeing it, so who knows? You know.
Yeah, the Harsh Sustenance is going by. That's a card that you want to kind of keep an eye on. Somebody's going to wind up very happily in that white-black archetype.
Yes. You'll see Harsh Sustenance played in both Obzon and just white-black. There's a Lotus Path Djinn. Interesting, you know, we saw Luis win the GP with his teammates, and he was playing red-blue a lot over the course of the weekend.
It's basically a red-blue prowess archetype.
Kind of a combo deck. It finished with Teamer Battle Rage, and he did 20 in one turn with it. But it looks like he's fine taking the more powerful white cards here and passing the really good blue cards.
But he has to know that he's passed those blue cards. Like, I would definitely be shying away from blue if I was Luis here.
Here's an interesting one. He's found a Channel Harm. What do you make of Channel Harm?
Well, it's great. There's also a Soul Summons in this pack, which is a nice 2-drop. Like, it rounds out the mana curve so nicely that that's the debate, right? Do you want the 2-mana card or do you want the 6-mana card?
Right.
You would play both of them in your white deck, and it's really a question of, Channel Harm is very powerful when you get to resolve it. The problem is if you say go with 6 mana untapped, people at this level of play at the Pro Tour, they know something's up, and they're going to try to figure out what trick you have and try to play around it. And yeah, he's going with the sort of safer pick.
The solid pick, yeah.
The solid pick. It's good. It's a 2-drop. There's not an infinite supply of 2-drops. There kind of are an infinite supply of expensive combat tricks. None of them are as good as Channel Harm, but I like that pick.
All right, so next, let's see if he keeps the great white cards flowing here.
Dragon Bell Monk's in there.
Yeah, there's a Dragon Bell Monk, a solid 3, maybe not a great card. There's a Jeskai Barrier, a card you can get some pretty cool use out of. It looks like he's pulled somehow Gurmag Angler to the front. Is that what he's thinking about taking
He's
here?
looking at it. I mean, 5/5 is big, and Delve is, it's kind of free. I like Gurmag Angler.
All right,
he apparently likes Gurmag Angler a lot, too.
He must love it.
Yeah, that is, not everybody likes the big mouth. Some people will just ship them, and they're like, hey, guys, 7 mana. It's not 7 mana, right?
Right.
He's like 4 mana,
no,
5 mana.
A lot of people don't, yeah. The zombie fish doesn't always make it, but Luis is actually ready to break rank here and move into black for it. And 3 good options here for him as well. There's Obzon Sky Captain, a Typhoid Rats, and a Scoured Barons for Luis.
Yeah, that's a tricky pick. He clearly moved into black. He must like black. I haven't seen super strong signals, like the Harsh Sustenance was like a 3rd pick?
2nd.
Yeah, so that's not really a signal when it's that early in the pack.
No.
So Sky Captain can stay in white, but yeah, if he does want to go into black, Scoured Barons or Typhoid Rats would be reasonable. I like the Sky Captain pick. I think he doesn't know that he's black.
Right. Sky Captain's been very solid, too, from what I've seen.
At 4 mana 2/2, it's not great, but it's not really a 2/2, right? It usually leaves 2 counters behind when it dies. Wow, Lotus Path Djinn still here.
Wow,
and
this
Jeskai Sage.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Luis to get away from. I think he is partial to blue anyway after the Grand Prix, and he has done a lot of testing in between, and that could have changed his mind.
You think the Grand Prix is when LSV became partial to blue? LSV's been partial to blue since the
Yeah.
card Island was printed.
I meant it less as a general comment, but your point stands. And he does, in fact, take the Lotus Path Djinn. That is quite late for that card. You know, comparing that to like the Sky Captain, for example, the Djinn does a lot of work.
I agree. Yeah, I do think he knows he's passed a couple blue cards, but I mean, if it's that open on his right, then fine.
And here's right into Bean as well.
Wow, Bathe Dragonfire is still here.
Wow.
I mean, I know red is widely considered the worst color, but that is a premium removal spell.
That is absolutely.
It's probably the best red common, right? What's better?
Heel Cutter.
Maybe. Okay,
Yeah.
it's in the top couple.
But it's right there.
I like Bathe
and
better
Bathe
than Heel
might
Cutter.
even just be better.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's shipping it. Somebody else.
He's not buying it.
No, he's like, I don't want to be red. Somebody else can take the red bullet. That's a bold pass there.
Yes.
I mean, because he could wind. I mean, there will be Mardu gold cards in the next pack. He could slip
Totally.
into Mardu here. Doesn't really have the mana fixing for it, I guess.
All right, here's a right into Bean for Luis. Assuming that he wants to move over. Wow, a very late Whisper of the
Yeah.
Wilds as well.
I
That card has been performing quite well.
And Ethereal Ambush. It's a
Ethereal
solid-
Ambush is solid too, yeah.
Yeah, but
Unfortunately, Ethereal Ambush just doesn't go with his white cards.
right.
Yeah,
right.
Being
He's going to be
banned.
banned.
Yeah.
Well, right now he's Esper.
Yeah.
He's really blue-white.
He's really blue-white.
His black is just one speculative
Yeah.
angler. Jeskai Sage?
Yeah.
I mean, if he was red, the Cunning Strike might be tempting here, but
Sure.
I mean, he hasn't taken any of the red yet, so I think he just Jeskai Sage.
I think so too. Yeah, none of the white cards are tempting to him in this pack, so he can move on.
How high are you on the Sage?
Medium.
Yeah, it feels,
I think the Emissary is a little better.
at this point in the draft, though, it's a pretty solid pick.
Very nice pickup. It will make the cut for his deck most likely, and that's nice.
Now, Jeskai Runemark is actually a decent card at this point. You're late in the pack. It's +2/+2 and flying in a blue-white deck.
Yeah.
I would Runemark here, but I mean, it's risky, right? You putting an enchantment on your creature is always kind of a scary thing, and Luis does not seem remotely interested.
Not at all. He went for Sibsig Muckdraggers instead.
Yeah, it feels like there are people who will play a Runemark, and there are people who just are not interested in any of them.
I know where I stand.
Now, Jeskai Runemark is by far the best.
That is
Runemark.
the best one.
I'll
It
play,
turns your random 2-drop in the late game into something that must be dealt with.
right,
Which is a lot to say.
or
'cause
takes
usually,
or takes your fatty and sends it to the air.
Yeah. No, it does have some upside for sure.
Luis not interested. Now, Obzon Runemark.
Sure.
You can play
he can't
the
even
other Runemarks.
activate it. I mean, I guess if he plays the black cards. So we're winding down the end of the pack here,
Clearly.
but I have to say, Luis seems to be in a pretty good position here. He's speculated in a couple of different colors. Is that a Fierce
It
Invocation?
is, which is a totally playable red common.
Totally.
Like an above average red common with
Yes.
3 cards left in the pack.
It's actually performed pretty well for me. Defiant Ogre, less so.
Yeah, no, not so much.
So that's going to do it for pack 1 for Luis. Rate him. What do you think? How do you think he's doing here? He's kind of got a few feelers out, but he's base
B
white.
minus. I mean, I'm happy with the cards that he's picked, but like the raw power of this deck isn't. No, this deck's pretty good. Like he first picked Valorous Stance. It's not a rare, but it's a good uncommon. He read that blue is open on his right and kind of moved in after passing some blue.
Yeah, he
So, I
picked
mean,
up
it's
a
like-
pair of right into Beans, the Lotus Path Djinn, and the Jeskai Sage.
Yeah, the nice thing, actually, I kind of like there's some synergy going on here that may not be immediately obvious. Because he's got 3 different manifest cards, right? They're functioning as creatures, the right into beings and the soul summons, but they also trigger all the prowess.
Yes.
Right, they trigger the prowess on the Sage, they trigger the prowess on the Lotus Path Djinn.
Hey, they also are good for Delve if he ends up actually playing the
Sure.
Gurmag Angler and the Sibsig Muckdraggers, although that does feel unlikely. But I do like where Luis is at here. He can certainly move into black if he picks up a black bomb rare here or something, though I think he'd prefer to stay in the blue-white camp.
Yeah, I really like being open when I open the second pack. Like if you open a Fate Reforged bomb, it's nice to not be committed to 3 colors yet.
Yes. All right, so let's see what Luis gets out of this pack.
Icy Blast.
Ooh, there's an Icy Blast. That's a nice one. Let's see if there's anything
It
that
is.
will compete. He's going to look through the rest. There's a Kill Shot as well.
Don't you Icy? You just
So-
Icy Blast here, right?
Yeah, so Icy Blast is the most powerful option for Luis, though his
Triggering
deck
Ferocious is gonna be
currently,
tricky.
Yeah, is not abusing Icy Blast. If you can't get Ferocious, Icy Blast goes down a lot.
If it's the second prowess trigger, though, you get enough prowess in there, and
It's that is very true. I think he's just got to take Icy Blast and
Yeah, I
try to
think so,
piece
too.
together after that.
it's not like there's a great blue or white card.
Yeah, Kill
There's
Shot
not even, yeah.
is decent, but it's not commanding a lot from him.
Right,
and
I'm
he
not even
does
sure it
look to
counts
be
as good.
aggressive.
It's decent. It's
Yeah.
solid, not
Yeah.
spectacular.
Yeah, I think Icy Blast is a good pick here too.
Yeah, not the best Icy Blast deck yet, but he also has 2 packs left, right?
Yeah, I mean, he could even be in a different color, right? We could
Right.
see him branch out into red a little bit, pick up a couple of, Bloodfire Experts or something like that, and all of a sudden Icy Blast does nice work. All right, let's see what he picks up out of this pack. There's a Force Away he brings to the front
Tranquil
immediately.
Cove.
And a Cove. Yeah, so not a lot for him here.
That's tricky. I might Tranquil Cove.
You might just Cove it up.
I mean, the Force Away is obviously the better card, but I don't think he has any fixing yet.
He has 0 fixing.
He's only, I mean, if he's 2-color, he can get away without having multi-lands, but you'd still like to have them. He's going to Force Away. The thing about the Tranquil Cove, too, because it's a friendly color, it actually has a much higher chance of coming back.
It's true.
There are fewer people who want the friendly color dual lands.
And this is only, what, his second pick, so he is going to see quite a few of these cards
could totally
back.
see that card 10th.
Yeah. And Force Away is excellent in
No,
this
it's a
deck.
great trick.
Yeah.
It's premium instant speed trickiness for blue.
So Luis wants to see some Jeskai Wind Scouts start popping
Absolutely.
up his way, right?
That is absolutely the card he wants. He wants to be evasive, prowess. Well, Jeskai Elder's even better.
Jeskai Elder's great.
Yeah, easy pick.
Great pickup for Luis's deck.
Absolutely. And if he gets enough prowess, he'll want that Defiant Strike, which will probably come back to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm a big
Elder's
fan
an
of
easy
Jeskai
pick.
Elder.
Absolutely. And his curve is nice, too. He's got multiple prowess guys at 2 and the soul summons at 2.
Yes.
His curve's in good shape.
Yeah, so he's got soul summons at 2 and a pair of right into beans at 3.
Yeah.
That he can follow up his
Elder
his,
at 2,
his
3.
either
yeah.
either 2-drop prowess creature. That is nice.
I like what he's done here.
All right. Let's see what Luis picks up here. Well,
Crippling Chill.
it kind of saved him.
I was about to say swing and a miss.
Yeah.
There was not a card he wanted. I mean, you
take
Road
the patrol, but
is
it's
playable, but it's not exciting.
No,
I mean,
but
he's-
Chill's definitely what he wants here. Although he is pulling
Yeah,
Salt
he's
Road
looking
Patrol
at
to
it.
the front. Now, this could
Is he
be
a little creature
count discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Wow.
interesting. He must feel like he doesn't have enough creatures
He doesn't
and he
have
needs to
very
fill
many.
it in. Yeah, and he also doesn't have any 4-drops, right? Or
Sure.
he has the Abzan Sky Captain and the Lotus Path Djinn. So, yeah, I don't know.
I might have crippling chilled there.
I might have Crippling Chill there too. It kind of the question really for Luis is how he sees this deck playing out.
Right.
Now there's a Warden of the Eye kind of hinting back there
Interesting.
at maybe you want to
He has not. He's shown so little interest in red.
Yeah.
He passed Bathe in Dragonfire like 8th.
He's
Go
going to
skill
take
shot.
Kill Shot.
Solid.
Yeah. Interesting.
But the last 2 cards are a little more defensive, though. Not the mana curve prowess smash
Yeah.
you deck that.
Yeah, maybe he's just recognized that deck isn't what he's going to have by the end of the draft.
Well, he doesn't
and
have any Wind
needs
Scouts
to-
yet.
Yeah, no Wind Scouts.
He's probably not getting one in this pack. He's down to 1 pack to get sort of the prowess flyer. Ankle Shanker.
And there's a Wetland
Floating
Sandbar.
around. Bring Low floating around. Nobody wants to be red. Yeah, he can take a Sandbar as a 2-drop. I mean, people have been rounding out their mana curves with the Sandbar ever since Cons came out. I don't like it as much with Fate Reforged because of both the Sultai Emissary and the Jeskai Sage. There's just these really good 2-drops for blocking a 1 toughness creature.
Especially the Emissary.
Right, you don't want to attack into that guy. You don't want to
I
attack into the
can't
Sage
bring myself
either.
to do it, no.
Right, so I think that the market for 2-mana 2/1s is just lower than it used to be. All right, take the Crag in case you wind up splashing red. That makes sense here.
I'm a little sad that Soothsayer is still just sort of floating around, but doesn't affect Luis's draft. Yeah, this pack was not amazing for Luis. It was okay.
The top of it was solid.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it wasn't, oh my God, here a bomb rare, solid, but he got the Jeskai Elder.
And there's that Defiant Strike and his favorite, Whirlwind,
Whirlwind
Adept.
Adept. I was just thinking, if you want somebody to trigger the Monstrous on Icy Blast, how about 4/2 Hexproof Prowess?
Luis likes that card?
He does. He played that in the Grand Prix winning deck.
Absolutely.
He named it as one of his 3 real creatures, right?
He did. And he wasn't kidding.
No, he wasn't.
That's the thing. That card is not generally considered very good, but I think it's improved a bit, and I think that Luis knows
And Luis
that.
has liked it the whole time. Monastery Flock here, probably?
Sure.
Yeah, no, he's got a solid collection of blue and white cards. He's got a good mana curve. He's got mostly commons. Right? I'm not
Yes.
sure that the deck has raw power at the top of it. Like the one rare he has is the Icy Blast, which is good but not great in this deck.
Yes.
I think he's 1 4-power creature. Take a barrage here, right?
Sure. Yeah,
I
there's
think
not
he's
much.
going to play red, but you don't want to get beat by it. You could wind up with
kind
one
of wrecks
toughness
him
creatures.
too. Like
He doesn't have that many 1 toughness creatures.
Sandbars
If he gets a
and
couple,
stuff.
if he gets a couple Wind Scouts in the next pack, then he'll be in danger of getting wrecked by it.
and
Yeah, the red cards are certainly flowing through.
yeah, we've
Fairly
got
late active
the
season.
end of the pack here. I agree, though. We had a chance to watch. Oh, hello,
Wow,
friend.
it came back?
Hello, friend.
Crazy.
Crippling chill. Luis just called it. He's just like, I'll just get it
I'll
back.
get this back.
Plan A.
Oh, the game lane did not come back, though. No Tranquil Cove.
No. How
Somebody
worried are
else.
you if let's just say that Luis is only going to play white and blue. How much does he need fixing? How much does he need?
You can get away with 0 if you're 2-color. I mean, we've been playing...
Just like normal draft?
Right, exactly. I was going to say, for years, we've been playing 2-color decks without fixing, or you have like that one uncommon cycle of multi-lands that you'd like to have it. Like, you'd rather have 1 or 2, but you can play 0 if you're 2-color and not feel bad about it.
It does look like Luis is firmly in. He does have a Windscarred Crag that he could use potentially to splash a red card, but he seemed relatively uninterested and frankly hasn't had anything that really jumped out. The
Hasn't
Warden
really
of the
been
Eye
since
was
the
the
Bathe
best.
and Dragonfire.
Yeah. This deck looks solid so far.
Solid, fine, unspectacular.
Fine. Yeah, all of those things apply.
But I mean, it's got the tools that somebody like Luis Scott-Vargas can easily get 2 wins at this and
Yeah.
give himself a shot to maybe run the table.
Yeah, I really like seeing Luis pare this draft down a little bit, be super disciplined and stick to just the 2 colors here.
Right, well, if he doesn't have the crazy powerful 3-color spells, then he gets to be the consistent player that can punish the opponent for hiccuping on their mana development. Right, if other people are going to have the bombs, okay, that's fine. I'll just punish you whenever you're missing a color.
Yeah. And then, a player of Luis's caliber, as far as technical play goes, he gets to leverage that. All right, let's see what he's got here. Jeskai Ascendancy, Set Adrift, Rush of Battle, Timely Horde Mate is
That is
the pick?
not what you want to be first picking. It's okay.
It's just okay. He doesn't have any ways to make tokens outside of the Stand-Step Outcast that I can think of.
Okay, so Jeskai Ascendancy, is that your red splash?
I would say no.
I mean, it's a good card.
It is a very good card, and he has a whole pack ahead of him, so there is a chance for him to try to make that work, and it can
I
pump
might
up
speculate
your
on the
deck.
Ascendancy here, because what's the opportunity cost?
Yeah, the Horde
You're
Mate.
not taking a Horde Mate? Is
Yeah.
Horde Mate even good?
It's just okay.
Right, it's okay at
It doesn't
best.
get back your soul summons.
Right.
Like, yeah,
You have like a couple of 2-drops it can get back if you times out perfectly. Yeah, no, I like the Ascendancy pick here. I don't think he's expecting to run it, but he's speculating. Right, if he gets another couple red cards and a couple red splashes,
and
a
it
lot
doesn't
of
take much.
Crackling Dew.
Ooh, there's an Arrow Storm.
The Aerostorm's not interesting to him.
No.
Not a double
Crippling
red.
Chill.
I guess it's a Crippling Chill.
Gosh, these creatures are just not holding up for him. The Sage-Eye Harrier.
He can't be. Is he so desperate for creatures that he might second pick Sage-Eye Harrier?
He's starting to get there. I mean, he is going to need quite a few creatures out of this pack.
Wow.
He also got the last Crippling Chill back.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, his creature count is low. But Sage-Eye Harrier's, yeah, okay, it was Crippling Chill. Sage-Eye Harrier is just not a good creature.
It's just not good
I
enough.
think it's more likely to table than the Crippling Chill.
Yeah, very defensive creature. Quite good in a defensive deck, but not here.
His deck doesn't want to be defensive.
All right. Wow.
Was that a Suspension Field?
It was
going by?
Suspension Field and a Mystic of the Hidden Wave.
I was
for
like,
him.
all of a sudden the pack was going by really fast. I think
Yeah.
that's because Luis found what he expects to draft.
Yeah, so
Suspension Field is just great.
He's just got to take the Suspension Field, but he's got to be a little bummed to have to ship the Mystic off because that's
Yeah,
one
it's
of
like, why couldn't they be in different packs,
That's
right?
the kind of threat exactly that he wants here.
Yeah. You can't pass the Suspension Field.
No.
though. The removal
that's a-
does not get better than that.
No, that's a premium card in this set.
You know, his removal suite for a blue-white deck, Valorous Stance and Suspension Field.
Oh, yes.
Couple of Crippling Chills. Like,
Kill
he doesn't-
Shot.
Kill Shot. It doesn't get much better than that in
no,
blue-white.
No. He took the Force away. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he
You know, I
can,
like
he
his
can
spell
get stuff
suite.
out of the way. He just needs something with relatively high power. Again, the
Even
Jeskai
just
Wind
Jeskai
Scout.
Wind Scout, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Bondkin's not nothing.
Yeah, Bondkin's a fine pickup for him here. It gives him some
That's the
flexibility, another good 2-drop. He doesn't need anything else out of this pack
Yep.
anyway, so
I knock Bondkin.
Einok
Easy.
Bondkin it is. That's a nice pickup.
Yeah, fits the mana curve. It's not quite a Wind Scout for his deck.
No, it is an Icy Blast enabler.
But eventually.
You got to kind of build a
Sure,
project
sure.
out of it, but it does work.
Yeah, I'm with you. He just wants a couple solid creatures.
Yeah. He's thinking Wind Scout, Wind Scout, Wind Scout. Wind Scout. See if he can pick up an evasive threat, maybe.
So was that a feat?
It was a feat of resistance.
Or does he need to take up
It's so
arms?
brutal because he's got all the tricks. Like, this is some of the best stuff you can get.
Yeah.
Feat of resistance is one of the best. It's the best trick in the whole entire set.
Yeah, especially he's already got a Bondkin, so it may
Yeah.
even be free first strike.
Yeah.
Put that counter down.
Totally.
So yeah.
But again, he wants that solid base of creatures to put these things on, preferably with prowess triggers accompanying them.
Right.
And he doesn't have it. He really doesn't.
He hasn't even held a Jeskai Wind Scout in all of cons.
No.
Only prowess creatures got the 4/2. Treasure Cruise.
That's going to be a tough one for Luis.
A
to
Luis
pass.
Scott-Vargas special.
Yeah.
Isn't he supposed to take Alabaster Kieran,
Yes,
though?
I think he is. Now, the argument for Treasure Cruise, though, is pretty strong. You know, we talked about him having 2 Ride into Beings and a Soul Summons, and also relatively fragile creatures. Like, this is a way for him to reload.
And he's just draw the other creatures. He's like, I could have Alabaster Kieran, or I could have the, 3 cards. One of them will be a creature.
Also, he's LSV.
Right, Treasure Cruise clearly...
He plays it literally in all formats.
Treasure Cruise in all formats.
I mean, not anymore. Up until this weekend. Disdainful Stroke, sure. Wow. Why not? Probably won't main deck it, but yeah, nice to have. Oh no, don't do that, Luis.
Goblin Slide?
He pulled it to the front.
Oh my God.
I think he was joking around with us.
Funny.
He does have a somewhat irrational love for Goblin Slide, but this is a pro tour. This is not a, a fun draft. Take up arms. Okay.
That'll make some creatures.
Yeah. It also fills that same role. Again, he's just comboing off with the Treasure Cruise.
Yeah. Yeah, his Treasure Cruise in his deck is quite good.
Yeah, he's going to be able to cast it for cheap.
Yeah.
And some, and that is one way that these decks can get ahead, right? Is you have a whole bunch of mediocre, or mid-level, let's just say, spells, and then you have more of them than your opponent, and I can do it pretty easily.
Jeskai Student? It's got prowess.
There's that Rush of Battle still.
It is. He's not a rush deck.
Nah, he's only got 2 ways to make tokens right now, and he's certainly not a warrior-themed deck. So.
Yeah, Jeskai Student certainly upgraded the Sandbar, which may have been in the deck.
Yeah.
No Wind Scout, but solid. And the Harrier did come back. So did the Water Whirl, but he needs the Harrier, I think.
Yeah, I think with all the crippling chills and stuff, he's fine.
Yeah.
Just taking another creature. Gosh, you wish that had 2 power, just somehow, some way. Just give the guy 2 power.
Throw an erase in your sideboard. So I like what he's done here. I don't know how he was going to get a better deck out of the seat.
No.
I feel like the quality of the cards that have passed through his hands is below average. He never saw anything I would call a bomb at any point.
0.
Good solid uncommons are the best things he ever held, right? Suspension Field, Valor Stance. Good solid, maybe great, good uncommons is the best that he's held. Given that, I like what he's done.
I do too.
I don't know how he could have done much better than this.
I've actually had a chance to play blue-white in this format 2 times already, which is weird. I had never played it in the whole format leading up in cons.
Yeah, you were wondering if friendly color decks was going to be a thing.
Yeah, and I've played it twice, and I found it good both times.
Yeah.
I was like, this is solid. This has all the tools it needs. You kind of go over a checklist of, does my deck have the ability to take care of these type of threats, does it answer these things, and can it kill my opponent at some point? And I found that blue-white actually does have those options. So I think I like where Luis is at. Again, especially given the fact that he had no real bomb quality cards go through his hands.
Yeah, I give him an A for the way he drafted it, but he wound up with a deck which is like a BB minus.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100% on both of those. All right, for Randy Buehler, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, signing off from the Tournament Center.
All right, welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagan here with you, and I'm being joined by Marshall and Randy. Welcome along, guys. I can tell you that the players are busy building their decks. The feature tables were a little bit ahead of the main event, so there's still a few minutes in deck construction. That gives us time to chat. And Marshall, I want to kick off. Randy told us about Tom Ross. Last weekend, you had one of the best seats in the house. I was insanely jealous.
Were you jealous?
I
knew you'd be jealous.
I really was, because you were at one of Team GPs are always marvelous, but you were at one of the great Team GPs of all time, and in particular, a storyline that sport just doesn't deliver storylines like Paul Cheon. Tell us about Paul.
Right. So basically, the deal is Paul Cheon, former U.S. national champion, former Team World champion. He's trying to get back on the Pro Tour. He was out of the country for a few years for work. He's back and he's trying to get on. Now, he has actually gotten back on the Pro Tour one time already. He just wasn't able to stick yet. And you know how that can be.
Yeah, he played Pro Tour cons in Hawaii, but only got the minimum 3 pro points.
Right. And so, now he's back on the grind again trying to get in. But he's got some select company for friends, Luis Scott-Vargas, Eric Froelich, chief among them, at least as of last weekend. And they So what he did is he went to GP Denver. He made the top 8 in Denver. That qualified him for Brussels.
Okay.
So he's going to get to play the next Pro Tour.
The next one, but not DC, which is where we're at here.
Right.
And so what he said in Denver was, if I top 8, I'm going to go play in Omaha. Then he didn't. So
the point being, if he can only get to 15 pro points,
yes.
If he can get, 20 pro points, if he can get to silver status, you get one invite to use wherever you want,
and wherever he wants is Washington D.C.
Right. So what that set up was when they walked in the building to play the Grand Prix with 1,965 other players, he
6
needed
days ago
to finish first. Not second, not top 8, not top 4. They needed to finish literally first. So I hear this and I start saying it, on day one. I'm talking about it in the booth on day one about it. Yeah, they could just win the tournament. Flash forward a day and a half, and those 3 find themselves playing against Paul Rietzel, Matt Sperling, and Dave Williams in the finals. Luis wins his match. Ifro loses his match. And we've got Paul Cheon playing to win the GP, secure his invite, get him silver, and he's gonna and they win. They actually get there, and now Cheon's here. That was 5 days ago.
Awesome. So
and they made it. So what we have now is a situation where Cheon gets to play here and the next Pro Tour. And with 2 shots at picking up a bunch of pro points in between, he has a realistic chance now to run it up to gold, which is the train, which is qualified.
And also a top 25 gets you back 11 and 5.
11
brings
and 5.
you back 33 points. So as a rough guide, we should tell you that once you have your 4th loss in the 16 rounds, that puts you right in the mix for being out of contention. Somebody at 12-4 often sneaks in 7th or 8th or misses out in 9th. Anyone above 4 losses, gone. If you have fewer than 4 losses, we're going to see you on Sunday pretty much. That's your baseline guide. So as the losses stack up, wins, they just kind of keep on coming as a function of the tournament carrying on. But the loss column, as that builds towards 4, that's the danger area. So listen, why don't we take a look at our 2 feature pods here on day 1 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged here at Washington, D.C. And I want to start you off with this table, which is just so completely stacked. Randy, just tell us, a lot of people will probably not know, who is this Canadian lurking at the bottom there, Mr. Gary Wise?
Gary Wise is a Hall of Famer. There are 2 Hall of Famers at this table, and Josh Utter-Leyton most expect to make the Hall as soon as he's eligible. He's not yet eligible. So Gary is essentially the first real limited master on the Pro Tour. Like, he made his reputation with draft pick articles. He's the first guy to ever write the pick order article. Somebody had to be the first guy, right? So, wise words, limited resources kind of a guy way back in the day. Gary is about to have a 2nd child and was kind of looking for a vacation to sort of get away just for a couple days before he has a 2nd child and sort of life gets all intense for him again.
Yep.
Hasn't actually come to the Pro Tour since he was inducted to the Hall of Fame in 2006.
In Paris, right.
So he's only played once in the last 10 years, but you know what? It's still the same crowd, right? He comes in the door and there's old friends, and he was just like the perfect vacation for him. Now, I don't think he expects to be making a run at top 8 or anything. I mean, he's continued to play Magic. The game's awesome, right? So hasn't been back in a while, but yeah, he's a Hall of Famer that, everybody who remembers him was kind of happy to see him show up and randomly sits down. Welcome to the Pro Tour, right? Here's your table. Here's Raptor and LSV and Sam Pardee and gang's all here.
Right, absolutely. Now, also in that pod, if we take another look at it, you've got Eduardo dos Santos Vieira. That's Lixo from Magic Online, one of the great Brazilian players, winner of Grand Prix Santiago in 2014. Also from South America, and the Chile link there as well. Former Rookie of the Year, Felipe Tapia Becerra. But Marshall, I want to ask you a tricky question for newer players. In there are 6 essentially very well-known players, the bottom 6. Now, Koei Ito, and thanks very much to my friend Devin on Twitter, who's been correcting my Japanese pronunciation. It is apparently Ito, and I'll try and learn a few more as we go. He's playing in his 5th Pro Tour. He's round about 50% win. Jeff Moore is a PTQ winner who has played no PTs, has played 1 Grand Prix lifetime.
Wow.
It was Omaha. He went 0-3 drop. So my question for you is, if you are put yourself in Jeff Moore's seat.
Can I not?
No, right? So no, you have to.
That sounds scary.
Right? So what I want you to do, I want you to tell me, are you going to draft differently than you do at your local store and on Magic Online when you see the people you are with and you know that you have to do something absurd to 3-0 this pod?
No way. No. So I think that people like to try to think in that way. They think, oh, I'll just take this really high variance strategy. I'll just run it, and if I run hot, I'll 3-0 my pod. But I think that the better way to think about it is from a long-term perspective. Mm-hmm. And you have to give yourself the best chance to win at every single stage over the course of the long term. And I get it. He's qualified for the PT. He's trying to put together a run so that he can stay here. But I think that the players that actually end up staying on the Pro Tour have the perspective of thinking, on average, what's going to give me the best result here, and not do something crazy. I think that a lot of times you'll see people, when they put in a pressure situation like that, try to do something crazy, and I actually feel like they do it to maybe give themselves an excuse, right? To say, well, I took my shot, but I didn't make it because I did something insane. And it's like, you know what? I think you should draft the best deck that you possibly can and then play the best you possibly can and let the chips fall.
All right. So that is Feature Pod 1. Let's show you our other Feature Pod through the morning. Again, very much stacked with big names. Let's show you our second Feature Pod. This includes Michael Henson, who's playing in his first ever PT. You've got Ken Yukihiro of Japan, one of the best Japanese players. Also from that region of the world, South Korea's Jong Woo Cho. I'd be interested to see how he gets on. He's played a handful of PTs. No doubt the two biggest names there, though, are number 17 ranked Patrick Chapin, brackets Hall of Fame, and also, Randy, another Hall of Famer, Mr. Gabriel Nassif.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Nassif, a lot of people, I mean, there's no question who the two best players in the history of Magic are, right? It's John and Kai. But I think if you ask everybody in this room who's number 3, Nassif gets the most votes.
You think so?
I think he's number 3. I think it's Nassif. I think that for a 10-year stretch, the consistent results that he put up, top 8 after top 8, it's like, okay, maybe Kenji Samura is the best player in the world. There's a lot of people who maybe were the best player in the world. I think it might have just been Nassif for like an 8-year run. Absolutely one of the best players who ever played the game.
I mean, the player of the year in 2004.
Right.
And, in the yellow hat. We haven't seen the yellow hat for a while.
We have not seen the yellow hat.
I think he's moved on.
Fair. We also have Nicolas de Nicola from Argentina, a couple of PTQ winners, Ryan Flynn and Joseph Therio are in that pod. Baton Rouge for Therio and Madison, the PTQ winner. I always watch out for the Madison PTQ winner because it's got a great history.
It does.
I always kind of feel, even if I've never heard of this first timer, if you've won the Madison PTQ, you have actually beaten a bunch of perfectly reasonable players to be here. So good luck to Ryan Flynn. So those are our feature pods, but we are still a few minutes away from first round action. So what we want to talk about is talk a little bit about the teams that are here. And you're thinking, well, hang on, wasn't the World Magic Cup teams? Yes, it was. Those were national teams. But here, you can test with anyone, well, not necessarily you like, but certainly anyone you can get a foot through the door with. And that means that every Pro Tour, there are big name signings going between the teams. People are going, yeah, I think I've got a good fit, but I think we need an extra limited master. Or, listen, it's modern. Who's the modern expert? Maybe we can get Josh McClain in our team. Let's get Wilson in our team. So I'm going to take you through a bunch of, around about half a dozen of the biggest and best teams that are here. And we are going to begin with the Channel Fireball Pantheon. And Randy, I think it's fair to say that we know everyone on that list.
Yeah, I mean, this is the playtest team that's been putting up the best results for years. A little bit of a shake-up to the roster, though. Tom Ross is a huge new addition to this team. I actually think that he could be very impactful to the way this storyline plays out on this Pro Tour. The name you don't see here is also noteworthy, is Sam Black. I mean, Sam Black has done a lot of the work for playtesting and sort of building the constructed decks for this team. But yeah, I mean, the roster of Hall of Famers here is just absurd. Kai, John, Zvi, Huey,
Patrick,
the top player, Pat, the Owen and Reed sitting in the top 5 of the rankings right now. Just an incredible collection of talent. They always show up with a good deck. Modern has not been their best format in the past, but I don't know. Like I said, I'm very curious to see what they come up with.
Yeah, big changes on this team, though, for sure.
Right. Randy, one final thing while we're with the Pantheon. Andrew Cuneo is one of those players who basically, if they only printed 1-drops in red, would be looking for the blue-white control deck. In Modern, is there, do you think, are we going to see what I might call a hardcore control deck this afternoon?
I hope so.
I feel like we might.
No, I actually,
You guys are both just like, maybe? Could there be?
I mean, if there is, it's going to come from this team. I mean, not only, I mean, Cuneo's been building control decks since, you know, the mid 90s. Like, the man knows how to build a good control deck. Pat Chapin's also played a lot of control decks over the years. I mean, you can build a cool control deck in this field. Like, a lot of the control decks look more like the Sean McLaren special, sort of Jeskai flavored, you know, blue, white, red with, you know, Path and Lightning Bolt and Snapcasters and whatnot. Maybe you go into black, you get some discard, you get, I mean, even Cruel Ultimatum is playable in the format. It would be fun if those guys had cooked that up.
Wouldn't it?
I don't know if they have, but
all right,
we can root for it.
So Marshall, we're going to keep the same 3 letters, CFB, Channel Fireball. We're going to lose the Pantheon, and we're just going to go to, well, it's actually honest to God CFB.
Yeah.
Except again, changes all around. Tell us about this group here.
So huge changes for this team. With the Pantheon, we saw quite a few players not on the list that we would expect to see, you know, Martel, Sam Black, those guys. With this list, we've added a lot. You can see there's a ton of players on this team total. That's because team face-to-face games merged with team channel
Yeah,
Fireball.
we're going to get to face-to-face in just a moment, and you'll see the sort of addendum to this squad.
Yeah, so this is the sort of the original team channel Fireball. It's also stacked up with great players, although they're sort of the second generation wave of players, maybe even the third at this point, compared to the Pantheon. You know, the Pantheon have all the old school guys, and there's not quite as many here. I mean, looking at even, you know, sort of the heads of the table there, like the Luis Scott-Vargases of that team, I mean, his debut was what, 2007? 2006?
Right, 2006, around about mid-2000s,
right,
rather than mid-1990s.
Right, where, you know, a lot of the guys on Pantheon, they were done by then. I mean, they were, you know, hoping to be voted into the Hall of Fame and moved on, you know. So we see that, and then, of course, they've added a whole bunch of players in the form of face-to-face games as well.
All right, so why don't we look at the Canadian alliance that is coming into the Team Channel Fireball preparation. Here's face-to-face games. Now, these are familiar faces to many of you. You see 2 of the top 25 ranked players there. Alexander Hayne, of course, a Pro Tour champion with Miracles, and Jacob Wilson, the runner-up, the finalist at this equivalent event last year in Valencia behind Sean McLaren. Now, 2 of those 5, Randy, I want to touch on particularly, not because of who they are, but what they represent. Sam Pardee and Jacob Wilson are 2 noted modern players who 6 weeks ago, a lot of people would have had very high in their fantasy Pro Tour. And by the way, I should just say, if you are at home and want to take part in this, hashtag FantasyPT. Just give us 3 names, the 3 likeliest winners. Who are your horses in this 400-player field? Give us 3 names, hashtag FantasyPT. Who do you think will be back on Sunday? Give us 3 names. But then we had the bannings.
Right.
Bye-bye Treasure Cruise, bye-bye Dig Through Time.
And for these guys,
bye-bye Birthing Pod.
Yes.
So
there was a moment of silence for those players, by the way. I saw it on Twitter. They're just like, can we just take a minute?
well, all true, but you know what? They knew it was coming. I think those guys feel like they felt lucky to get to play with it as long as they did. They feel like they've dodged this bullet for years.
Sure.
Treasure, you know, Birthing Pod could have been banned before the last Modern Pro Tour.
It was on the chopping block every time.
It's been on the watch list, I think. Not that there's an official watch list, but it's been on the whatever equivalent of the watch list you like for 18 months at least, maybe two years plus. So I think those guys feel like it was a good run. You know, moment of silence. It was a good run. It was fun while it lasted. But yeah, now they have to branch out. They have to play something else.
So here's the big question for you. Are pod players, as a group, people who learned to play a deck well that happened to be in a format called Modern, and they played it for as long as they could play it, and now they're stuffed? Or B, are they great Modern players who happen to have played a deck called Pod, which allowed them to be great Modern players? Because we're going to find out this weekend.
I think it's more of them are going to fall into the latter category. Because one of the reasons you're good at Pod is that you understand all of the decks, right? Pod is a deck of silver bullets. So, oh, you're playing that deck, therefore I need to play my deck to get this card, that card, that card. Here's how I interact with you. So it requires being good at pod requires a ton of environmental knowledge, situational knowledge. You need to understand what every other deck is up to so that you can figure out how to attack them and how to just, cut them off at the knees. I mean, some of those pod players may have trouble translating, but I think that in general, the kind of guy who's good at pod is good at pod because he understands everything the opponent is trying to do to him. So that knowledge translates. That knowledge is super useful no matter what deck you've got in your hands.
So fundamentally, they weren't good at pod, they were good at modern.
I think that's true for most of them.
Sure, of course. I mean, we've got a sample size. All right, so next we go around to the Asia Pacific region, and one of the standout teams of the last 2-3 years, they've got themselves organized, and boy, have they had some success. This is Team MTG Mint Card. Let's take a look at this squad. It's relatively depleted. You've got Coverage's own Chapman Singh of Singapore. You've got the Hong Kong players, Yang Wing Chun, and of course, the number 6th ranked player in the world, Lee Chi-chan from Hong Kong. The South Koreans are here in force, Park Jong-sung, Oh Jun-hyun, and of course, Nam Song-wook, who has really come on to the global scene. And then a pair of players from Chinese Taipei, no Su Ching Kuo on Team MTG Mint this time around, but there's Huang Haoshan, who we have seen very much at the top tables, not so much at PTs, but very much at the Grand Prix level. And finally, Yang Hao Wei. So now I'm going to take you to Team Revolution. And there is a lot riding on this team. Let's take a look at Team Revolution. And Randy, a couple of people in particular to talk about, Jeremy Desani and Patrick Dittman. First, Desani.
I mean, Desani had a great run last year, but I think people are waiting to find out, how real is he? Is he like the next superstar who's going to take over Magic and hang out at the top of the Player of the Year standings for years? Or was it like he had his one awesome year, now what?
And that's the difficulty. Of the top 25 ranked players right now, nobody has fewer pro points in this season than Jeremy Desani. Now, to me, he's running out of time. This is a huge event for him. Sure. He is surrounded by those people who found the deck that won him Pro Tour Theros, right? He's got those guys around, with the exception of Antoine Ruel, who was sort of in the background of that little enclave that pulled the blue deck together. But he is sitting essentially next to Patrick Dittman, who is one of the true modern masters.
Yes.
He hasn't had to lose his deck. He wasn't a pod player. He was a twin player. Tarmo twin, Splinter twin, this color twin, fundamental twins. It's kind of ironic. He started
all of them. I mean, it's we talk about all the different variations of Splinter twin, but Patrick was the first guy to play each of them. Really impressive.
And Marshall, as someone who goes to all the North American Grand Prix, you've been going to even more than Valentin Mackel of Austria.
Who's at almost all of them.
Yeah, and do you know what he does at almost all of them? He finishes 4th.
Yes.
He has played in 5 Grand Prix top 8s, he has never lost a quarterfinal, and he has never won a semi. Right? It's just astonishing.
He's great, though.
He's super good.
I mean, he makes the long trip over, and when I see him at the tournament, you got to figure with the flight and all the travel that he's got to go to get to the GP, where a lot of the people are just driving there or taking a short flight, he still finishes super strong every single time.
Yeah, he's very, very impressive. Looking forward to seeing how he does.
The American side of that team is kind of interesting too. I mean, no Melissa DeTora, she's actually taken an internship in Magic R&D now.
Right.
But you've got Brad Nelson, you've got Brian Braun-Duin, you've got sort of some of the really good standard players who didn't necessarily have a Pro Tour team have glommed on here. I'm interested to see how that mix works out. Are those guys able to translate those standard skills to modern or not?
Yeah, and both for Todd Anderson and Brian Braun-Duin, they have great records away from the Pro Tour, either at Grand Prix or SCG Open and Invitational level, but they don't yet have powerful Pro Tour resumes. Todd Anderson's sort of in the mid 40% for wins over a bunch of Pro Tours. So they're looking for things to shift. They're not looking for one big performance. It's like, where do I go next to make that next leap? So very interesting times for Team Revolution. I think they're going to be a real bellwether for what happens in this event. Can they as a group push forward? 2 more, all 3 both with initials. I'm going to give you Team TBA or Team Work. they might be called. So let's take a look at this. And Marshall, what stands out to you there?
Well, so this is a lot of the North American players that have kind of grouped up, and you'll see a lot of these names that you're used to seeing on either the Pantheon or Team Channel Fireball. Some of the headliners, Paul Rietzel, Ben Stark, you see Matt Sperling down there as Sam Black, right? And so these are players, again, that you would normally see. And then if you look in the lower left,
oh yeah,
you see a big name down there, Robert Marr, aka Bob, as in the great one, as in Bob Marr, the Hall of Famer.
As in Dark Confidant.
As in Dark Confidant. And, I'm really, really curious. My big question mark is he taking sort of the Gary Wise trip here where he's like, oh, I'll come hang out, maybe we'll battle, do some good or whatever? Or is he kind of trying to be, along the Kai and John angle where it's like, no, I want to be on a real team, putting up real results, kind of heading things up?
I think it's the latter. He is actually one of the organizational force behind this team. He was the guy who was saying, some of his friends doesn't necessarily have time to come to the Pro Tour 2 weeks early and, rent an apartment and just, get together with the team. So teamwork refers to the fact a lot of these guys have day jobs. They aren't able to travel weeks ahead of time and have that sort of intense in-person session before the Pro Tour, so they kind of agreed, all right, look, we'll do things a little bit differently. We'll play on Magic Online, we'll communicate on Facebook, and they sort of have this team which is sort of a little bit more internet-fueled, a little bit less in-person fueled, and so those are the kinds of players that have sort of all come together, and yeah, I think it's Bob's team in a lot of ways.
I've talked to a couple of them, they feel prepared. The remote testing worked. They said that they feel like they got through what they needed to get through, and they feel ready to go. It was a bit of an experiment, but so far, at least coming in, they feel like it's worked.
I'm very interested in seeing what Andy Beckstrom does on that team. Not a name that everyone will know. Won a TCG Player 50K invitational style event, was on the US national team at the World Magic Cup in Nice. But one of the reasons I'm so interested in him is that he put a ton of work into Jeskai Ascendancy, both in Standard and in Modern. And obviously there are some issues with bans and things and whether that's going to be a real deck or not. But I want to see his deck list, because if anyone is going to still be doing some things with Jeskai Ascendancy, I think Andy Beckstrom may be that guy. And I actually think he's very, very good and under the radar, despite being in the public eye with the Nice Great Show top four for Team US. So one more to show you from TBA, we go, if I can get the words out, to TCG. Let's take a look at Team TCG player. I won't necessarily say we've saved the best for last, but what is certainly true is we have saved a Pro Tour champion for last and a King of the Hill for last, because Randy, in that field, is number 9, Ari Lax.
Oh yeah, Ari won the last Pro Tour. He won it with an Obzon mid-range deck. Obzon mid-range pretty good in this field too. I don't know if that's the direction Ari's going to go, but the team that's around him is very good. You see Chris Fennell really, I think, helped put this team over the top when they sort of signed on a limited expert. Ari gives Chris huge props for influencing his draft strategy that he used specifically at that Pro Tour and has been using at Grand Prix ever since. So this team is definitely one of the players. I could absolutely see them running it back-to-back.
Yeah, and they're also one of the most scientifically put together crews. Ari has been very much at the forefront of going, not just in terms of I need a limited guy, but to hear them talk about, in 2011, when we started thinking about this, we were like, well, we really don't want people who are on their last PT unless they get 11 and 5. We want people who are here for a year, so that we all get 4 shots at this, so that we're all committed to each other for 3-4 PTs at a time. And these are the same faces that you see over and over again. Logan Mize is an interesting one as well, a noted Magic Online player from a few years ago. He used to be everywhere on Magic Online, a little more of a backseat now. But
also best name ever, by the way.
You like Logan, do you?
Yeah, Logan.
Yeah, obviously that seems perfectly fair. I can tell you that we have some feature matches and they are ready. So why don't we get down for Even Flock against Craig Westco, Joel Larson against Martin User, Shota Yasuoka against King of the Hill Ari Lax. But first, here's Brian David Marshall to tell you all about Louis Scott-Vargas against Sam Pardee. Ooh.
Hi, everybody. I don't think we really need to tell you too much about Louis Scott-Vargas. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm here with Ian Duke. We're ready to go down to the floor and watch Hall of Famer Louis Scott-Vargas play against playtesting partner Sam Pardee here in round 1 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged. Let's send it down to the floor. and welcome to round one of Pro Tour Fate Reforged here in Washington, D.C. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Ian Duke. Welcome to the coverage team, Ian. And we are going to watch Luis Scott-Vargas, the Pro Tour Hall of Famer. There you get a look at him, the head of Channel Fireball, the guy who really led the vanguard of this big team movement that we've seen. And speaking of big teams, his team teamed up with Team Face-to-Face Games, and Sam Pardee was one of those players who he teamed up with, and he's going to be playing Sam. There you get a look at him, something of a modern master. And these guys are ready to go. What does the matchup look like here, Ian?
It should be a really exciting match. As we saw Luis draft earlier, he ended up with a blue-white sort of Jeskai deck. He's splashing red for Jeskai Ascendancy, and he's got a lot of prowess, a lot of manifest, and he's definitely a tempo-style deck. Sam Pardee, on the other hand, he's a black-green deck, but also splashing white and blue, so sort of a four-color control with a couple bomb rares in there.
Enoch Bonkin is the first play from Luis Scott-Vargas. He was looking like he might be just straight blue-white early on in the draft, but he is playing red, and there's his mountain. And he is going to be casting right into being. He gets to look at the top two cards of his library. He gets to put one of them into play as a manifest. It looks like that was a Salt Road Patrol there, and then he gets to push another one or keep it on top of his library.
So this is a great start for Luis here. He's definitely the aggressive deck in this matchup. Pardee's deck being black-green base, he's got lots of high-toughness creatures. So Luis is going to want to start off fast and strong and kind of put Pardee on the back foot.
Well, there you get a look at some of the cards that Luis Scott-Vargas has to work with. He taps out for a Lotus Path Djinn on turn 3. Sam Pardee's done nothing so far other than develop his mana base. There's a Disowned Ancestor. Let's take a look at what he's got to work with here. You see a Bellowing Saddle Brood, a Rotting Mastodon, and lots of toughness there. Lots and lots of toughness.
So note where the Pardee has a kill shot in his hand here, which he might use this turn to pick off one of Luis's attackers, regain a little bit of tempo there. And sure enough, he does. Lotus Path Djinn.
Sure, he's going to 13. My guy's going to die. Sounds good.
There you hear Luis. So we go, okay.
So of note here, Luis has a Crippling Chill in his hand, which he's just going to use to keep the pressure up if Pardee taps out for a high toughness creature that he can't otherwise get through.
Right, and plays an Abzan Sky Captain there.
So Pardee with somewhat of a clunky hand here. He's just going to want to buy time to deploy all the power and toughness, I guess, that he's got in his hand right now.
Well, Luis has just curved beautifully here.
Absolutely, and pretty soon that Jeskai Ascendancy is going to come down, which is just going to keep supplying him with gas, keep Pardee on the back foot, let Luis make very profitable attacks here.
You know what? He just drew an island, so he can actually go Jeskai Ascendancy into Crippling Chill.
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to use that Crippling Chill this turn. I think he probably will, just because he's got a lot of ground creatures that can't get through the archers there.
Oh, there's the Jeskai Ascendancy. He attacks with everybody. Before blockers, he does Crippling Chill. Gets to untap his team and give them +1/+1. He just loots away a card and draws a card for the Crippling Chill.
Just a great turn for Luis here. Note that he's already got plenty of land in play. He's got all his colors. So in many ways, looting each turn is going to be almost like drawing a card. You know, he can just discard those excess lands and keep the pressure up.
There's an Abomination of Gadol for Sam Pardee. Just pays full price.
So that is a little bit of a roadblock for Luis here, but his deck is so spell heavy that chances are he's going to find something to go with the Jeskai Ascendancy here. But sure enough, he does put the brakes on, actually, just adds a Whirlwind Adept there.
Yeah, that was a signature card for Luis at the Grand Prix. He's coming off a Grand Prix win last weekend. You know, we have and Whirlwind Adept was a big part of that. So more mana for Sam Pardee. Taps 5 and makes a big dumb elephant, the Rotting Mastodon.
A 2/8. So he's putting up quite the roadblocks here, making it a challenge for Luis to get through. Luis looking for some spells to combo with the Jeskai Ascendancy. Note that the Whirlwind Adept has prowess on its own plus the Jeskai Ascendancy, so it's going to get +2/+2 for each spell that Luis plays.
So outlasts the Enoch Bonkin And he's going to add a Jeskai Elder to his board. So, I mean, Sam's at 7. So, you know, if Luis can find 1 or 2 spells, he can just get it done just with an alpha attack.
Absolutely. However, in the meantime, Party actually has a Death Frenzy lurking somewhere in his deck. So if he can reach that before Luis is ready to attack, he can sweep away a lot of Luis's small creatures.
And Sam starts digging with the Abomination of Godal. He attacks and is able to loot away a card.
And adds a Bellowing Saddle Brute, I believe that is.
Yeah. So he gets double value out of the attack. He gets to loot, and he also gets to trigger Raid and not have to fall to 3 to play that Bellowing Saddle Brute. But Luis is looking. He's like, well, I've got more guys than you do. I've got 2 more attackers than you have blockers. What is he drawn here?
A couple of useful things lurking still in Luis's deck. He's got a second Crippling Chill, a Suspension Field, and a Feat of Resistance, all of which would sort of help him break through this board stall.
Well, he does have he's drawn a Right into Being this turn.
So that actually can help him dig quite a bit. He looks at the top 2 cards. Can put 1 on the bottom if you want, then he gets to loot with the Jeskai Ascendancy as well.
Well, he loots with the Ascendancy first, right? He loots with the Ascendancy as soon as he casts it, but he's got an extra land in hand, and then he gets to set up maybe his next draw step.
And that really shows the power of these manifest spells that make creatures in these Jeskai Prowess decks, where it can allow you to get more creatures in your deck while still keeping your spell count really high to trigger Prowess.
Right, he'll get +2/+2 on both the Elder and the Adept.
So I think right now he's thinking, do I want to use this Right into Being to dig and look for, some removal spells or some answers, or do I want to save this for the turn when I'm going to make a big attack? And maybe that turn is even this turn. So he's doing some mental math here, counting up Prowess triggers. And it looks like he's going to go for the Right into Being this turn, potentially even drawing into another spell, which would just be huge. But nope, he decides to...
Well, no, he chose to outlast his Einok Bondkin first. Now, Right into Being is going to trigger the Jeskai Ascendancy, untap. He gets a little bonus on the Bondkin. Draws a card. He's going to discard Island here.
So there you have the choice between spending some mana to outlast and then untap his creature afterwards versus getting a look with the Right into Being first at what he might draw into, or rather what he might loot into with the Jeskai Ascendancy and potentially holding mana up for that. But he decided to outlast.
So he drew a Jeskai Student, it looks like. Yeah, he is going to pitch the island. Looks at 2 cards. One of them gets put face down as a creature, leaves the other one on top. So that's almost certainly a spell and not a creature.
And this could be an indication that Luis is setting up for a big attack, possibly next turn.
How bad is this attack this turn?
It's not terrible. I mean, most of his creatures have 3 toughness now with the trigger from the Jeskai Ascendancy. And most of Party's creatures have 2 power, so he could just decide to make a big attack and force through some damage.
And he's got multiple creatures with 4 toughness in the Elder, the Adept, and the Bondkin.
And it's really tough for Party to make double blocks with 2 2-power creatures and one of Luis's 4 toughness creatures right now, since Party is so low on life.
Luis just like, I really want to attack. The inclination is send everyone in.
Yep. But Party with 3 mana open. I mean, he's seen some tricks like Kill Command already. Party might have another trick in hand.
Here we go. In comes the team.
I know it's against your policy.
a little lands in front.
I'll let you know when I'm done.
Grief from Sam Pardee.
So Party taking his time to match up blockers with the attackers here. Again, it's tough for him to double block here, which he would otherwise really want to do, but being so low on life.
Best case scenario here is Sam's killing 1 creature. He's going to kill the Adept. I mean, obviously, spells in hand will
I think it's a really good choice to trade with the Whirlwind Adept here. Just the hexproof makes it really difficult to answer outside of combat with removal spells. So taking the opportunity to trade with the Bellowing Saddle Brute, perhaps.
So the way it stands now, Sam is taking 3. He's going to drop to 4. and both players are going to go down a creature.
And of course, the other 3 pairs of attackers and blockers just going to bounce off of one another.
Trade, take 3.
Yep.
Trade, take 3.
And Luis is up a creature for next turn from the right into being he cast this turn.
And as we know, Luis kept his card on top. So we might be looking at the very least, another spell to trigger Jeskai Ascendancy, but ideally something like a Crippling Chill or a Suspension Field to actually remove a blocker in addition to triggering the Ascendancy.
Sam Pardee, it's like, wow, I really want to attack for find that Death Frenzy right now.
Yeah, the nice thing about Luis's attack there, lowering Sam on life, means that the Abomination of Gudul probably can't get in this turn, which would be an extra loot, an extra card for Party to see.
Unless he decides he can't win without Death Frenzy.
Right.
He does have Right of the Serpent, though. Right of the Serpent on the Einak Bondkin is going to take out one of the more powerful attackers on Luis's side and give a snake token
That's actually huge.
to Sam because there was a +1/+1 counter on the Einak Bondkin.
Yep, love that play there. Gives him an extra chump blocker, which he really needs to, just survive and buy time. Also taking out the Bondkin, which is really powerful with the Jeskai Ascendancy, as we saw. Luis can outlast and then untap and still have it as an attacker, or outlast a second time. So it looks like Luis Scott-Vargas did pick up the Suspension Field, one of the cards I mentioned earlier. This can help him remove a blocker and also trigger the Ascendancy in the same turn, so just huge for him.
Right, but bides his time on it. Plays a Jeskai student. And Sam goes on the attack.
You got a 14 and all loot.
An important loot here.
And it looks like we're going to see a Sultai Emissary, one of my favorite cards in the set.
Another great way to buy time.
Oh, and a Sorin!
And Sorin, wow. One of the reasons why Party is splashing a third and fourth color in his deck. And this is
Sorin,
just
Solemn Visitor.
a huge pickup for him here. The lifelink is just going to put him right back into the game, boosting his life total. He did +1 on his turn, but remember that Sorin's +1 ability actually lasts until your next turn. So it's still active on Luis's turn, which makes it really difficult for Luis to attack.
And he can also just minus it and keep up on the creature front.
That's right, and Luis has no air defense right now, so if he can stabilize the board and start making some tokens, he'll be in good shape.
Okay, here comes a Suspension Field.
Luis just realizing, I need to act soon. This Sorin is going to take over the game.
What's going on?
So loots away an island.
That's a good question.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if he has great attacks here. I mean, he does have 6 creatures to Sam's 4, potentially, depending on what he targets with the Suspension Field. Which could let him make, sort of a suicide attack into Sorin to take out the Sorin, but he'll probably lose a creature or two in the process.
Well, he could take out the Mastodon. It's not.
The trouble is, if Luis
takes out the archers.
intends on taking out Sorin, he's going to have to send all of his creatures at Sorin, which then lets Party make those beneficial double blocks to actually pick off Luis's creatures and gain life in the process.
But taking out the archers now lets him get in for 3 in the air and drop Sam to 1.
I don't have the spell to kill you, unfortunately.
So Luis just being upfront about the fact that he needed another spell for another Ascendancy trigger there to get in for the win.
This guy on.
So now he has to decide if he wants to attack Sam or drop the Sorin down to 2. And he does. He sends it at Sorin. He has an opportunity to drop Sam to 1 there, but we know that's not going to last if Sam has an opportunity to...
Yep.
So he had flipped up the Salt Road Patrol, and now he gets to outlast that.
So by attacking Sorin down to 2 there, he makes it a little bit more difficult for Party to attack with the Abomination of Gudul, which would leave him with no way to block a flying creature. And then Sorin then is threatened the next turn.
So getting a couple of results on the back table. It sounds like Joel Larson is up 1-0 over Martin Yuza. Here comes the Sultai Emissary after playing an Orc Sure Shot. So that's going to let him start to pick off Luis's creatures. Every time another creature comes into play, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. So, he can also just use Sorin, make a token, and pick something off. If the Sultai Emissary dies and manifests a creature into play, that's going to be a -1/-1 trigger. Or Orc Sure Shot, one of those uncommons that can really tussle with some of the rares
Absolutely.
in Fate Reforged.
Makes an already complicated board state even more complicated for Luis to navigate.
Okay. So Luis has a Crippling Chill.
And this is a huge pickup for Luis here. This is the second Crippling Chill. Taps down the Abomination of Gadul, which had been left back on defense to hold off the Abzan Sky Captain. This both clears the way for the Sky Captain and gives it a Jeskai Ascendancy trigger, boosting it to 3 power to take out the Sorin. So just a huge, huge pickup for Luis there.
But again, not the second, didn't draw the second spell he needed. Well, it doesn't finish Sam off because Sam now has clawed his way back up to 6 life.
That's right, taking advantage of the lifelink from Sorin. But now the Sorin is gone, so Luis can start to put the pressure on again. And, Sam's got to feel pretty threatened here with his life total low and no immediate ways to recover it.
Pecks in with the Sultai Emissary.
Luis unwilling to block there because of the Orc Sure Shot, producing another creature, which could then, potentially finish off something that blocked it. Or
is this going to be a Treasure Cruise for Luis Scott-Vargas?
All right.
Treasure Cruise, trigger Ascendancy. Yep.
Oh my gosh, trigger the Ascendancy.
Luis, a man known for his love of cruising.
Yeah, we're not going to see this combo in Modern.
That's right.
But it's still good enough for Limited. And there's the Icy Blast. And Luis Scott-Vargas takes game 1 from Sam Pardee despite a visit from Sorin. We'll be back with more Magic right after these brief messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Hunt bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Seville, Memphis, Vancouver, Miami, Liverpool, Cleveland, and Auckland. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for the complete schedule.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are doing a live look-in on Shouta Yasuoka, one of the most famous of the Japanese Magic players, a Pro Tour champion and a former Player of the Year, 371 lifetime pro points, playing against Ari Lax. Yeah, Ari Lax, our Pro Tour Kanzatarkia champion, and Ian Duke, the King of the Hill.
That's
he
right.
comes into the tournament as the King of the Hill. As long as he keeps winning, he'll stay in that seat. If Shouta Yasuoka wins this match, he'll stay in that seat. We see Abzan guides just bashing across the table here.
Just trading blows with lifelink, of course. Looks like we have Yasuoka on a little bit of the back foot here in terms of life total, but he is up a creature here. And of course with the lifelink from the Abzan guide, looking like he can stabilize. And Ari with a full grip here and lots of mana untapped, so Yasuoka really needs to think about, what did he leave up here? Is it a kill shot, some sort of combat trick?
So this is game 2, by the way. Ari Lax up a game. So halfway to maintaining his King of the Hill seat.
Yeah.
So in comes the Morph. The Abzan guide stays back.
Yasuoka probably fearing a kill shot or something like a Dragon Scale boon that could ambush his Abzan guide.
Oh, and there's a Bear's Companion. And a gain land. It looks like a Dismal Backwater, but he had the throttle. It wasn't a kill shot.
Yasuoka looking to have access to all 5 colors, I believe, here. So pretty interesting deck.
Yeah, five colors, a deck that a lot of people feel is no longer viable.
Oh, I go in more. Yes.
Although we have seen some players take advantage of dual lands and the 3-color gold cards going a little bit later in Fate Reforged draft compared to triple cons. So
Arilax goes up to 33 there with a bolster for 3 on his Obzon Guide and gaining 4 life in the process.
So Yasuoka really needs to find an answer to that Obzon Guide pretty quickly here. Ari's just getting farther and farther ahead on life. Yasuoka on the back foot here, but with a full grip and 6 lands untapped, it's likely that he has something here.
Gets in with a 7/7 and a long shot squad. Do you double block the long shot squad here if you don't have anything in hand and, you know, say, I'll try to find a Rite of the Serpent next turn?
Yeah, I think it's likely that Yasuoka has something here during combat, but he might double block to induce Ari into doing something or playing something before he has to make the opportunity. Yasuoka just pondering his blocks here. Potential combat tricks.
Or just maximizing some time in the spotlight. Definitely looks like he has a handful of not lands.
More first.
So he does put the 2 creatures in front. Ari says more first, but Awaken the Bear. He says, you know what? I want a 10/10 lifelinker this turn. Arilax takes the match against Shadow Yasuoka, retains the King of the Hill seat, coming off his Pro Tour victory. You know, he won his way through the top 8. He's won his first round here. Arilax stays the King of the Hill. There you get a look at the feature match area. Joel Larson up 1 game on Martin Yuza. Luis Scott-Vargas, of course, we just watched go up 1 game on Sam Pardee, and I'll try to get you an update on Ivan Flock versus Pro Tour champion Craig Wesco as well. All right, those guys are still in game 2. Craig Wesco, the Pro Tour champion, teammate of Arilax on Team TCG player, is up 1-0. So we're gonna come back. We see Luis and Sam shuffling up, and you know, looking at their decks, how do you feel like Sam matches up well? I mean, he mulliganed that game and was under a pretty aggressive start from Luis.
Yeah, I think it's really going to depend on how strong Luis's start is. One thing we see when looking at Luis's deck list is he's actually a little bit creature light.
I feel like all of his creatures were in play that game.
That's right.
All right, we're underway with a Swamp from Sam Pardee.
Yeah, so Luis really looking for some early pressure backed up by things like Crippling Chill here. But again, you know, he doesn't have that many early creatures in his deck, so he could potentially just get a clunky draw. So far, Luis on double island with no plays until at least turn 3 here.
Turn 2 Archer's Parapet for Sam, sitting on his Flooded Strand, waiting to see what he wants to do with that.
I do see a Plains in Luis's hand, though, so even though he has 3 islands in play, I think he's just sort of bluffing color screw here, when in reality he has the colors he needs, but just no early plays.
Right, so there you see a Flooded Strand and a Windswept Heath go to the graveyard for Sam Pardee, getting ready for the modern format.
That's right.
Here in Limited.
We've seen Jeskai Ascendancy plus Treasure Cruise, and now, you know...
double fetch land activation, and no Sorin Solemn Visitor. He's going to use those 2 fetch lands to fuel his Delve to cast a turn 4 Hooting Mandrills, but that is going to get Disdainful Stroked. So, you know, you talked about that kind of bluffing mana screw. maybe that hides the fact that he's sitting on a counter there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly what Luis was doing there.
And a Lotus Path Djinn comes down. And the bellowing Saddle Brute is bellowing in pain because there's no raid trigger for Sam, and he has to take 4 to put that into play.
Yeah, I'm sure Luis has mixed feelings about that. On the one hand, he loves to see Sam taking that early damage, 4 to the face from the bellowing Saddle Brute, but on the other hand, he's staring down a 4 or 5 creature, which he isn't ready to handle yet. But Lotus Path Djinn can fly right over both those blockers, knocking Party down to 13. Of course, those 2 fetch lands taking away some life as well. So what seemed to be a rocky early start from Luis is actually turning around a little bit, although we do see a peek.
I'll give you a look at Luis's hand, though.
We do see a peek of Sorin Solemn Visitor in Party's hand, and that lifelink, of course, can get him right back into the game. And
he uses Hunt the Weak on his Bellowing Saddle Brute to take down the flyer.
So it's
cannot hit the Waterworld Adept.
Right. It's interesting here. Party was probably thinking, do I want to try to maneuver to get the Sorin into play first, then use it to give lifelink to my creature and hunt the weak with the creature and just regain a lot of life? But he says, no, I just want to take the tempo here and take out that flyer while I still can and get in there for 5.
Another land for Luis Scott-Vargas. Draws the Winds card, Crag, plays it, gets in, attacks with the Adept. Here comes Sorin. You got it, says Luis.
And Luis in a little bit of trouble here with just the 1 Whirlwind Adept, no further pressure on the board. So,
I like Sam's combat. Luis is yep. Sam's maybe not.
Sam, of course, respecting the crippling chills, but also thinking about things like kill shot, or maybe even refocus to untap the Adept.
Yeah.
Declines to attack.
Sure. There's our Treasure Cruise. 6 mana. Dig 3 cards deep. Luis had nothing going on there. He was all lands. So, this is going to be a big jump start for him.
Yep. And despite the Adept being a 5/3 that turn, he still declines to attack because, of course, the Sorin +1 is still active there. Probably just trade for the Saddle Brute and give Sam 5 life back.
Again, I think there's 11 actual creatures in Luis's deck.
Well, that's if you count the manifests. Right? So 3 of those are spell creatures, sort of, right?
There's the Sultai Emissary. Here's a Morph. And Sorin jumps to 6.
And now with those additional blockers back, Party ready to get in there with the Saddle Brute. Regain some life. Starting to turn the tide here.
Yeah, 6 power Saddle Brute with lifelink. Pretty exciting. And not really a great attack for Luis. You get to upgrade your Sultai Emissary into something here and gain 2 points of life.
Although Luis did have that Treasure Cruise last turn, so hopefully he's stocked up on some gas here.
Oh, it looks like he hit a bunch of spells. He has a Valorous Stance. He has a Crippling Chill. He has a Right into Being.
So it starts off with the Crippling Chill, I believe, there.
Yeah, and he takes down the Sultai Emissary.
Right, he's saying, if I attack you this turn, Sam, I want you to block with a real creature, not just this Sultai Emissary that's going to manifest when it dies.
And casts Right into Being, pushes a land to the bottom. Looks like he manifested a real card into play. It's an Einok Bondkin. So
6/4, right?
Attacks with a 6/4 Adept, 2 prowess triggers. And he has Valorous Stance ready in his hand, but it's not really worth using on the Archer's Parapet. He can still just block anyway. He's probably going to save it for the Saddle Brute, which he does.
Right, and it goes up to 7/5, and so there's 4 points of power there thanks to the Sorin for Sam Pardee, but.
So that's interesting. Party actually opted to double block with his 0/5 Archer's Parapet.
Well, it was a 1/5.
Oh, that's right, 1/5. Yeah, so threatening to take out.
But the Valorous Stance gets the 3-for-1 there.
Yeah, well crafted by Luis. He sort of.
Oh, but there's Death Frenzy, and Death Frenzy is going to clear the board. and including his Sultai Emissary, which then upgrades into a manifest. And he just keeps ticking Sorin up.
Yep, huge turn there for Party.
There you take a look at Death Frenzy. That also gains him a bunch of life. 1 life for each creature that goes to the yard that turn.
And Luis just about out of gas, just adds the Jeskai Sage to the board here, but that's not going to be enough to really pressure Sorin. We'll see if Party decides to go for the ultimate here. I think he probably will. Yep.
Yeah, he did.
Gets that one-sided Abyss emblem.
So there you go. The beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices a creature. This is going to be a challenge for Luis, and he's not up to it. He says, yeah.
We hit a fatty.
Wow. Sorin Solemn Visitor just doing everything that game.
Yeah, definitely the key card in both games we've seen so far.
Despite getting 3 for 1 on the previous turn.
Yeah, I really like that attack by Luis, actually. Just baiting him into the double block and then taking advantage of it with the Valorous Stance, adding an additional prowess trigger.
Yeah, we actually don't have any Magic to live look in right now while these guys sideboard. Joel Larson has taken his match against Martin Yuza 2-0. Craig Wesco and Even Flock are heading to game 3. It sounds like they've evened things up. And we're heading to game 3 in our match as well. So if one of those matches starts, if the Craig Wesco Ivan Flock match starts, maybe we'll take a live look in while these guys finish tuning up their lists. How do you sideboard here? I mean, you look at what do you start thinking about? What cards? We saw question. Luis draft a Soul Summons on the draft coverage, but we see that he's not playing.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting to me. Normally, you'd think Soul Summons is just what a deck like Luis's needs. It's sort of a pseudo creature that's also triggering your prowess, but he declined to play it here, and I think that's actually fortunate for him in this matchup. I mean, Party has so many high toughness creatures that a 2/2 creature, if he doesn't manifest into another creature, is just going to lose value in the late game. And of course, we've seen Party has Death Frenzy as well to sweep that away. One thing we did see, Luis sideboard in Disdainful Stroke, which I just love in this kind of a matchup. It's a tempo positive card. He can spend 2 mana to answer something that cost 4 or more from Party, and so many of the cards in Party's deck cost 4 or more, with all these huge fatty creatures and bombs like Sorin and Death Frenzy.
Just think of the 2 haymakers that Sam landed that game were the Death Frenzy and the Sorin.
Absolutely.
And countering either of those is tremendous.
Yeah, and one thing we haven't seen show up yet is Party actually has a copy of Silumgar, the Drifting Death, in his deck, which Luis hasn't seen.
That sounds so ominous.
Yeah, and it is indeed. Threatening to sweep away small creatures. It's hexproof, so it's really difficult to answer. And BDM, it's also a great combo with the Death Frenzy. So you can attack with Silumgar, give -1/-1 to your opponent's creatures, and then actually kill all the 3 toughness creatures.
Also a great combo with Orc Sure Shot.
Absolutely.
You get to you make a manifest or a morph into a 1/1 after you attack, and then post combat pick some things off, or pre combat pick some things off.
And so many of Luis's creatures are low toughness creatures because they have prowess. On Sam's turn, they're going to be vulnerable to things like the Orc Sure Shot, Death Frenzy, and Silumgar.
Yeah, Jeskai Ascendancy really seems like it was the card that made the difference in game 1 for Luis.
Absolutely. That and in combination with Luis's fast start. So Luis will be on the play here again, which takes a little bit of the pressure off in terms of him needing a super fast start, but he's still going to be looking for those early creatures.
Now there you see, he looks at his opening 7 cards. I think I see an Ascendancy. Yeah, and we're underway. Both players keep 7. Plains leads things off for Luis Scott-Vargas.
Looks like a little bit of a mana light hand for Luis. I don't see an island in his hand, so it could be a little bit dangerous if he doesn't draw into his mana.
Disowned Ancestor for Sam Pardee.
And sure enough, Luis starting on 2 plains, no second turn play, and no follow-up land, I believe. Whereas Pardee starts off with a Whisper of the Wilds.
Yeah.
Accelerating his mana.
Going up to 4 mana on turn 3.
But Luis hits his island.
And there's right into being. So he's going to make a manifest creature, and then he's going to be able to sort of sift a little bit through the top of his library. He's like, well, I like this card. I'd like to draw it next turn. I don't want to draw either of these cards next turn. I'll put one on the bottom, put one into play.
Yeah, and it looks like he sees 2 non-land cards there, so I think he's likely to manifest one and put the other on the bottom. which he does. And Party able to take advantage of his 2-mana accelerant here, which is just huge in this format. Such a mana-intensive, mana-hungry format, and Party's deck especially, that's one of the best starts he can have.
Right, four color deck for Sam Party. Doesn't jump to 4 there. He plays Dismal Backwater and then just casts Assaulti Emissary and passes the turn.
And with the Disowned Ancestor and the Emissary there, preemptively ready to thwart Luis's attack.
Oh, look at the agony there. The Treasure Cruise is the creature face down in play.
Despite bottoming a card from the right into being, Luis fails to hit his 4th land drop, and on Sam's upkeep, he uses Crippling Chill just to cycle, basically, and draw a card. He needs to kind of regain momentum.
Yeah, he Crippling Chills the mana, but Sam is able to attack with the Disowned Ancestor and to trigger Raid and play a Bellowing Saddlebreed.
The classic 0-point attack, although it is a 4-point life swing in some sense.
And in comes the Brute.
So he's, kill shot from Luis. That's at least good.
Right. If he's not playing creatures, he's got a lot of spells in his deck.
But this is still bad news for Luis. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, he is the aggressive deck in this matchup. And the fact that he's stumbling early just gives Party time to develop his board and set up his defenses.
Outlast the Disowned Ancestor, play a Morph, 4th land for Luis, and the 3rd color of mana. You can see his hand. He's got lots to do here.
Yeah. So
what do you like out of this hand here? Do you
I like the Lotus Path Djinn.
Yeah.
Just having a little bit of extra toughness, getting an extra creature on board before he plays the Abzan Sky Captain increases the chances that even if it dies, he still gets to bolster onto something.
And we're just going to unmorph Abomination of Gadul for Sam Party.
Oh, that's just brutal. I think Luis was really hoping that Party wouldn't put together an aerial defense there. But in fact, Party puts together an aerial offense by flipping up the Abomination and getting to loot. So this is just bad
digging
news.
for his more powerful cards now.
Yep, absolutely. Party has more than enough land, so looting again gets closer and closer to drawing a card when you can just get rid of those excess lands.
Outlasts his Disowned Ancestor, and Luis Scott-Vargas attacks with the Lotus Path Djinn, and then what do we see here? Salt Road Patrol or Abzan Sky Captain?
I think he's going to go with the Sky Captain. I mean, I think Luis's only chance in this game is to put together an air attack. Party just has so much on the ground to block with. He's otherwise not going to get through. And the more Luis gets his air offense together, the harder it is for Party to justify attacking with the Abomination of Gadul.
Right. And the more terrifying that Jeskai Ascendancy that's sitting in his hand is going to become. So Sam keeps up his offense card selection engine.
So Party sitting pretty comfortably here. He likes the way the game is going. He just wants to kind of continue at this pace, playing powerful threats, getting with the Abomination and looting.
I think we're going to see an Orc Sure Shot here.
And if we do, this could be particularly threatening, because if Party can assemble playing 2 creatures in the same turn, he can pick off the Sky Captain if he wants, or any of Luis's generally small creatures that he has in his deck.
Yeah, he's holding a Archer's Parapet, but he's under no pressure to play it this turn. He can just he plays the Sure Shot, plays the Parapet, and doesn't bother killing anything.
So important to note, BDM, Luis Scott-Vargas does have his Icy Blast in his hand, which could be one of his routes to victory.
Wow.
So I think if we see Luis pulling out this game, it's going to involve Jeskai Ascendancy into multiple triggers into an Icy Blast. I think that's what he wants to set up here, but we'll see how much time Party gives him.
Oops. So we're going to see Jeskai Ascendancy here.
Yep, and I like this play. Getting in with some flyers.
And now he's holding Feet of Resistance. And so he can actually untap his team with Feet of Resistance, get a Prowess trigger, get +1/+1s all across the board from the Jeskai Ascendancy,
he can actually threaten to take out the Abomination of Gadul this turn. The question is, does he want to do that into Sam Party's open mana? And I think he needs to take the risk here.
Well, Sam is sending in the team. Here's the Feet of Resistance. Trigger Jeskai Ascendancy. Draw a card. Looks like he'll discard that Plains.
So this has got to be a terrifying moment for Luis here. On the one hand, he's threatening to set up
Salt Road Patrol.
Set up a great ambush here in combat.
That's the risk of lands in front, Luis. Sometimes you think they're your creatures.
So it looks to set up the ambush here, but he's got to fear. I mean, Party has cards in hand and lots of open mana, so he's just kind of crossing his fingers and hoping that this works out as well as it looks like it might.
Right. That's a 3/4 Lotus Path Djinn. That's a 4/4 Abzan Sky Captain. That's a 3/3 Morph there.
Yep.
Or, I'm sorry, Manifest, which we know is a Treasure Cruise. He's deciding whether or not he wants to put that at risk. Besides, he's happy just getting rid of the Sure Shot and the Abomination.
So this is a turn that could really decide the game here. If Party doesn't have anything...
Oh, wow, he chooses to block the Sultai Emissary.
Oh,
Wait, or chooses not to block the Sultai Emissary.
Block like that. Yeah.
He just decides to block like that.
Take 3.
So it's Luis takes 3. 2 huge creatures go down for Sam Pardee.
Yeah, that could turn out to be the key turn of this game.
And Sam plays his 7th mana and passes his 8th mana if you count his Whisper.
Yep.
And in comes 5 aerial damage from Luis Scott-Vargas. Drops Sam to 9, 9/9.
Yep.
Yeah,
Go.
gain a life.
And this
Play
is
a Whirlwind Adept.
This is just how Luis was hoping to sculpt the game. Remember, he still has that Icy Blast in his hand. Now he has the Whirlwind Adept to ensure that he gets the Ferocious Trigger on that, which will tap and freeze Sam Party's team.
But Rakshasa's Secret takes out Luis's hand and takes out the Icy Blast.
Oh my gosh.
He was going to be able to win the game with next turn.
Yeah, that's just, wow, backbreaking.
And Sorin Solemn Visitor lands for Sam Pardee.
Yeah,
Holy
a
cow.
turn sequence that started as a dream for Luis and is turned into a nightmare now. He loses his path to victory with the Icy Blast and now sees Sorin coming down, threatening to regain a whole bunch of life for Sam Pardee and put him out of range of Luis's aerial attack.
So, and he attacks with, he just chumps the Disowned Ancestor, and Sam gains back that 5 life he lost last turn.
Wow. So Luis really under the gun here, drawing off the top into an empty hand.
He can kill Sorin here.
Yep, he's certainly going to want to seize that opportunity.
Oh, and there's a Crippling Chill.
So Luis did draw a spell, which is great for him. He gets to trigger Prowess and the Ascendancy.
Chooses not to just draw and discard a card.
Saves his Whirlwind Adept in combat and takes out Sorin.
Locks down the Disowned Ancestor for a turn. And, kills the Parapet and the Sorin. Wow.
So this
Great
is
turn.
actually, this is anyone's game at this point. I mean, Party did regain a lot of life in that brief window with the Sorin, but he doesn't have much in the way of creatures right now, and his Disowned Ancestor is locked down, which will let Luis get in a big attack next turn. Of course, he lost his Abomination of Gudul into that ambush 2 turns ago, and so he has no real flying blockers here to stop the Sky Captain and the Lotus Path Djinns. So Luis, despite being behind on life, he has the more threatening board here, and we could see this just roll into a victory if Party doesn't draw anything relevant.
Wow. Hunt the Weak.
Hunt the Weak, a nice pick up there.
Now another counter on the Disowned Ancestor. Takes down one of the flyers. Lotus Path Djinn goes off the path.
So we'll see Luis certainly attack with the Sky Captain and the Whirlwind Adept here. His Party has only the Whisper of the Wilds and the Sultai Emissary with 1 power to block, so both can safely get in there. There's some consideration to not letting Party manifest, but I think he's just going to get in there anyway.
Yeah, but then he's looking, the risk of that is he's looking at 5, but he does have a spell in hand. Luis Scott-Vargas is drawn right into being, so he's going to be able to attack. He's trying to decide, do I want to attack and then play the right into being and untap my guys, or do I want to play right into being and power up my guys? So he can outlast that Einok Bondkin, play right into being, untap the Einok Bondkin, get in for 4 with the Bond King, 4 in the air with the Sky Captain, and 5.
Yeah, that sounds like a great line. There's a little bit of consideration to waiting until he has an extra card in hand to loot, but I think he's just going to seize the opportunity while that Disowned Ancestor is tapped down.
Yep,
and just try to act quickly before party's ostensibly more powerful deck can get back into the game.
And he does that. So he manifests 1, pushes the other card to the bottom. So it's something he gets a blind card, and now what's the attack he wants to line up here? Everybody.
Yep, sends them all in.
Does his best Gary Oldman impression and yells, "Everybody."
Yep. Sure. So you take 8.
Party blocking the Whirlwind Adept, just trying to absorb as much damage as he can.
Right.
But still takes 8, dropping him down to 8. So now that Disowned Ancestor untaps. Unlikely to see that outlast again. Oh, but actually he does get an attack here.
Yeah, he attacks with both. It was a Forest. There's a Typhoid Rats for Sam.
Yep, and that's lining up to block the Whirlwind Adept, I'm sure. So interesting that Sam attacked there. I guess he figures he doesn't have an answer to the Flyer. His main realistic hope of winning this game is just to try to race a little bit. And the fact that he drew the Typhoid Rats and knows he'll have a blocker for the Whirlwind Adept means he can get in there for a little bit of damage.
Luis sends in his first striker and his flying first striker.
Yep. Holding back the Whirlwind Adept. There's no sense in trading it into the Typhoid Rats.
Oh, and look at this. Take up arms. Unbelievable. 3 creatures for Luis Scott-Vargas. Jeskai Ascendancy trigger. Gets to untap the 2 first strikers. Gives them a bonus. Puts them in front of the Ancestor. Takes it down. And Luis Scott-Vargas wins the match. 2 games to 1. Totally on the power of Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yep, absolutely. That was the key card for him there.
Wow, there you go. You get a look at the... We'll get a look at the overhead shot, and Ivan Flock, Pro Tour champion from Pro Tour M15, playing against Craig Wesco, of course, the Pro Tour champion himself. And there we see a Water Whirl bouncing Craig's team. It sounds like we might be coming in the closing stages of this game.
And that manifest is a rage-formed manifest, so it does have double strike there. So cracks in for 6, it looks like.
Replays an Alpine Grizzly. And replays another creature. I'm not sure which one that was. Oh, it plays Hooting Mandrills. There you're going to look at the life totals. 7 for Ivan Flock, 15 for Craig Wesco. This is game 3.
Looks like Flock has an Outpost Siege on Cons mode, which lets him exile a card each turn, and then he can play it until the end of his turn. So he gets a Jeskai Elder off of that.
How do you like the Outpost Siege?
Oh, it's just a phenomenal card. I mean, you know, we've talked about some players shying away from red a little bit, but this is one of those rares that I could open in pack 1 and would just let me dive into red. Either of these modes just absolutely devastating. Having a personal Howling Mine on Cons or just a very difficult to deal with source of repeatable damage on dragons. These are both excellent.
So Rush of Battle's a play for Craig Wesco here, and he attacks with his 2 creatures, a 6/5 Trampling Mandrills and a 6/3 Alpine Grizzly. And it looks like
all 3 are blocking this guy. Is that correct? Yes.
So triple block on the Mandrills, just trying to absorb as much of that trample damage as possible.
Yeah, Ivan's down to 7, so. And there you see Craig Wesco.
Be first, second, third. So these 2 die, he dies.
So Flock just doing a lot of trading here, which I agree with. He's got the Outpost Siege there, so he just wants the game to last a little bit longer. He's essentially drawing 2 cards a turn to Wesco's 1.
Right, and then then a Mardu Horde Chief comes down with Raid, puts 2 creatures into play.
Wesco appears to be out of cards in hand.
Yeah, not the case for Ivan Flock, who plays gets a free land off of his siege, and then plays a Goreswine to go with his manifest creature, or his morph creature.
Goreswine, not the best creature facing off against a 1/1 token, but can threaten to block.
Protect this.
And again, I think Flock is happy, sort of trading down, so to speak, here.
Oh, is that a Teamer Sabertooth?
Oh
off
my
the
goodness.
top?
Huge pickup for Wesco. Letting him rebuy the enter the battlefield trigger of the Horde Chief if he wants to. In addition to, just having a 4/3 indestructible creature.
Right.
Seems pretty good to me.
Fierce Invocation for even Flock. So he gets a 4/4 manifest creature here.
Teamer Sabertooth, one of the premium uncommons in
Yeah,
Fate
one
Reforged.
of the mythic uncommons.
Yeah.
Like, there's a couple of them. Wow, just like, that Outpost Siege is just generating so much card advantage for Flock. In comes the Sabertooth.
Yep.
And we are running tight on time here for these guys. So Indestructible and replay the Horde Chief, get an extra token. This is how you do it.
Yep. Just Sabertooth chomps down a creature and essentially adds another token to the board for Wesco. So he's just trying to chip away against this outpost sieged, fueled army of Flocks. Flock on the defensive in terms of life total. And also, again, trying to just prolong the game and sort of out-card Wesco. But that's going to be hard to do against a Teamer Sabertooth. It's just so much value, so difficult to deal with.
Well.
So Flock decides to turn the corner here and start getting it on the offense.
Sends in Glacial Stalker, sends in War Name Aspirant, sends in Goreswine, and sends in his 4/4 manifest creature. There's a Teamer Battle Rage from the Outpost Siege sitting there, so he can play that card. And that's a big swing. He can get in for 8. His Goreswine can trample over for 7, get double strike, not lose anything to the token. Teamer Battle Rage, another card that had a big coming out party at Grand Prix San Jose.
Yeah, this is a card that it's a little bit deceptive. I mean, generally these kind of combat tricks that don't give you power and toughness, players shy away from them, but this has the potential to be really powerful.
Limited Mastermind Yoel Reeves has called the card the Red Savage Punch.
Yeah.
Because look at it here. You're going to kill a creature and do a ton of damage. So, look at it on that Goreswine. He's casting. Can't quite see what that card is.
6 power.
Oh, is that Dragon's Claws?
Yeah, I believe so.
Dragon's Grip, sorry. So now that brings it up to a 6. It brings it up to 6 power, and now Teamer Battle Rage. Teamer Battle Rage means that's essentially 12 trampling damage.
Right.
1 point of first strike on the token, and then 11
So that's
points
11 trampling over, plus there's an unblocked Glacial Stalker for the additional 4. West goes at 15, so 11 plus 4, that's the game.
Even Flock takes the win. Wow. The Siege looked terrific there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no way he would have been able to sort of play defense for that long without the extra card flow from the Siege.
Wow.
And a surprising turning the corner there and just flipping things over on Wesco for 15 points all of a sudden.
Craig Wesco in this great position. He's got the Teamer Sabertooth. He's got the Mardu Horde Chief. He's able to make a token, but you can't beat a Teamer Battle Rage.
Sometimes it just gets you.
So it was really the Siege there. We're going to send it back to the news desk and get ready to turn around and bring you round 2 here as quickly as possible. Sending it back to the desk. Ian Duke, Brian David Marshall.
All right, thank you very much to Brian David Marshall and Ian Duke. A great combo there for round 1. Right now, it's time to know your enemies. Hello everyone, Rich Hagan sitting alongside one of our limited resources, Mr. Marshall Sutcliffe. It's time to know our enemies. I can tell you in the flow of the Pro Tour, all the matches are in, so we're already heading towards pairings. We will not be long before round 2 is back with BDM and Ian Duke. But Marshall, we're here to talk about the enemy color pairs in the draft archetypes, and in particular to get a sense of what people have been doing on Magic Online drafting. So why don't we go into our first set? Queued up and ready for us are the White-Black Warriors.
Yeah, so White-Black Warriors is actually the best 2-color pair out of the whole entire set, so it's a good place to start. As you can see, it can be aggressive. It can also sit back a little bit as well, and it gains some really nice new cards. Harsh Sustenance, Battle Brawler, Harsh Sustenance being really one of the premier cards.
Yeah, it's a lovely thing. Why don't we look at the commons then that are being picked highly. If you look at the bottom there, we won't reiterate this too often, but these are the most frequently picked 1st through 5th commons among your winners on Magic Online. So it's early picks, it's not just first picks, because obviously you pick lovely mythics and rares if you get a good chance, but these are 1 to 5. And what stands out there?
Sandstep Outcast, probably the best white common in the whole set. It fits perfectly in this list, and you can see if you look at the rest of the 5, they're all removal. So we're talking about a creature that is stacked up against really good removal spells and still comes out ahead.
And I was going to say that hasn't always been true, where you just go removal, 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 removal. It's interesting that they're available and highly...
If they're going to give us the tools, we'll take them.
But we haven't always had the tools.
No.
Why don't we look at the top FRF uncommons for the Warrior deck?
Yeah, so you see Valorous Stance. This is a card that Luis Scott-Vargas first picked at this very tournament, and you can see why. It's a supremely flexible card. Elite Scale Guard, we're calling it the mythic uncommon of the set in our draft group. And I mean, that has rare quality stats, and Orc Sure Shot can be an absolute engine. You'll also see Battle Brawler on the list, which we saw in the initial graphic too.
Okay, so that's the Fate Reforged, but what about Khans of Tarkir? How does that impact on what's gone on here? Why don't we look at the combined look? So there we go, top commons and uncommons from Khans of Tarkir.
Right, so we saw in Khans of Tarkir that it was a warrior sub-theme in these 2 colors, primarily based off the Chief of the Edge and Chief of the Scale, the 2 creatures at uncommon that really pushed the strategy, but it also lined up really nicely with cards like Raiders, Spoils, and a few other cards that were warrior-centric. And I think that the new cards that we get just add to that.
Okay, let's go on to our second archetype. We're going to keep the white and we're going to add red. It's red-white tokens.
Right, and red-white tokens is sort of the shell of a deck that we had before, and it gets some great new toys front and center. Sandstep Outcast again. I think it's the best white common in the whole set, and we get an even better and even more powerful mass pump spell with War Flare.
Okay, so let's take a look at the commons that are being picked, and there is indeed Sandstep Outcast. And Goblin Heel Cutter, that's an interesting card.
Yeah, Goblin Heel Cutter, I think is the best red common. It's either that or Bathe in Dragonfire, both of them on the list. And Goblin Heel Cutter is the kind of card that if you aren't aware of it, you will become supremely punished. If you are aware of it, you can play in such a way that mitigates it somewhat. But the card comes out of nowhere, it adds an attacker with haste to the board and removes one of your blockers effectively for the turn. It can be a great finisher.
All right, on to the uncommons then for red-white tokens. And there we are, the lovely
How do you
Pyrotechnics.
like this? Yeah, so we've got Pyrotechnics, maybe the best uncommon in the set, sitting right next to the other maybe best mythic uncommon in the set, Elite Scale Guard. I mean, Lightform, Wandering Champion, Wild Slasher, all fine cards, but those first 2 are absolute standout first picks.
So why don't we look then at Khans of Tarkir, the commons and uncommons in red-white tokens, see if anything's shifted about there?
Yeah, not a whole lot. Again, I think War Flare being added to the mix is really kind of the one that stands out because it works well with so many of the cards you see here.
All right, so on we go, and archetype number 3, it's going to be black and green. And this time, well, black and green, they kind of have a theme of toughness really mattering.
Yeah, so basically black-green is the slowdown color pair in this set. It's looking to put out a bunch of low-power, high-toughness creatures for relatively cheap and slow the game down to a grinding halt.
Yeah, absolutely. So absolutely even. Let's go on to the commons then that are being picked highly, remember, on Magic Online right now.
So again, we were talking about the removal in Fate Reforged. If you look, removal, 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 Whisper of the Wilds, removal. Everything here speaks to removal. Grim Contest is the one that stands out to me in this particular archetype because it's a type of removal we haven't seen before, and it works really well with these Archer's Parapet, these big walls and the high toughness creatures that we have in this particular color pair.
Okay, Fate Reforged uncommons coming right up then in black-green. And there we see Merciless Executioner, which we've seen before in other places. Now, Tima Sabertooth, that turns out to be a really interesting card in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, it's interesting in the sense that you play it and then you win the game. Because it's almost impossible to kill, and it has a lot of really cool synergies. Maybe you have a Manifest face down, it's one of your best spells, you can pick it up, play it, you can protect your Sabertooth, it attacks well, it blocks well. I think it goes in that Mythic Uncommon list as well. Abzan Beastmaster, the one you see after that, is particularly good too in this archetype because it sits there. It's a respectable 2/1 for 3, not good, but respectable, and it starts drawing you extra cards, and it must be dealt with. Your opponent simply cannot ignore it. They have to use some form of removal on it, and that isn't the type of card that they want to use removal on. They want to use it on your, air quotes, real creatures.
Yeah, although things like Dousing Gloom, you always feel a little happier when you've used a douse on something like that. But
Absolutely.
It's when you reach of shadows that you're like, oh, Lord, really?
Yes.
All right, why don't we look at Khans of Tarkir then, both the commons and uncommons, in the black-green Toughness Matters lineup.
Right, so taking a look back at these, nothing much has changed here for the deck. It just got a bunch of new toys to play with, but the same kind of stuff that we saw, Kintry Invocations, Willy Loxodons, your Death Touch creatures, your Dead Drops, they're all still good.
So, we've had 3 archetypes in color pairs. We are going to have blue-red up next, and I can tell you here that spells matter.
Yeah, so spells matter in blue-red, and this is an archetype that didn't really exist before. We had Jeskai, which spells matter, but this one is pushing it in a different direction. We saw Scott-Vargas do this actually at the GP, and this deck is capable of almost a combo-like finish. You can set up scenarios where you just need to attack once or twice throughout the course of the game to win it.
Right, interesting stuff. Let's look at the commons then. Coming out of Fate Reforged, these are the 1st to 5th picked on Magic Online. So you've got your Bathing Dragonfire. You've got then Goblin Heel Cutter, but there's Lotus Path Djinn, and calm yourself, Marshall.
Yeah.
Aven Surveyor.
Hold me back, Rich. So Aven Surveyor, it's my favorite card in the set, and it's borne out to be an excellent card as well. You won't often put the +1/+1 counter on it. You usually know when it's correct to do that, but the other times you're putting out an evasive 2/2 flyer and bouncing one of their creatures that punishes all types of things like auras, expensive spells, delve cards, and you can get way ahead. Lotus Path Djinn, very solid. I don't think there's anything super exciting about the card. Rock solid though.
Yeah, it's interesting because for people who've been playing a while, they look at a 2/3 for 4 and think, okay, yeah, I mean, it flies, so it's better than the 2/2 for 4, which used to be around back in the day, but the prowess really does make a big difference.
It absolutely does.
Sure.
It pushes it over the top.
Do you have a sense of like how much of a boost prowess is? When you think of its fundamental stats, do you think of it as primarily a 2/3, or do you think of it as primarily a 3/4 brackets, occasionally 4/5?
No, I think of it the other way. So I think of it as primarily a 2/3, sometimes a 3/4. Generally speaking, in Limited, you're going to have around 8 non-creature spells in your deck total, maybe fewer. And what that means is that you're not often going to be able to trigger it literally every turn.
Although that has gone up with Manifest. Manifest is so
Absolutely.
great for prowess.
Absolutely. Also, there are a lot of cards in this set that allow you to do what you said, which is build out your board, your actual board state with creatures that aren't actually creatures, but also cards that have a minimal effect, trigger prowess, and draw you a card to keep that chain flowing.
Okay, let's look at the uncommons then from Fate Reforged that are being drafted highly by you, the viewers at home. Here we are, Pyrotechnics again. Wild Slash. There's Cloud Form. Do you have a sense of Cloud Form versus Light Form? Do you have a favorite of those two?
I do. I prefer Light Form myself. I think it gives you a more solid base to start with, but I would take either one and play either one. They're both absolutely excellent. The card that I'm surprised to see on the list is Frostwalker.
Now this is the 4/1 Mr. Fragile. Right?
Mr. Fragile, yeah, he's only 2 mana. You get 4 power, enables Ferocious and things like that, and just hits really hard if undealt with, but if you look at it, it just falls apart. It melts like a snowman.
Breathe at it.
Yeah. So I'm surprised to see that. I'm curious to see if it sticks on that list as we go deeper.
This is no Olaf. Why don't we go on then to the Khans of Tarkir impact on this draft archetype. So there's your top commons and uncommons in blue-red.
Yeah, the card that we have the picture up there is Jeskai Windscout. It seems to be still one of the most important cards here. for this. And another card that I think we've had our eye on now is Whirlwind Adept. It's a card that Luis Scott-Vargas used at the GP that I mentioned earlier with this archetype. He was just blue-red, and he used a card like Temur Battle Rage even to get in for a ton of extra damage. And he used, Misfire Adept to give flying as well. So, there's some, like I said, there's some sort of, it almost feels like a combo finish where your opponent thinks that they're safe. Now they're taking 14 in the air.
Yeah, 14's quite a lot. So that leaves us, we've done white-black, we've done red-white, we've done black-green, we've done blue-red. It must be time for green-blue. Brian David Marshall's rubbing his hands, the
sure
cynic
is.
master. So why don't we take a look at the overall shape of green-blue? And in a lot of ways, the cards here are not green and blue. They're face down. They're morphs and manifests.
Yeah, and that really is the key to this whole archetype is you get the big green creatures, you get the blue tempo spells, but you get to fill everything in with these manifests and morphs.
Okay, so great news, boys and girls. I can tell you that it is just about time. Ooh, that was the world of knowing your enemies. So why don't we get down to round 2? The action does not stop here. I can tell you that you will see in the feature match area, we are ready to get it down to Brian David Marshall. Here comes round 2.
Thanks, Rich. Brian David Marshall here with Ian Duke, and we are getting ready. Got the deck list right here to watch some Magic. We got PT Champs, Player of the Years, The Man Who Would Be King, 1990s All-Stars, all ready to go. We are going to start on a huge match. Tom Martell, the Pro Tour champion, versus Brad Nelson, the former Player of the Year. Those guys are ready. So let's send it down to the floor and see what they drafted and see who emerges victorious. Hello and welcome to round 2 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged here in Washington, D.C. I am Brian David Marshall. I am joined by Ian Duke, and we are watching Pro Tour champion Tom Martell, the Pro Tour Gatecrash champion, playing. There you get a good look at him. And he is playing against Brad Nelson. Brad Nelson, of course, the Player of the Year, played in that famous Player of the Year showdown against Guillaume Matignon, 2 of the game's best players, and they are ready to go here in round 2. Let's see what they drafted. What can you tell me here, Ian Duke, about the archetypes?
Yeah, so Brad Nelson's on a white-black deck. It looks to be a little bit more controlling. Actually, he has green as well, so he's full Obzon.
Okay.
He's got 2 Chief of the Edge, so a small warrior theme. But he's not hyper-aggressive. He's got a little bit more of a late game there. Tom Martell, also on a black-green deck, but this time with blue, so he's actually a full Sultai deck.
So Sultai versus Obzon. 3 swamps from Brad Nelson here. There you get a look at a little glimpse at the career of Tom Martell, his 233 lifetime pro points, $130,000 lifetime winnings, facing down a morph creature from Brad Nelson.
Yeah, so Brad's starting off with a triple swamp draw here. This is interesting. This could mean that he's a little bit stuck on colors, or, as we saw in the last round with Luis Scott-Vargas, he could be sort of feigning color screw a little bit to throw Martell off.
Well, you know what? We can take a look. Let's take a look at what is in hand for Brad Nelson. That's a Kintree Warden that's face down. He has another morph here.
So sure enough, he is a little bit stuck on colors, but that doesn't stop him from adding some morphs to the battlefield.
Right, probably a Sage Eye Harrier joining the Kintree Warden. And there is the Lotus Path Djinn. A bird of prey, preying on morphs and manifests.
Yeah, this really highlights, I guess, how well-positioned the stats are in the Lotus Path Djinn. As a 2/3, it comes down a turn after the morphs, but threatens to block them.
So Rakshasa's Secret is the play from Brad Nelson.
Yeah, and it's a little bit awkward for him having to Rakshasa's Secret here so early in the game when Martell has some choices over what to discard. Often you want to keep these Mind Rot cards until, to nail your opponent's last 2 cards. But Brad doesn't really have any other plays now, so he's just going to go for it, and maybe this enables some delve a little bit down the road.
So, the irony, no green in play for Tom Martell as he discards both Einok Guide and Map the Waste.
Yeah, and he's actually not that sad to discard these now. They're cards that lose value a lot in the late game, and he doesn't have the green mana anyway, so...
Right, and you see a white and green card get milled away from Brad Nelson. You see a Jeskai Student, and you see a Dragon Scale Boon.
So interestingly, Martel has the Disdainful Stroke here, which he may want to think about holding up just in case Brad draws out of his Mana Screw on the next turn and tries to play a 4-drop.
Martel with a pair of Sultai Soothsayers.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge game once he gets up to 5 mana and finds his green for those.
And that's going to be plenty of fuel for his Will of the Naga.
But rather than hold up the Disdainful Stroke, he adds the Monastery Flock to the board, which I agree with because there's no guarantee Brad's even going to draw his 4th mana this turn. And even if he does, you know, you can always hold up the Disdainful Stroke for later in the game.
There's a Forest, and there's a Grumag Angler.
Oh, okay. So he does put the Delve to good use from that Rakshasa's Secret.
So
and maybe,
5/5.
Maybe Tom is wishing he held up that Disdainful Stroke this turn. What do you think? But nevertheless, you know, Tom's still with the Lotus Path Djinns to get through in the air.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little heavier green than you would see from this opening draw.
Mm-hmm. And he picks up an Alpine Grizzly, which is not really going to do him any good here. His options are Will of the Naga, which can sort of tap and freeze 2 creatures. As sort of the Delve
double
Frost
blue
Breath.
for that, though.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he doesn't even have the double blue. So all he can do is leave up Disdainful Stroke, which, you know, again, he may have wished he had last turn
He may have
instead.
missed that window.
Yeah, absolutely. Declines to attack with the Lotus Path Djinns. Decides it's better to threaten to block 2 morphs, preventing 4 damage than to get in for 2. But does take 5 from the from the Angler.
Big hit from the Angler.
So both players having a little bit of mana trouble here, but it looks like Brad sort of came out of the early game with a little bit of an advantage, largely on the back of being able to stick that Angler while Tom's shields were down on the Disdainful Stroke. So
Worth noting, Brad really doesn't necessarily need any white mana to deploy his hand. He's got 1 card, a Chief of the Edge. And he's got the Anafenza of the Foremost also, but he's got other things he can do. There you see a Sultai Flare tries to join the board, but
it gets Disdainful Stroke.
Gets Disdainful Stroke. Whereas Tom desperately needs green to cast 3 of the 5 cards in his hand and needs a second blue to cast another.
Yeah, but instead hits a Swamp, which is his 5th land, but doesn't do him a lot of good here since, you know, he's lacking the colors that he needs. So almost a dead draw for Tom there in some sense. Brad looking to have the better end of the early game here. He's got a Douse and Gloom in his hand, which he could use on the morph, but there's no real reason to. And as we know at home, that morph is a Monastery Flock, so he's not going to be able to take it out. But I don't expect Brad to consider that.
Angler drops Tom to 8. Yeah, unmorphs the Monastery Flock at the end of the turn. Just using his mana as efficiently as possible. There's the second blue. So he's going to be able to buy a little bit of time here now with that Will of the Naga.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes for it now. I suspect he probably will, just because his life total is getting so low. He's going to have to choose between chump blocking or leaving himself susceptible to a larger attack from Brad. You know, if Brad has a removal spell or a trick, he could get through with those morphs. Lotus Path Djinn has been holding off 2 morphs for the entire game, but who knows how long that will last from Tom's perspective. So decides to get in with the Lotus Path Djinn this turn. Probably indicates he's going to be casting Will of the Naga here.
Up to you.
Yeah, he's going to.
It is an instant, so
he wants to do it on his opponent's turn.
Yep.
So, you know, Brad doesn't untap this turn and doesn't untap those creatures next turn. Yep. If he did it on his turn, then he would only be skipping and untap this turn.
Mm-hmm.
So despite the fact that he could have done it on his turn and gotten a little bit of a prowess bonus.
Yeah, still largely, I mean, this is an uncomfortable sequence of plays for Tom to have to make. By no means a desperation move, but not the way you want to use a card like Will of the Naga. I mean, you want to save that to open up an opportunistic attack, not to really sit there and delay. So he's really hoping to find his green mana as soon as possible.
No white mana, no 5th mana for Brad Nelson. Brad's holding Reach of Shadows now among his cards.
Yep, Nelson just continuing to pick up more cards he can't cast.
Yeah.
Reach of Shadows and Timely Horde Mate.
Good. I'll douse it.
Tom adds a morph to the board. I believe it's a Kin Tree Warden.
Tom, I believe it was a Teamer Charger.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. There is a Kin Tree
sorry, we're
Warden in
looking at
play
license there,
on
that's right.
Brad's side of the table. So Brad uses the first of his arsenal of removal spells and draws up Plains.
Huge draw for Brad. He's really going to start being able to deploy his hand now. Hits both 5 mana and his white source now.
First.
Got there first, says Tom. There's Anafenza the foremost.
Good.
So 4/4 for 3 mana. Get a look at it.
Yep, and what's great about Anafenza here is that even though she can't attack through the Monastery Flock successfully, every time she attacks, she gets to add a +1/+1 counter to another tapped creature. So we'll slowly start improving.
Get a
Brad's
Morph
board.
up to a 3/3.
That's right.
Get the Angler up to a 6.
And importantly, that allows a Morph to attack through the Lotus Path Djinns safely right away. Tom has a lot of untapped mana here, but I don't think Brad really needs to fear it from his perspective because he knows Tom was stuck on land, so he's just drew into land, and he knows Tom didn't have any tricks earlier in the game, so he's only drawn land since then, so he probably still doesn't.
So 6th land turns on Right of the Serpent
Declare attackers.
for Brad.
Trigger.
Declare attackers.
That's gone.
Yeah, the Lotus Path Djinn
yeah.
is exiled because of Anafenza. And we get a +1/+1 counter. Yep, that's it.
Tom scoops him up.
Reveals morphs at the end of the game. Shows him a Sage Eye Harrier and a Kin Tree Warden.
I don't play spells. It's good enough.
So both players having a little bit of mana trouble that game.
All right, we're going to be right back with more Magic after these quick messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Fate Reforged accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Vampires, dragons, beasts. Monsters are awesome and so are Magic fans. So we're giving Magic 2015 Duels of the Planeswalkers players the new Master of Monsters card pack as a bonus. Get these 30 new all-foil cards added to your digital collection as a bonus starting February 11th. Visit magicthegathering.com now to learn more.
All right, welcome back to the feature match area. Brian David Marshall with Ian Duke, and we are going to peek in on a couple players who've been playing this game for quite a while. John Stern versus Pro Tour Hall of Famer John Finkel. Oh, sorry, they're shuffling up. So we're going to go to table C, another Pro Tour Hall of Famer, Shuhei Nakamura, playing against Pro Tour champion David Scharfman. Shuhei Nakamura is up a game, and we're going to pick up the action here in game 2. So I believe it's 18-20 with Scharfman at the advantage. So he pushes in with a Morph, a Dragon Bell Monk, and Mardu Warshrieker.
Yep, but a couple more 3-color decks here. Scharfman on full Jeskai.
And a Sandblast takes down the Hooded Assassin.
Shuhei on Mardu.
I almost forgot about that.
Yeah.
And that looks like Merrick Nightblade.
Yep.
So Scharfman's like, oh, I had a Sandblast. That was death touched.
So Shuhei pondering his options here. He does have access to all of his colors.
Yeah, he's down to 12 though. And then you keep an eye on the upper right hand of your screen. That's the match we're going to be returning to as soon as they're ready. Tom Martell versus Brad Nelson. But right now, we're looking in on the former Player of the Year and Pro Tour champion, David Scharfman. So many things you can say about Shuhei. Player of the Year, Pro Tour Hall of Famer. But Pro Tour champion is not something he has done yet in his career.
Yeah, absolutely. Mainstay of the Pro Tour, one of the most well-respected players for sure, but still looking to add that title.
Yeah, you know that keeps him going.
So Scharfman coming in here with the Warshrieker and
just
a Morph.
25 Grand Prix top 8s on his resume.
Blocks with the Murak Nightblade, but
War Behemoth gets Murderous Cut.
Yep. Shuhei's deck looking to be fairly removal heavy, so no surprise that he's playing a little bit more of a passive game here.
Yeah, but he falls to 9 there, so.
Takes the opportunity to outlast and adds an ankle shanker to the board.
A
defensive.
non-attacking ankle shankers.
Yeah. Not really what that card wants to be doing most of the time, but desperate times.
And Scharfman's like, oh, okay, what does this mean for me? So it looks like. So are you a little surprised when you said looking in 2 players to 3 color decks, or does this seem surprising to you?
It's not hugely surprising, but I think with Fate Reforged added to the mix here, players are a little bit more likely to go 2 colors or very heavy 2 colors with a splash. So interesting to see, just a couple more decks that have the full 3 colors playing 3 color gold cards.
Yeah, Martyr Warstreaker attacks, and another Martyr Warstreaker joins the team. Okay, so sounds like we're ready to go back. Oh, wait. Thought we were going to be going over to our main table, but it looks like Brad Nelson is taking a mulligan here. So just give you an idea of what's going on in the feature match this round. I said, obviously, Tom Martell and Brad Nelson. The King of the Hill table, Ari Lax, took the King of the Hill last round, and Andrea Mengucci is fighting him for the King of the Hill. If you remember, Andrea Mengucci was really the first guy to popularize the King of the Hill when he made that incredible run. And I think it was Pro Tour M15.
Yeah, I believe so. So yeah, he's the king of the hill, so to speak.
Yeah, so the would-be king. And then, of course, the 2 Hall of Famers, Shuhei Nakamura and John Finkel. Shuhei facing off here against David Scharfman, the Pro Tour champion, and John Stern, the opponent for Finkel. John Stern, obviously the Canadian veteran, coming off of a pretty impressive run over these last 2 years at both the Grand Prix circuit and the Pro Tour scene.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now we're underway here with the match between Tom Martell and Brad Nelson. A Thornwood Falls, blue and green mana, leading things off for Tom Martell.
Yeah, that bodes a better start this time, as we saw in last game. Both players having
and just facing up that Teamer Charger. You have a lot of ideas about what you could do with that card, but really, beating him for 3 on turn 3.
Yeah, I mean, in this format,
is awesome.
2 drops are really scarce. Getting a 3/1 down on turn 2 is just a great start. In many cases, it'll get in for 3 damage and then trade with a morph, and you're perfectly happy with that for a 2-mana investment.
Yep, and there you go.
Sure enough, Nelson adds a morph.
And Tom is just going to rumble in against it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
15.
I think he's happy getting up a mana there if they trade, and of course.
Well, it's kind of like a check. You're like, well, I want to find out a little bit of information about you more. Are you willing to trade it here? Or are you not willing to trade it?
Mm-hmm.
And then a bit of revelation for Tom Martell. Top 4 cards of his library.
This is great for Martell. Just ensures he's going to have a smooth draw from here on out. Continue hitting his land drops.
And stocks his, puts 3 cards into his graveyard as well, which for delve cards is going to be great.
Yep, great point.
If he needs lands, he can take lands. If he needs spells.
So 92, I'm at 19. Good.
Tom drops 19. Brad already at 15 from that Teamer charge.
Brad finds a forest if he didn't already have one.
Good.
And adds a Sultai Flare.
Oh, there's the Sultai Flare. Yeah, that's a giant stop sign here.
Absolutely.
For Tom. And Sultai Soothsayer. One of my favorite cards.
Yeah, so last game we saw Tom had 2 Sultai Soothsayers stuck in his hand. This game he's able to hit one on turn 5. Just a hugely powerful card here, BDM. Has an enter the battlefield trigger that lets you impulse, look at the top 4 cards and put one in your hand.
But better than putting those 3 cards on the bottom of your graveyard in this environment, it puts them into your graveyard.
Right, so Tom already has a very well-stocked graveyard here, which is going to let him use his delve cards very efficiently.
Does he have anything really interesting here that we want to see delved? Wow, he dumps a Hooting Mandrills into the yard.
Interesting. So it looks like Tom has a Treasure Cruise.
Aha. I wonder if that's what we took here. Yeah.
He has the Hooting Mandrills that we've seen.
And the Hooting Mandrills looked like Brad Nelson kind of stood up a little bit, like, oh, wow. That's got to be some card you took there.
It's always scary when your opponent discards 1 mana 4/4, and you have to think, wow, what do they have in their hand that's so much better than that,
Yeah, I feel like we might be going on a cruise next turn.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a pretty long game here. Both players having some high toughness creatures in play, kind of stalling up the ground.
And that's what both of these clans do.
Right.
Right? Abzan can be very aggressive, but a lot of times it's just this grindy, like, kill your guys, kill shot that, right of the serpent that, and just like attrition you, and then eventually have like an Abzan guide claw you back into the game when it's the last creature standing.
And Abzan generally known for their ability to outlast, of course, but Tom's deck looks particularly well suited as the Sultai deck to a late game, as we've seen his card draw in form of Bitter Revelation and Treasure Cruise will really help him as the game goes along.
Sultai Flayer attacks. Tom only puts the Soothsayer in the way of it.
Yeah, I like that. It's a safe block. I mean, he's perfectly fine.
Sure. And it could just be searching for a raid trigger on something like a Bellowing Saddle Brute.
Yep, absolutely.
It could be trying to bait out a double block and a removal spell.
Or as it turned out, just kind of testing to see how Tom would block.
Yeah, and a Rotting Mastodon is the follow-up play for Brad Nelson. Just not enough toughness yet. Needs 8 more. Wow.
Is that a Silumgar, the
Drifting
Drifting Death?
Yeah, that is Silumgar.
Yeah.
So that is a hex-proof 3/7 flying dragon, and whenever a dragon you control attacks you, can read there. Creatures defending player controls get -1/-1 until end of turn. That is huge.
Yeah, this is just what Tom needs on this board. As we mentioned before, we've got lots of high toughness creatures gumming up the ground. Brad's got the Sultai Flayer threatening to gain more life. Tom adds a hexproof flyer to the board.
Yeah,
very hard to interact with.
It is not kill shotable. It is not right of the serpentable, and many other adjectives.
So he'll just be able to get in there for 3, if nothing else, every turn and sort of put Brad to the test. Do you have a way to answer this or put some pressure on me?
And here it goes. What? It looks like... How about a Sage-Eye Harrier? So it's a 0/4.
Yeah, that's, I guess, a pretty good answer to Silumgar. Holds it off sort of indefinitely here until Tom can find a way to deal with it.
Tom's like, of course you do.
Tom, of course, under no pressure to deal with it quickly. But depending on the shape of his hand, he may want to just try to start clocking Brad.
Oh, how about a Sagu Mauler? Just face it up.
Yeah, generally just a really fearsome card here. One of the top rares from Khans of Tarkir, but with a 2/8 Rotting Mastodon staring it off.
Did you say 2/8 Rotting Mastodons?
Make that 2/8 Rotting Mastodons. Yeah, it doesn't look like that Sagu Mauler is really making headway anytime soon.
Brad's deck is very tough to deal with. Very tough.
Almost a futile effort to try to get through on the ground at this point.
It's not a really easy effort to get through in the air.
That's true, and it may mean Tom wants to spend a valuable removal spell on the Sage-Eye Harriers if he can find one.
And I think he is holding a Reach of Shadows. Let's take a look at his hand here.
Cards.
There you go. He is holding Reach of Shadows. He's holding Hunt the Weak. He's got a Disdainful Stroke, and then a Bondkin and a Woolly Loxodon.
Yeah, so normally you'd be a little bit hesitant to use a powerful removal spell like Reach of Shadows on a Sage-Eye Harriers. After all, it's just a 1/5 creature. It's not really threatening. But with the way this game is shaping up, it's going to be really hard for Martel to get through on the ground. He's got to choose between using multiple removal spells to get through the Mastodons, which looks like he might be doing
so
here.
he Hunt the Weaks on the Mastodon with the making a 7/7 Sagu Mauler, and now when the Silumgar attacks,
it'll finish off the
Mastodon
Mastodon that's been weakened already, as well as shrinking the other Mastodon and making it hard to block the Sagu Mauler. So I actually really like this play. Very clever on Tom's part. And it may mean he's getting in for 7 here with the Sagu Mauler.
Ready? Yeah.
Brad goes to 8.
So Sage-Eye Harrier and Silumgar continue to bounce off each other, but now with the Silumgar combined with the 7/7 Sagu Mauler, he's able to attack each turn for 7 until Brad adds something else to the board.
Rakshasa's Secret for Brad Nelson. Tom has to decide which of his cards. He's got 4 of them. Which 2 does he want to discard?
Yeah, unfortunately for Tom, they're all relatively powerful, impactful cards. Probably will see him drop the Krumar Bondkin, which he does.
And the Woolly Loxodon.
And the Woolly Loxodon.
Yeah.
Okay, so just kind of giving up on attacking with big ground creatures at this point, which I agree with. Martel holding back a Disdainful Stroke and Reach of Shadows. Oh, wow. Okay, Brad just packs them up.
Brad's like, yeah, that's not what I want to be doing. And Tom Martel evens the matchup, 1 game apiece. Going around the tables, we know Andrea Mengucci's up 1 game over Ari Lax. Shuhei 1 game over David Scharfman. And do we know what's going on in the John Finkel-John Stern match? Okay, we're going to take a live look in here while we wait for those guys to get ready to game 3. We won't miss a turn of game 3 here, though. Okay, we're going to look in on John Stern and John Finkel. Okay.
So John Finkel piloting an Abzan deck here. Looks to be base black-green.
And there you get a look at the life totals. Stern 7. John is at 5, I believe, actually. There you go. And what game is this? Do we know?
Yeah, sure.
Stern is up 1 game to 0 here. Getting word from our sideline reporter, Rashad Miller.
John Stern piloting a just white and black deck.
Smite.
And here we see a Smite the Monstrous.
Go ahead.
Taking down... Can't quite see what that creature was from here.
Leaving John Finkel with just a Whisper of the Wilds.
Yeah, and he has to pass the turn. Shambling Attendants is the creature for John Stern.
Attack phase. No blocks. 3.
Yep.
Go 2.
John goes down to 2.
Finkel looking to be out of gas here. He doesn't have access to his white mana, but he also doesn't have very many white cards in his deck.
Ruthless Ripper,
Oh,
reveal
finishing him
Shambling
off,
Attendant,
wow.
finish you off with the losing 2 life. John Stern wins 2 games to 0 over John Finkel. He advances to 2-0. And there you get a look at your feature match area. Rashad Miller walking over to the match between Ari Lax and Andrea Mengucci, and those guys are tied up 1 game apiece, actually. So we are picking this up in game 3. We're going to take a peek here at what's going on. There you see Ari Lax, your King of the Hill, your reigning Pro Tour champion, Outlast a Disowned Ancestor, playing an Unyielding Krumar, and Andrea Mengucci has a Goreswine, an Alabaster Kieran, and a Bloodfire Expert in play. And it looks like he looks to be red-white. Maybe, oh no, I see. So he's Mardu. I do see a Sidisi's Pet up there. It looks like he has a High Sentinels of Arashin in his deck.
Ari Lax looking to be in the better position on board right now. Of course, these base red-white decks tend to be pretty aggressive, and Ari looks like he's assembled a pretty good ground defense here with some high-toughness creatures. He's got the Sagu Archers to hold off the Alabaster Kieran.
Pyro.
Oh, Pyrotechnics. Finish, not the most spectacular Pyrotechnics. Just a 1-for-1, but it also gets a little bonus point of damage in on Ari Lax.
And Ari, of course, keeping up with his trademark chatter where he's guessing what Mengucci's going to play, guesses correctly at the Pyrotechnics.
Okay, continues to outlast the Disowned Ancestor. Oh, a kill shot for the Alabaster Kieran.
Sort of undoes the work that Mengucci set up there, trying to clear the path with the Pyrotechnics.
And the full retail War Behemoth.
Yeah, this is a tricky board for Mengucci to get through here. He's got the Unyielding Krumar threatening to gain first strike.
There's a Tuskguard Captain. The Arashin Cleric gains 3 life for Andrea Mengucci. Puts a little speed bump in front of the red zone.
Yeah, probably not what Mengucci's hoping for on this board state here.
And what turn is he hoping for that on? Turn 2?
Yeah, I suppose so. It's a little. It looks. His deck looks a little conflicted here. On the one hand, he's got Goreswine here. He clearly wants to be aggressive, but then he's also got a 1/3 that's gaining him life. So.
Okay, outlast the Tuskguard captain and face up an Abzan guide.
Yeah, and this is really not what Mengucci wants to see. Huge lifelinker. Can't attack through the Goreswine yet, but...
But, you know, if it attacks, you expect that your opponent probably has a trick.
Absolutely.
Good.
Here, Ari Lax talk about Trumpet Blast and Barrage of Boulders, which would be pretty much lethal. That would be lethal for Andrea Mengucci while Ari's mana is tapped down.
But it looks like no such luck for Mengucci as he ponders the turn.
Yeah, it looks like a couple lands there. You know, sometimes Trumpet Blast and Temur Battle Rage can do it.
Yeah, as we saw in the earlier game with Temur Battle Rage.
I'll let you know when I've officially.
So Andrea is attacking. He sends in the War Behemoth. He sends in the Bloodfire Expert. So can't just have land. It sounds like while we're watching this, Brad Nelson is going to be starting. He hopes at this point Game 3 of his match with Tom Martell with only 5 cards. He's mulliganed twice.
So a pretty clever attack there by Mengucci, taking the opportunity while Ari Lax was tapped out and can't activate First Strike on his Krumar. He at least gets to trade the Bloodfire Expert for a creature there. And Ari Lax just willingly trading off the Abzan Guide for the Goreswine, which not normally a great trade that you want to make, but I think Ari's really valuing the extra life points that he gains here. Just to preclude Mengucci from being able to do something like Barrage of Boulders plus Trumpet Blast, as you mentioned before.
Or Warflare.
Yep.
Or any number of cards.
I think he realizes against this red-white deck, if he doesn't lose right away, then he'll win the long game.
Okay, we're back here at our main table. Brad Nelson, of course, starting on 5 cards, goes Swamp, Plains, Forest, Morph, and look at Tom. Did Tom go Forest, Swamp, Island? How lucky these two guys.
Yeah, the natural Tron, as we call it sometimes.
We call it the full Mikey P after Pro Tour champion Mike Pistolic. There's Tom Martell. You get a look at his stats. 2 Pro Tour top 8s, 6 Grand Prix top 8s. The win.
Yep. Adds a 3/3 manifest to the board.
Let's take a look at
Tom Martell taking the opportunity to cast Bitter Revelation.
Yeah, after the Morph's traded, he's got no, not under a tremendous amount of pressure from that Morph.
Yeah, he knows
Manifest, I should say, sorry.
Brad started down cards this game, so he's unlikely to have an extremely aggressive curve-out start. So just taking his time to set up with the Bitter Revelation. Looks like he was a little bit flooded before casting the Revelation. 4 more lands in hand.
How do you feel about Formless Nurturing, the card that Brad played to make that manifest creature?
I think it's a card you're not super happy playing, but it's a fine filler type card.
Okay, there are 2 of them in Brad's deck, and he follows up with Assaultai Scavenger. And that's one of the nice things about Manifest is those cards go into your graveyard. You get a creature, but you also get a card in your yard, which helps you with Delve. There's a really nice synergy between those 2 mechanics.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a number of small synergies like that between the mechanics and Khans of Tarkir and Fate Reforged that they're really pleasing when they come up in ways like that.
And there you see Tom's hand, an Ice Feather Aven, Assaultai Soothsayer, Hooting Mandrills, Disdainful Stroke, a Reach of Shadows.
So really powerful hand if Tom has time to deploy all these things.
What's your play here?
Yeah, I think you just have to go for the Soothsayer. I mean, Tom has just a lot of card draw in his hand. It's a little bit clunky. He just wants to kind of play those cards early to increase his options, and then he can kind of shift gears and get more efficient going forward there. The other great thing about the Soothsayer is, of course, it blocks the 3/3 Manifest. And Tom just reasoning, I have enough time to cast these card draw spells now. Let me do that first, and then I can sort of catch up on the board later on.
He knows he has an answer for that 3/3 in the air.
Mm-hmm. Although Brad having a pretty decent start here for what, a 5-card hand he started?
Yeah, and you know what? Brad just draw land. He's going to be able to Reach of Shadows, that Sultai Soothsayer, and get in for 6 here. Chooses to play the Chief instead, though, and get in for 4 in the air.
So that's good discipline on Brad's part. I mean, I think a lot of players here would just say, hey, I started on 5 cards. My only chance to win this game is just to come out strong and aggressive. I'll just kill that creature and get in for more damage. But he realizes that Martel's drawn so many cards by now, the chances of him just steamrolling over Martel are so low at this point that he's going to just hang in there and be a little bit more stingy with his removal. And I like that, to be honest.
Cards.
1 card for Brad. 19 in hand for Tom Martel. It's certainly what it's got to feel like from Brad's perspective.
Yeah, it's got to be demoralizing in his position. But, you know, Brad is ahead on board now, and Tom's all the way down to 11, so it's definitely anyone's game.
So Reach of Shadows takes down the flyer. Yep. And Hooting Mandrills comes down for just a green mana.
Wow, that is powerful. So yeah, huge turn from Tom here. There was a risk that turn if Tom had just sort of played one big threat and passed the turn back, that Brad Nelson could Reach of Shadows whatever Tom played and still continue pressuring on the board. But Tom with 2 really powerful, impactful plays in the same turn, it's going to be hard for Brad to match that.
I'll save me the time of trying to figure out. Go ahead. Best represent that I might have opened tabs here.
So on the back table, it sounds like we have a new King of the Hill. It's our old King of the Hill, Andrea Mengucci.
All right.
He loved being there. I don't think he's going to want to let go of that seat.
I wouldn't if I were him.
You have a lot more room to play in the feature match area than you do out on the floor, too.
The perks.
It sounds like we have another result. This is our last match going right now. Shuhei Nakamura won over David Scharfman. I believe 2-0. That was 2-1. Scharfman did pick up a game when we weren't looking. So this is the last match. It's in game 3 right now. Tom Martel, here he is.
So Brad, with no plays on his previous turn, just kind of shrugs the shoulders and ships it back to Tom, leaving up 5 mana for Reach of Shadows. We'll see what Tom does on his turn.
Plays the Lotus Path Djinn.
Good.
It says go. Patience here from him. Look, I mean, he's still got. He's sitting on that. He's sitting on that Disdainful Stroke.
Yep. Doesn't really have any great attacks there, nor any real reason to attack at this point. Right. I mean, Brad's basically out of cards. He's got a Disdainful Stroke for Brad's next big play. So Tom just kind of playing it patiently, adding 1 threat to the board at a time, and holding up his counter magic.
Right. Has that Ice Feather even to sort of, mess up Brad's math a little later on.
Right. So, or just sort of has 2 chances to make sure Brad doesn't slip through a big threat between the Disdainful Stroke and the Ice Feather Aven to bounce something back to Brad's hand. He's in a pretty comfortable position here.
Here's Anafenza the Foremost. That gets in 4 points of power under the Disdainful Stroke at 3 mana.
Yeah, and we may see Brad try to set up a turn where he's able to Reach of Shadows a blocker and attack with the Anafenza just to start getting +1/+1 counters on his creatures and start getting some pressure back on Tom. But of course, as we know, Tom's ready with that Disdainful Stroke, and Tom being the patient player that he is, I don't think he's going to put his shields down and allow Brad to get off that Reach of Shadows.
Over the years of getting to watch these 2 players play, both of them are incredibly patient.
Yeah, absolutely.
People will talk about what's the biggest difference between someone playing Friday Night Magic and people playing on the Pro Tour. And I think if you watch these 2 guys in action, you'll get a sense of that. Just like the timing with which how long they'll wait on their cards and how much they'll value their removal.
Yep, and we have seen Brad do just that this game. He has had opportunities to cast that Reach of Shadows, but declined to do so. Just waiting for
the Lotus Path Djinn. Here's a morph. We know that that's an Ice Feather Raven. We assume that's the Ice Feather Raven anyway.
And this could be a big turn for Tom because he's left 4 mana up, which is just enough to Disdainful Stroke Brad's play and turn the Ice Feather... actually, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken there. You would need 3 more mana to turn
You've
the
been
Ice Feather.
manifesting your Ice
That's
Feather
right.
Ravens,
That's
haven't
right.
you?
Yep.
Which is a sweet feeling, by the way. Brad Nelson had a healthy 18 life here.
So we'll see if Brad decides to pull the trigger on the Reach of Shadows.
3 or 4 cards? 4 cards.
I mean, from his perspective, if it's successful, it will allow him to attack with some creatures here potentially.
Is not going to want to risk an attack and then Reach of Shadows. It's going to be
Right.
Reach of Shadows first, see what happens.
Oh, it looks like Martel actually picked up a second Disdainful Stroke.
Oh, wow.
So he's sort of got Brad's next 2 big plays covered, which is really good spot to be in.
And Brad seems to know what's going on here. He's got his head in his hand. He's like, just go. Go. Curious about that Map the Wastes in Tom's deck.
Yeah,
Not a card that has rated very highly on the limited set reviews I've listened to.
Yeah, not a super high pick card, but it's mana fixing is mana fixing, and Martel's deck looks to be both slow but also capable of defending itself well. So.
Haven't seen a ton of game lands from the deck. I think we've seen one Thornwood Falls. He may have more.
Yeah.
I got another morph from Tom.
Go.
That's a Krumar Bondkin. One of those morphs is much better than the other.
And Tom Martel just pecking away with the Lotus-Eye Gens there.
Yeah, and now he can't. Now Tom has the mana to both Ice Feather Aven and Disdainful Stroke.
That's right.
All right. 4 mana for an Abzan Battle Priest. And that's good. That's going to get a Disdainful Stroke out of Tom's hand.
So from Brad's perspective, it may look like, okay, great, I've cleared the way. Maybe next turn I can cast my Reach of Shadows. But as we know, Martel has the second Disdainful Stroke. And considers at the end of the turn maybe turning up that Ice Feather Aven and bouncing something back to Brad's hand.
Now, the risk here on bouncing the Manifest creature, even though it's a 3/3, is that it could be a spell.
Yeah, it could be anything.
It could be
an Ugin. Who knows?
Well, we know. We know what it is. It's a Dragon Scale Boon.
Yep.
Tom considers his unmorph, says, nah, that's fine. I'm happy where I'm at.
Yeah, I like that play. There's, really no reason for Tom to act there. It's just he can feel so safe keeping that Ice Feather Aven face down. He's got plenty of mana, so he doesn't have to worry about sort of committing his lands to that possibility.
And a Rakshasa's Secret to clear Brad Nelson's hand. It's sitting on that Reach of Shadows forever. We know it wasn't going to resolve, but he doesn't. And he now is empty-handed. Wow. Saga Mauler goes to the yard from the mill effect, the self-mill effect of the Rakshasa Secret.
That Saga Mauler's gone, by the way.
Oh, Saga Mauler's gone. Brad reminds him. Onofen's ability. If anyone who's played Commander with Onofenza versus Sidisi knows.
Mortal enemies.
Yeah, they really are. It's pretty lopsided in favor of Onofenza. And Tom is going to turn some creatures sideways.
Tom's still playing carefully here, even though he's emptied Brad's hand. As we mentioned before, 2 patient players.
So in comes the Hooting Mandrills, in comes the Lotus Path Djinn. What are you going to put in the way here?
You have no cards.
You have no cards. Decides to put the 2. And here comes Ice Feather Aven. Ice Feather Aven blocks, bounces. Wow. He'd love to bounce the Manifest, get a little information, but he's worried, what if it's an amazing card?
Yep.
I'll bounce Chief.
Yeah, he bounces the Chief. And eats the Manifest creature. Sees a 3/3 Dragon Scale Boon go to the graveyard. It's kind of ironic to have a Dragon Scale Boon with a +1/+1 counter on it.
Yeah, rough spot for Brad here. Game 3 of the match. Back up against the wall. He's just looking a little bit dejected here.
Yeah, I mean, he's put up a pretty valiant showing,
Yeah.
considering he started this game on 5 cards on the play.
Yeah, I think he played the game very well, was very patient. But Tom just in a landslide of card advantage and careful play himself, just tightening the vice.
Yeah. Yeah, he's sending everybody but the Soothsayer. That Rakshasa secret was just sweet. Just like completely leaves Brad with, once you get your opponent's hand empty, you feel so good.
Yeah, we've seen this card be actually pretty great today so far. In our first feature match, Scott-Vargas versus Sam Pardee, Pardee used it to take out LSV's Icy Blast. Earlier in this match, we saw Brad use it to set up an early Gurmag Angler.
Yeah.
And then in this game, we saw Martel empty out Brad's hand, including the critical removal spell.
So, Anafenza steps in front of the Hooting Mandrills. Krumar Bonkin reveals himself to be the mystery guest. And Brad takes 9 here. And, yep, that's still gone.
Go.
Exiled because of Anafenza's ability. Brad Nelson extends the hand. Tom Martell wins 2-1 and takes the match. So just to recap what happened this round, Pro Tour champion Tom Martell defeated former Player of the Year Brad Nelson 2-1 on our feature match table. On the King of the Hill table, Andrea Mengucci defeated Pro Tour champion Ari Lax 2-1. Shuhei Nakamura, the Pro Tour Hall of Famer, defeated Pro Tour champion David Scharfman 2-1. And on our back table, the Battle of the Johns from the 1990s, John Stern defeats Pro Tour Hall of Famer John Finkel 2-0. Welcome back to the booth. Brian David Marshall here with Ian Duke. That was some exciting Magic we've seen so far.
Yeah, these have been great matches so far. Really, really interesting.
And again, Rakshasa Secret, pretty exciting. I can't wait to draft some tonight. But in the meantime, we're going to send it back to the news desk and our own Rich Hagon.
All right, thank you very much indeed to Brian David Marshall and Ian Duke down there. Tom Martell and Brad Nelson going at it at the back end of round 2. Time has been called and the matches are ticking down. There's only 5 or so to go. So the way the math works, there are around about 200 players at 1-0 and 100 players-ish, a little less than that, on 2-0. Nonetheless, here are some of the players who started out well at 2-0. You have former world champion from 2010 from Chiba, Guillaume Matignon of France. He has a very interesting deck choice for Modern as well. Dennis Rashid of Sweden with his 2 Pro Tour top 8s in a couple of years back. He is at 2-0. Also, Alexa Talarov, a regular at the World Magic Cup, but now starting to deliver on the individual Pro Tour scene. He was the Serbian captain in Nice. Reed Duke, your number 5 ranked player in the world, is 2-0, as is Hall of Famer from Japan, Kenji Samura. Neil Oliver, the winner of the world's largest ever Magic event, which will still be true until the next Grand Prix Las Vegas for Modern Masters, of course, at the back end of May. He's 2-0. Jelge Wiegersma of the Netherlands, Hall of Famer, 2-0. Eric Froelich is up to 2-0, the winner of the Grand Prix from last week, alongside Paul Chion and Louis Scott-Vargas. Paul Chion, who got in the last competitor to make it into this field, he has started out 2-0. And then Louis Scott-Vargas, he is 2-0. So all 3 of last week's winning Grand Prix team are now a combined 6-0 after 2 rounds. Your number 2 ranked player in the world, Evan Flock, is 2-0. Stephen Murray of Scotland defeated Andrew Devine of England, a little local match there, to go to 2-0. Devine at 1-1. Neil Rigby is 2-0 for England. Paul Rietzel, 2-0. Zvi Moshevitz, the Hall of Famer. And Ray Perez Jr., your reigning Rookie of the Year, is 2-0. But that gives you a guide to what's going on in the field here on day 1. Second round is almost in the books, but we have a chance now to go deep inside the draft. All the picks that matter. Waiting at the video wall is Marshall Sutcliffe and our special guest, Sam Pardee.
Hello there, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe and I've got Sam Pardee with me. Welcome, Sam.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good, and looks like we've got a little draft viewer set up for you. So this is your first draft from Pro Tour Fate Reforged. Fate Reforged, cons. Let's dive right into your first pack. So you open the thing up, pack one, pick one. What do you like here?
I got exactly what I was hoping for. A big old mythic, or a rare dragon actually. He's not mythic.
Just a regular rare?
He should be a mythic. He's basically ridiculous, unkillable.
So this is a card that you were really looking to open here?
Yeah, we discussed it, there's no common or uncommon I would take over it. It's just very, very good.
Okay, now the fact that it's blue-black, that doesn't bother you at all?
No, I mean, it means I'll be either blue or black, and I just will splash the other one if I need to, or maybe I'll be Teamer, you know.
Or maybe you'll
Sultai, whatever.
Maybe you'll splash 3 or 4 colors.
Yeah, it could happen.
Let's take a look at your next pick. And so jumping here, there's 2 cards that jumped out to me. I see Orc Sure Shot and Aven Surveyor. How did you proceed here?
Yeah, those are definitely the 2 best cards, especially with a blue-black card. Otherwise, I might consider the Rider. He's very good, but I chose Sure Shot over Surveyor just because I like black a little more than I like blue. And I think the card's a little bit more powerful, and it works very well with Silumgar. You play a guy, and then shrink their guy, and then attack and shrink it again, and so you can.
Which, by the way, I've seen you do. So
yeah,
that combo worked.
With that. Yeah, it's pretty good.
So you go for the Sure Shot. So now you've got blue and black flowing. Let's take a look at your next pack here. And some decent options here as well. I see in blue and black, there's a Sultai Emissary. There's also a Lotus Pathogen. What catches your eye here?
I consider the Muck Draggers, but I was not really persuaded enough by that card just because I already have a couple expensive cards. I already have a 4-drop and a 6-drop. So I decided to go with the cheap card. I, again, wanted to stay, I've already taken a black card, so I could now just splash blue instead of having that be actually blue-black, so I took the black guy.
So you took the Sultai Emissary, a solid card, and can certainly help out.
Yeah, he's just fine.
Okay, next one is not quite as much for you here. There's a Will of the Naga, not great in the type of deck that looks like you're going towards here.
Yeah, I want to be controlling, and this is more of a tempo card, so I was not super excited. And
so
none of these
what
cards,
did you like here?
Well, I took the land. None of these cards really...
There's not much for you
The other
here.
option was the Kinguard, which is a fine playable, but I didn't really want to pick up another color. And the land, if I end up black-whites, if I end up Mardu or Abzan, I can just splash blue off of this land.
For your Silumgar.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at your 5th pick here from the first pack. And, I got to say, this kind of reminds me of the last one. There's not a whole lot for you.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. The Jeskai Barricade now works with my white land, but it's not good enough that I want to actually be, move into black-white or whatever. So, again, I just take the land on speculation, maybe, I'll end up with some late red cards and they'll be good.
Are you getting worried at this point?
No, because none of these cards are super, it's not like there's a card that's not in my colors that's getting passed, it's just none of these cards are that exciting to me.
Okay, let's take a look at your 6th pick here. And I see another land, but there's also a Rats down here. What catches your eye? Maybe Enhanced Awareness?
Enhanced Awareness, Rats, and Hunt the Weak are the 3 cards that I like the most. Hunt the Weak is pretty much out because I don't have any green lands and I don't have any other green cards. So it's between Rats and Enhanced Awareness, and I have 3 black cards now, so I just take the Rats.
That seems good, especially if you're trying to get up to Silumgar mana.
Yeah, he also works well with the Sure Shot and letting you play 2 creatures a turn sometimes to kill off a morph or whatever.
All right, your 7th pick here. I see in blue there's Jeskai Sage. These don't look like the type of things you want, though. I suppose Alesha's Vanguard is playable?
Yeah, you could do worse than Alesha's Vanguard, but it's definitely not what this deck is looking for. So the Sage is good in a control deck. He helps you draw into your bombs, and it's just a solid card.
Also, I kind of like the idea of what you said before with the Orc Sure Shot, right?
Yeah,
Another
exactly.
cheap creature.
You can get more cheap guys.
All right, let's take a look at your 8th pick. So this is the last pick of your first pack as far as what you were going to see here. Jeez.
Yeah, this was a very interesting pick. Karsi High Priest works really well with 2 of the creatures I have. I have the Jeskai Sage when he dies, draw a card, and the Sultai Emissary when he dies, manifest. So I took a long time debating between Bathe and Dragonfire and the Karsi High Priest. And I ended up going with Bathe just because it seems like such a ridiculous card to get so late that maybe Red's
That's
open.
insane.
Yeah.
It's like first or second best red common.
I think this is one of the best red commons. So I was seeing it that late made me, and I'm missing out on a good card, but not the best. It's not like a bomb in black or anything.
Sure.
So it's fine.
Like if this had been a Sultai Emissary, would you have taken that?
I think it would have needed to be a little better. Like if it was a, Douse and Gloom, I'm snapping it up, but.
but you got the red dust and blue mint
Yeah,
set. All right,
exactly.
this is your last pick that we're going to look at. We're going to look at your whole pack in a second, but this is your wheel pack. So this is the cards that came back, and I have to say, like, that Whisper of the Wild still being here surprised me.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by that too. I briefly considered Fearsome Awakening because I do have a dragon in my deck, but
you can make it even bigger.
It's just too cute. I just took the Whisper. I think it's the best green common, maybe one of the best green commons.
It's up there.
Yeah, and then I actually wheeled a bunch more green cards out of the pack, so I ended up with 3 green cards out of pack 1 after all was said
The
and
funny
done.
part about Fearsome Awakening is that your dragon is the hardest one to kill.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just very unlikely to end up in the graveyard.
It's only if you mill it.
So this is just to give an overall idea of your pack, and it's kind of all over the place. I mean, you've got some decent black cards, you've got Silumgar floating here, but Bathe in Dragonfire, Whisper of the Wilds, a couple of dual lands. You're still kind of feeling out where you're going here.
Definitely. I know I'm black and probably going to splash blue off, one of these dual lands, but I don't really have any other direction. I have some nice green cards, and they came late, which I thought was important.
Okay, so let's take a look at your pack 2. We're going to go through 5 picks of this, and whoop.
Yeah, Esper's not a usual strategy, but it works. When it works, it works.
And Sorum Solemn Visitor certainly helps it work in a nice way, too.
He's pretty good. So yeah, it was between that, and I actually considered the Death Frenzy because it's very good in a Sultai control deck, but Sorin is just too powerful. I didn't want to pass it.
Okay, so you took Sorum Solemn Visitor. You had to be happy about that, though. Your mana...
Yeah, at this point, I
questionable.
need some lands, and I know that I need some lands.
All right, let's take a look at your next pick here as we move through. Some solid cards in this pack, though. What was jumping out for you?
Well, at this point, I know I'm black. I don't really know what my other colors are. I know I'm black and I'm going to splash blue, and probably white. So, but none of these cards are really going my black, like as my base color.
No, not a very good blocker down here.
Yeah, Jeskai Elder. So I end up deciding between these 2 lands. And now Dismal Backwaters, actually, the dual lands are a little better than the fetch lands in this format because coming into play tap doesn't hurt you as much, and you actually want both colors like multiple times as opposed to this where you have to choose when you fetch it.
Right.
But at this point, I only have 1 white card, so I want my dual lands to really tap for white because I might still end up like blue, black, green, splash white. I'm not entirely sure, so I decided to go with the
Heath.
Yeah.
All right, let's move along forward through this pack. What did you take here?
Easy Death Frenzy.
Death Frenzy, there you go.
My deck's very good at being controlling, and this card's great with Silumgar. You can play it and then attack, and their guys go get -3. It's just fantastic.
I've done that.
Yeah.
Next pick. What did you take out of this one?
So here, I believe I was choosing between Killshot and Jungle Hollow.
And it feels like Jungle Hollow is a necessary
Yeah, I just
evil.
need lands. I don't have enough.
All
I have
right,
a lot of colors.
Let's take a look at your 5th pick here as we move to the end of this pack. What do you like out of this pack?
Killshot.
Just picking up removal spells.
Yeah, I don't want a Bondkin. That's the only other card I was thinking
Shanker
about.
is certainly not on
Yeah,
your list.
I'm not playing red at this
All
point.
right, so there is all of them from pack 2. I see you picked up a few more playables in black here. Nothing super exciting.
Another
but
Killshot was actually a big get, made me prioritize white a bit, and I got another land. Which
and
is
another
also
land.
big.
Good. All right, so let's take a look at your last pack as we wind down your draft here. What do you like out of this pack?
So I really wanted some defensive guys at this point. So I was choosing between the Parapet and the land, really. I still want some more fixing, but Parapet is just a cheap, nice defensive creature, so...
Yeah, that seems like it fits the bill
Snap
quite
it up.
nicely.
Yeah.
Let's look at your next pick here, and... Well, you've got a few options. I see a big Bellowing Saddle Brew. There's also a Dismal Backwater, which has to catch your eye.
Yeah, those are the 2 cards I was choosing between, definitely. I knew that I had counted my playables. I had about 15 if I was really stretching going into the pack, so I just needed a few. I needed to pick up cards that I could play in my deck more than lands. So
so you went with the Saddle Brute. All right, next pick. Well, there's some playables in here. I see in Disown Ancestor. If you want to go deep, you can get big Roddy here.
I play the Zombie Elephant more than one would think.
But you ended up taking the cheaper option here.
The cheaper card's better. Crackling Doom is nice, but again, no red for me. So
right, that's the only color you're not playing currently. What do you like out of this pack? I see Abomination might fit, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Abomination, I don't mind it that it's sort of off color because I'm just splashing blue at this point because it's just a morph. So if I don't have blue, I can just trade it off as a morph.
Gives you a play early. Yeah. So you took the Abomination. The next pick. Well, I see a land here, but you were talking about playables. What did you end up with here?
I went with the land.
You had to take the
these are
land.
not that good. These playables are not great.
Middle ground. Your next pick. Are you into Zombie Apes?
Zombie apes are okay with me. Yeah.
Vizier.
I don't think the card's that good.
I don't think it
is
either.
Splash too. I'd rather just have a cheap play.
All right, so you got a zombie elephant, a zombie ape on your radar at least. Here's your 7th pick. What did you take here?
I believe I took the Alabaster Kieran. At this point, I know that I have 2 kill shots, so I can actually play a decent number of planes in my deck. So this guy,
it's a solid pickup. All right, and this is your last pick from the draft that we're going to get to see here. And what did you get? A secret, a Lich Lord?
A little short on removal spells. So even though the right is very expensive, and I already have a lot of very expensive cards, I just ended up taking it.
It's also in your core color, so
yeah,
you could probably be able to cast it.
It's one of my main colors.
All right, and then we can take a look at the whole pack overall. So what colors did you end up?
All of them except for red. And I wheeled the Mandrills and the Dismal Backwater, so those were both huge cards.
Oh, you got the Mandrills and the Backwater back, so
both
that
cards
was
I'm happy to play.
And overall happiness level with the deck?
Pretty good. I lost to Luis in the first round in a very close match, and won the second one. I think my deck's pretty good.
You think it's pretty good?
Next one, yeah.
So you went for power?
Definitely a power over consistency sort of deck.
But you're comfortable playing that?
Yeah, I like it. I ended up with 6 lands, so my mana's not too bad.
Okay. Sam, thanks for taking the time, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe signing off from the Tournament Center.
All right, thank you very much to Marshall Sutcliffe and Sam Pardee there going 1-1. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. And Randy, we've had a couple of rounds now. The players are under their chairs and it's no longer quaking in their boots time. Now we're at the point where people are starting to create their own narratives. You've got 6 Hall of Famers at 2-0. I reckon none of them will be too excited just yet because they know how far away a top 8 is from 2-0. It's another 10 match wins or maybe an 11th away. Nonetheless, 2-0, good start. The other hand, you've got the mass of the field at 1-1 and then the 0-2s, and there's the best part of 100 of those. They are going, if I don't win this, I go into Modern with 0 points. It's a huge, we talk about pressure in sport all the time, but round 3, it's a big one for an awful lot of players. Really is.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So why don't we take a look at our 2 featured pods coming into this round 3. And we began the morning by watching Josh Utter-Leyton draft. So why don't we take a look at his pod and see how things are going.
Oh, wow.
Well, quite. Randy, talk us through that.
Well, Luis at 2-0 is exciting. I did not think Josh was going to be 0-2. His deck looks pretty good. The High Sentinels. Maybe paired against Gary Wise, who I believe Josh will someday join in the Hall of Fame. So kind of an interesting 0-2 match. But yeah, surprised to see Josh at 0-2 there. Look who Luis gets to play for the pod win, though, right?
Right. So
there was only one rookie at the table. You were telling the story earlier. Right. Jeff Moore, it's his 2nd premier event ever.
Yeah, and his first match premier win ever was round 1 because he went 0-3 at Grand Prix Omaha.
And the only Grand Prix or Pro Tour he'd played previously.
He'd ever played, that's right. Won a PTQ. He's like, we saw him up against this table, thought, surely not. But surely yes. He won round 1. He beat Kue Ito in round 2, and now he will play Luis Scott-Vargas. For those of you wondering, how do we know? Well, this, Randy, is back to Swiss pairings. Just explain again, for newcomers, how do we know Luis Scott-Vargas will face Jeff Moore?
Right, so every round, what the pairing algorithm does is it pairs you against someone with the same record. But in Limited, you also know that you're paired against people in the same pod. So there's only 2 2-0s inside that pod. We know Luis and Jeff are going to get paired.
Fine, and that's why we also know that Gary Wise and Josh Utter-Leyton will be paired. All right, so why don't we look at our 2nd feature pod? And the big heavyweights in this were undoubtedly Patrick Chapin and Gabriel Nassif. They were the 2 Hall of Famers in our 2nd feature pod. Here we are. How have they done?
Wow.
Well, one of them is right up there, Patrick Chapin, underway. 2nd place at Worlds, Pro Tour champion in the last year. He's opened up 2-0. He will face Michael Henson. Michael Henson, just like Jeff Moore in our other pod, 1st timer here at the Pro Tour. He will face Patrick Chapin, the Hall of Fame, the Innovator, to see if he can get to win his star-studded draft pod. Argentina's Nicolas de Nicola qualified here via top 8 at Grand Prix Santiago, 1-1, as is Gabriel Nassif, as is the Japanese superstar Ken Yukihiro, and then the 0-2s will be Joseph Theriot against Ryan Flynn.
That's the 2nd most exciting Patrick Chapin news I've seen this morning.
Wait. Surely that's the most exciting Patrick Chapin news you've seen this morning.
I've seen his modern deck. The deck lists have been turned in. I'm not saying anything yet. Just stay tuned. You're going to want to check it out.
So
I saw him yesterday. He had this grin on his face.
Okay.
And we were like, oh, but Chapin's always got it. He could have a grin on his face because he's got like the perfect 15th sideboard card for his
the
deck,
mirror
right?
or whatever.
Right. You know, it doesn't necessarily, but no, he had a grin. He's up to shenanigans.
I think the last time I saw that kind of grin, he was Pro Tour Hollywood 2008, and I think he was playing Juniper Order Ranger, something like that. I'm pretty sure that's in the memory bank somewhere. But Patrick Chapin is one. It looks like there are 7 Hall of Famers at 2-0. There is Patrick Chapin, Shuhei Nakamura, who, to be honest, has not really done the business at Pro Tour level for a while. It's been a long time since we've got to round 14 and wanted to put him in a feature match area because he's still live for top 8. It's been a while. But he has opened up 2-0. Darwin Castle is 2-0. Svi Moshevitz, Paul Rietzel, Kenji Samura, Jelga Vigersma. Let's see where we go next. Well, it's time for the last round of draft here at Pro Tour Fate Reforged. Take it away, BDM.
Thanks a lot, Rich, and thanks for the setup there, talking about all these undefeated Pro Tour Hall of Famers, Ian Duke. We are about to watch a match between 2 of those undefeated Hall of Famers. We have Jelger Vigersma at 2-0 versus Shuhei Nakamura of Japan. Jelger, of course, from the Netherlands. Those guys are ready to play. We're going to send it down to the floor. This is the last round of draft before we turn away to Modern. So let's see who goes into Modern 3-0 from these 2 Hall of Famers. Hello and welcome to round 3 of coverage of Pro Tour Fate Reforged here in Washington, D.C. I'm Brian David Marshall. I am joined by R&D member Ian Duke here in the booth, and we are about to watch 2 Hall of Famers. We're going to show you Jelger Vigersma of the Netherlands, one of the most accomplished players in the game, a Pro Tour champion with Team Von Dutch, and he is playing against Shuhei Nakamura from Japan. You know, a million Grand Prix top 8s, Pro Tour top 8s, but still searching for that elusive Pro Tour championship.
Yeah, 2 of my absolute favorite players here. This should be a really exciting match. We got some pretty cool decks here. Shuhei Nakamura playing a Mardu deck, base black-red with a little bit of white.
393 lifetime points for Vigersma. A good run here in this tournament. He can go over 400.
Jelger's deck is actually a 5-color control deck featuring a whopping 9 non-basic lands.
There we see a humble defector from Shuhei Nakamura, one of my favorite cards in this set.
Yeah, it serves as an excellent 2-drop, which can just attack into early morphs or trade if you want to, and then later in the game you can cash it in for some cards.
And there you see a couple of morphs, one from Shuhei Nakamura, one from Jelger Vigersma.
Yeah, so of note here, Shuhei does not have his black mana, at least on board yet. Drew 2 of his planes, even though white is his splash color in his deck. So
yeah, Shuhei started the game on 6 cards here. He did mulligan.
So we might see him stumbling a little bit in terms of his mana, but he at least has enough to start playing morphs, which is a good start.
There you get a look at the Hall of Famer. I can say that about either of these players. Jelger has a couple of interesting cards in his deck. A card I think that a lot of people... Horde Ambusher. Gets morphed up, unmorphed, can't block, attack for 4, play a morph. So busy turn from Shuhei Nakamura.
Yeah, so Shuhei deciding to cash in that Horde Ambusher, so to speak, early in the game just to get through some extra damage.
And for Jelger, it's just about assembling all of his colors of mana.
Now, Shuhei's definitely the aggro deck in this matchup, being Mardu, that's typical. But Jelger has quite an ambitious 5-color control deck here with a lot of rare cards, a lot of power in the late game.
Yeah, look at his hand. Highland Game and Crackling Doom playing alongside each other.
With Abomination of Gadul as his morph and, Crackling Doom in his hand. So that's representative of what we can see out of Jelger's deck.
He is holding a dead drop, but that's, Shuhei's playing around that by playing lots of creatures here.
Yep, and
Merrick
Yelger's deck.
Nightblade joins the team. And there was a
Yelger's deck
second
going
one in.
very deep on Delve. He actually has 3 copies of Scout the Borders and many Delve cards in his deck, including 2 Necropolis Fiends.
Wow,
Just
this is brutal. He's got to go to 8 here to better rev.
Yeah, I mean, Shuhei, just a blisteringly fast start here with the
2
2
Horde
ambushers.
ambushers. That's
really putting Yelger on the back foot, which makes these, these slow, clunky card draw spells that much more of a liability.
and the card that he revealed to unmorph that second Horde ambusher was a Dragon Grip. So,
oh, wow.
He's going to be able to really, get in with a 4-power first striker here.
Yep, so just a huge early board here from Nakamura. I mean, I think we can just expect him to keep attacking, basically, at this point. That's all he needs to do.
Yep.
Yelger probably trying to get up to his dead drop as soon as possible, if he'll even have time to cast it. But yeah, Dragon Grip comes down, forcing a chump block from Yelger.
3.
And he goes to 3 from the unblocked creatures. He has to chump that Dragon Gripped creature.
Nakamura with a Murderous Cut still in hand, just in case Yelger tries to defend with a creature.
Death Frenzy!
Oh my god, that's huge!
The absolute perfect card.
Wow. And gaining even more life with another gain land there. So just what Yelger needed to get back in the game.
The Nightblade lives through that, but Yelger gains a little life. That gives him a chance. Hooded Assassin is the next play, but is he at dead drop yet?
Yeah, I believe that he has that option if he wants to here. And yeah, seems like a pretty good option to me.
He's actually going to cast Scout the Borders, and that'll also get him into
yeah,
dead
he's sort of,
drop
if he's
range.
planning to delve anyway, that sort of refunds his mana, and that it's putting that many cards into his
He
graveyard.
keeps a land. Was that a Yasova there?
Yeah, he does have a Yasova Dragonclaw in his deck.
Plays a land, goes up to 6, and now dead drop. Look
Bam.
at that.
So just like that.
Remove 7 cards.
Wow, what a comeback so far. I mean, this
10 mana spell, but he just taps 3 lands to play it. Delves 7 cards away.
Yep.
Still has cards in his graveyard, by the way, which is good for him because he's got, some other delve cards in his deck, and I think I see one in his hand right now.
Uh-oh, could it be time? Wow, Sandstep
look at
Mastodon
his
too.
hand.
Necropolis Fiend. Just so much power in Yelger's hand right now. Yep, and sure enough, here comes the Necropolis Fiend. Of course, we know Shuhei has a Murderous Cut in his hand, and I think we're going to be seeing that come out here shortly.
Holy cow. Yelger's deck firing on all cylinders. Yeah, and this is a telling move here from Shuhei Nakamura. Let me look through your graveyard before we
I'm
scoop
starting
these
to think
cards
about
up.
next game, even though we're still in this game. Sandstep Mastodon.
Oh my gosh.
Coming down here, bolstering 5.
Shrug,
Highland
I believe. I don't speak
game.
Japanese, but I understand shrug. Doesn't want to attack into untapped white mana, so he just sends the Highland game in.
Yeah,
Keeps his
probably fearing
Necropolis
kill
Fiend back.
shot there.
Yeah. And that is, there you see the spatulate nature of Shuhei's cards as he uses them to scoop up.
I believe Shuhei declined to show the Murderous Cut at all that game, which probably indicates that he just simply knew he had no chance and values keeping that information hidden more than the slim chance he would have to win the game from that point.
So we have a King of the Hill table. Andrea Mengucci trying to return to the form that he had when he made the top 8 of a Pro Tour and kept himself in the King of the Hill table for a good long time. He's playing against Milos Stashik, and Milos is up 1-0 on Andrea. We're going to come back with some more Magic. We'll do a live look-in right after these quick messages.
Forged is now available on Magic Online. Dive into the new set by downloading Magic Online at www.mtgo.com. Standard is the name of the game at Fate Reforged Game Day. Join the battle on February 14th and 15th at your local game store. Visit wizards.com/magicgameday for more information.
Welcome back to the action here in the feature match, round 3 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged. We are going to take a quick look in on Eric Froelich versus Patrick Cox on the back table. There you see them. Eric Froelich, of course, coming off of a Grand Prix victory, the first trophy he's hoisted at a major event in his career.
That's right, and this was the Team GP last weekend at San Jose, right?
And there we see an Obzone guide with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. We see, that's a Savage Punch. It's pretty ridiculous there. So
gaining a lot of life.
Gain 8 life.
Wow. So Pat Cox on a white-red aggressive deck with a storm of Arrow Storms that he could finish the game with, but facing down Obzon Guide is probably not what he wants to see here. With Eric Froelich at 35 life.
A Don Quixote-like Leaping Master takes to the air. Drops Eric Froelich to 32. In comes an Armament Core. It's got a +1/+1 counter on it.
And this just looks to be Obzon doing what it likes to do. Huge creatures with +1/+1 counters, some lifelink, stabilizing the board. Looks like a rough spot for Pat Cox.
These guys, of course, teammates on Channel Fireball, working together for this event. You know, when you have 20 players working together in an event, you're going to have some people you worked with in your draft pod.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just part of the nature of it. You know you're going to the tournament and might face each other as adversaries, but of course.
All right, but we are coming back to our main match. Shuhei Nakamura and Jelger Vigeshma, the 2 Hall of Famers. Shuhei's played a Mountain and a Dismal Backwater.
Yep, Jelger starting off with enter the battlefield tapped dual land. No surprise, given that he has 9 non-basic lands in his deck.
Anything tricky that Shuhei can do with the Humble Defector?
Let me take a look here.
Collateral damage.
Yeah, that's one of the awesome combos with Fate Reforged.
You see Shuhei Nakamura, of course.
Doesn't look like he has anything specific to combo with the Humble Defector, but yeah, as we said, a 2-drop's a 2-drop in an aggressive deck like Shuhei's. Horde Ambusher coming down.
Yeah. The best thing it can do sometimes is just trade.
Yep, absolutely.
Humble Defector.
Yeah, 2-drops really valuable in this format, just with Morphs being so prevalent. You're trading 2 mana for 3 mana is just always a great deal. Rattleclaw Mystic, is that from Jelger?
Yeah, and there you get a look at the cards in hand. Another game result, Shady Badrin 1 game up over Craig Wesco on one of the back tables.
So no 4th turn play from Shuhei.
What's he holding on to here?
Well, as we mentioned before, he's Mardu, but he's base black-red, and I see only mountains and plains on his battlefield, so I think he's just stuck on black mana for now. Yeah,
Scout the borders. Dead Drop's going to go away here. That'll be something of a relief for Shuhei.
So Jelger filling up his graveyard for those powerful Delve cards that we saw in Game 1.
Plays the Scoured Barons that he got off the Scout the Borders.
And you know, one life at a time may not seem like much, but it really adds up when you're playing against these aggressive decks. I mean, Jelger already above his starting life total, despite some early creatures from Shuhei Nakamura.
Yeah, he's going up a little higher. I see a Swiftwater Cliffs in his hand.
That's one of the subtle challenges for the aggressive decks in this format.
And there is a Necropolis Fiend.
Ouch.
And it's going to leave some fodder in his graveyard, too.
Shuhei fortunately found his black mana just on time with an enter the battlefield tapped land on his previous turn, so now he's going to have access to his Murderous Cut. Which I think he's going to want to fire off before that Necropolis Fiends becomes active.
Yep. Yelger takes it. Doesn't want to block what we know is a Krumar Bondkin.
Yeah, also, I mean, Nakamura has the Hooded Assassin there to finish it off if he does block.
So what do you do here if you're Shuhei? Do you just cut that Fiend right now?
Yeah, I think you just have to cut. I mean, you know you're going to have to deal with it eventually. If you let it sit there, it's going to start killing your creatures.
Right, you can't let Yelger untap with it and kill it for value.
That's right.
Because you're going to get yourself 2 for 1.
And you know it's likely that Yelger probably has more strong plays in his hand, but you kind of just have to remove things one step at a time. And
I thought you were going to say Yelger has more Necropolis Fiends.
he could indeed have more Necropolis Fiends. He does have 2 in his deck. So yeah, just a hugely powerful late game deck here from Yelger, with plenty of ways to find his bomb creatures and spells too.
We got to look at why Murder's Cut's just the best removal spell. Best,
oh my gosh, yeah, this card just fantastic. I mean, 1 mana sometimes to destroy any creature. You know what? I mean, players, you have no problem paying 5 mana for this either. Reach of Shadows is one of the top commons in Fate Reforged for 5 mana.
Kill shot takes down the morph. That and there is
Mardu Rough Rider.
Yeah, the Rough Rider.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite cards. I love this guy a lot.
Yeah?
Unfortunately, it's not as good when you're on the back foot, of course, since it's clearly a creature that wants to be attacking. And Crackling Doom from Yelger just backbreaking there, taking out the 5-drop
people have
creature.
been talking about how the 5-color deck is not tenable in Fate Reforged powered up drafts.
I have to say I disagree. I mean, on the one hand, there's a bit less mana fixing, but on the other hand, a lot of players are going 2-color and they're passing up the dual lands, they're passing up the powerful 3-color cards. And it looks like
that's a Flamewake Phoenix. Followed up by a Hooded Assassin, so nice little recovery there.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 creatures in 1 turn from Shuhei. The hasty attacker in the form of the Flamewake Phoenix.
All right. Attackers from Yelger and the Krumar Bondkin. Shuhei Nakamura extends the hand. Yelger for Yugishima. 2-0.
Yeah, with an amazing comeback in game 1. Yeah, Did you believe that, BDM?
Absolutely amazing.
So it looks like we'll check out some of the other feature matches shortly.
Wow. And 3-0, by the way, with that 5-color deck.
Yeah, fantastic.
So I think you were making an interesting point there. Yes, there's fewer opportunities to draft mana fixing, but players are drafting that mana fixing a little less highly because they're doing these 2-color decks. So if you're the guy at the table who's doing that, you get to scoop those up, and you also get to scoop up all the late 3-color cards that might go around because no one's in that combination.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So it looks like we have a little peek in here on another feature match.
This is Craig Wesco versus Shady Badrin. Shady is up 1-0 on Craig Wesco. Both of these players are sitting at 0-2. So really trying to right the ship here, go into Modern with a win.
Yep, and it looks like a Blood-Soaked Champion there. Debilitating Injury taking out Wesco's Morph. Wesco cracking back with a manifested creature and a Hooting Mandrills.
Yeah, Craig Wesco, 3 Pro Tour top 8s. Obviously that huge win at Pro Tour Dragon's Maze. There you get a look at Shady Badger as he tries to, get himself onto the winning path here.
So we saw Craig Wesco narrowly lose a match earlier in the draft to a sudden Teamer Battle Rage that cracked through for a 15-point unexpected attack. Wesco looking to
it was the combo. It was the Dragon Grip and Teamer Battle Rage.
Quite the ferocious turn. But Wesco looking to be in decent shape here with his sort of larger green creatures here holding the ground against a Blood-Soaked Champion.
Yeah, Blood-Soaked Champion just keeps attacking, keep triggering its own raid.
So while Shady's pondering, we'll take a look at what else they have in their deck lists here.
Oh, look, that's nice. He sacrifices the Blood-Soaked Champion to his Ugin's Construct.
Okay, but of course, as we know, that Blood-Soaked Champion probably coming right back shortly. So Craig Wesco on just a white and a green deck, one of these allied color decks that we've talked about before, sort of a new-ish thing with Fate Reforged.
not really a departure for
Craig Wesco.
Craig Wesco, yeah.
He's quite at home with aggressive white creatures and green creatures. And Shady is a Mardu deck, looks to be base white-black. Pretty aggressive here with a lot of early creatures, some raid creatures, and removal spells. So actually, it looks like he's got a pretty strong deck.
Yeah, we see he's holding Abzan Battle Priest. He's got a Ride Down. There's a Windscarred Crag he just played from his hand. And we're going to see the Ugin's Construct gets in. No blocks from Craig Wesco. Doesn't want to put himself in a position of getting 2 for 1.
And step.
Has a take-up arms to play at the end of his turn. And we see...
with a follow-up Rush of Battle.
Yeah, this is just a backbreaker.
Yeah. I love these types of decks.
Just going to cast it.
These token Trumpet Blast style decks. Surprising to see it in green-white this time around, but it looks like it's working pretty well for Wesco. Of course, the Hooting Mandrels taking advantage of the trample here.
Yeah, and he's going to gain 9 off of those warrior tokens.
Yeah.
So he's just going to, get himself right back all the life he's lost.
And this looks to not necessarily be lethal, but boy, is it backbreaking.
It's 9, it's 16, it's 20.
Yeah.
So that Abzan Battle Priest
it's
has
got to get in the
eat
way
something.
of something. Yep. And then Wesco's just going to gain so much life here. It's looking like this play may force a game 3, if not this turn shortly thereafter.
So the Battle Priest can trade.
So 9 plus 6 is 15.
Yeah. So Shady's going to fall to 3 here. Craig is going to gain 9.
So 19 to 3. Yep. It's straight.
Look at this. Yeah. And he forces Shady to throw away the Battle Priest. She, clearly was not thinking about doing when he passed the turn there.
Yeah, absolutely. So Shady hard-pressed to find an answer to Wesco's enormous board here.
Tormenting Voice will help do that.
Now, what's he looking for here? I don't know. I mean, Barrage of Boulders, maybe.
Barrage of Boulders would be sweet, but that's not going to help him very much with that Hooting Mandrels.
Right. He does have the Ugin's Construct, but...
Plays a Morph.
Yeah, so if Wesco doesn't have much follow-up here, there's a, Shady's looking at maybe stabilizing, but it's not going to take much from Wesco to put this battlefield over the edge.
There's not really an attack on the board for. So Inoc Guide comes down with a +1/+1 counter. Alpine Grizzly joins the team as well. And I believe that's empty for Craig Wesco.
Yeah, so Wesco just deploying all his threats and saying, can you keep up? Can you play 2 creatures this turn? Otherwise, you're dead.
Okay, right. A gain land gets Shady to 4, but
2 cards.
Is that enough?
Does not add any more creatures to the battlefield, which means Wesco can just, I think, send everything in here.
Well, we do know that there's a Reach of Shadows in Bodrin's hand.
Right, so the question is, does Wesco, sort of respect that fact that Shady could have a combat trick or a removal spell here? It's tough.
Craig's trying to suss it out. You heard Craig just go, Ponyback Brigade, that's your morph. It's Canyon Lurkers.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a really tough attack for Craig to make here, but sometimes you think, hey, I'm out of gas here. The longer the game goes on, the more likely it is my opponent's going to claw his way back into the game. Maybe my best chance is just making an attack this turn. On the other hand, with 2 cards in hand and a face-down creature and 6 lands untapped, it's very, very likely that your opponent's going to have some kind of trick here.
All right, combat, says Craig Wesco. Okay. Starts turning things sideways.
All right.
Turns them all sideways.
A bold move by Craig Wesco. Let's see how it plays out for him.
All right. Bodrin's first move, get that Ugin's Construct in the way of that monster.
Yep, that's the natural block there for sure.
So his best case scenario here is to go to 1. He can.
And Craig probably breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief here. He'd been talking about Ponyback Brigade earlier. But clearly Shady is in the declare blocker step now. So it's too late to turn up his pony back brigade, which of course we know is not a pony back brigade, but Wesco is fearing it.
So he's going to put, I assume he's going to put the morph in front of the Einok guy.
Well, he's got the Alpine Grizzly there.
He's thinking about just killing 2 creatures here. Oh, this is better. And then he's gonna go to 1 no matter what.
Yeah.
And he's gonna reach a shadows the Hooting Mandrills.
Go to 1 finish.
Goes to 1, but on the board he's still dead.
Yep.
For next turn, right? If nothing changes.
Yeah, it means he has to treat each one of those 1/1 soldier tokens as a lethal threat now.
Yeah.
Which
Ponyback
is
Brigade would be a sweet top deck here.
Yeah, and he does have it in his deck, so we'll see what he draws. Ride down, of course, a removal spell, but not helping him on defense here, only killing attacking creatures. And he scoops him up. Wow. Craig Wesco having demonstrated his boldness to just get in the red zone and attack with everything. I'm sure he would do the same the next turn.
There you see one feature match in the books. Hall of Famer Yelgar Vigersma defeated Shuhei Nakamura, the empty table. But we have 3 matches still going. Menguchi and Stajek tied up 1-1. Shady Bodrin and Craig Wesco tied up 1 apiece. And Eric Froelich and Patrick Cox. Eric Froelich's up 1 game and in the middle of game 2. Eric Froelich just fell to 9 as we switch to this graphic. And Patrick Cox is at 8.
Yeah, so we saw a peek at this match last game where Froelich took over the game with a huge Obzon guide with lifelink. And yet again, we see that Obzon guide in play here.
We also see a high Sentinels of Irration.
Yeah, and an Alabaster Cure, and the Vigilance being huge here for Pat Cox.
All right, and a long shot squad. So that is a I can block flyers Obzon guide right now with that long shot squad. It's got reach. +1/+1 counter, giving it reach. And a Smite the Monstrous taking out the Sentinels.
The Sentinels, of course, getting +1/+1 from the Obzon guide having a +1/+1 counter. Right. So it is 4 power.
And Eric's deciding to use the ability of the High Sentinels, put a +1/+1 counter on his Obzon guide.
Yep. So Froelich does have the Obzon guide, which can block flyers this turn.
All right, and the other flyer there being an Obzon Falconer.
Pat Cox hesitating a little bit. I wonder if he fully realized that the Obzon guide could block flyers there. I mean, give him credit that he did, but we'll see what he's got in combat here.
So that's a 6/6, blocking what looks like a 4/5 Falconer.
Considering his options.
Does he have a ride down? No, he's got the Teamer Battle Rage.
Oh, wow.
So this is going to be a 2-for-1 on himself. He's still going to lose his Falconer.
Yeah, so that would mean Froelich's going to take 4 trample damage there, +4 in the air for 8, but gaining back 6. So a net of 2 should bring him down to 7 if I've counted correctly.
And a Bloodfire Expert follows up.
But yeah, Cox really putting on the pressure here because Froelich now has no way to block flyers until he outlasts with the long shot squad, which lets Cox get in another attack for 4 with the Kirin. And moreover, the long shot squad now only a 4/4. Oh, okay. But Hunt the Weak comes out.
Yeah.
Boosting the long shot squad to a 5/5, taking out the Kirin and dashing Cox's hopes of riding that Kirin to victory.
I mean, Bloodfire Expert can do quite a bit here. But you'd really like to have that Teamer Battle Rage now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Prowess trigger giving you Ferocious. Pat can't do anything.
And now with Eric Froelich untapping with his 5/5 long shot squad. Just a massive ground force here for Eric Froelich. And Pat Cox at 7 life.
Looks like that's a
Sultai
Flare,
Flare,
yeah. Pat Cox says, I will take it. Falls to 2.
Sultai Flare meaning that even if Pat Cox can answer the long shot squad, Froelic's still gaining 4 life off of that.
Okay.
And
Definitely forgot the guy had flying. I don't know that it really matters.
And
Eric
Pat Cox
Froelich,
extends the hand.
yeah, Pat Cox extends the hand, and Eric Froelich wins. You know, Eric Froelich, I don't think lost any matches on the weekend
Wow.
at Grand Prix San Jose. He hasn't lost any matches so far this weekend. He is 3-0. Patrick Cox falls to 2-1.
So Eric Froelich shaping up to be quite the limited master at this format then, huh?
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, we are going to check in on our match at the King of the Hill table between Milos Stashik and Andrea Mangucci. This is the King of the Hill table. The person who wins this match. Oh, sorry. We're actually going to go back to the match between Wesko and Bodrin.
Looks like they're just about to start game 3 here.
So
again,
we'll be able to catch the whole game.
Again, Shady's 3-color Mardu deck versus Craig Wesko's green-white Rush of Battle tokens deck.
No turn 2 play from either player. Here you're going to look at Shady Bodrin's numbers, sort of. There's a morph.
Shady starting with the morph, has access to all 3 colors of his mana, which is great for him because looking through his deck list, he looks to be sort of one of those 3-color equal type 3-color decks, which means sometimes it could be hard for him to curve out with a good start and have access to all his mana. But it looks like
12 lifetime pro points for Shady. He's got a Grand Prix top 8. He's done pretty well at the Grand Prix there. You know, far more winning than losing.
Mm-hmm.
There's Sandstep Outcast, one of the premium commons in this format.
Yeah, and fits in really well with Wesko's sort of go wide tokens theme here. Great combo with Rush of Battle.
It's a spirit creature with flying, that
Yep.
token. Take a look at the rest of Craig's hand that he's waiting to deploy.
So nothing particularly amazing in Wesko's hand, but just, you know, a bunch of solid creatures he's planning on curving out and being aggressive and saying, hey, can you answer this?
And let's see, can he?
Looks like Bodrin's morph is Ponyback Brigade.
And he's got a little bit of ability to go wide himself here this game. So the Brigade trades for the Sandstep Outcast, but Mardu Horde Chief comes down, makes a token with the raid trigger.
So a little bit interesting that he'd trade off his Ponyback Brigade so easily against the 2-1 body left behind by the Sandstep Outcast.
Yeah, I guess he feels like he's got other things to do with his mana than take a turn off, morphing that, and nothing that's going to really pay him off.
Yeah, and
in the way of a Trumpet Blast or a Rush of Battle.
Exactly, and conversely, he's seen that Craig Wesko has Rush of Battle in his own deck, so he may just be saying, you know what, I'm just going to trade for creature, try to keep the board clear and make sure I don't get bursted down by a sudden Rush of Battle.
Right. So Craig gets in for 1 in the air and then adds Salt Road Patrol. You know, it's just kind of like a, real just on-curve creatures for Craig. Craig is just going to play a guy every turn.
Yep,
here.
nothing fancy, just big creatures.
Shady attacks with both here.
Yeah.
Perhaps telegraphing the Sandblast in his hand.
Yeah, and we also saw last game he has Ride Down in his deck as well. Not in his hand currently, but we don't know whether or not Wesko has seen that. But yeah, it should be clear to Wesko at this point that there's either going to be something like a Sandblast or a Ride Down in Shady's hand.
And then here comes Chief of the Scale. Toughening up the team.
Badrin with a Flamewake Phoenix stranded in his hand. I think one of the shortcomings of his deck is having double red spells like this in his 3-color deck where white and black are his base colors. So we'll see if that's able to come into play a little bit later in the game.
There you get a look at the Pro Tour champion, Craig Wesko. Soul Summons.
So interestingly, we saw Wesco decline to block with the Salt Road Patrol last turn, which must mean that he's planning to somehow put it out of range or keep it safe from blocking later, because I don't think he can really afford to go the entire game without putting that at risk somehow.
Yeah, he's going to put it.
Put it into the red zone. He
Yeah.
may just be saying, I'm not going to give you the opportunity to ride down my creature or whatever it is that you have. I'm just going to trade blow for blow here and just keep attacking you.
But Shady's willing to put his 2/3 in front of the 2/5. And the 2 creatures bounce. And Smoke Teller for Craig Wesco. By the way, Smoke Teller is also the card he manifested off of that Soul Summons. So the good news is he'll be able to unmorph it.
The bad news is to not much gain.
I had Randy manifest Master of Pearls against me the other night in the draft.
Wow.
Manifesting a morph creature gets pretty nasty.
Yeah, absolutely. Hooded Hydra, one of the other ones. That's fantastic to manifest.
The literal and metaphorical GG.
So there's a second mountain from Shady, which means he does have access to that Phoenix if he wants. But we'll see what he does this turn.
You can also Fierce Invocation here. Start maybe gumming up the ground a little bit. So it sounds like we have a new King of the Hill. Milos Stashik wins 2-1 over Andrea Mangucci. It's been a hot seat so far. Ari Lax kept it for a round, but now it's changed hands twice. All right, in comes the Chief. In comes the Horde Chief.
14.
No blocks from Craig Wesco.
Yep. Shady, of course, has the Sandblast just in case Wesco decides to double block, but he telegraphed that so strongly the previous turn that Wesco is not going to bite.
And he taps out for the Fierce Invocation.
Yep, adding essentially a 4/4 manifest. 2/2 with 2+1/+1 counters. And
it's a War Behemoth.
A War Behemoth, wow. So another example of manifesting a morph that you can then turn up. Of course, you don't really get much of a discount here on the War Behemoth.
But a 5/8's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it sure is.
It's like what happens before the Mastodon starts rotting. It's got a little more muscle.
So Wesco pondering his options. I mean, he's clearly demonstrated he wants to be aggressive this game, even so far as attacking with a 2-power creature into a 3-toughness creature last turn, just in the hopes that Shady wouldn't block. So I think we're going to see him try to maneuver things in order to keep up that aggressive stance. And sure enough, Suspension Field on the manifest.
So
Yep.
it's revealed now? Yes.
It is revealed.
Shady
It's
tries to
chain
slip it
stones.
under there as a face down, but Craig's like, no, let me see that.
Sees the War Behemoth. Of course, those 2 counters go away.
Okay.
These 2 are the last 2 playing in the feature match area. 3 empty tables. And these 2 players sitting at 0-2, trying to pick up a win before they head into the modern rounds in round 4.
Got 11? Correct.
You see,
Yep.
no blocks.
Yep,
From
so
Shady.
Wesco chipping in for a little bit of damage there.
And fortifying with an Alpine Grizzly.
So both these players have been pretty aggressive and pretty reluctant to block so far this game, but
Shady just demonstrated his willingness to block.
I was going to say, one of them is going to have to bite the bullet and start putting up a defense here. And it looks like Shady is the one to sort of crack in this game of chicken.
And passes with his mana up. So he's got mana for Smite the Monstrous. He's got mana for Sandblast.
Combat.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, so Craig being perhaps a little more cautious this turn, just coming in with the Flying Spirit and the Alpine Grizzly. The Grizzly, of course, threatening to trade with either the Mardu Horde Chief or the Chief of the Scale.
Do you ever think about sandblasting the token?
At 11 life, I think you let the token just keep going for a little bit longer, but you know, you do have to think about things like Rush of Battle, surprising you later on in the game, and you know, it's so painful to leave up 3 mana every turn and then not use the Sandblast. So at a certain point, you've just got to say, I'm not going to hit the optimal target, but I've just got to hit something with this and spend my mana. But looks like Shady, you know,
trades his Horde Chief for the Alpine Grizzly, and then Craig, post-combat, outlasts his Salt Road Patrol and plays a Morph. And so he gets his own War Behemoth in play.
And that was a tough sequence of 2 turns for Shady. I mean, he passed the turn without spending his mana and didn't spend it on Craig's turn either, whereas, you know, Craig's getting in a little bit of damage and deploying more threats. So he's really kind of leveraging a mana advantage here. Craig Wesco is, I mean, in that he's spending his each turn and Shady's just leaving up defensive tricks and not using them. So we're going to have to see something proactive from Shady this turn, or him just willing to say, yep, I'm going to Sandblast that token or whatever it is and just spend my mana.
We'll go to second main phase.
Second main phase, says Shady, because that Flame Wake Phoenix has to attack.
Right.
And so he wants to get at least a turn of being able to block something here, or just keeping the token in the air back.
Yeah, and I like that play a lot. I mean, it gives him 1 turn of breathing room and just, you know, spends his mana, gets some more creatures on the board. Even though the Phoenix is going to have to attack next turn, at least he's taken the opportunity to get it onto the battlefield. Wesco with a super creature-heavy hand this game. He's just sort of been playing out his creatures, you know, making favorable attacks in combat, and doesn't have a lot to back them up in the way of spells or combat tricks, at least not just yet.
It looks like he is thinking about his attack here.
Attack.
And just sends in his Morph and his Salt Road Patrol. We know the Morph's a War Behemoth.
Two in hand? Yep.
So Shady pondering his blocks. Part of the trouble is none of his creatures really have a lot of toughness here.
Yeah, so he's hoping he can get a trade here on
Just there? Yep.
the Morph with his Flame Wake Phoenix, but Craig's going to use his mana, flip up the 3/6.
Yeah, and a little disappointing for Shady there, but on the other hand, the Phoenix would have to attack anyway, and Shady's not really in a position to pressure Craig's life total, so in some sense he's not losing a lot by having that Phoenix in the graveyard rather than just being tapped every turn.
And Craig empties his hand. He plays Plains, he plays Seeker of the Way at the end of that, and once again we see him just, look, I've got these green and white creatures, I'm going to play them all.
And Shady Tormenting Voice discards Abzan Battle Priest, which normally would be a card he'd really like to have in this situation.
Just doesn't have time
but
for
he
it.
doesn't have time for it. Yeah, I mean, he'd want to start outlasting and getting that lifelink going, but he just can't do that under this much pressure. And that's, I think, part of the repercussions of not spending his mana efficiently earlier in the game, which wasn't necessarily the wrong play, so to speak, but it did set him behind.
All right, pass the turn again, still holding Sandblast, still holding Smite the Monstrous. But under heavy pressure here from Wesco.
Yep. And Wesco not able to make a full-on attack yet, I don't think, but can still keep sort of chipping away opportunistically. Meanwhile, in his deck are 2 copies of Rush of Battle and Incremental Growth.
Oh, wow.
Any of which would just break this game wide open if he was to draw into one of them.
How can Shady win this game?
I think it's probably gonna involve a series of unlucky draws from Craig Wesco, just allowing Shady the time and the opportunity to get back into the game and establish a big board presence. I mean, Shady just basically has to get on board here.
All right, Craig is ready to send everybody in. This is it.
Okay.
This is his.
We've seen Craig, I mean, being willing to make these bold, sort of all-in aggressive attacks. He knows he doesn't really fear an attack back from Shady being at 14 life. And so he just challenges Shady, hey, make your best blocks. Let's see what you got. I'm at very least going to get a lot of damage through. And, you know, maybe you don't have anything. And
Shady's at 7.
Yeah.
So he's going to be able to sandblast something, not a War Behemoth. Can't smite anything. Just has to chump block the War Behemoth. Maybe he can go 2 for 1 himself here, the Sandblast.
So stands to take 6 damage here, but of course we know he has the Sandblast.
Is he willing to go to 1? He is.
Wow, and Sandblast's the War Behemoth, so a non-lethal Sandblast, of course, will get finished off by the token. But in doing so, he's saying, I'm not only am I taking 6 damage, but Craig Wesco, if you have any kind of combat trick, I'm also dead.
Right.
After blockers damage, after damage. So these guys trade, this guy stays alive.
So Shady falls to 1. He whittles down a significant chunk of Craig's team, but he's just dead in the air.
Yeah, I mean, willing to spend his life total to take out some creatures, but he's facing down that spirit token. Yep, and
extends the hand. Craig Wesco gets on the board here at Pro Tour Fate Reforged, and he wins his match 2-1 against Shady Bodrin. So we had a lot of action going on here in the feature match area. Yelger Vigashima, the Pro Tour Hall of Famer, won heads up. Welcome back to the booth. Ian Duke, Brian David Marshall. So we had 2 Hall of Famers in our sort of front table. Yelger Vigashima won 2-0 over Shuhei Nakamura, and that was an exciting deck.
Oh, yeah.
You know, everyone's been proclaiming that the 5-color, multi-4-color, you know, delve, scout the borders kind of deck isn't there anymore. But, you know, Yelger showed us if you have 2 Necropolis Fiends, you can make it work.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. What we might be seeing is that in this new format, it's more of a high-risk, high-reward type deck, and Yelger was rewarded. New
King of the Hill, Milo Stasic defeated Andrea Mangucci. Craig Wesco started his tournament off 0-2. He's on the board going into Modern. Maybe a precursor to what we'll see from him, white and green creatures in Modern. He wins 2-1. And then Eric Froelich continues his new streak of not losing games of Magic.
True master of the format.
Just been really dominant here in Fate Reforged Limited, coming off a win last week at Grand Prix San Jose. We're going to send it back to desk. Guys, when we come back with more action, we're going to be seeing what Modern looks like. So don't go anywhere. Sending it back to Rich and getting ready to dive into this new format.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and Ian Duke bringing you all the action from the limited rounds here at Pro Tour Fate Reforged. We will do it all again tomorrow, 3 more rounds for the competitors still left standing in rounds 9, 10, and 11. But between now and then, it's Modern all the way. Now, it's lunchtime. We've got a ton of stuff lined up for you over the next 30 minutes or so, including the first look at our master leaderboard, the results of those 2 feature pods. I can tell you we're going to go inside R&D to lift the lid on how Fate Reforged was made, and Randy Buehler, the Hall of Famer, will be here at the news desk to mark your card for all the best cards in Modern. And I can also tell you there are some startling deck choices out there. We'll be lifting the lid on those as we head towards the Modern portion here on day 1. But let's wrap up the limited morning, and we began the morning, it seems so long ago now, the action's been coming thick and fast, with Josh Utter-Leyton drafting live 10 past 9 this morning here in Washington, D.C. Let's look at the result of that first feature pod and show you how it ended up. And Josh Utter-Leyton, look at that. You would not believe that could happen, especially when you saw his deck, which seemed perfectly reasonable. He has opened up 0-3. He probably cannot afford to lose again this tournament, never mind today, this tournament, if he wants to make the top 8. Gary Wise 1 and 2, Becerra 1 2, Sam Pardy 1 and 2. He featured on our draft viewer. Then the 2 and 1s, the Brazilian Eduardo dos Santos Vieira, Lixo on Magic Online. Koei Ito in his 5th Pro Tour doing well. Jeff Moore, the debut player, just terrific effort by him. He played for the pod, but he did not win the pod. The winner of the pod is Luis Scott-Vargas. And get this, Luis Scott-Vargas from last weekend, the Grand Prix champion, teamed with Eric Froelich. Eric Froelich is 3-0. They teamed with Paul Cheon. Paul Cheon is 3-0. The 3 Team Limited masterminds from last week have all 3-0'd their pod. What about our second feature pod? Let's take a look at that. This featured Patrick Chapin and Gabriel Nassif, the 2 big Hall of Famers. How did they do? Well, Nassif not so much, 1 and 2 he opened up, but there's Patrick Chapin, your 2nd place from the World Championship just a few short weeks ago, just before the turn of the year, losing out to Shahar Shenhar in the final. Twice the finalist of Worlds, a Pro Tour champion, he's 3-0. The 2 and 1s, Nicolas de Nicola qualified via Santiago. Michael Henson, good job by him. He's 2 and 1, and he is here as he lost to Chapin, playing for the Draft Pod Championship, if you will, and Henson was in his 1st Pro Tour. So congratulations to him. Ryan Flynn at 1 and 2, Joseph Therio 0 and 3. So that gives you a guide to our feature pods. But now that we've played 3 rounds, the field is starting to separate out. 407 competitors came in. Let's take a look at our overall leaderboard. Everyone on here. Now, these are basically not sorted precisely. Don't worry too much about tie breaks or anything, but just to pick out some names. Cuneo, 3-0. Martin Muller of Denmark, the World Magic Cup captain, is 3-0. Your Rookie of the Year, Raymond Perez Jr., he is 3-0. Simoneau of France, the Hall of Famer Jelga Wiegersma, the Czech player, Lucas Blahon. You see Thiago Fonseca, he beat Neil Rigby for the pod finally in theirs. Eric Froelich, I've mentioned, your number 11. Huang Haoshan of Chinese Taipei, he's their biggest name. No Su Ching Kuo this time around, not qualified. As you see down, Sol Malka, he was making Pro Tour top 8s in the late 90s. He's made a great start. And you see David Ochoa at number 20. Let's move on. Let's go to the next set of 20. Again, all these players 3-0. You see your reigning world champion Shahar Shenhar is there. Matt Sperling, who so nearly won the Grand Prix title last weekend. King of the Hill is Milos Stajic of Serbia. John Stern has opened up 3-0, the Canadian from Face to Face and Fireball, that new collective. Alexa Telerov, how often can we say 2 Serbs winning 3-0 at the start of the day? Well done to Stajic and Telerov. They've done terrifically. More ranked players, Kentaro Yamamoto, 16, Patrick Chapin, 17, Yuki Ichikawa, 18. Let's move on, see who else is 3-0. And now, these are the last few. We have pretty much, as you can see, we have exactly 50 players at 3-0. And in this last 10, you have the likes of Pro Tour finalist Pierre Dajon from Theros in 2013. You've got Luis Scott-Vargas. You have Hall of Famer Kenji Samura. And right now, from Norway, great job, Krista Monson, 3-0. All right, so that wraps up the morning. Coming up, Modern. But first, Fate Reforged, the latest Magic set. How do they go about making it? Let's lift the lid as we go now inside R&D. Welcome to Seattle, home of Wizards of the Coast and the latest episode of Inside R&D with me, your host, Rich Hagan, showcasing all the latest toys in Fate Reforged. You know, there are a few certainties in Magic, but one of them is that time is linear. Then again, in Magic, things are never what they used to be.
Fate Reforged is the linchpin of the entire block. When we started with the idea that we would have a large, small, large structure in which the small set would draft with both the first large set and the second large set. In fact, a lot of the early design, the exploratory design, was us answering the question, why? Why would you do that?
So I came back and I said, time travel. You go back in time to the small set and change something. It's like the Ray Bradbury story where the guy goes back in time to the Cretaceous period, steps on a butterfly by mistake, and when he goes back to the future, everything has changed.
Our hero comes to the present day, sees something is horribly wrong, goes back to the past, corrects things, makes it different, and then we come back in the final set to see the present again, but a different present.
When we left Sarkenval in Khans of Tarkir, he had fought his way across his homeworld. A lot of people very hostile to him. The Marduk Khan Zergo despises him. And finally he made his way to Ugin's grave into this time portal, which he didn't even know was what he was looking for. And so he's gone back in time.
And so when we're figuring out a time in the past, what we realized is we needed some event that was fundamental to Magic so that when Sarkin went back in the past, it wasn't just a random event, it was a pinnacle event. Well, how about Nicol Bolas fighting Ugin? How much, like the two dragons of Magic just competing against each other, in which we kind of know, if you believe Nicol Bolas, that Ugin didn't win that. Well, what if we changed that?
This was the big turning point. Ugin falls, he dies, and the dragon tempests, which spawn dragons on Tarkir, go out because they're tied to him metaphysically. But this time, Sarkhan is here. And although he wasn't able to intervene in the fight and help Ugin actually win against Bolas, which is what he would have liked, he is able to intervene and stop Ugin from dying. He has this Hedron shard from the Eye of Ugin on Zendikar, constructed by Ugin in the future, and he's able to use it to create this protective magical cocoon around Ugin that Ugin will slumber in for over 1,000 years.
We've heard of Ugin. Ugin showed up in names and things and flavor text, and but we've never met Ugin. Well, if Sarkin is going to go save Ugin, we got to see Ugin, and so we decided we needed to make an Ugin. Now it's tricky because A, we're going in the past, and pre-mending the Planeswalkers were a little different than they were post-mending, and also there's a lot of build-up. We're gonna meet Ugin. Like, it's one thing when you make a brand new Planeswalkers no one ever heard of, but it's another when you finally deliver on something that people have had expectations for. And so there was a lot of pressure.
It's becoming very commonplace now that we set up what are called mini teams during development. That's each member on my development team chooses some element of the set that we think is really important. Usually, like, just what are the key elements? What are the most important things about the set? What do we make? What do we really have to make sure we get right? Ugin felt like one of those. Ben was very excited to take on the challenge of leading a team.
Fate Reforged was my first main booster release development team, so I was a little bit starstruck as far as trying to figure out how I was gonna lead the process to create this really central character to the story. He also needed to be really powerful. He's the enemy of Nicol Bolas in the story, so he needed to be on a comparable power level. So we were talking really high mana cost. Like, I was negotiating 7, and that was even, 7 is too low. So we ended up, okay, no lower than 8. And, making a 8 mana card that shows up in standard is a little difficult. As each additional mana you add on, it's so much more difficult to get to. So we really looked at what can we do with Ugin that just goes over the top. Like, if you're getting to 8 mana, this is what you want to do.
What's unique about Ugin is that even though he costs 8 mana, as soon as he comes down, he can catch you up from even the most unfavorable positions. His -X ability sweeps the board of any colored permanent, so it can remove whatever your opponent was doing to you. And once Ugin stays on the table, he just sits there and sort of gains you an advantage over the course of the game. His +2 deals 3 damage to any creature or player. It can take out weenie creatures or eventually kill off your opponent. And his ultimate is really cool. It's sort of a reverse of Nicol Bolas's ultimate in that it does sort of all the beneficial things as a reverse of what Nicol Bolas does to you.
On this world where you have Khans, why does someone name himself or become named Sarkhan Vol? Well, no one on Tarkir calls him that. His name is Vol. kind of this pathetic, groveling name that he never really took to. And it's not clear whether other people gave him this name, Sarkhan, in jest, or he very arrogantly gave it to himself. But it means great Khan, highest Khan, the Khan of Khans. It is like introducing yourself as saying, "Hi, I'm Super President." That makes it a very dangerous name to say. Zergo takes offense at it. Bolas never calls him Sarkhan because that would have been lending him power. Ugin, interestingly, does.
Once we knew we were doing a time travel story, we said, okay, we have to structure this correctly. We knew that we were in the present, we knew we went to the past, and then we knew we had the alternate present. And so in order to make that work, I needed to have some mechanic that ran through the 3 sets that was the framework, that a mechanic that sort of demonstrated what we were doing. So what I wanted was a mechanic that you got to see, then you got to see a proto version of it, and then you got to see an alternate version of it. After some experimentation, we realized that morph was the perfect thing to do.
Ugin taught morph magic to humans, gave it to them in an effort to try to create more of an equilibrium between humans and dragons. He did not want to see humans wipe out dragons or dragons wipe out humans. He considers them both important to what Tarkir is. And he's very much about balance, to the point that he even advocated not destroying the Eldrazi to keep whatever mysterious ecological balance they might be a part of.
When you manifest a card, you put it onto the battlefield face down. Now, you can manifest a card from pretty much anywhere. Some do it from the top card of your library, others from exile or graveyards. Wherever it's coming from, it's going to land on the battlefield and be a face down 2/2 creature. It's colorless, it has no names, no creature types, no abilities, and no mana cost.
We initially had it to where you had no other way to turn it up. If you just had to kind of get lucky and hit a morph creature. Or you had to do some kind of cool and summon trick where you picked it up, put it back down, something like that. But ultimately, we play tested with, you can turn your manifested creature face up if it's a creature, and it added a lot of drama. It's something Dave Humphreys came up in design. So we wove that into the set by trying to make sure all the dragons, the actual creature type dragons in the set, were the most amazing things to turn face up when you had manifested them. So that's how Manifest kind of cemented its place as Ugin's magic in Fate Reforged.
Now, these creatures are going to be really familiar for anyone that played with the Morph ability, which appeared last set, Khans of Tarkir. They kind of look the same on the battlefield. They're 2/2, they're face down. Now remember, with Morph, you could turn them face up at any time by paying a Morph cost. Manifested cards are a little different. If the card itself is a creature card, you can turn it face up by paying its mana cost. Now, if you manifested a card that isn't a creature card, then you can't turn it face up at all. It just stays as a 2/2 creature. But your opponent doesn't know the difference.
You really get into these interesting mind games where you're attacking with your face down 2/2, and you may be able to turn it up, you may not be able to. Your opponent can't predict what it is. Unlike Morph, even if they've memorized every single creature in the set, they still don't know what range of casting costs or power and toughness this could really be here.
Right into Being is one of my favorite manifest cards in the set. I first picked it a lot, second picked it, third picked it, take as many as I can get, really. The ability to both smooth out your draw and pick which card you're going to manifest, it puts great pressure on your opponent.
We didn't want it to be a huge, major defining thing about Standard, but at the same time, we wanted it to show up. I feel like most of our mechanics we want to show up to some degree. Whisperwood Elemental is certainly one of the foremost cards where a lot of the power on the card is just that it's making creature tokens every turn. Some of the power is that you can turn those up and have some surprises, so it's sort of the best of the both worlds where you have a cool, powerful card, and some of its power is in Manifest, and we want that to come up, but that's not, the swinginess of that card is not necessarily in the Manifest itself.
So one of the concerns, as soon as I said we're doing a time travel story, and as soon as people figured out we're going back in the past and changing something, one of the big fears is, oh no, is everything I know about Magic's story going to change? Is everything I've learned now thrown to the wind? And the answer is no, no, no. The creative team, it was very important. One of their mandates was that they wanted to cocoon the effect to this world. That Tarkir is fundamentally changed, but the Magic multiverse is not. The ramifications, what happens here, will go on to affect the outside world, but nothing that happens here affected the outside world.
Even though Fate Reforged was my first development team on a main booster release, I did have a sense that we were doing something different.
It's a middle set, but is unlike any other second set ever. You come between a big set and another big set. you have to show things that were true in the first set and that will become true in the third set. You can't have too many mechanics in your middle set or you save nothing for the third set. Your middle set is also too complicated.
Being able to position this set as a beginning and as an end, but also as a middle set for the block in terms of the way the set rolls out and constructed is played.
We want to put lots and lots of teasers in the middle set that will show you what could happen in the third set, but without spoiling too much.
To find cards that play one way with cons and then another way with the third set in the block.
Given that you have this and this and this and this and this and this, all these little obstacles, can you draw a path through if that path is a card or a mechanic or a set?
You definitely had to be looking at each of the sets, seeing how things were moving, ask the other leads like, oh, like, it's going to be better if you move this to avoid what's in that set or vice versa. And yeah, they were very, very much interweaved, and a lot of the joys of working on this set was just trying to find ways that you could make cards that worked well or in specific ways with one set and then just differently with the next set.
So I got a letter when Khans of Tarkir came out. And the letter was, I love dragons. They are the most awesome thing in Magic. Why would you go to a world where all the dragons are dead? I love dragons. Why would you do that? And in my head, I'm thinking of like, you are in for such an awesome, awesome time, dragon lover.
Hello everyone, Rich Hagan and Randy Buehler here as part of your lunchtime entertainment here at Pro Tour Fate Reforged. The players are refueling and re-sleeving because Modern is just around the corner. And that means, Randy, we get to talk about the best cards in Modern. But why don't we start with some honorable mentions?
Yeah, I put together a top 15, which obviously things are changing. This field is totally wide open. I could have done a top 25. I was going to be wrong about some of these no matter what I did. But I definitely did want to call out some honorable mentions that aren't going to be in the list, but that I think may have an impact here. Grave Troll, I don't think it's going to show up, but it's newly unbanned, so it is the kind of card. I'm sure everybody tried to see if they could break it. Amular Vigor, not hard to break that one. It's just how consistent are you? I do think Tasigur is good enough to make the cut. I think we are going to see some Tasigur the Golden Fang, new Fate Reforged card running around. And the card on here I think we'll see the most of is the Goblin Guide.
Right.
The burn deck has just been skyrocketing in popularity on Magic Online, and I do think that we're going to see people just showing up with lava spikes this tournament.
Well, if those are 8 cards or 8 sets of cards that aren't in the top 15, there must be some very special things. Let's get to number 15, and it is Delver of Secrets.
So I started with Delver here, more to talk about what has changed and what has left the format than anything else. The Delver of Secrets, because of the banning of Treasure Cruise, this deck was the deck in Modern like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Everybody had to expect Delver showing up. People were playing cards just to hose the Delver decks and Chalice of the Void. Delver of Secrets as a Magic card is basically gone from this field. That's the interesting story here. You won't see Delver. What you're going to see is all those Delver decks have turned into just burn decks. You take the Delvers, you start playing Goblin Guides, you start playing Monastery Swift Spears, you take that young Pyromancer burn suite that you had before, and it's not, without Treasure Cruise, it's not actually worth splashing the blue. So that's more of the reputation, let's talk about this guy and sort of have a moment of silence for the departure of our friend, the Fly.
Okay, number 14 is Pyromancer Ascension.
Yeah, the Storm deck has just been a constant in Modern. It's one of those, the litmus test for how good Storm is probably going to be to see if Finkel's playing it, because John Finkel seems to love this deck. If Pantheon is playing Storm, you could see a lot of Storm go pretty deep. If they're not, maybe they think the metagame has shifted away from it, but this is the card that keeps that archetype going. Wizards has banned several cards over the years out of the Storm deck, and somehow Storm keeps showing up as that 7th most played and 3rd best winning percentage kind of a combo archetype. It's definitely one of the combo archetypes that people are thinking in terms of, that people might go to, and that's the card that stitches it all together.
All right, so watch out for John Finkel and the Pantheon. Will they be on Storm? Number 13 is a removal spell, a big removal spell. It's Anger of the Gods.
So if you look at the stats from the last Modern Pro Tour, and you look at cards that cost more than 2 mana, this was the most played card on that list. It was everywhere. This was the removal spell. It could sweep away the pod creatures, not as important anymore, obviously, but it could sweep away all the zoo creatures as well. And so if you're trying to attack with aggressive creatures, this is the card you're constantly living in fear of. It's, it's not the sexiest card. It's not like anybody's playing an Anger of the Gods deck, but it is floating around in sideboards and main decks, and it's the kind of thing everybody who wants to attack with weenies has to be worried about.
Number 12 is very interesting to me because I feel it gives a lot of barometer on the format, just how good it is. Number 12 is Thoughtseize.
Oh yeah. Thoughtseize, the ability for 1 mana to just strip the most powerful card out of your opponent's hand is very good. You'll see this showing up in Abzan midrange decks. You may also see a recurrence of Fairies decks. We haven't really seen Fairies in Modern ever since the unbanning of Bitter Blossom, but maybe. I'm hearing some whispers. So Thoughtseize is definitely the kind of card that makes you want to play sort of an attrition-y or control-ish black-based deck.
I want to ask you about the last sentence on that card.
Sure.
You lose 2 life. Modern is a format where life totals that begin at 20 often don't stay at 20 for very long.
Sure.
How important should people who are coming new to Modern this afternoon with us, how carefully should they be watching the scoreboard and going, he just lost 2 life there, and now he's paying 2 life on Thoughtseize.
Right.
How big is that 2 life?
It depends whether the other guy has Goblin Guides and Lava Spikes.
Right.
Like, part of the reason I think you are seeing Burn become this big fixture in the metagame is so many people are so cavalier with their life total. Fetch land, shock land, pay 2 life, Thoughtseize, you can go to 15 on the first turn. Easily. Crack a fetch land, get your shock land, cast Thoughtseize. If you do that on the first turn and your opponent shows you like Goblin, Lava Spike, Lightning Bolt, Goblin Guide, Monastery, Swift Spear, you're dead.
Right.
So it matters in some of the matchups. Some of the matchups, yeah, you just want to be able to strip the card. So it's a very matchup dependent thing, but I mean, that's a big deal. It's a lot of what's going on here is that those mono red players are gambling that they don't need to deal 20, they only need to deal like 15.
Well, it's possible that people casting number 12 will be taking away number 11, because number 11 is Wild Nakatl.
Sure. Yeah, this is the best creature you can summon on the first turn. Wild Nakatl hits hard. The fetch land, shock land mana basis that all the zoo decks have means this guy starts out as a 3/3. He's very good. I do think you'll see some zoo decks running around. Yeah, it's just a good, solid creature that is going to be a staple of the format however long it's legal.
I don't want to get too deep, but zoo encompasses a lot of different things, and we've had people playing big zoo and little zoo,
right?
And what was Josh Utter-Leyton's version of zoo that's running blue? Counter Cat and so on. Do you get a sense of what flavor is flavor of the month zoo-wise?
I think it's Tribal Zoo. I think Tribal Flames. So you've got all the colors. You can Tribal Flames for 5. It's definitely playing a lot of colors, 3, 4, even 5 colors. You just get to grab the best aggressive cards you can from any of the colors. Maybe even get some Snapcaster Mages in there. Certainly you can go to white for some powerful creatures. You can put Geist of St. Traft in your zoo deck if you want to. Like the mana base, you're basically saying I'm fast enough that I don't care about my life total, and you can do a lot of powerful things with the mana that's available in this format.
All right, so we are into the top 10, and you mentioned mana there. Mana bases do not like number 10.
This format goes back to like 8th and 9th edition. There are some powerful hoser cards in those early core sets for Modern, and nothing is more hosey than Blood Moon. We saw Li Tian make top 8 of the last Modern Pro Tour with basically a Blood Moon deck. I mean, Blue Moon was that deck, and everyone kind of has to be aware. It'll ebb and flow. It's sometimes the Blood Moon decks are really good. Sometimes people are playing it safer with their mana bases. I mean, there's enough fetch lands that you can kind of get some basics, but this is just, everybody has to be aware that their opponent can just show up and Blood Moon them. What do you do if your opponent plays Blood Moon? It's something everybody who's building a deck for this Pro Tour has to ask themselves, what do I do if somebody shows up and Blood Moons me? Very powerful card.
And in particular, looking again at what's on the screen there, we think of it as a sideboard card. What made it so powerful in Li Tian's Blue Moon deck, it was main deck.
Absolutely.
So you're saying, what am I going to do about it? Well, I'm going to sideboard this against it. But wait, not in game 1 you're not. You're just, and I wonder how many Blood Moons we're going to see main deck at this tournament. Li Tian's in the field. We'll see what happens. All right, on we go to number 9, and it's Planeswalker time. Here comes Liliana of the Veil.
Yeah, and she may be underrated at 9th. She is very powerful. You know, some people will tell you she's the best card in the Abzan deck, which if I had to pick a card that I thought was going to be the deck that's the biggest percentage of the metagame here, it would be that Abzan deck. She doesn't really show up anywhere else, which is why I've only got her at 9th, quote unquote, only got her at 9th, but knocking cards out of people's hand is good when you're playing that kind of grindy attrition deck. Killing their creature is really good. She just, for 3 mana, she can single-handedly take over a game, so very powerful card.
In general, is Modern a Planeswalker format in the way that Standard very frequently is, or obviously Limited is? Is it?
Not as much, just because they tend to be more expensive.
Right.
There's so many powerful things you can do for 1 mana, 2 mana. You don't really have Planeswalkers at those mana costs, right?
Sure.
And Liliana's the one showing up because she's only 3.
Right, okay. So we're not really looking in a world of Garruks and Elspeths at 5 and 6, for the most part.
I mean, you'll see a couple around the edges, but they're
Sure.
around the edges.
All right, next up we go to Artifact Land, and we go to the world of Affinity, Arcbound Ravager.
Yeah, I mean, this slide could just as easily have been Cranial Plating. You know, the pairing of Arcbound Ravager and Cranial Plating alongside a deck full of nothing but artifacts is super, super good. Even without the artifact lands that are on the ban list, this is arguably the best sort of linear aggressive deck that you can play. Game 1, it is the best aggro deck in the field. The only problem is that your deck being all artifacts makes you vulnerable to some of the sideboard cards that other people could show up with against you.
Let's put color back into the mix. We go to blue, and we go to the 2/1 that could Snapcaster Mage.
So good. I mean, anybody who wants to play a Lightning Bolt, play a Path of Exile, and then recurse it. Like you get a 2/1 creature, you get to replay your, cheap, whether it's a removal spell or a counter spell. Just really one of the reasons to want to play blue in this format, and one of the reasons to want to play for sort of the mid game or the late game.
Tiago Chan, of course, the invitational winner you see there. So that's a player from mostly the mid-2000s. So he was around, that was his prize for winning that. But we are into our top 6. Now, lands are very important, but usually not as a centerpiece, just as a facilitator. But our number 6 is very much a card that is a centerpiece of a deck.
Absolutely. I mean, Valakut is so powerful that, I mean, it was banned at one point in Modern. And since it's come back, the Scapeshift deck is usually the best deck that you can build around Valakut. But, I mean, just Primeval Titan to go get lands in Valakuts can be good enough. And you see some people sort of playing Primeval Titan decks that aren't even necessarily Scapeshift. Scapeshift, though, you go get Valakut and 5 or 6 mountains. You're great. You just can win the game for 4 mana by having this card in your deck and building your deck around it. That is one of the dominant combo decks in this field. Maybe not number 1, but on the short list of decks that everybody is aware of and trying to make sure that they have a game against.
Now, is Scapeshift a deck that great players gravitate towards? Is there a lot of play to a Scapeshift deck?
There is, in that the best builds of Scapeshift tend to be blue, and they tend to have, enough permission to slow your opponent down, enough deck manipulation to go sort of searching out the pieces you need. We saw a lot of Team Channel Fireball playing Scapeshift at the last Modern Pro Tour. So yeah, I mean, we've seen good players play it. We've seen it do well at the Grand Prix circuit. It didn't do all that well in Valencia, but I mean, new metagame. We'll see what happens here.
All right, we're into the top 5. It's as clean as it gets at number 5. Bang, Lightning Bolt.
Kill it. 3 damage to a creature, and we're going to see this a lot, 3 damage to your face. And then Snapcaster and do 3 more damage to your face. I mean, decks with Lightning Bolt, it is just the premium removal spell in the format. Everybody knows, if you want to kill something for 1 mana, okay, there's Path to Exile running around, but Lightning Bolt is just the premier removal spell, and the fact that it doubles as player removal definitely comes up.
And so that Lightning Bolt is going to feature, obviously it's going to feature in the burn decks, but it's also potentially...
It's in the Zoo decks, it's in the Jeskai Control decks.
I was going to say, right at the other end.
It's in the Splinter Twin decks.
Right.
It shows up in combo, it shows up in control, it shows up in aggro. It's
Which
everywhere.
explains 32 Lightning Bolts in the top 8 of a GP.
There you go.
All right, we're on to number 4. We go back to lands, and now not just one card, but basically the glue of the format.
Absolutely. I think you said it exactly right. The one thing that stitches this format together, the thing that your first impression and your last impression of the format, it's about the mana. What can you do with your colored mana base? Are you willing to take pain? Okay, well, you can play pretty much anything you want between the fetch lands and then the shock lands that can be gotten with the fetch lands. You can put together mana bases to cover just about any kind of deck you want to build.
Is one of the excitements to burn players the thought that they can run 18 mountains Is that like a plus point within the format?
I think the burn players, I mean, they're fine splashing for white. I don't think they will run 18 mountains. I
Okay.
think you're like, Boros Charm deals 4 damage. Why don't I just put some fetch lands and some shock lands into my deck
So
too?
Arid Maces are going in all the mono red decks, as it were.
I think so, yeah.
Right. Okay.
They're
So-
excited that fetch lands are in everybody else's decks. That's what they're excited about.
Indeed. So we're down to our top 3. I wonder if you can work out what they are. Here is number 3. It is Combo Heaven or Combo Hell, depending on your viewpoint. It's Splinter Twin.
Yeah, I expect the Splinter Twin decks to be the most played combo decks in the field, and I think maybe this is one of the few decks that I think could actually crack 10% of this totally wide open metagame. I think you'll see plenty of Splinter Twin. I mean, the fact is, if your opponent just, casts a 3-drop or, taps out on turn 4, you just kill them. End step, here comes my Deceiver Exarch, untap, put Splinter Twin onto Deceiver Exarch. Now I can just tap it to make a copy, to untap it, tap it to make a copy, to untap it. That kill comes seemingly out of nowhere, and it feels like they have nothing, and then they're just end step, make a guy, untap, make a Splinter Twin. It comes out, and everybody has to be constantly on guard. You'll see people who's like, why isn't he playing his spell? Why isn't he playing Liliana on turn 3? Well, he's afraid his opponent's just going to kill him if he does.
Probably the most famous modern player of Splinter Twin is Patrick Dickman.
Yes.
In various guises.
Yes.
And one of his signature moves is a willingness to never, essentially, cast that combo. It is simply the existence of the combo that opens it up for him to beat opponents in apparently relatively fair ways. So it's this sort of Damocles.
Oh, no,
over
it's a
the
great
format.
point. It's a great point. I mean, if you've got the ability to just kill your opponent out of nowhere, suddenly they're playing cautious, and you just, you lightning bolt them, you play Grim Lavamancer, you can just tempo them out, Vendilion clicked, grab a card, start attacking for 3. Oh, tempo twin, okay, what if we go to green and we start playing Tarmogoyfs on turn 2, and then never tapping out because you're holding up the ability to stop them. It gives you a lot of flexibility because it's such a powerful combo.
You just said Tarmogoyf. I don't see that anywhere. Why don't we see what's number 2? Aha!
This is going to be a big player. I think Siege Rhinos are going to sit on the top of the curve. For years we've had these black-green decks, right? They were Jund decks when they could play Bloodbraid Elf. They were black-green X. They were just black-green. Maybe you flashed white for Lingering Souls. There's now a consensus. Your black-green sort of Liliana Tarmogoyf deck with Abrupt Decays, Siege Rhino is the creature you want to be casting on 4. This is how you want to be attacking your opponent. I think we're going to see lots and lots of Siege Rhinos showing up this weekend.
Does that mean that alongside them, because you've got rid of the red for Jund decks and you're playing white for Abzan, does that mean we're going to see a lot of Lingering Souls?
Yes.
Right? That's...
Absolutely. Just straight up yes.
Okay. Talking to Tom Martell and Brian Kibler in the lobby last night, not sure what they're on, but they were discussing Lingering Souls as just an incredibly powerful card in the format. And that's kind of startling when you realize that we're discussing 1/1s.
Flyers with flying.
Yeah, I know, but still, they're still 1/1s.
You get a lot of them.
I don't think they need the support, Randy. I think they're pretty good anyway. So what is the number 1 card in Modern as we come into this Pro Tour?
It's Tarmogoyf.
Of course it
Tarmogoyf
is.
is so good. 2 mana, gigantic creature. I mean, it can be killed, and everybody knows they're going to need to kill it. So, you'll see Path to Exile, you'll see Abrupt Decays floating around. I mean, it's not unkillable, but you have to kill it, and it only costs them 2 mana. It's good at the early game, it's good in the middle of the game, it's good in the late game. I mean, and because it's 1 and a green, it just goes into so many different decks. I mean, not just Abzan. It'll show up in Zoo decks. It'll show up in Splinter Twin decks. Just can go anywhere and provide you with a super solid attacking body for just 2 mana.
So fundamentally, if we were going to look at Blazing Fast, somewhere in the middle, somewhere at the end, we've got red decks with burn, and maybe some affinity as the nice and quick
Maybe some
aggro.
infect too. I mean, there's 3 or 4 different flavors of aggro that you can play.
Okay. Then we've got Abzan in the middle. Yeah. And then we've got Sean McLaren-esque blue-white-red control up the top.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see a lot of pure control. Like the Jeskai McLaren style can go into the mid-range decks. It's wide open. You're going to see everything. All speeds, all tempos, all decks.
All speeds, all tempos, all decks, all modern, all the time, right here on Magic the Gathering. All right. Back to the news desk. Randy Bueller is going to transform from the expert here at the news desk into the booth because we're almost ready for round 4. I can tell you, if you're thinking there's a ton of great cards, there are a ton of decks, how are we going to work it all out? Well, I've got good news for you. Brian David Marshall is going to be here all afternoon, and we're going to unveil for you a modern deck archetype guide in between the rounds over the next 3 or 4 rounds or so, bringing you the ins and outs of all the big players in Modern. So if you're trying to work through what should he be playing early in the game, what's the mid game for Burn, what does late game for the Urzatron decks look like? Some of you may not even have heard of Urzatron. That's Urza's Power Plant, Urza's Mine, Urza's Tower. Completing those gives you 7 mana. We'll go through all that through this afternoon. So if you're new to Modern, don't you dare go away. Tons of great stuff coming your way. So the players are heading down for the feature matches. Why don't we take a look? We are going to bring you John Stern against Kenji Samura, Owen Turtenwald against Ben Stark, Jelga Vigersma against Milos Stajic, and we begin with Seth Manfield against Shahar Shenhar. It's time for Modern here at Pro Tour Fate Reforged.
All right, Rashad Miller, Randy Bueller, he's catching his breath. Let's just go right down to the match so we can get some magic. Here we go. Welcome to round 4 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged. I'm Rashad Miller. I'm here with Hall of Famer Randy Bueller, and we're about to watch Seth Manfield. He is playing Burn. This is Modern, of course, and he's going up against Shahar Shenhar. All right, here we go. We're back to the feature match area. Rashad Miller here with Randy Bueller, and we're about to watch some Modern.
Wow.
We have Seth Manfield. There he is. He's playing Burn.
Burn, baby, burn.
And
He's got the white splash for Boros Charm.
Yep, and his opponent, Shahar Shenhar, also playing Burn.
But the black splash for Bump in the Night.
Oh, so it's Bump versus Charm.
Boros Charm.
Bump does more damage. Bump does 6 over the course of a lot of turns.
8 lava spikes between them. Let's play. Game on.
Now, we see Shahar is leading off with a Blood Crypt, and he plays it untapped, so I'm guessing he doesn't know that his opponent's also Burn.
Agreed.
So,
I mean, there's value in getting the Swift Spear down, but yeah, if you know your opponent's on Burn, you don't necessarily want to be quite so cavalier with the fetch lands.
Yeah, so Seth's going to go down to 19 while Shahar is sitting at 17. Let's see what Seth has got going on. So he's going to start off with an Air Mesa. Probably going to get a basic land.
I would think. Yeah,
and there
basic
it is.
Mountain.
Yep, basic
I'm not
mountain.
paying 2 life if I'm being attacked by Monastery Swift Spear, that's for sure. These guys are both 3-0 too.
Yep, you get a look at Shahar Shenhar. It's reigning 2-time world champion, Shahar Shenhar. Those are some impressive stats there.
And he played a Burn deck at Worlds too. Like his Modern deck there was a Cruise Burn, right? He had the splash of blue, but I heard him saying even after the tournament, he wasn't even convinced 4 Treasure Cruises were correct. He might have rather had, maybe 2 Treasure Cruises to refuel with the Burn deck. So I'm not at all surprised to see him on this archetype.
And there is Bump in the Night. That's 3. Targeted opponent loses 3 life. That's going to pump up the Swift Spear and allow him to attack for 2 more points of damage.
No second land for Shahar.
No second land,
He's
but
like, come on, Goblin Guide. Help me out, Goblin Guide.
There are enough lava spikes and Bump in the Nights and other lightning bolts that maybe he only needs one life. And if he only has 1 land, then he's not going to be losing any life from his land anymore.
You know what else it means?
What else does it mean?
It means he's got a lot of burn in his hand.
That's exactly what it means. So Seth does play a creature of his own, Goblin Guide, which might help out Shahar in his land woes.
That's what Shahar's hoping for.
Now, Shahar also played a burn variant in the last modern GP that he played in. I remember watching him playing. It was Jeskai. It was a Jeskai colored version. But he decides to play Bump of the Night this tournament instead of, all of those other white cards you get.
Monastery Swift Spear, spike you attack.
That's the way Burn draws it up. Reveals not a land.
So trained professionals, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, both players are, Seth's at 12, Shahar's at 8, so this may be a quick one, as we kind of figured just by looking at what the decks were.
True story.
Best defense is a good offense. That's what the Burn player says.
Yeah, I'm not sure Seth is happy with 4 lands in this game, but that is better than a 1.
It is. Another Bump of the Night's going to bring Seth's life total down to 9.
Right. He gets hit by Swift Spear for 2. So he's on 7. Shahar can't kill him without another land.
Right. Shahar's at 8, and that's well within the reach of.
Right. Is he just dead here? Swift Spear, Spike.
You're at 8 right now.
Yeah, this is the math Seth is doing.
Yeah, there's.
All right, Swift Spear,
9.
2, 4, 6. That sounds like 9 damage.
And there are no ways to really interact while tapped out.
Seth's just trying to think, what could he possibly have?
Gut shot?
Yeah, gut shot. That's about it. But I mean, those guys aren't even 1 toughness. That has to be 2 gut shots.
Has to be 2 gut shots, and
paid
that's
4
for
life.
life.
For those, yeah.
Yep, there is a lot of damage. That's 5 coming in, and 1 burn spell is going to finish off Shahar.
Indeed. Yeah, it doesn't even bother with the spike. Pre-phase, yep, there it is.
Goes to 3, shows him a skull crack. And there you have it. Shahar goes down. Seth Manfield leads 1-0. All right, so we will bring you more feature match action right after this.
Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 WPN locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information. Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Get ready for Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM on Twitter. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information.
Back in the feature match area, we're going to take a quick look in live on Oren Turnwall, and he is playing Infect. Ooh, gotta love that deck. And he's up against Ben Stark, who is playing, his tried and true deck of choice, which is Scape Shift.
Yeah. Yeah,
no, he's both combo decks, sort of, right?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, Owen Turnwald, to me, this has got to be, at least in part, due to the addition of Tom Ross to Team Pantheon. Tom Ross is legendary for the success he's had in Eternal formats with the Infect deck.
Yeah, he has built himself a legacy, some might say, with Infect.
Some might say, yes. But yeah, Glistener Elf for Owen Turtenwald. He is attacking with poison creatures. You can see the 2 poison on for Ben so far.
Yep, that's that little 2P that's green underneath Ben Stark's life total. And for those of you who may not know, you can lose the game by, having your life total depleted to 0 or by obtaining 10 poison counters. So Owen's going with a Taxian Probe right now, just to see what's going on and to get a little card drawing. And we see a lot of cryptic commands over and a couple of Search for Tomorrows for Ben Stark. So not a lot of interaction, just, tap, draw a card. But that could keep him alive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it means that Owen can't just become immense all of a sudden and win the game.
And Owen only has 1 creature. This type of deck is a little bit light on the creature count. So
there's a Blinkmoth Nexus, so he can get in for 2 a turn. Pendelhaven can sometimes up the clock as well. He's got a couple of those running around. None in play, though. Yeah, I think Become Immense is the big new addition to this deck. I mean, if you think about sort of how has Modern evolved.
Exactly.
That card is relatively new to the format, right? Khans just came out. I mean, it was dwarfed by other Delve cards from Khans of Tarkir.
Which are no longer illegal.
Yeah, no Treasure Cruise, no Dig Through Time. So you want to take advantage of Delve, and suddenly, Become Immense, maybe Tassiger. Those have become the premium Delve spells.
Owen also has a Vines of Vashwood in his hand with the Might of Crows, but the Vines of Vashwood could play a part in giving his 1 creature hexproof in case it's the target of a cryptic command bounce draw card.
Yeah, it's one of the great uses of Vines of Vashwood in this deck, the fact that it can protect your creature from a removal spell.
And Owen does have complete knowledge of Ben Stark's hand, so he's considering all those options.
Yeah, it's hard to cast spells into 4 untapped mana and a cryptic command.
How about 4 untapped mana and 3 cryptic commands? Mitocroza.
Interesting. Oh, he's trying to bait the cryptic command so that he can respond with Vines of Vastwood.
Well, this
That's
also,
clever.
it's also +4/+4 when you play it as a sorcerer.
Oh, of course, of course. I'm not saying he's sad to see it resolve. I'm just saying he doesn't expect to see it resolve. He knows Ben has the ability to stop it, but rather than just attack with the Ink Moth and the Glistener Elf for 2 poison, he would like to get in a big hit here. Yeah.
Right. So Ben actually goes for the tap all your guys and draw a card mode, so that
It's almost like these guys know how to play Magic.
Yeah.
A lot of players in Ben Stark's position would have chosen to bounce the Glistener Elf there.
And not only would the creature have not been bounced, but Ben Stark wouldn't have drawn a card because that spell would only have had 1 target and it would have been illegal.
Attack.
So in comes the Blink Moth. Oh, the Ink Moth next.
Ink Moth for 1, yeah.
Owen goes down to 14, so damage hasn't been dealt yet, but I can't. It does, but the damage hasn't been dealt yet. Or is that Blink Moth? Let's find out if that's an Ink Moth or a Blink Moth.
He only plays Ink Moth. There are no blinks in the deck.
All right, so that is an Ink Moth, so it should be 3 poison right now.
Oh, Become Immense.
Oh, the Become Immense has just resolved. So 9 poison for Ben Stark, so now he's facing down 2 lethal attackers.
Absolutely.
And this is why that card right there, Become Immense, is...
So that Cryptic Command's ability to tap all the creatures, Owen can even play around that. Right?
He can.
Owen can... This should end this turn, I think.
Well, this is an upkeep. During his upkeep, it looks like he might be bouncing.
Tap and bounce?
It could be tap and bounce.
Oh, Vines of Vastwood.
Oh, wow. Vines
You can't bounce this.
Nope.
Wow. Super
And it
well
only has
played.
1 target, so the creatures do not tap anymore.
Wow, he fizzles it.
Fizzles the spell.
It does fizzle, right?
Yeah, fizzles the spell.
You're right, Owen. It does fizzle. Former level 3 judge Rashad Miller agrees with you.
Super well played by Owen.
All right, so now we're back to our main match. This is Shahar Shenhar versus Seth Manfield. This is a burn mirror match, and things look a little bit better for Shahar. He has more than 1 land, and he's leading with a Goblin Guide. Looks like there's some searching going on at Arid Mesas in the graveyard for Seth Manfield. And he's trying to decide if he wants a land to cast multiple spells or if he wants to save a little life and get a mountain. It looks like mountain's going to be the choice. I wonder how much of the burn mirror these 2 players have actually tested, because isn't that a deck that when you go and play and you're just expecting no one else to be playing that deck?
I mean, you don't spend a lot of time testing the mirror. You're more because usually your testing process is running decks against a gauntlet to see who wins the most. But burn is such a big part of this metagame that I do think these guys will probably have played the mirror. Certainly, if you did any modern testing on Magic Online, you ran into this burn deck. Wow, Lightning Bolt tries to take out Goblin Guide, and Shahar has Mutagenic Growth. Turns it into a 4/4. Both keeps the Goblin Guide alive and gets in some extra damage.
Great play. And a Lava Spike is going to come down. Another land for Shahar Shenhar. Pass the turn back to Seth Manfield, who has no board state, but that's not really the plan with the burn deck. The creatures are mostly just reusable burn spells, and a Goblin Guy comes down. He's going to play defense.
Wow.
And
get that out of the way.
Target
take some
for
damage.
Searing Blood.
Hit you, take some more.
There you see Searing Blood. It deals 2 damage to target creature, and if that creature dies, that creature's controller gets dealt 3 damage. So pulling some double duty as you see Seth Manfield's down to 5.
Wow.
Right, and Shahar just shows him a Lava Spike and says, you're going to die next turn, and that's it. We're going to go to game 3 in this very fast, hot match. All right. So we are going to take a live look in on the King of the Hill table.
Nice.
And that is Jelger Wiegersma, and he is playing against Milos Stajic.
Okay. Jelger's on Twin?
Jelger is on Splinter Twin with main deck Blood Moons.
Whoa.
Yeah, got a couple of main deck Blood Moons, and
that's some tech.
But, you know, those Blood Moons may not be very good against the mono green elf deck.
Mono green elf deck?
Well,
Seriously?
There's some white. There's a couple of white sources in there, but there's still mostly green.
Wow, this is like Nettle Sentinel.
I'm having flashbacks.
This is not a combo deck though. This is just.
It's elves. It has the elf engine. It has the Heretic Druid Nettle Sentinel engine, but it's a little bit different than elf.
Wow, Cloudstone Curio.
That's for Infinite Loop.
Yeah, that's where the loop. I was looking for the loop. And that's where it comes from.
All right, so our board
Pretty cool.
state looks like we have a Burge and Tinder Forger, and Nettle Sentinel. Obviously, that Forger is out of the sideboard for Stajic. And just a lot of posturing for both players right now.
It's actually not out of the sideboard.
Oh,
that's
a main deck? Oh,
yeah,
so
well, look, sometimes you got to worry about your opponent sweeping the board away with Anger or
I guess.
something like Pyroclasm.
Pyroclasm and Anger, the guys are both legal in this format.
Oh, yeah, and heavily played.
Yes. Second Nettle Sentinel. So all Milos needs, if that had resolved, was a Heritage Druid to really get the engine going, but Mana Leak says no, sir. And attack for 3. Going to bring Wiegersma down to 11. So plan B of the elf deck, which has always been just attack with your elves.
Right.
Elfish Mystic comes down. That also untaps the Nettle Sentinel. Sends it back to Jelger. Jelger looks like he has a Pestermite. He's probably planning on using that during combat to tap down one of those attackers, or maybe even ambush an attacker just to take out one of those creatures. But we shall see what he decides to do. Green mana, looks like this is going to be Heritage Druid, and that's a third elf, so now
tap 3 elves.
Yeah, Milos
Make
has
3 mana.
Yep, has a mana engine, doesn't have a card engine yet.
Yeah, the deck doesn't really have card drawing engines.
But he does have an Elvish Visionary in his hand, so that gives him a card.
Sure. And obviously, playing that will also untap the Nettle Sentinel. He's keeping track of his floating mana with the die there.
Oh, a Thalia.
Ooh.
And Thalia gets hit with a Spell Snare. Still 2 mana left, so it looks like this is going to be Elvish Visionary, untap Nettle Sentinel, and draw a card, if that resolves. But 2 mana left for Snapcaster Mage, so a little Snap Snare action is going to stop that from happening for Stages as well. And Milos is running on just about empty right now.
I mean, those elves can attack for damage, but that'll take several turns. Jelger just wants to keep any explosive shenanigans under check while he stitches his own combo together.
All right, so it looks like we're going to leave this match, and we will be giving you updates on the progress of those guys. But we're going to go back to our main match, which is Seth Manfield and Shahar Shinhar in the Burn. Not exactly a mirror, because one is using black and one's using white. It's Bump of the Night versus Boros Charm. Let's see who's going to win this one out.
Definitely a lot of overlap between the decks.
Yep. Monastery Swift Spear, one of the cards that is, in fact, in both decks. Seth Manfield did take 2 damage, so he's going to be at 18 pretty soon from his battlefield, from his land. Sacred Foundry. Actually, dueling Sacred Foundries.
Sure looks like a mirror match this game.
It definitely does. 17 all. Take a look at some of the tweets we have over on the side. Someone's hoping to see a lot of Siege Rhinos.
We're hoping not to see a lot of Siege Rhinos.
Oh, hoping not. Well, I kind of like Siege Rhino. I'm hoping to see Siege Rhinos.
We're going to see everything. There are legitimately 20 decks that I can imagine in this top 8.
And this is what Modern was supposed to be. This is why Modern was actually became a format. so that you can see all of these cards being played in this format. You know, you just play the cards you like, and you have a chance. It's great. All right, so there we have a Searing Blade. Is going to take out the Monastery Swift Sphere, also deal some damage. Seth's going to be at 16th, and it looks like Shahara plays a land. It's going to take 2 more damage, and it's dueling burning of the creatures.
Let's go.
Empty board, 2 land in play, pass of the turn.
Yeah, the creatures are such efficient sources of recurring damage that you got to spend your burn killing them.
All right, so Seth contemplating his next move. These players might be in the end of turn phase of the game of just, or we could suspend 2 Rift Bolts.
Let's suspend 2 Rift Bolts.
So we have 6 damage in the wake for Seth Manfield. So Shahara at a virtual 7 life. And Seth could easily untap and deal 7 more damage with the, you know, the 2 land he has in play and 1 more land from his hand. I'm sure Shahara's thinking about that as well.
That Yelger Vigers mod game we were watching, by the way, right after we cut away, Yelger summoned a Pestermite, untapped. Guess what happened next?
I'm going to say Splinter Twin?
Splinter Twin, so they're off to game 3.
There you see Seth has a couple of Rift Bolts suspended. You get a look at Rift Bolt right there. It's a Lightning Bolt. You just have to wait a turn. Or if you're just very impatient, you can pay 3 mana.
Yeah, this deck is all about finding ways to spend 1 mana for 3 damage. It only takes 7 of those, and usually it only takes 6.
And in this matchup, it looks like it only really takes 5.
That's about right.
A lot of math is going on here. Usually, you think, you know, the burn deck is real simple. All you have to do is count from 20 to 0 backwards, but there's a lot to consider here. As you see,
Helix.
Yeah, Lightning Helix. Both players are running a Lightning Helix. They both have Lightning Helix in their hand, and that can really throw the math off.
Shahar has no 3rd land. He's only got the 2 that are in play. Is he tapping his fingers on the table?
It's mapping out.
Doing math.
Mapping out the next probably 2 turns of this game.
Yeah, I mean, this turn he could go. He could play 2 1-mana cards, or he could leave up the Lightning Helix. I don't know if he needs to leave up the Lightning Helix. Like, he's at effectively 7. But it's like.
So any Monastery Swift Sphere plus another spell could be lethal. But he decides to go for a main phase Lightning Helix. But so he wants to gain the life right now.
Yeah.
So you're at 7.
If Shahar was at 13 before the Lightning Helix, isn't he? He must have been at 10 before the Lightning
So he was
Helix?
at 10. The life totals had
Oh,
not been
yeah.
updated just
Now
yet.
you absolutely have to Lightning Helix.
Yeah, so now it's 10 to 7. This is at
Yeah, you can't go to
Justice
4 there. You can't go to 4, especially your opponent's playing white. You've got to worry about Boros Charm. You've got to worry about any haze creature plus a lava spike. I think Shahar.
And you have to worry about the ability for Seth to be able to respond to your Lightning Helix.
That's why you do it main phase.
Yes, exactly.
All right, now Seth has got some math to do. All right, I'm at 10.
You're
what
at
does Seth
7.
have to work with?
2 mana does not deal 7 damage, not in this format.
His hand looks a little simpler. Basically 2 Lightning Bolts or a Helix. Oh, he drew Eidolon.
Yeah,
I see.
He does have Eidolon of the Great Revel, so that's that would be his play if it's either play burn spells or play Eidolon, and he decides to I'll just Lightning Helix you back. Let's trade life totals.
Sure.
Or go to now 13.
I mean, I'm at 13. You're at 4. I think this is edge Seth. Seems pretty straightforward. He can untap with 2 Lightning Bolts in his hand. Barring another Lightning Helix, I don't think any of us think Shahar can deal 13 on this turn.
Right, and Shahar has to consider that this is his last turn of this game because two land in play. He didn't play a land last turn, so the 3 cards in hand have to, on average, each deal 2.5 points of damage.
Yeah,
Probably
I mean, they might. He can hope that Seth has 2 mana cards, Skull Cracks, Boros Charms, things like that. That's Shahar's best case scenario here. But he knows with Seth not playing land, that Seth's hand is enough to be lethal.
All right, so 1 mana, and it looks like it's going to be a Monastery Swift Spear.
Yeah, it's not like Shahar has a lot of play here, right? Doesn't have any life gain, doesn't have any ability to do anything about whatever burn Seth's holding. Just has to assume that he'll get another turn and figure out, all right, what's the most efficient way for me to deal damage over the next 2 turns?
So just
hoping he gets them.
Just pretend like Seth Manfield is not there, has no cards in hand.
But this particular goldfish does have cards in his hand.
And one of them is a lightning bolt, and so is a second. And there you have it. Seth Manfield is going to move on to 4-0 versus Shahar Shinhar, both playing burn. Looks like the white version of the deck wins over the Bumper Night version. So now it's time to move to a new match. Looks like we're going to take a look at Owen Turtenwall versus Ben Stark. We had a look at their game 1, which has some very clever plays by Owen Turtenwall to get around triple Cryptic Command. Able to fizzle those with some spells.
Look at that enchantment in play. Do you see that? That is Wild Defiance.
That's been a staple in this deck. It's a very, very potent card for this deck, because not only does it changes all of your pump spells into extra pump spells.
Oh yeah. Anything that targets your creature, any instant or sorcery that targets your creature gives it +3/+3. So Owen is both defending his creature from that artifact removal and pumping it up. So kablam, Wild Defiance.
And there you see it right there. Whenever a creature you control becomes a
You
target
know what makes
sorcery,
Minds of Vastwood even better? When it's +7/+7?
You know what? or when it's just +3/+3 and hexproof for 1 mana.
That's good enough too.
That's a pretty good card. I'd play that card.
Think about Become Immense with Wild Defiance. Every single creature deals 10 poison with that combo.
That's
Wild Defiance, Become Immense. Here, take 10.
Maybe that should be in the main deck. Maybe that's a
It is.
consideration. Is it? I thought that was in the sideboard. It used to be in the sideboards in these modern decks.
No, this Pantheon Infect deck looks good.
You know
this deck looks like they have put some time in, and they've got an Infect deck which, to me, just looks a couple of cards better than everybody else's Infect deck.
Well, hey, when you have Tom Ross on your team.
And Owen Turtenwall, and John Finkel, and Kai, and Huey, and Reed, and yeah, there's some talent there.
There is definitely some talent.
Andrew Cuneo.
All right, so now we're back to the King of the Hill table, and this is Yegor Vigasma versus Milos Stajic. And this is game 2. No, this is game 3. They're both tied at 1 apiece. And again, we don't have any wild shenanigans over from the elf deck, but it does have a decent board state and a Thalia to, well, it used to have a Thalia to.
Yeah, Electrolyze seems good against elves.
Very good. Draw a card, kill 2 of your creatures. It looks like he left
Did
the
he
Thalia,
not kill the Thalia? Wow.
I thought he pointed one of those at the Thalia, but I guess not. Not concerned with having to pay 1 more mana.
Yeah, I'm not. Thalia in the elves deck, doesn't the elf deck want to play a lot of spells on each turn?
Well, it's only non-creature spells.
Sure.
So there aren't that many non-creature spells in the elf deck.
All right,
at least in this version, it looks like it's very creature heavy.
Yeah.
All right, so Milos is
Yelger with the Ice Age basic island choice.
Hey, you got a style when you know. Do you think he heard that he was going to be in the King of the Hill table and he went out and changed all of his islands?
No, I don't.
Are you sure?
I think he just thought Ice Age was the island choice. It's an important decision when you're getting ready for the Pro Tour.
Right, so
which basic lands you're going to play.
Misty Rainfall Forest goes to the graveyard, gets a forest. And let's see what Milos has to offer with his 3 mana. Apparently, the King of the Hill table is highly sought after.
It's comfortable.
We do have a more comfortable chair there. You can't tell, but there's a little cushion on the top. So here's 3 mana and the tapping of 3 creatures. So that's going to be a Convoke for 2 because of the Thalia. Court of Calling, and it's going to get Spellskite. That's a nice addition. I'm guessing that's out of the sideboard. Helps break up the Splinter Twin combo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one is in fact out of the sideboard. I mean, the Summoner's Pact Court of Calling engine means he can main deck some of these silver bullets, or have 1 card in his sideboard but be able to go get it every time it's relevant.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you say, Spellskite all by itself does break up the Splinter Twin combo because the creatures that you're creating with the Splinter Twin can untap targeting. You can essentially steal that that untap ability.
Well, you could also steal the targeting of the Splinter
Twin in the first place.
It's
Yeah.
like, no, your Splinter Twin is now targeting my Spellskite. Thanks for the Splinter Twin. Not that I could do much with it, but it's nice to have.
Wow. On the back table, Kenji Samura has a double Batterskulled Siege Rhino. Is that what I just heard?
That's definitely what you just heard. That's one big boy. It's got a
That
house.
game can't last much longer, right?
It's got a house and what is a Batterskull? Is it like a is it a hammer? Do you wear it? I don't know.
Siege Rhino wears it.
Oh, he wears two. He wears them well, apparently. Still a lot of consideration over on this game, and it looks like a spell. Pestermite's coming down. Pestermite's going to come down. It's going to tap a land.
Or cost Stajic 2 life while he pays to redirect to Splinter Twin.
Yeah, I wonder
Which he
how
does.
important that land being open is, and it looks like it's at least important enough to lose 2 life for it. And that was at the end of Milos' turn. And now Yager's going to start his turn. He's starting off with a Serum Visions he has to pay 2 for. Looks like he has a couple of Splinter Twins in his hand, but he's going to need to find a way to deal with that Spellskite before he can decide to go off. And to a lesser extent, that Thalia, because it's hemping his mana just a little bit. There's a 4th mana that's going to help out on the Thalia case.
Does he have a second red?
He does not have a second red, so he can't play the Splinter Twin just yet, nor does he really want to right now.
Yeah. Well, I think I saw a Cryptic Command floating around his hand. So he could, in theory, bounce the Splinter Twin with a Cryptic Command, untap, and Splinter Twin. Problem is, he can't execute that plan without a second red mana. Also, Cryptic Command costs 5, so he couldn't execute it this turn after the Serum Visions anyway.
Right. So it looks like Yogurt is still a couple of turns away from assembling his combo through the minor disruption that Milos has.
Spellskite's more than a minor disruption. It is
moderate,
must answer.
Moderate
It must
disruption?
answer. It's
okay, must answer. It is must answer. Yoga's at 12. Milos has 4 points of power on board.
How many cards?
Yeah, Yelger's going to need a couple turns, but he has a couple turns.
Yeah. Attack with the Peskermite.
I don't think he's not planning to block with it, so get in there.
All right, passes the turn back to Milos, and off the top of the deck.
Speaking of hosers.
Oh, is that a choke?
That is choke.
You think Yoga saw a choke yet?
Islands do not untap.
They do not untap. Back in the darker days of Magic, when we decided instead of interacting with the card to color we want to play, let's just interact with the color itself. Choke, one of the last remaining survivors of that type of card.
Mm-hmm.
Elvish Mystic comes down, passes the turn back to Yoga.
There's only 2 islands tapped, so he's not going to run it out.
Yep. And in turn, another Pestermite is going to try to tap down the Temple Garden, and that's also going to get redirected.
Does Milos have does he have like a path or something in his hand that he's holding up?
He does
He's
not.
defending that white mana. Is it a bluff?
It could be a bluff. It's
pretty good bluff.
He's got enough life to,
right.
to spare.
Right. Although, 2 Pestermites is suddenly a 2-turn clock. Like, I don't see a white card in his hand. Yeah, it looks like it's Choke, Summoner's Pact, Craterhoof, Behemoth, Thalia.
Yeah.
So it's totally a bluff that he refuses to let that Temple Garden get tapped. A cool bluff, but all of a sudden, he's paid 4 life, and now what? He's down to 7? So 2 more turns, Pestermite could get there.
Yep. The attack from the 2 Pestermites brought Milos down to 7. And now Yogo does get the second red source, so he has more options. He has more cards in his hand that he can play, but still not the right opportunity to play them. Picked up a Remand as well that can turn out.
Oh, does he have Remand?
He does have Remand in his hand. Remand costs 3, so he won't be able to play a spell and Remand because all his spells he has are 4.
Does he have a land in his hand, Yogger?
He played the Mountain. He doesn't have another land in his hand. He has double Splinter Twin, Remand, and Cryptic Command. Get a good look at it right there.
Well, so he can go Cryptic Command, untap Splinter Twin, where Cryptic Command presumably would bounce the Spellskite, maybe even tap all the creatures.
But did Milos sell this bluff?
Right. Okay, during the attack step.
Tap your creatures, bounce your Thalia.
Ooh, tap your creatures, bounce Thalia.
Interesting.
That is interesting. This could have been an opportunity to
bounce the Spellskite.
Yeah.
And now Milos is thinking about he could redirect it to the Spellskite if he wants to keep his Thalia. I'm not sure you care all that much about the Thalia, right?
The Thalia doesn't seem to be the important part of the puzzle.
Plus,
here.
you can replay it post combat.
All right, over in the back table are text match, which is Stern and Samura. They're actually going to game 3 right now. So we may be able to jump back in.
We'll see how this plays out. Did I hear Tassiger was involved in mopping up game 2?
Tassiger. Go.
Both drawing cards and also wearing a Batter Skull.
Go Fate Reforged. So wait, was it Tassiger or was it the Batter Skull? Little column A, a lot from column B. A lot from the Tassiger column.
Right. So Milos decides to let that resolve, does not redirect to Spellskite.
All right, all his creatures are tapped, so no attacking for Milos, and now this is his second main phase.
And now, how good is this bluff? Is he going to not replay Thalia to hold up this white mana? I mean, he's representing Path to Exile.
Yeah, he has.
That's what's going on.
Yeah, he also has the option to play Choke, and hold up Path to Exile.
Yeah, but here's Remand.
Yeah,
with no Thalia, Yelger had a mana for Remand.
But he still has a white mana open, so the Path to Exile bluff is still active.
Right, and there's still a Spellskite. So can he bounce Spellskite and Splinter Twin? He can if he has a land, but only if he has a land.
Did not see if he picked up a land.
Also, by the way, Pestermites knocking Milos to 3. Yelger is attacking on like 3 different axes here. This is cool the way he's played this.
Yeah, it may not be a need to even play either of those Splinter Twins. Right now, it's Milos is on the back foot. He has to do something.
He's got 3 power worth of elves in play. Yelger's just like, I'm just going to kill you with Splinter Twins next turn.
All right, so Milos, you're facing lethal next turn. This is your last turn. Unless something great happens.
Yelger's got this, doesn't he? Summoner's Pact might do something. But I mean, Yelger has Cryptic Command.
Yelger does his Cryptic Command.
Does he? He only had the 1 Cryptic Command? I think Yelger only had the 1, so he's out of Cryptic Commands.
He has Anger the Gods.
Mostly what he's got are 2 Splinter Twins.
Well, right now, Summoner's Pact is on the stack.
Yeah, Stajic doesn't have any choice, right? He's got to go see what he can get.
Is this a, I know that I have an out to this situation, or is this a, let's see what I can do and hope that I can win? Ooh.
Essence Warden? Hilarious. I'll gain some life.
Now, that would have been really good against the Deceiver part of the combo because you gain 1 life each Deceiver you make.
Yep.
But right now, I don't know if that's enough.
Right.
It would give him...
He needs 2 life to survive the next turn.
If he can get 2 life, he can survive at least the combat portion of the Yelger Vigersmaz angle.
Right. So
and there you
Thalia
have it.
to gain 1.
There's a creature. He gains 1 life.
He did have to tap his white mana, though, so all the work he's done representing Path to Exile is sort of undone. And he only gains the 1 life here, right?
He only gains 1 life. He only brings up to 4.
He's still dead to Pestermites. Does he have another creature?
He does not. Well, he does. Looks like he has another Thalia.
Yeah, the second Thalia doesn't help, though. He doesn't have the white mana.
Right, he doesn't have the white mana. He has a fetch land in his hand, but that's not going to work because that's just going to undo the life that he gains. I think Milos may have just signed his own death certificate here.
Yelger Vigersmaz, ladies and gentlemen. Who
Big
needs
sigh
the
release.
combo?
There you go.
I'll just attack with Pestermites.
Still have all these Splinter Twins.
There's the reveal at the end.
All right, so now we're going to take a look at, this is the last match here in the feature match area. This is John Stern versus Kenji Samura.
Just starting game 3?
They're just starting game 3. They're tied at 1-1. And let's see if
is that swing and a miss from Thoughtseize? I see the Thoughtseize. I don't see anything in John Stern's graveyard.
Must be a bunch of land in John Stern's hand.
Yeah, didn't quite catch the...
That's the only answer to that. Oh, a Wilt Leech. Is it a option. You have the option to not take a card with Thoughtseize. I don't think that's. I don't believe you have that option. Maybe we could get Thoughtseize pulled up. Target player reveals his or her hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. You lose 2 life. I'm pretty sure that when
yeah, you can't not choose Whitley Fleet.
Yeah,
right?
when your hand is revealed, that becomes public knowledge. So I think you're in a situation where you have to choose a card if you have a legal card. We can have someone check that, and actually if that is the entire case that just happened, because we were just coming in on this match, so we can find that out.
Nothing? There was just no...
We're going to get confirmation for you guys.
But was there no legal targets?
I believe that it has to be... If
it's not optional.
Yeah, it's not optional. I believe it's not optional.
There was just nothing there. The Whitley Fleet must not have been there.
All right, so there was no legal targets for that Thoughtseize. So a handful of land and a mana creature? That's your keep?
Does he have a Gavany Township? Gavany Township is going to... I mean, Pod may have gone away. Gavany Township has not gone away. John Stern is playing 3 Gavany Townships. And this version of... We've got it up as an Abzan deck, but it's an interesting take on Abzan because it's got fully 4 birds and 4 Noble Hierarchs. So it is heavy on the mana creatures. Voice of Resurgence, Kasali Pride Mage, Kitchen Finks, Smiter, Lingering Souls.
This sounds like my type of deck.
Yeah, no Liliana. And no Tarmogoyf.
All right, so John Stern did play the Whitley Liege that he acquired at some point during the course of this game. And there's a 3/4 Tarmogoyf that's in play. That's a big boy. The Liege gets taken out by a Path to Exile, and there are a couple of Gavany Townships in John Stern's hand. So that's,
He kept Noble Hierarch and 6 lands, at least one of which was a township. Yeah, I think these guys have an interesting take on Abzan. This is definitely not your everyday ordinary Abzan deck. Most of these decks are Liliana and Tarmogoyf as, the heavy hitters. Neither card appears in this list.
And there is a Siege Rhino. Siege Rhino #1 for the camera.
Sure.
Should we have a little Siege Rhino ticker in the corner and a second Noble Hierarch? We don't need a ticker for that. Maybe for the Tarmogoyfs, because there's a couple of Tarmogoyfs over on the
Tarmogoyf's like, why are you guys so excited? That guy costs 4. I'm like just as big as he is.
Not yet.
For 2 mana.
Not yet. Those Tarmogoyfs definitely losing the fight right now to that Siege Rhino.
For now. Of course, Noble Hierarchs are also going to make the Siege Rhino even bigger.
Plains for Kenji.
Yeah, Kenji's Abzan list is a lot more, I think, typical. This is what people were expecting and what most people will be playing. Tarmogoyfs, Lilianas, Lingering Souls. Does have a main deck Batterskull. Does have 4 Siege Rhinos and a couple of Tassigers.
All right, so Kenji matches Siege Rhino for Siege Rhino, but a 3rd Noble Hierarch for John Stern. Not only is that going to be 3...
don't forget the Gavany Township.
That's right, 3 Exalted triggers for that Siege Rhino, which might attack.
It can attack at 8 power.
Attack at 8 power, and the Gavany Township is going to add counters to all of those creatures. Doesn't matter that they're not attacking.
8 power is not really good enough, though. I mean, Kenji can block with a Rhino plus a Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, then you trade a Rhino for a Rhino.
Yeah. Even with all those triggers, it's still not big enough to
But it looks
through.
like he's willing to trade. He's willing to make that trade.
Well, if you have Gavany Township with 3 Noble Hierarchs, sure. Let's trade the big creatures away.
I mean, Tarmogoyf is not a small creature. And it threatens to get just as big.
And Kenji's worried about like a Path to Exile or any kind of removal spell, so he's contemplating a triple block.
And there are currently no creatures in this graveyard, so a creature going to the graveyard is going to make those Tarmogoyfs into 4/5s.
Yeah, and then John's like, I'll take 2 Tarmogoyfs instead of a Siege Rhino. That's great.
That's actually a pretty good trade. 2 Tarmogoyfs for a
Yeah,
Siege
no,
Rhino?
John's deliriously happy with that. If Kenji blocked with just Rhino and 1 Tarmogoyf, he would have lost only the 1 Rhino. He's trying to play removal spells. The thing is, though, that if John has a removal spell that kills Siege Rhino, those Tarmogoyfs would have just lost that fight.
All right, so Kenji attacks with his Siege Rhino because it's the lone Rhino standing until his twin brother comes down.
They come in packs.
They do come in packs. This is a pack. It's a crash. They come in crashes. Rhinos come in crashes. So far, 3 Rhinos on camera. 2 of them are still in play.
How many does it take to be a crash? Is it 3? Is it 4?
I think
it's 3.
I'm going to say 3. I think 2 is just a couple.
So we have a crash of Rhinos. We promised you Siege Rhinos. We have delivered a crash of Siege Rhinos.
John Stern. Not a lot of action. He did keep a 6-lander. 2 of the lands were Gavany Townships, and he luckily dodged the Thoughtseize because of it. Well, or skillfully. Skillfully dodged the Thoughtseize with the 6-land keep. It could have also been a mulligan. We weren't.
I was going to say it might have been 5-land and a Hierarch.
Could have been a mulligan to 6, in which case I would keep that as well.
I would keep 5-land and a Hierarch. If that was a 6 card, that makes a lot more sense. Well, here's Lingering Souls and Flash It Back.
Lingering Souls, Flash It Back, a bunch of 1/1s, and once that Gavany Township becomes active, it's already active. There's enough mana to activate that Gavany Township.
3 Noble Hierarchs, all tapped for mana.
This is called synergy, ladies and gentlemen. Not only are we activating Gavany Township with our Noble Hierarchs, but they're getting bigger. I don't think we're going to have enough dice for.
Did these guys break the Abzan mirror?
I don't know. Maybe it's just.
You just want to see how many dice we have. You wanted to activate it just to prove that our sideline Tim Willoughby's got 4 more dice on hand.
Well, first we're gonna. I don't think Kenji wants that to happen. He's attacking with the Siege Rhinos for lethal. If John forgets to block,
right,
he would die.
So how do you block here? If he blocks with both Rhinos,
I think
right?
you just kill them both, right? You just block
everything. Gavany Township means Gavany Township will kill both Rhinos with this block, and some creatures will survive. So what? You get 2. You only get to kill 1 Hierarch.
Yeah.
And 2 Spirits.
Now, would you split those blockers up in a way that they're Noble Hierarchs and Spirits on each because of the different toughnesses?
Look, that trade worked out great for John Stern.
That trade
he
did
traded
work out very
half
well.
a Lingering Souls and 1 Noble Hierarch for a pair of Siege Rhinos.
Well, I guess then that's the right way to do it.
I mean, Kenji can't really just sit back and watch Gavany Township grow 7 creatures, though. So, I mean, that attack looked bad for Kenji, but it would be even worse if he hadn't attacked, I think. Wow, Gavany Township. It's face-to-face games, too, right? These guys just couldn't leave their pod cards at home. Like, Voice of Resurgence, we're still playing Voice of Resurgence, Hierarchs, Gavany Townships. We don't need that Birthing Pod card.
They've played enough games with that deck where they didn't draw Birthing Pod or, it's been destroyed. And they're like, this deck is still good.
And they were already playing Siege Rhino. Like, they'd already turned it into a Siege Rhino deck.
Just made room for Lingering Souls.
Sure. Got better synergy with Gavany Township than Birthing Pod did, right? This really is a lot of their pod cards.
No, Kenji on a similar deck. He's got a lot of the same cards.
Crazy.
He's not looking at his Lingering Soul tokens, which are outclassed. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I'll just take the damage.
Wow.
He has to keep his board state. Activates the Gavany Township. They all get bigger. Those are some threatening Noble Hierarchs and Spirit tokens. How does Kenji get out of this?
It probably involves Batterskull.
There's a Batterskull. So Lifelink is gonna put Kenji at a effective 8 life.
But doesn't he just die to the? Oh, he can chump the 2 flyers.
He could chump 2 flyers, block any other creature, and he's basically at 8 life.
Township. You probably attack with just the 2 flyers, and then can he activate both?
He can activate both townships by using his Noble Hierarchs.
All right, so the Voice actually gets to 5/5 here, so you can attack with the Voice into the Batterskull and live to tell about it. You effectively force the Germ token to chump block.
Or let it die and get an even bigger token.
Sure.
Or you can just attack with everything.
I think you want to kill the Germ token, so you definitely pump at least once. Yeah, he's just like all of it. Attack. He loses the ability to activate Township a second time, but like you said, he's okay with Voice dying here. And the Hierarchs would not die in a fight. The Hierarchs are just going to get through for 8. Wait, is this lethal even with the life gain?
That's not lethal. That is lethal. That's 8 damage. That's 8 damage.
It's only... Yeah, it is.
That's 8.
2 counters on it.
Yeah, there were no block. Kenji Shimura was dead even with the life gain. There was no block that would have saved him there.
And there you
soaked up as much damage as he could. And wow.
There you have it.
Mana creatures, mana heavy draw, Gavany Township pumps everybody up. Top me if you've heard this one before.
I have heard it, but I'm not going to stop you because I love some mana creatures and I love Gavany Township now.
Wow.
Welcome back to the booth, Rashad Miller. Here's Randy Bueller.
Modern is fun.
Modern is fun, and we just watched Abzan, and people say, "Oh, Abzan isn't fun."
2 different Abzans. One of them was better than the other.
All right. Well, that was the feature match area. We're going to send it to the news deck. Let's see what happened in the rest of the tournament.
All right, thanks very much to the guys down there in the booth, Rashad and Randy. Lots coming your way. It is not going to be long until we get right back to the guys because Modern is going at it at a lick. Meanwhile, we have the first of our deck guides for you. Just a couple of results to give you. Alexa Teleroff goes to 4-0 over Matthew Sperling of the United States. And how about this? Paul Cheon and Eric Froelich. They're both at 4-0. Still waiting to hear the result from Louis Scott-Vargas. Last week's Grand Prix winners, they keep on trucking. But right now, it's turned to burn someone's face off in the company of Brian David Marshall and our special guest, Seth Manfield.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Grand Prix Ottawa champion Seth Manfield. Seth, the banning of Birthing Pod in the Modern format, a lot of people felt it opened the door for burn. Obviously, we saw you in the feature match area, lighting things on fire, playing against another player, playing a similar deck. What is the appeal of the burn deck post Birthing Pod?
Well, the burn deck with Treasure Cruise and Pod in the format, basically the deck had Treasure Cruise in it, like maybe a couple copies, maybe 4, but it wasn't really that important. And the most relevant thing was the banning of Birthing Pod for this deck, because without Kitchen Finks being very popular right now, a few less Siege Rhinos, that basically opens the door for burn.
Fewer Kitchen Finks and Siege Rhinos on demand too,
right?
Just tutor a Kitchen Fink into a Siege Rhino. It's pretty brutal for the deck.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to break down what a burn deck looks like. We're talking about, if you're thinking about playing Modern at home, what are the things that are going to happen in a burn deck, whether you're playing with it or against it. Talk to us a little bit about the early game of the burn deck here, Seth.
Well, sure. I mean, these are the primary 1-drops in the deck. Most lists, they're going to be playing 4 of each of these cards, and this is the card you always want to play a creature on turn 1. It's normally your Goblin Guide. If you have a guide and a Swift Spear, you play the guide first. Normally, you'll play the Swift Spear probably on turn 2, plus maybe a burn spell, and it's a 2/3 at that point.
Sweet. So, and is there ever a situation where you will play the Swift Spear over the Goblin Guide? Is that something you do?
You would have to know what the matchup is, because if your opponent has a fetch up, if you play your guide and then they basically get a free look at a land, then they can potentially use their fetch it away, and then like Lightning Bolt your Goblin Guide. So if you're playing against a deck like Blue, White, Red, like Control with Path and Lightning Bolt, maybe you'd rather play the Swift Spear, let them use their burn spell on that, and then play your guide next.
Okay, so let's take a look at the mid game, which I find an ironic statement for the burn deck. We see Eidolon of the Great Revel, Lightning Bolt, Searing Blaze, Rift Bolt. So mid game being what, turn 2, turn 3 here?
Yeah, I mean, basically the Eidolon against a lot of matchups, you do want to play it on turn 2, but then there's some matchups like, say, the Burn Mirror, where maybe you'd rather try to get rid of their creatures first and then play your Eidolon later in the game because you don't want to deal so much damage to yourself. So it can be a turn 2 play. It can also be a 3 or 4 play. Searing Blaze, it basically just depends how early your opponents have creatures. Against some decks, like say you're playing against Twin or against Tron, they're not going to have that worm. They may play their Wormcoil engine on turn 4, and then all of a sudden you're Searing Blazing them out then because they don't have a creature. And Lightning Bolt, it just basically comes after the creatures. The burn spells come after the creatures.
Just one of the best cards in the history of Magic.
Yeah.
Basically. And I think Eidolon of the Great Revel is probably a card, if people haven't played with it or haven't played it Modern, it seems counterintuitive almost to play it in this deck where all your spells are going to do damage to you, but you just have so much more damage output than the regular deck.
Right. I mean, if all of your spells from yourself and your opponent are dealing damage, then your burn spells are basically going to deal the extra points. Even if you're going to say 3, 4 from the Eidolon, your opponent is normally going to be dying.
Right, and in a format again where a lot of people start off on 17 or 15 life from their lands.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. So let's take a look at the late game. So again, none of these cards very expensive. Lava Spike, Skullcrack, Boros Charm. What is the role these cards play in the late game?
So Skullcrack is the biggest card, the biggest burn spell Finks. Maybe it's Siege Rhino. You even against Martyr, you want to wait, use your Skullcrack to potentially in response to them like a life gain trigger. the Boros Charm, normally Boros Charm is just going to players, so it's sort of like insane with Lava Spike. So if your opponent doesn't have early creatures, maybe you use these on the early turns, but a lot of times they are the last card stuck in your hand, basically.
So before I let you go, I heard you say the word Martyr of Sands. You told me this deck's capable of beating a Martyr of Sands. That seems crazy to me.
Well, we were actually testing Martyr, and we're like, oh, Martyr is a great deck for this tournament. We're going to test it against Twin. We're going to test it against Abzan. And then we're like, well, all right, we have to do all of our work. Let's test it against Burn. And you know what? It's actually not that great of a matchup for Martyr, and that's from our testing. So, yeah.
So take it from Seth Manfield. Set some stuff on fire when you're playing Modern. Seth Manfield, Brian David Marshall, signing off from the Tournament Center.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We have another one of those coming right up any second now. Just to fill you in, Marco Camiluzzi is 4-0 over Yuki Ichikawa. Lucas Blahan of the Czech Republic, 4-0. Kentaro Yamamoto, he's in our top 25. He's 4-0. And also, Pedro Carvalho, already a modern top 8er at the Pro Tour, 4-0 over Sol Malka. But looks to me like we're ready to rock and roll once again. Here's Brian David Marshall. This time we're going to tell you all about Abzan with Matej Big Z Zatlkai.
Hello, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm pleased to be joined by Matej Zatlkai. And Matej, we've been talking about the modern format, and we're doing these little primers. One of the big decks that everyone predicted for this tournament, probably a lot of people guessed was going to be the top deck in the field, even though that might only be 10 to 15%. It's such a crazy field, is Abzan. And a deck that, ostensibly should have gone away with the banning of Birthing Pod. What's the appeal of the Abzan deck without Birthing Pod?
The problem was Birthing Pod was a really bad matchup for the Abzan deck because they just had so much value. In Voice of Resurgent, Kitchen Finks, Siege Rhino, you kind of do those things as well, but they just gain a lot more advantage with Birthing Pod, which is really hard to kill. So banning Abzan, Birthing Pod just opened up the door for Abzan and made it much better than Junt, the version with red, which was mainly good against Birthing Pod.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's take a look at what the modern Abzan deck looks like. Let's take a walk through like what the early game is going to be, and this has never changed, has it?
No, this is the bread and butter of Abzan mid-range. Turn 1, you want to discard their best card using only 1 mana. So either it's a cheaper card, or it costs you 2 life, but it's fine. Usually it doesn't. The 2 life don't matter, or the Conveyor Marcus Thrillless is usually not as relevant either.
Right, you're pretty content to open the game on 15 life.
Yeah, unless I know I'm playing in Seth Manfield.
So to take the best card from the hand, they've made some tough decisions about a mulligan, and you're like, nope, surgical strike, take that card away from you.
Yep, pretty much.
See it later.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So that's your early game. Disrupt them.
Yep.
Mid game. What does that look like?
Mid-game is more disruption and value,
yes.
I would say.
A recurring theme in
A recurring theme is that because this deck is really good at trading 1 for 1, and it's trying to use some of the synergies between the cards to push it over the top. One of those synergies, Dark Confidant on its own with all the removal spells, you 1 for 1 your opponent, but you keep drawing an extra card every turn, so you're sorted on that front. Liliana is also great because both +1 discard and -2 sacrifice are very relevant in different matchups, so it's good against creature decks as well as control decks as well as combo decks, and it works out really well with Lingering Souls.
Yeah. Are the Jund decks sad? Do they feel jilted by Liliana? She was such a staple of the Jund deck, but really has turned out to be an all-star in Abzan as well.
It's so much better in Abzan because of Lingering Souls, because it's such a value card. When you're both grinding each other out, the one who can use 1 card to create 4 creatures is the king.
Sure, and you can also, discard the Lingering Souls. If you have to discard a card and just get 2 counters, 2 creatures at the end of that. Okay, so that's your mid game. It's value. It's trying to grind them down. And then how do you wrap things up? How do you finish things off in the end game?
I like me some fatties. And Siege Rhino and Tarmogoyf certainly some of those. Tarmogoyf is a staple. I still think in this format, turn 1 Thoughtseize into turn 2 Tarmogoyf is one of the best clocks you can put up. And Siege Rhino in new edition from Khans and Tarkir, it's great out at closing out the games. Just play it on turn 4, and it's already a big swing. Gives you life for your confidence, so you don't die. Right. And also, the trample is very relevant because you can get over chump blockers and finish the game quickly.
What? I mean, it seems like such a consistent deck. What are the decks that are going to prey on a deck like this? Like, if I'm going into a modern, PTQ, what do I want to be playing if I want to beat Abzan?
The biggest problem for Abzan is either decks that rely on Ursulance or Tron, red-green Tron, blue-white Tron. All these decks are pretty well positioned because you don't interact with lands that well. So they can easily ramp up to mana. But also some unconventional combo decks can do really well, especially in game 1. And I've seen in this tournament, it looks like some teams are packing Infect, which Jund is good against, but Abzan is a little bit worse. But you do get Lingering Souls. So I think these kinds of decks you can beat Abzan. But the thing is, after sideboard, it's never easy.
Nothing's ever easy after sideboarding.
Yeah, Abzan can beat anything if it wants to.
Okay, there you go. So for Matej Zadelkai, Brian David Marshall, signing off from the Tournament Center.
Thanks very much to BDM, and of course, thanks very much to Big Z giving us his time. He's now shooting off for his round 5 match, and round 5 is just moments away. But I've been joined here at the news desk by Mr. Ian Duke. And Ian, I'm going to rewind slightly to what now seems such a long time ago, 9 o'clock this morning. You're in the booth, your first feature match. We're getting into the world of Khans of Tarkir Fate Reforged draft. What was your morning like?
It was a fantastic morning. We got to see, first of all, 2 fantastic drafts with Josh Utter-Leyton and Luis Scott-Vargas. Really, really exciting to watch. And just 3 excellent, really exciting rounds of Limited. We saw Hall of Famers, we saw rookies. It was just really, really cool. My favorite match in particular was the one between Sam Pardee and Luis Scott-Vargas. Just a really, really interesting back and forth with some rares influencing the way the game's played out, but in a really, really interesting way. It wasn't simply play a bomb, you're done.
It wasn't Sorin end of game. It was Sorin now things get really interesting.
Exactly. Jeskai Ascendancy, leading to really, really interesting combat steps. So yeah, very, very interesting game.
Was the draft format what you were expecting? I know that R&D focuses a lot on standard, but also Eric Lauer and a lot of people in development spend a lot of time thinking about the draft environment. Was it about what you expected in terms of tempo?
Yeah, we saw a couple things that we did expect. We saw the format speeding up just a little bit compared to Triple Khans. We saw players a little bit more inclined to go with 2-color decks as opposed to 3, 4, 5-color control decks. But then again, we saw Jelger Weigersma with a 5-color crazy control deck, 9 dual lands, 9 rares. Some really exciting plays there.
Yeah, so that was awesome. Then we go into Modern. Now, we've only had 1 round, and, some interesting decks fall by the wayside because, in general, the more interesting they are, maybe the less consistent they are, you never quite know what you're going to get. But what is your initial take from an R&D perspective on the way Modern is shaping up here?
Yeah, from an R&D perspective, things look great. We have Adam Prozac and Dave Humphreys here, 2 fellow R&Ders. I was chatting with them a little bit between rounds, and they seemed really, really pleased with the diversity that they've seen just walking around the tables. So far things are looking great, I have to say.
Okay, now it's very varied. Abzan, of course, is the largest part of the field because anytime you have something incredibly diverse, the one default middle of the field deck is always going to be the most popular because by the time you get to 8-10%, that makes it the most popular because you've got half a dozen on Amulet, you've got a dozen on this combo, on Living End, whatever it turns out to be. But we have seen and heard of some pretty interesting decks, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things we're watching for in R&D is how are the Fate Reforged cards showing up in Modern? And, we expected to see some here and there, but as with every new set, Modern's a huge format. It's tough to break into that power level of card. Nonetheless, I was walking around in between the rounds, and Dave Humphreys came up to me very, very excited, and he's like, Ian, I saw some Fate Reforged cards getting played. I said, oh, really, Dave? What did you see? He's like, well, I saw a match with Patrick Chapin, and his opponent thought seized him on turn 1, and Patrick revealed 3 Fate Reforged cards.
I wonder if the viewers at home can guess what they might be. You're going to have a chance to find out because he is in the feature match area right now, and we are ready for round 5 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged.
Shad Miller, Randy Bueller. Players are ready, so let's head now for round 5. Welcome to round 5 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged. I'm Rashad Miller, joined by Hall of Famer Randy Bueller. we are going to watch Paul Chien, who is a great story coming into this tournament, fresh off a GP win not too long ago. He is playing...
Not too long ago. It was like 4 days ago.
You know, I try to give each tournament its own due.
He booked his flight 3 days ago when he discovered that by winning the Grand Prix, he could use that silver invitation. He got enough pro points to hit silver. He's like, you know what? I think I'll use my silver invitation 3 days from now in DC. Booked a flight on Monday. Obviously, he's on Channel Fireball, so here you go.
And Stanislav Slivka, he's been qualified for this tournament for a while.
Oh, yeah.
He's playing a great black-white tokens deck, and we're going to see how it matches up with Abzan, which is probably the story of the weekend.
Yeah. The Stanislav Sivka has basically been qualified for everything ever since he won a Modern Pro Tour with that Eggs deck. Definitely not afraid to play off the beaten path decks. He is playing 4 copies of Intangible Virtue in this deck. He's black-white tokens. This is something I know when Bitter Blossom got unbanned, people were speculating about it. You know, maybe you play Bitter Blossom alongside Lingering Souls and Spectral Procession, and you put it in a black-white tokens deck, and you know what? That is exactly what Stanislav Sivka has done. All his creature tokens are just bigger than yours. And in a field full of Intangible Virtue, or full of Lingering Souls, that could be a big deal.
Now, how deep down the creature token path did he actually go? Are there Midnight Hauntings?
There are 4 Spectral Processions.
That's actually a really good one.
There are main deck Timely Reinforcements.
Okay.
Sorin Solemn Visitor can make a token creature.
It also interacts well with tokens.
Yeah, no, this deck looks sweet. This whole round, we're going to get to some sweetness. We've got Pat Chapin in here off camera as well.
Meanwhile, just a boring old Noble Hierarch for Paul Chien.
Yeah, Paul is... he's got a couple, it's weird, he's like halfway in between the 2 Abzan decks we saw last round. 2 Gavany Townships and 3 Noble Hierarchs, but he does have the Tarmogoyfs and he does have 3 Lilianas, so more on the normal expected side of the Abzan deck, not so much the I really wish I was still playing Birthing Pod side of the Abzan deck.
There you see a very different look from both the players. Stanislav Sivka always smiling.
Always.
as he plays Magic. He just loves this game. And Paul Chien is deep in the tank on turn 2, mapping out probably the next 4 turns of this game. And it starts off with the Lingering Souls.
We get a spirit token?
We'll get some spirit tokens for you guys. In the meanwhile, we have some Stanislav Sivka player tokens. The battle of the self-portrait tokens. Who wins this one?
Apparently Stanislav Sivka wins.
Well, not for long. They're just hanging out.
Stanislav also came with Fairy Rogue tokens.
Yep. He came prepared, unlike Paul Chien, although he didn't know he was coming here until
I think Paul
last weekend.
Also, Paul has his own tokens.
Ooh, Windswept Heat. Another, actually, Wimber's Heist. I mean, another blast from the past.
Yeah, I don't know how good this deck is, but it's certainly sweet. I am very curious to see how well it matches up here. Sivka did win the last round. Both these guys are 1-0 in Constructed after having good draft performances, too.
Yeah, this deck is very reminiscent of the deck from Standard of old, when all these cards were legal in Standard, and Wimber's Heights was a big player in that deck.
Not something that's had a big impact on Modern, though.
No. There hasn't been a real token deck to want to support that card. And there's Intangible Virtue.
Intangible Virtue.
The crusade for token creatures. But they also get Vigilance.
So Bitter Blossom makes 2/2 Vigilance creatures now. That's what you're telling me.
2/2 flying Vigilant creatures.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Outclassed.
Those Lingering Souls tokens on Paul Chian's side of the board do not look nearly as impressive.
I mean, they look almost as boring as that Noble Hierarch that's sitting there.
I mean, attack, Noble Hierarch, trigger. Oh, now I can trade? That isn't the way this is supposed to work.
Well, I mean, that's probably not bad, but, you know, that's not what you really want to happen. But it looks like that might be the consideration. Get in there, because this is the only way you can trade with your tokens.
Right, and I'll trade on defense.
But, you know, Sivka doesn't bite. He takes 2 because he gets to attack for 4 on a backswing and still gets the option of blocking. Well, he will once he builds up his fleet of
Liliana doesn't look
tokens.
great on this board either.
Not great at all.
Paul's hand is a bunch of land and a Liliana. But I guess Gavany Township can sort of try to fight Intangible Virtue. Eventually it wins the fight.
Yeah,
I mean, quite a while, though.
Liliana does have the ability to make Stanislav discard his last card.
Sure.
If we get to that, that's probably the best he can get out of that Liliana.
All right, I just heard the update from the back table. I would not have predicted this update coming in.
I would have predicted it, but you
only because I told you about Patrick Chapin's deck. Patrick Chapin has a Gurmag Angler in play.
I don't think I've even played that in Limited yet.
Gurmag Angler, that's 6B, 5/5 vanilla other than Delve. You know what else Patrick Chapin just did? He protected it by casting Stubborn Denial, which is with the Ferocious trigger from the Gurmag Angler.
That's a hard counterspell. He probably only spent 2 mana on that turn. But meanwhile, speaking of turns, we played a Vault of the Archangel and a Sorin. So this board position just got really, really good for Stanislav.
This deck looks great.
Seems well positioned, especially with Lingering Souls making a comeback and a lot of token strategies. If your tokens are a little bit bigger.
He's set up to get lifelink here too, right?
Yep.
He gets to play a 4th land. Lifelink, and I mean, I don't know how relevant the Death Touch is.
Well, probably not in this matchup.
Right, I'm sure it's good in other matchups. So he could, this army of tokens that Stanislav can put together, they can get lifelink either from the lands or from the Sorin. That's going to win a lot of races.
Why not both? Well, there's no reason for both. Inquisition of
yeah, double lifelink doesn't actually do anything.
So Inquisition, he shows them.
Liliana's the only target. Liliana and a bunch of land.
So that's one thing Liliana's good for. Liliana just 1 for 1.
Meanwhile, over on our King of the Hill table, Yegor Vigersma has resolved Game 1 Blood Moon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
who did he just inflict this
He inflicted that upon
Justin
McGuire, who's playing Jeskai Control. So
I don't think there's a lot of basic lands in the Jeskai Control deck.
Well, he could cast some of the spells.
He cast the red ones.
He can cast the red ones. They're usually the most important ones.
He can't really attack the Celestial Colonnade, though.
No, he can't do that. Not anymore. He can Lightning Bolt him with a Celestial Colonnade. Right, both players are still deep in the tank here. A lot of tokens in play. The board's really cluttered. Stanislav is contemplating.
He went plus on the Sorin. It's the most relevant thing.
Plus on the Sorin. So these are
2/2, flying, vigilance, lifelink.
But they also get +1.
And +1/+0.
Yep, so
they're
3/2
flying vigilance.
And there's a vampire.
lifelink.
So I think that vampire is a 4/3.
I mean, does this work reliably? This looks so good.
It seems pretty consistent. There's a lot of redundancy on creating tokens and then
yeah, no, it does
giving them
look like it should
bonuses.
be consistent. And like it looks really good in this Obzon matchup. Like how do you...
And also right now, Windburst Heist is active. We don't know what's underneath it.
You're correct.
We don't know what's underneath that Windburst Heist, but it could jump out in the ambush.
Yeah.
Look.
Sure. All right, Gavany Township doing what it can to fight this fight.
2 on each fairy token.
Sounds like Pat Chapin's Gurmag Angler has been joined by a Tassiger. And Jacob Wilson won a game, I guess, with Wiltleaf Liege.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it was a fast Liege. I wonder how fast was it?
Turn one.
Was it Thoughtseize fast, or was it just Noble Hierarch fast?
Just regular fast.
Just regular fast. Fast enough to beat Infect. So that's interesting.
All right, well, Gian got to trade 2 of his Lingering Souls for a couple of fairies.
And usually Bitter Blossom is, because every token you make, you lose a life. But we're looking at Stanislav's life, and it's at 23.
Oh, yeah.
Sorin plus Bitter Blossom, besties.
What was under the Windbrisk Kites? It was
Path to Exile. Path to Exile takes out the Noble Hierarch, so just a downgrade. Downgrade your mana producer that has Exalt to just a mana producer of 1 color.
And, I mean, Noble Hierarch's not just Exalted, it's also a thing that sees Gavany Township.
Exactly. Gets the Plains. So Looks like a Splinter Twin also resolved for Yogo Vigasma. And you know what that means. It was probably on a Pestermite, and he probably won that game. So he leads 1-0 over Justin McGuire.
He sounds comfortable in that King of the Hill chair. He wants to hang out for the rest of the day.
I think he went out and got his own crown. I think he figures he's going to stay there for a while. Yeah, this is a head scratcher, Paul Cheon. Plays another land. He had a lot of land in his hand when his hand was revealed to that Thoughtseize. And he's still got quite a bit.
I don't know. It's not clear that Paul Cheon has actually lost a Magic in like a week or two. I'm not sure I believe this. We'll see what happens in the next couple of games. I don't like Paul's chances here.
Yeah, but Gavany Township is still...
He's fighting a good fight.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the Path for the Vampire. Okay. Because that Vampire was still at 3-2 from the Sorin.
That's right. That Sorin ability lasts until your next turn. So on offense and on defense, it gets that +1 to its power. Path to Exile is going to get rid of the blocker. So now these 3/3s... Not sure who they're
the Fairy
attacking.
Token's a 3-2. The Vampire was a 4-3.
Yeah, the Vampire was a 4/3.
Thanks to Intangible Virtue and Sorin's Plus.
Yeah, the Spirits are 3/3s. That's what I'll take. The Spirits
So you trade Fairy for a Lingering Souls token, right?
Seems like a fair trade. If they're both attacking Sorin, then maybe you just let them both get it.
Got it. That's what Paul must have attacked Sorin. This attack makes a lot more sense then. Because of his path, he clearing a path through to Sorin. One of these will get through. That has to be how he attacked, right?
Is it still a situation where you want to trade off your token for his token while you have the bonus and you have the Sorin and that token has a bunch of counters on it?
Yeah, I mean, Stanislav gains 3 life by making the trade now, and Gavany Township is about to outclass Intangible Virtue, so trade makes a lot of sense.
Right,
Paul
so
down to the 1 token.
Back to Stan's turn. He gets another token from his Bitter Blossom. He's going to draw his card. Sorin's gone. It died to the Spirit tokens, or at least to 1 Spirit token. And just passes the turn back. Must not have drawn any action unless it's some instant that we weren't sure that he could have. Maybe a Path to Exile, but...
So he can actually use the Death Touch ability on Vault of the Archangel to trade. It's like his 2/2 token has somehow been outclassed by the 4th Lingering Souls token and a Gavany Township. But he still gets to trade if he spends his mana on the Vault.
And not only does he get to trade, but he gets to gain that life back that he's losing from this Bitter Blossom. So he's got a virtual unlimited supply. It's like it's Bitter Blossom token happy hour right now. The tokens just keep coming, free of cost.
No creatures.
Scavenger News comes down for Paul Cheon. And no creatures in any graveyard because Stanislav Sivka, he's playing the tokens deck. And I don't know does he have an actual creature? Are there any things with power and toughness?
Nope.
Any spells with power? No spells,
Not
no
a
power,
one.
no toughness. So Scavenger News will never target a creature in
It
Stanislav
can eat a
Sivka's.
Lingering Souls. It's not completely irrelevant.
Yeah, it's not irrelevant. There's also creatures in Paul Cheon's graveyard, so...
Yeah.
Seems like a tough one.
Did you get to this matchup in your 2 days testing for the Pro Tour, Paul?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably didn't play against it on stream either.
Seems unlikely.
24.
All right, back to Stanislav. He goes down to 24. Gets another token. He's not smiling now. I wonder what's changed. Attacks with a fairy, 2/2 Vigilant, flying. Threatening to give it Death Touch with the Vault of Archangel. And he gives it life. He gives it the Death Touch and Lifelink after the block. All right, so we have another result that Patrick Chapin with the wonderful Delve cards and featuring Fate Reforged. He didn't win.
Really?
He did not win.
Matt Sperling beat Gurmag, Angler, and Tassiger?
Yeah, Inkmoth Nexus and Archbound Ravager. Still doing it like it's 2004, whenever those cards came out.
Sounds like it was a close game. Hopefully we'll be able to get game 2 of that match on camera.
All right, so Paul only has land so far. He has a
Yeah.
Scavenger News, it's going to attack right now. The coast is clear because there's no way to. There's not enough mana over on Sifka's side to activate Vault of the Archangel. So, in for 2, make it 3. And Sifka goes down to 23. He's going to go down to 22 after this Bitter Blossom.
All the way down to 23?
All the way down to 23, then 22.
Got it.
Bitter Blossom.
Paul's definitely flooded a bit this game.
It's definitely flooded.
We get that life loss from the Bitter Blossom.
Looks like he picked up. Looks like he does have one spell in his hand. It's a Dismember. Not very good against the token
tokens
deck.
Yeah.
Eventually, he's going to target one of them. Probably not the best time right now.
Seems like all over the internet, people are dusting off their Bitter Blossoms mentally. Bitter Blossom, people play targeted removal. You just spit out a creature every turn. Card seems really good.
There we
It
go.
was banned when the format started.
So Sifka does have a little bit of action in his hand. He has a timely reinforcements. He has a Path to Exile just in case Cheon does come out with some type of threat. Has an Inquisition of Kozilek, but we're at a stage of the game that most spells that cost 3 or less are going to get played, especially with Paul being flooded the way that he is. So Sifka's
Vault
going
of the Archangel time.
Yep.
Just on offense, just for the lifelink.
It's race time, and Paul sees that this is not going well for him.
No, what is the Abzan deck supposed to do about a horde of flying token creatures? I mean, people play Lingering Souls because that card is so good in this matchup.
You know, Paul played a lot of Bitter Blossom back in his day too.
Sure.
He was a big fairies player. Now he sees how it feels. Except, you know, they weren't too vigilant life-linking fairies back then. They were just a plain old 1/1 kind. Another blank, it looked like, for Paul. Well, maybe not. He ended up using that Dismember on a token because what else is it going to target?
Right.
And there's a Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf's got some size there. There's Planeswalker, there's Instant. That might be it, though. I think the graveyards have been munched away to the point where it's just graveyard in it. And there's just Instant and Planeswalker, so a 2/3. Treetop Village gets activated, and we go to combat. Attack with a couple of 3/3s. There's enough mana left to activate Gavany Township, so that threat is still on the table. And Sifka's considering he does have Path to Exile, and it looks like he has a Dismember.
Don't judge.
He also has a Timely Reinforcements, which probably won't be gaining him any life. All right, so double block on the Treetop Village, and Gavany Township is going to activate. That's going to make it a 4/4. So that's going to be a trade. 2 tokens for a land. Not really a fair trade, but
Even makes Tarmogoyf bigger.
Does make Tarmogoyf a little bit bigger. It makes it 1 bigger because of the land going to graveyard.
17 to 8.
Yes.
All right. So,
Timely reinforcements.
Timely reinforcements, right when you want them.
We have soldiers?
He gets soldiers because he has fewer creatures, which this is interesting. How often does the token deck have fewer creatures than the other deck?
Uh-huh.
But when it does, you play this one.
3 soldier tokens. He does not have less life, right?
There, we'll get some actual soldier tokens.
Become Immense on Blighted Agent just took down Jacob Wilson.
Wow, Become Immense is the card that's making that deck.
Oh, yeah.
So he is going, I mean, they're going to game 3. Lucas Berthal, who's playing that Infect deck against Jacob Wilson, who's obviously playing Abzan, because that is his love.
I don't feel like the Birthing Pod deck was an Abzan deck. Those archetypes have merged now.
You are correct.
They were pretty distinct strategies.
They were different. They were 2 different strategies. They were 2 different decks. Similar strategies when you didn't drop Birthing Pod.
Right.
Is there a sorcery dart, right?
Right, and so Path to Exile is going to take out the Scavenger News.
Not the Tarmogoyf?
Not the Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf is pretty big also. It is right now a 3/4 with the +1/+1 counter.
14.
I believe.
I think it's a
4. Oh, no, it's a 4/5.
Yeah,
the
we're on
sorcery was in the
instant
graveyard.
sorcery Planeswalker land.
It's a 4/5 for the +1/+1 counter.
But that is 8 power worth of flyers.
That's 8 power. Nope.
They don't fly. The soldiers don't fly.
Yeah, the soldiers, they're on the ground. The reinforcements came by ground.
22 and 2 at 2.
But lifelink and death touch, and Paul was obliged to block.
Yep, 22 to 2.
Show me the rest of your hand so I have some more information for game 2.
Cards that didn't matter because you didn't have cards in your hand. So Sifka with his black and white tokens deck is looking pretty good, especially against Abzan. He takes the first game against Paul Chia. And we will give you more action from round 5 of the feature match area right after this.
You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir are going on until February 22nd, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Brussels in April. Visit magic.wizards.com/PTQ for more information. Hunt bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Seville, Memphis, Vancouver, Miami, Liverpool, Cleveland, and Auckland. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for the complete schedule.
And we're back in the feature match area. And for all of you out there who, have some type of fantasy Magic league going on to figure out which cards from Fate Reforged are going to make it on the modern stage.
I hope you had Gurmag Angler.
I also hope you had Gurmag Angler because we're about to take a look at Matt Sperling, who's playing Infect. No, he's playing Affinity.
Yeah, he's Affinity.
He's playing Affinity, which can infect you.
Yeah.
But he's playing against Patrick Chapin, who's playing an Esper Delve list with Gurmag Angler.
And 4 Tassigers. It starts with 4 Tassiger, but also 4 Gurmag Angler.
I like to start with 4 Gurmag Angler.
I do too. I totally get you. Can we start with Mishra's Bauble? Because he plays 4 copies of Mishra's Bauble in his main deck.
Let's just start everywhere. Let's just start with all of the cards that he has going on. But let me tell you what's going on in this board state, because this is pretty relevant. The Affinity deck has a Vault Scourge, a Mem Knight, a Arkbar Ravager, 3 land.
Is that Tempered Steel?
That is a Rest in Peace.
Oh, Rest in Peace.
That's a Rest in Peace. Not very good if you're trying to delve.
That does seem like a problem for Pat's deck.
A very big problem. Although, Gurmag Angler, you can still play for 7 mana. And it looks like Patrick was able to cast the Lingering Souls, probably not able to get the flashback portion of that because of Rest in Peace, assuming it was in play before. So this is a really slow game, at least from Chapin's side, but he does have a couple of tokens that can block some 1 toughness creatures.
Yeah, Patrick's deck seems sweet, but it turns out Affinity is still pretty good. It is a Tempered Steel list, but other than that, all the usual suspects, including the sideboard Rest in Peace.
Glinthawk?
No.
Aww. When will Glinthawk have his time in the sun? One day. All right, so a couple of blocks. He's just going to take out. So no activation on the Ravager. He's just going to let it die, and it's going to move counters. Oh no, the
it
counters
doesn't die.
Yeah,
it
doesn't
go to
die.
The graveyard because of the Rest in Peace.
Does not.
He wanted the token to die, so he was content. I mean, he could have had it eat itself to move a counter, but that wouldn't have killed the token.
Interesting. So a little bit of a Nambo over for the modular / Rest in Peace. But I think I think a small price to pay.
You're playing against a Delve deck. You're playing against a deck with fundamentally a graveyard strategy.
All right, so you can see up in the upper right-hand corner that our main match has started. But we're going to stay at this match because we want to see a Gurmag Angler. Man, I don't think I've ever seen one in real life. I've only heard.
You play that guy in Limited. He is underrated in Limited. People should be drafting that guy higher than they are.
I've only heard tales of that guy in the Loch Ness Monster going to the bar.
Angler did 15 in game 1 here.
You know what? Sometimes it gets by with a little help from his friends.
Sure. Well, here's cranial plating. Everybody wants to be friends with cranial plating.
And there are enough artifacts in play so that...
Darksteel Citadel.
Yeah.
It's the Metalcraft on the Edge Champion, so what is that, 5?
1, 2, 3,
and then Knight is 6.
4. It's long, we're not sure if those are activated or if they were tapped for mana. I think they're all tapped for mana. So 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts in place. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 damage with this attack from Matt Sperling.
Interesting.
Path on a Memnite. Well,
Metalcraft means you can't target the Edge Champion.
Yep, Edge Champion has protection from all colors as long as you have Metalcraft.
I'll pass priority. All right. I have you taking a total of 5.
I'm at 8.
Yeah. 5's a lot better than 7. At least it's a 3-turn clock.
All right, so I don't know what Chapin's game plan is
No,
against
this seems
cards like
tough.
Rest in Peace.
Rest in Peace
You
seems
have
like
to
the
think
problem.
that Patrick Chapin would have considered cards like that, or Leyline of the Void, or any other card that just doesn't allow you to get cards into your graveyard. He's got to have a game plan.
Well, his game plan for this matchup is Kataki. I haven't seen that come out yet.
Kataki won't be very useful on this board. There's a lot of mana that's just sitting in play, not doing a lot of anything. So, but here's 3 mana. 3 mana for a Fulminator Mage. Interesting.
Hilarious. He could almost turn off Metalcraft, except of course that Darksteel Citadel is indestructible.
Yeah, unfortunately. He can't even block with that
Nope,
Fulminator
can't even
Mage.
block.
All it can do is attack or hold back a Blinkmoth Nexus. It does that very well.
Oh, 2 Darksteel Citadels. My bad.
No.
Two Nexus.
Yeah, those are 2 Nexuses.
1 Citadel.
All right, so 1 mana. There's a Vault Scourge.
Insurance for Metalcraft.
Clear my attack. Yeah. Attack. No blocks.
All right, so attack this. That's going to be attack for 6, I believe, but this is going to activate a Nexus and be 7.
Does he activate one more?
He can activate one more,
Oh, he
but
passed priority.
But the Fulminator Mage
Yeah,
can just destroy 1 and.
He could force Patrick's hand by activating the other one, but doesn't look like he wants to. Presumably because he has something to spend that mana on.
Unsure, cannot get a good look at Sperling's hand.
All right, so your guy is currently a 7-2.
5, 6, 7. Yep, that's 7.
That's what I have.
Matt's given him the option to not destroy the Blinkmoth Nexus, which is kind of interesting.
Well, if Matt has something he wants to spend his mana on, this is totally fine.
I'll destroy the one you activated.
Okay. I'll activate the other one.
Yep.
So you take 7.
1.
All right, so he puts Chapin down to 1
Sure.
and passes the turn. Still not sure if there is a card in Sperling's hand that he really wants to cast for 2 mana and is unable to do right now. But he was content with leaving putting Patrick Chapin to 1 instead of leaving him at 2. 1 makes the Blinkmoth Nexus lethal. 1 makes the Vault Scourge lethal. The Edge Champion's already lethal and a very hard to deal with threat.
Yeah, didn't really get to see Patrick's decks do its thing, but he's
is
still in decent shape. He's 3-2 if he loses this game. So still very much in the thick of it. Oh, here's Kataki. Little bit late.
Little late for Kataki. What's that?
Is that game?
It resolves.
That's game, right? Infinity can't beat a Kataki.
Technically, it is game. Only because
it's in
Matt's
the other
gonna,
direction.
Yeah, Matt's going to tap and attack him for at
you think
least
he'll,
1.
You think he'll pay the upkeep on the important cards?
I think he's going to pay the upkeep on all of his creatures.
Meanwhile, you can see in the look-in, Paul Cheon coming back. Tassiger's in play there. I was promised Delve cards in this matchup, but it's Cheon who's got a Tassiger in play.
Well, and also Patrick Chapin was 1 mana away from casting this Gurmai.
Hard casting.
I get a card count 2.
2 cards in Patrick Chapin's hand. Looks like that's a Thought Seize for Matt Sperling. Doesn't have the black mana to cast that.
I'm going to pay for 3 artifacts. They're going to be these 3, okay?
Okay, so he's paying for 3 artifacts.
The land, the champion, and the cranial plating.
Attack.
And he attacks with the lethal champion. And that's
and
it.
it does.
Patrick Chapin goes down. We don't get to see any cool Delve shenanigans. And Matt Sperling shows us that Affinity still has what it takes.
Still good.
Still good. All right, so now we're going back to our main table. This is Paul Cheon versus Stanislav Sivka. They're in progress. A little bit better of a board state. I'll let you know what it is once we... Here we go. So a Battered Skull joins a Spirit Token, a Tassiger, and a Tarmogoyf.
Yep.
And over on Stanislav's side, he has a couple of Intangible Virtues and a Lone Vampire token. Now, this is actually an interesting set of cards. You have Tassiger, which some considered, very Tarmogoyf-esque. And you also have Tarmogoyf.
Intangible Virtue number 3. The Vampire attacks for 5 in the air.
That Vampire, that's a big boy.
He can block a Tassiger and beat it up in combat. He can block a Germ token and beat it up in combat.
It looks like he could block that Tarmogoyf as well and beat it up in combat. But the combination of Battered Skull on one of those creatures probably makes that a little bit different. Swings the race.
He's basically made an Archangel.
I remember that card. Same amount of mana, too, about.
For all of those?
Yeah. All right, so Tassiger looks like he's lining up an attack, but not attacking yet, because Tassiger does not have Vigilance.
Combat. Yeah.
Well, Gian sends everybody.
Everybody goes in. The Battle Skull stays put. I guess you get value out of that token while it's there.
I mean, Sifka's at 9 is the thing. How big? I don't know how big Tarmogoyf is, but this is...
Tarmogoyf
if
looks
it's a
like
4, I think this is lethal.
Yeah, it looks like a 4. I see...
Planeswalker land.
Yep, there's an enchantment in there, a land, a Planeswalker.
And then
maybe
something else.
There could be something else. So it looks like a 4, it could be a 3.
Yeah, if it's a 4, I think this attack is lethal, right? You block a 4, and then you take 4 + 4 + 1. If Sifka's at 9, then he'll need to have a trick with those last 2 lands.
Well, it looks like Sifka's lining up a block on Tassiger.
Thinking about it, he must have something.
He could have Path to Exile. He could have any other removal spells.
2 mana for?
For Dismember.
Does that even turn a profit?
Well, Dismember, it does.
He paid 2 mana, so only 1 Phyrexian.
Right, so that's 2 life.
It does not die, but it does shrink.
It deals 0 damage now.
Yeah, but this. Oh, yeah. 0-1. No. It's a 1-2. Tribal here. Oh, wow.
Oh, tribal!
Oh, tribal!
Bitter Blossom puts the tribal card type.
I'm at 1, yeah?
So it actually still maintains a power, and Sifka's going down to 1.
I'm surprised he did the Tarmogoyf rather than the Germ token, but... All right, here's a whole bunch of Lingering Souls tokens.
Lingering Souls, flash it back. That's 4 1/1s. Everything is lethal, Stanislav Sifka. What do you got for me? He's smiling. Does that mean it's good?
He's always smiling.
Oh, so he passes a turn. Never say die.
He's
no attack either.
He's 1 short of channel harm.
He is 1 short of channel harm.
Wait, that's limited. I don't think you have to worry about that in Modern.
Well, I don't know. You probably would have said the same thing about Gurmag Angler. But the Alpha Strike from Paul Cheon does get the concession, so we are going to see a game 3 with these guys. All right, so you get a good view of the feature match area right here. And we're going to take a look at the Jacob Wilson matchup versus Lucas Berthal. This is Infect versus Obzon.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of Infect running around.
Oh, just saw a handshake.
Oh, which way?
Well, I mean, they both. It was kind of mirrored.
Oh, Jacob Wilson attacking for lethal, using Path to Exile to remove the blocker so Siege Rhino could trample over for the final points.
The old trample trick.
It works.
Yeah, so Jacob Wilson moves on to 4-1. And we only have 1 match left. That's Yoga Zavigasma versus Justin McGuire. This is the Splinter Twin versus Jeskai Control matchup. And we see a Blood Moon in play.
Is this game 2?
This is game 2. And Yoga is up again.
Looks like 3 basic islands. Wow, basic islands and basic planes. Celestial Purge is trying to take out Blood Moon.
Yeah, I'll let you know what's in play. We have a Blood Moon. Well, we had a Blood Moon. It's just got a Celestial Purged. Right now, there's just a lone Restoration Angel over for...
Justin McGuire was ready for Blood Moon, by the way. His board includes 3 basic islands, 2 basic plains, and a basic mountain.
Wait, did you say... Oh, board. I thought you meant sideboard.
No, you look at what he's got in play.
He definitely has all of the basics.
This is a man who was prepared to possibly have to deal with enemy Blood Moons. They are very classy APAC basic lanes as well. I'm a fan of those.
The life totals are pretty low, 6 to 9. And there's a Snapcaster animation just came down. I think it's still on the stack.
It's on the stack, yeah. Restoration Angel's a 2-turn clock, so Yelger needs to deal with it. And we're going to fight.
Counter and draw against your Snapcaster Mage.
Dismiss your Snapcaster, maybe?
Snapcaster Mage
another
in
Snap. Now we got us a
response.
stack. Snapcaster on the bottom. Cryptic Command is attempting to counter and draw. Other Snapcasters on top of that. Yelger can potentially counter draw that Cryptic Command.
Oh, it looks like it resolved.
He goes for...
Dispel.
Dispel, sure. Only wants to spend 1 mana. Doesn't want to open up, Spell Pierces or anything like that.
So not only
So
does
that
he
works.
Yeah, and the second Snapcaster Mage looks like it targeted the Cryptic Command.
The second one was Cryptic Command?
Yeah, the first one, the one that resolved. The second one that resolved. The first one dispelled.
Interesting. I thought he might. Did
And
he
then-
not have a removal spell for the Angel? All he can do is bounce it?
I don't think he does. It looks like he said the second one and he shook the Cryptic Command. All right, so there's 4 mana, and Cryptic Command is going to bounce it and draw a card.
He's created a Repulse that also puts a 2/1 into play.
Yoga's down to 5. He had to sack a fetch land in order to do this. And I assume this
Sure.
is all at the end of
Well,
Justin's
I think it
turn.
was in combat. That was with
Oh.
Restoration Age in the red zone.
Right, so Justin McGuire gets to use 5 mana to see what he can add back to the board state after Yoga bounced.
Just drop the Angel again, while Yoga's only got 2 mana.
Yeah, it seems fine.
I mean, blocking is relevant. He's at 9. Doesn't really want to take 4 from the Snapcasters. Looks
He
like
has
there's
Lightning Bolt and Path to Exile,
Yes, he
so he does have
does.
answers to those Snapcasters. And he can always just
He is
do
in
those
fact going to just play the Restoration Angel main phase.
passes the turn. Leaves up both. Well, he didn't leave up a white mana source, but he does have a Scalding Tarn, so he can sack it and probably get a white source if he really wants to cast Path to Exile. But he would be taking 3 damage if he did that. Serum Visions for Yoga Vigasma. Not sure what he picked up. He's looking at the top 2.
It's one of those spots for Justin where he knew Yelger couldn't drop an instant Pestermite or Deceiver XR because Yelger was tapped down to 2.
Yoga does have Splinter Twin in his hand. Not sure if he has a Pestermite or a Deceiver XR.
I mean, Splinter Twin on Snapcaster doesn't suck. That's some value, right? You're just like, all right, I'll cast this card from my graveyard. I'll cast this card from my graveyard.
That definitely is a value plan. I'm not sure if he has enough proactive cards to make that really profitable.
I saw Lightning Bolt in his hand.
Yeah, there's a Lightning Bolt in hand, so that's 6 damage with that combination. There's probably another Cryptic Command in there, so he can at least draw into something and buy himself a little more time from that Restoration Angel. But let's see what Yelger decides is going to be his plan of action.
Yeah, I see Bolt, Splinter Twin, not sure what the others... Yeah, he's going to go for Splinter Twin on Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, there it is. He agrees with your play.
I'm not sure Justin wants this to happen, though.
He has a couple of ways to interact with
He does. He's got a Path to Exile, which he can't cast without cracking a fetch land. He's got a Lightning Bolt, which he can. And I think I saw a Wear Tear as the 3rd card in his hand.
Interesting. Wear Tear, I don't think you want to give him that one activation.
No, exactly. He would get to activate the Splinter Twin once. Good enough to bust the combo up, but you don't really want to give your opponent value when the race is this close.
Oh, he's going to sacrifice the fetch land. Is he going to get a Hollow Fountain and take 3 damage total? He is.
Evidently.
Goes down to 6, so it looks like Path to Exile. I wonder why he's favoring Path to Exile in this situation.
Because he wants to bolt Yelger's face.
Ah.
One Restoration hit and a Lightning Bolt is lethal. So yeah, use the Path as the creature removal spell. Justin is going to go for this next turn.
Let's see if Yoga has an out. See if he has an answer to this. He has another Splinter Twin. Don't know if he wants to just throw it on this second Snapcaster
Maybe
Mage.
tap down to 3 mana if he does that. And one of which is a fetch land.
He'd be tapped down to 2 mana, actually.
Oh, 2 mana. One of which is a fetch land.
Passes the turn. It's going to leave mana up open. Maybe threaten some type of interactivity with the now lethal board and hand state for Justin McGuire.
Combat. Okay. Swing.
Attack.
Resto, maybe?
Ah, there we go. Bounce, draw a card, says Yelger.
Built a second Repulse.
I wonder if you bounce and... Oh, you can't. Or if you tap and bounce your Snapcaster Mage instead. Or do you... Or is
I'm not
it,
sure he has enough in his graveyard for
You
one
get-
Snapcaster.
Well, you get to use the Cryptic Command again.
Yeah, he seems to prefer digging. Wow, Blade Splicer.
Blade Splicer puts a couple of
Jeez. And
not
he can
obviously
resto.
lethal attackers, but one 3/3 is all it takes. 3 damage just needs to sneak through. It also gives him a target.
Yeah, he can use the Restoration Angel to blink the Blade Splicer and put a second 3/3 into play.
It's fun to play an angel.
So that is a golem. Not sure. We may have a hard time finding a golem.
And he's once again going to go main phase Restoration Angel.
Restoration Angel is going to target the Blaze Splicer, which is going to give him another enter the battlefield trigger, which gives him another 3/3 golem. And Blaze Splicer says all of your golems have first strike. Probably not extremely relevant in this matchup, especially in this situation right here. But just something to know. Ooh, we don't have matching golems.
You want to match? You're greedy. I like the variety.
But they're the same. They're the same golem. My OCD's going crazy. So it looks like the Paul Sifka and the Cheon Sifka match is done. Looks like Sifka got that match.
Tokens.
Tokens, they're back.
White-black tokens. Looks like it might be a player in this new modern metagame.
I wonder if Craig Wesco is on that ticket. So now we get the nice wide view of our last remaining match, which is the King of the Hill match. Yelga Vigasma, who's playing Splinter Twin versus Justin McGuire. He's playing Just Kind of Control.
Paul Cheon's run has ended, maybe? Or is it 4-1? Is he still feeling pretty good?
He's 4-1. I'd be feeling pretty good at 4-1.
I wasn't sure he was ever going to lose.
Streaks
Those guys did not lose a meaningful match in San Jose. They lost the last two.
This is in fact still game 2. It's been a long one.
Yeah.
We got a couple. I mean, we got a control match deck on one side. We have a combo-ish deck with some tempo and control elements on the other side. So they have to fill each other out for the entire game and try to get their edges where they can. And eventually someone has a couple of golems and a Restoration Angel in play while the other's at 5 life and struggling.
Well,
we may see a game 3.
Yelger can still win here. So he goes for Splinter Twin on Snapcaster Mage. I think Yelger's plan is Lightning Bolt, make a copy, Lightning Bolt. However, Justin McGuire has no interest in letting that happen. Yeah, he's for the second turn in a row, he's able to kill the Snapcaster Mage as a response to the Splinter Twin.
Yep.
He's 2-for-1U, 2-for-1U. Restore Angel to flicker my Blade Splicer. I mean, it makes sense to me that the control deck would have the better late game. But I mean, the Splinter Twin deck is so scary.
All right, so threatening combat, and the Deceiver XR jumps down. This is going to, and it looks like it's going to tap a land. It's going to tap the Celestial Colonnade so that guy can't come out and attack as well. It's a 1/4, so it's a serviceable body to block. It's going to block a 3/3, and there's still 7 damage coming through, but Lightning Bolt takes out one of the golems.
Yelger stays alive at 1.
Yelger is at 1
with a Deceiver
life.
Exarch in play.
He's one rip off the top.
Yeah, he's empty-handed. Off the top,
Let's
Splinter
see
Twin.
What? Oh my God!
He did it!
What?
No, he's got the wear tear.
Oh, wear tear!
No fun. That was such a top deck. Yelger played for like the last 2 copies of Splinter Twin, and Justin McGuire had all the answers.
Every single answer, but that one wasn't a 2-for-1, at least. That was just
it
a 1-for-1.
ended the game. It was like an infinite for 1.
It was
Game's over.
I guess he did kill infinite creatures. My infinite -1.
Sure.
Because Yelger still gets 1. Well, anyway, we're going to see a game 3.
So we get a game 3.
We get a game 3.
Only 7 minutes left on the clock. This could quite possibly end in a draw here.
It could, but both these decks, they both have the actual ability to deal 20 points of damage within 7 to 10 minutes.
Yelger's does it a lot faster.
It's true, but there are a lot of lightning bolts and cards of that nature in the
I'm
red
just
deck.
saying, this deck is. I think this game is significantly more likely to end with a Yelger victory than it is a Justin McGuire victory.
I agree. In order for Justin McGuire to be able to win this game, his role in the matchup becomes the wrong role. He doesn't want to be the beatdown. And if they both just start beating down each other, it's not going to end well for McGuire.
Our check-in on Twitter, to the surprise of absolutely no one, is full of Paul Cheon fans.
Everyone loves Paul.
And Paul Cheon trolls.
Paul. If you've ever seen one of Paul Cheon's stream and read the chat, you'd know what was going on here. A lot of Pauling, a lot of yelling.
I'm saying it's an appalling stream.
I was trying not to.
Okay.
I was trying not to say that, but
only when LSV's there trolling.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure LSV's like, yep, that one's already in my repertoire.
Did you have a coup when the Kings
So the official ruling on King of the Hill table, for the record, you got to beat the king. If you come at the king,
that's right.
You have to defeat the king to take over King of the Hill.
You must
if this
come
match
correct.
ends in a draw, Yelger will hold on to his seat.
That is right. He actually didn't go out and get a crown, but I think we should incorporate a crown at some point, or some Nicobolus horns.
You could try a yellow jersey.
Yellow jersey.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
I like the horns.
The horns would be great.
Good luck to you.
Maybe the M15 ones. Oh, no, not M15. Is that M13? Come on. You have a pair of those horns.
No comment.
I have a pair of those horns. They're actually awesome. All right, let's see some opening hands, and we are ready for Magic. We got Scalding Tarn versus Celestial Colonnade. In the arena, I think Celestial Colonnade wins that one.
Eventually.
Eventually it wins. They're tied up until
Scalding
Celestial.
Tarn's like, hey, I can cast turn 4 Splinter Twin. I don't know what you can do on turn 4.
I think that's true. 19-20. There's going to be a lot of frisky, furious speed of play here because there's not a lot of time left on this match. Both of these players want to win. They don't want to draw. They probably take a draw other than a loss, but when you're in any stage of a tournament, especially day one, you want to go into day 2 with as many wins as possible.
Looks like second Pro Tour for Justin McGuire. 3 career Pro points from 1 previous Pro Tour.
He's looking solid so far.
Oh yeah, 4-0 is not bad. Hard to start better than that.
Especially with the first 3 rounds of draft, you really have to show you have to get your teeth cut. Oh, Pestermite is threatening the turn 4 kill, but except it gets mana leaked.
Yeah, you just do not want to let those creatures hit the board when you're playing against a Splinter Twin deck. I mean, sure, you can dream about killing the creatures in response to Splinter Twin, but especially when the deck plays a bunch of permission, you just kill those creatures on sight whenever you get the chance. It's usually the right way to play it.
All right, 4th land for Justin McGuire, and he passes. He's still playing a control role.
Here's the Exarch.
That's an end-of-turn Exarch for Yelger, and that hits a Cryptic Command. It's gonna counter the Exarch and draw Justin a card, but now he's tapped out. This is Yelger's chance to play whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's a lot of nothing.
I mean, it's hard for him to do any one thing to be devastating. He really needs to get either Exarch or Pestermite in play without Summoning Sickness to pull off his combo. So.
All right, so Titanic Edge comes down, and on upkeep, it blows up the Steam Vents.
And here's the Dillion Click, too.
So, not only a threat, but some disruption. But speaking of disruption, Remand sends it back to Justin McGuire's hand. Justin McGuire untaps. See what his play is. Shields aren't quite down. There are still 2 mana. Right now, shields are down. Shields are down. There's only 1 mana available. This could be an opportunity of Vendilion Click. Is this something you would take?
I don't know if you want to do that on your own end step.
You get a card out of his hand. You shuffle. Well, you shuffle in the card that you put on bottom, which isn't really a benefit. It's a 3/1 body. You can win the game with it. But he goes for the draw step instead. And there's mana leak. Justin does not have 3 mana to pay for it, but is he going to fight?
I was expecting a remand.
Well, he said he was respecting a remand, but mana leak just puts it in the graveyard. Board still empty, which is in favor of no one. It's still going to, looks like it could end up being a draw.
In favor of team draw.
2 minutes left in this game. Get a look at McGuire's hand. He has a couple of Restoration Angels, a Combust, Cryptic Command, Jace's Ingenuity, and a Flooded Strand. So he's got a great long-term hand, for the long game, but in 2 minutes, it's kind of hard for that Jace's Ingenuity to win the game. Maybe a Restoration Angel or 2 could.
Yelger's hand's not really set up either.
It's very reactive. A couple of Lightning Bolts, that's only 6 damage. A Remand. Not sure how either of these players win the game, especially with 2 Pestermite / Deceiver Exarchs already in the graveyard for Yelger.
Still my turn.
So a Restoration Angel comes down. And it actually doesn't come down. 3-man is going to send it back to his hand. I still feel like that if Justin really wanted to win, getting that 3-1 in play on that turn when there was only 1 mana available might have been the strategy, but maybe he's playing to not lose.
I think he just wanted to see the card from the draw step. He would have gotten a mana leaked even if he'd gone for it instead.
That's true, but if he could have played around a mana leak. All right, so untaps. Probably a little over 1 minute left in this match. 30 seconds are left in this match. And I think there's a little bit of a concession on both players. I think they realize that it's not happening. 10 seconds plus 5 turns does not equal 20 damage with these decks. So Restoration Angel comes onto the stack. Snapcaster Mage is going to flash back a mana leak. And bye-bye Restoration Angel. And I believe that is time.
Which turn? Did Gelger get untapped before time was called?
They're figuring that out right now.
Your turn 0.
Yelger is turn 0.
Yelger is turn 0, so time was called on Yelger's turn. Text for 2, and it runs into a Restoration Angel if this Restoration Angel resolves. He blocks. Snapcaster Mage goes to the graveyard. I can only imagine a Lightning Bolt's going to try to finish this off, and it does. Pass the turn back, and there is the ominous die of draw. Once that die reaches 5, if someone doesn't win, the game will be a draw, as will the match. Yogur's turn 2. Do a Snapcaster Mage? He has a Lightning Bolt in his hand. That's not adding up to 19. End of turn, Jace's Ingenuity for Justin McGuire. That's going to meet a Dispel. Because, why not? Got to go through the motions. Turn 4. Land, pass, and they just shake. It is a draw.
Game 2 was too much. Yeah, definitely. Sitting on all.
Wow, that game 2 was great though, wasn't it?
That was a great game 2. That was, I mean, not the best game 3, you know, because we didn't actually get it into the match. Welcome back to the booth. Rashad Miller, Randy Bueller. We just watched Yogurt Vigasma and Justin McGuire. They ended up in a draw. Just to recap what else happened, we had Matt Sterling winning 2-0 over Patrick Chapin, who was playing an awesome Delve deck. Yep, we have Paul Chian, who lost 1-2 against Sifka, and we had Berthal, who lost against Jacob
So
Wilson,
the super sweet new decks went 1-1.
Yeah, basically.
All right, fair enough.
All right, so that's what happened in feature match area. We're going to send it back to the news desk with Richard Hagan to see what happened in the rest of the tournament.
A ton of stuff going on here in round 5, the second round of Modern. 3 more rounds to come of Modern today, and then we do it all again tomorrow. 3 rounds of Khans of Tarkir Fate Reforged Draft, and then 5 rounds of Modern to determine the top 8 for Sunday. All right, well, we're wading through our deck guides for Modern. We've got one queued up for you right now at the video wall. Here's Brian David Marshall, and to talk about Affinity, Hall of Famer Frank Karsten.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall. It is my pleasure to be joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Frank Karsten, and we're continuing our primers on the Modern format. And Frank, I can't imagine anyone else I'm going to go to talk about Affinity. What is the appeal of this deck for you?
Well, it's my favorite deck in Modern because, first of all, like all the mathematics involved. With cards like Arcbound Ravager, Cranial Plating, you have to do all these calculations, and I enjoy doing that. I also enjoy the challenge of sequencing all of my cards correctly to like maximize all of my mana in the early turns. And I like all of the little tricks. I've been playing the deck since the basic Mirrodin block, so I have a bunch of experience with it and just enjoy how it functions.
It's the first deck that came to be associated with you at the start of your career. It's funny, I'm watching you play this deck, and you're playing against, you know this deck so well, so intimately. You were playing against a Tron player, and he's kind of up against it, and he's going to die, and he's got a handful of cards and a handful of options, and you're looking at him, and he's just like, he's thinking about this card, and you're like,
Yeah, I'm like, yeah,
You're
I
just
know.
like in psychic connection with him.
Yeah, he had like the Oblivion Stone in hand and a Ghost Quarter, but I already knew that, and I know how to play around it by putting my counters from the Arcbound Ravager onto my Nexus, and he didn't have enough mana to do everything, and well, I won.
Yeah.
It definitely helps to know the matchups, know the deck, and know how to navigate all of these situations. Experience counts for a lot in Modern.
Well, let's help people get a little bit of experience with Affinity. Let's just talk through the 3 stages of the game. The early game of Affinity, Mox Opal, Darksteel Citadel, Springleaf Drum, Ornithopter. What are you trying to do in the early turns of the game with this deck?
Well, this is kind of the dream opening. If you have this, then you have access to 2 mana on turn 1, which is just crazy. You can cast Arcbound Ravagers or Steel Overseers, Cranial Platings, whatnot. Basically, the idea is, well, all of these are artifacts which turn on the synergy. You get a lot of mana early, so you really get these explosive starts. That's really where the strength of Affinity lies.
So you can just deploy these 3 cards, and then have 2 mana at the end of that.
Yeah.
At the end of these 4 cards landing in play, and still do something else.
Yeah, you can basically dump all of them on the battlefield, like from your hand. Here they go, all tapped, and just play a 2-drop and say go. That's how it goes. 5 permanents on turn 1.
So turn 1's your early game and your mid game?
I guess like the early game might be the mulligans, and like turn 1 is the like the mid game or something. It depends on how you define it. But.
Okay, so let's take a look at what the mid game ostensibly looks like. We see, again, nothing super expensive here. We see Inkmoth Nexus, Blinkmoth Nexus, Vault Scourge, Signal Pest.
Yeah, these are all things that you would do on turn 1 or 2, making indeed the mid game turn 1 or 2 for Affinity.
The mid game being attack.
Yeah, pretty much. Like playing some 1-drops. The deck also has a bunch of like cheap artifacts like this Ornithopter that makes Signal Pest much better.
Right.
Vault Scourge is a nice element of the deck that you can just play for 1 mana. It's an artifact. The lifelink matters a lot with cards that boost your creatures. And the lands are a huge part of the deck as well, because they are lands that turn into, well, artifacts, hence turning on all the synergies, and also allowing you to play all of these mana cards without getting flooded in the late game.
Right, and we talked a little bit about the sweeper, a card like Oblivion Stone. It'll have that keyword that is the bane of Magic players everywhere.
Yep.
Destroy all non-land permanents.
Yeah.
So,
and these also help a lot against like Shatterstorm or hate cards that are at sorcery speed, Pyroclasm, stuff like that. Yeah.
And the way you're making these cards more formidable is in your late game, and we're going to see, a couple cards, Cranial Plating. Oh, look at you! You love this deck. So talk us through these 4 different cards and the different directions you can go to kill your opponent.
Well, this is basically why you are playing the deck. Like a card like Arcbound Ravager or Cranial Plating doesn't really do much by itself, but when suddenly you made your deck in a way to turn on Cranial Plating to give like +8/+0 for just 1 mana, it becomes a huge swing. Arcbound Ravager can also grow to a humongous size quickly, and then even when it dies, it just turns another guy into a big size. Steel Overseer, especially in a deck that dumps all of its permanents in play so quickly with like the 0-cost cards, the 1 mana creatures, the acceleration, you just get a huge board and pump it up quickly. And Edge Champion is kind of the bane of kind of grindy mid-range decks, especially when combined with the Cranial Plating and the Arcbound Ravager. Right. It's not hard to turn on Metalcraft. In fact, it's pretty rare if you don't have 3 artifacts.
We saw a scenario where you could have it on turn 1.
Yeah.
And in fact, on turn 1, you could play that Cranial Plating as the last card in that sequence with that 2 mana, and then on turn 2, be attacking for 5, assuming you don't play any more artifacts on turn 2.
Yeah, and usually you do.
Yeah.
So. I mean, turn 3 kills are rare with the deck, but they are possible, which is a nice example of why this deck is so explosive.
But I think your suggestion for anyone who's thinking about picking up Affinity, and it would probably be true of any of the staple decks, is going to be practice the deck a lot.
Yeah, it is a tricky deck to play with all of the sequencing, with the Mox Opals and the Springleaf Drums and the Manlands. There's also like an often made beginner mistake is not to really use Arcbound Ravager to its full extent. I always play super aggressively, like on turn 3 I just dump my whole board into the Ravager and just kind of force my opponent to answer it. But yeah, it is a tricky deck, especially because you have so many choices. Do I equip? Do I turn a guy into a creature? Do I play something else? But when you play enough, it's rewarding and is one of the better decks in Modern.
Okay, one of the better decks in Modern. It's good enough for a Pro Tour Hall of Famer. It's definitely good enough for you. This is Brian David Marshall signing off from the Tournament Center with Frank Karsten.
All right, thanks so much to Frank Karsten for that. We've got another deck guide coming up in just a minute. Don't worry, that graphic on the top of your screen that says 1 match left, they're not lying. That's been the case for a while. It turns out they had a significant time extension. I think judges were involved at one point earlier in that match. They are deep now into Game 3, so it will not be long, hopefully, before we have more pairings and more live Magic to bring you. But that does give us a chance to show you what's been going on the Master Scoreboard and show you as we head towards the end of Round 5 where we are. And this is what we're looking at right now. So we have Maciej Janik at 5-0 from Poland there, and John Stern 5-0. Now Janik, terrific effort by him. He's the real deal. This is only his 4th Pro Tour, but he has 24 wins and only 12 losses. That's 2/3. That's world class. And now here he is again at 5-0. John Stern very much at the other end of the experience spectrum, well into his 30s now and at 5-0. And then if you can see, we've got multiple Italians, 3 of them, Marco Lombardi, Roberto Esposito, and Marco Camiluzzi. They are all 3-0. Roberto Esposito is a PTQ winner, I can tell you, so he's punching well above his weight right now, undefeated, so great job by him. And also Osman Ozguni, 35-year-old from Turkey. He's a Magic Online player. That's how he managed to get himself here. He's taking advantage of that. Turkey never had a sniff of a Pro Tour top 8, but right now Osman Ozguni is your man in that race. So Turkish Magic fans, I know it's a small and very passionate community, he is doing great work there. Also 5-0, Tiago Fonseca of Portugal, Martin Muller. Now what a story this is. If you were with us at Nice for the World Magic Cup, you know that he is the captain of Team Denmark. You know that he will be going to the World Championship later this year to see whether he can topple Shahar Shenhar. So he is on board there. And I was chatting with Dennis Rashid, who are the Swedes and the Danish on a Sweden-Denmark coalition. What a great team name that was they came up with. Dennis Rashid was saying they're so impressed with Martin Muller. He's still only 17, already really doing the business at the Pro Tour level, a team world champion, and as I say, back for the World Championship later this year. Well done to Abel Lusk, 5-0, Seth Manfield 5-0. We've already seen discussing Bern. Austin Bursovic is 5-0, and that rounds us out. One other undefeated player is Stanislav Sivka. All right, so that gives you an idea of what's going on there. One result still to come in, remember, but right now it's time to go back to the video wall, more modern action, and this time we're going to take a trip to the zoo with Pat Cox.
Hello, everybody. Brian David Marshall here at the Tournament Center with Pro Tour M15 Top 8 competitor Pat Cox. Pat, you are known for your love of the zoo in Modern. What is the appeal of the zoo deck, and what makes it a great choice for Modern, maybe in light of the recent bannings, unbannings, etc.?
Sure. Well, I've just always loved zoo, even since, old extended, just been playing it for probably 10 years at this point. Wild and Coddle is by far my favorite card. I even own the original art for it. So.
Do you really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I do.
That's dedication.
So, but yeah, I guess the appeal is it's incredibly aggressive, but also can win in the mid to late game. Like, you always have the top deck of Tribal Flames or something. The burn spells double as removal for their guys, kind of get your guys through. Since you're so many colors, you have access to very hateful sideboard cards just from any color, and Modern is full of those. As far as what the recent bannings did, Pod was probably a worse matchup, just because 4 Kitchen Finks is fairly unbeatable, but it's really 8, and then they added Siege Rhino to the mix.
Right.
That's just way too much life gain.
Right. Kitchen Finks into Siege Rhino, getting your Kitchen Finks back is just a nightmare for you.
It's unbeatable. So, so getting rid of that certainly helps you.
Okay, so let's take a look at the early game for zoo decks, and you have a variety of one-drop creatures here that you can work with.
Yes.
Some of these you play, maybe some of these you don't necessarily play, but other people can. Talk to us about the one-drop creatures available to this
Sure.
deck.
Well, I mean, Wild Mikado, clearly just the best one-drop ever printed. And, you know, Kurt Ape and Loam Lion, basically the same thing. Maybe you just play 8 of those. Steplink's very explosive. You can also even play Goblin Guide or maybe Swift Spear. You know, you can just kind of overload on one-drops. Your ideal draw is basically to play 3 one-drops in the first 2 turns. It's very hard for most decks to beat.
So if you go Wild Mikado, Kurt Ape, Monastery, Swift Spear, something like that,
yeah,
you're going to be able to just kill your opponent?
Yeah, that's millions of damage. I mean, that's very hard for them to do anything about.
You've done the math, years of repetitions, you know, millions of damage. Okay, let's take a look at that, the mid-game. And so you have cards. You still get to play cards like Tarmogoyf. This is a late-game card for some other decks.
Right. Well, I mean, you know, if you top deck that and the game's gone long, you're still very happy. You know, it's going to be huge. But yeah, in your deck, it's just, you know, a 4/5 for 2. That's great. Pride Mage helps you attack into opposing guys. Also, is kind of some insurance against, you know, Batter Skull, Splinter Twins, that kind of thing. Affinity if you're playing against Frank, you know.
And then, of course, you know, I don't know, if you had to rank all the cards in Magic, in the history of Magic, where does Lightning Bolt? Is it in the top 10? Is it in the top 5? Top 20?
It's probably in the top 10. It's certainly in my top 10. But yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of decks in Modern play this as just, oh, it's a very efficient removal spell. You get to do that, but also point at their face like around half the time. So it's really a split card for you.
Okay, and now let's talk about where you're going in the end. You alluded to it already. Tribal Flames. You have a mana base that's going to let you get hit for 5 with this card, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So domain, meaning like for every land type you have in play, you do 1 point of damage with this card.
Right, and you only need actually 3 lands in Modern to do that because of how dual lands work. So, you know, I don't have to have 5 lands. I can on turn 4 just cast 2 Tribal Flames, and that's 10 damage. You're probably dead.
And then Lightning Helix, of course, you know, a notorious card from this.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the extra. It's worse than those other 2, but, you know, situationally better if playing against another aggro deck. You know, the life gain is pretty relevant, so.
What would you say the mix of damage you do from your creatures and damage you do from your spells generally is in a game of Magic here with this?
Probably like 60 creature, 40 spells, something like that.
So you're just looking to mop up those last. How much comes from their lands?
Well, yeah, you are helped by that in Modern. They're, you know, at least taking like 4 damage. So.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you go out on the floor, fight some more people who decide to start the game at 15 life or something with Zoo. So if you're thinking about playing Zoo, think about what Patrick Cox has to say. The Modern format, lots of decks are gonna be bringing you more from the Tournament Center all weekend long.
All right, thank you so much to Brian David Marshall. I'm here with Ian Duke, Brian David Marshall. You can see there on the floor there. But I can tell you that yesterday, on the eve of the Pro Tour, a bunch of players came in to share their thoughts with us about what they were expecting and hoping out of this modern Pro Tour. And one of those was a man who's had an incredible run of late at the Grand Prix. He made the final. It's Paul Rietzel. So why don't we hear a little bit about his preparations for this Pro Tour Fate Reforged.
Hello there, I am here with Hall of Famer Paul Rietzel. Paul, thanks for joining us on the Easy Chairs. I want to get a vibe for your mindset coming into the Pro Tour. We're sitting here the day before actual play starts. How are you feeling?
I feel great, you know. I'm prepared for the tournament. I feel good about my deck. I've done more than my usual amount of drafts before the event, even though my first one was on Monday. I'm ready to go. You know, it's modern. So I remember, you know, at the World Championships, everyone was worried about modern because you don't know if someone's come up with something crazy. You could be just way behind the curve. But you know, I think we have a really good shot of doing well, and I feel good about my chances.
We have seen some pretty crazy stuff pop up. I remember Josh Utter-Leyton had a kind of a crazy deck for modern there. Talk to us about who you tested with. It's a little different this time around.
Yeah, I took a break, a sabbatical from testing with the Pantheon for this tournament. Bob Maher had approached me and a few other people about putting together a group of people to test largely virtually using Magic the Gathering online and the internet. It's Sam Black and Matt Sperling and David Williams and Ben Stark and of course Bob Maher and a lot of other more up and coming type players that just decided that we would kind of form and do the bulk of our testing online, and it was great. I think that when it comes to the Pantheon, you cannot replicate the quality of their playtesting, right? That's not, if you try to do that, then you're just going to be doing a worse version of that playtesting. But if you shift the paradigm a little bit, you have a chance of getting prepared in your own way. So I thought, we had a great process.
Now, you said right off the bat you feel prepared for the tournament. So even though this was your first run with the new team, and I'm assuming your first time testing exclusively not in person, you seem to have hammered out the process pretty quickly here.
Well, it's not my first time testing without getting together live. I mean, prior to kind of the last maybe a couple of years, I did virtually no playtesting for Pro Tour. So any playtesting was some work compared to then. I think that when you test with a group like the Pantheon, you have to fit a certain role a lot of the time, and you maybe don't have as much time to explore what's going to get me ready for the tournament. What do I need?
You're part of a bigger whole.
You're part of a bigger whole group, and so for me, that meant that this week I knew I needed to do a ton of drafts. I kind of locked in my modern deck before I left for San Jose. I haven't changed the card since then. And since I left for San Jose, I said, okay, I'm going to go from not having seen a Fate Reforged card, other than for constructive purposes, to I'm going to be ready a week from now. And I was able to do that because I didn't have to be in a house with people where I was expected to participate in constructive testing. So.
By the way, congratulations on your super strong finish in San Jose. You got second with your teammates Matt Sperling and Dave Williams, and a really epic finals too. I wanted to get that in there. But,
thank you.
So that was the beginning of your limited testing?
Yeah, I did one pre-release sealed deck on Friday, and that was the first time I had seen Fate Reforged for a limited perspective. And then kind of my real pre-release was the Grand Prix in San Jose, and then my first 8-man draft was on Monday. And,
That's crazy.
And so now I've probably done 20 or 25 drafts and feel pretty good about it.
I wanted to ask you about that. That's the thing that strikes me as the hardest thing to sync up if you're going to be testing remotely. I could see you testing your modern deck. Maybe everybody's testing the same deck. You get together, compare notes, see differences, try out things. But when it comes to drafting, I think most of the big teams get together in drafts. People watch, and there's a lot of discussion and a lot of that going on. You can't really set that up on Magic Online in the same way. So how did you guys tackle that?
Well, I think our group put together multiple Google Hangout meetings on the internet where we get together to discuss whether it was modern or limited. But I do think that is a clear disadvantage to this system. I think that for me personally, I have very strong opinions on limited and on draft, and a strong degree of confidence that if I give myself a volume of preparation and practicing, that I'll be able to kind of figure it out on my own. But you can't replicate the idea of getting together in a house with the 20 best players ever and doing those drafts and talking about those decks. That's just not going to be possible, and it's a sacrifice that you make in order to not go to the tournament a week early.
Okay. Well, Paul, thanks for taking the time, and I certainly wish you luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much to Paul Rietzel and indeed all the players who take the time out of their incredibly fraught schedules when they're trying to pull their decks together to come down, talk to us, and by extension talk to you to get a sense of what they're all trying to deliver on the eve of the Pro Tour. So thanks to Paul and the rest of the guys and girls. Now, I've been joined by Ian Duke and Brian David Marshall on the eve of round 6. We have 4 feature matches lined up, and I just wanted to take a moment to walk through what's going to be there in terms of what it means for the modern overall. So our first match, Kentaro Yamamoto, who of course was in the final 4 of the World Championship just a few weeks ago. He's playing Abzan, and he's up against Shuhei Nakamura. And both those players right now are at 4-1. Shuhei is on Jeskai control. Then we have Yelga Vigasma with Blue-Red Twin against Stanislav Sivka's White-Black Tokens. We have Affinity for Frank Carson, who you've just been with, BDM, against Akash Naidu, who's on Burn, 4-1. And then we have Ken Yukihiro Abzan against Andrew Cuneo with
Blue-Black Control?
Infect. It's time for round 6 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. That is Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Let's head down to the feature match area for round 6 here from Pro Tour Fate Reforged. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Fate Reforged. This is round number 6. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler. And down in our feature match area, we have, well, we've got two of the better Japanese players.
It's like the ghost of Japan's future versus the ghost of Japan's past or something along those lines.
Kentaro Yamamoto is who you're looking at there. And his opponent for this round is Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer. Both players on 4 and 1. We're playing Modern here. Randy, do you have an idea what these guys are playing?
Yeah, Yamamoto is on an Obzon list, but his Obzon is kind of interesting in that he does not play Liliana of the Veil. That's the single card that most Obzon players tell you is the best card in their deck, but he doesn't have anything that's double black. He's got actually a more green-white centered version.
Okay.
So where most people would have Liliana, he has 4 copies of Voice of Resurgence.
Huh.
Yeah, so a little more 2-drop centric, you know, Voices and Rhinos and Tarmogoyfs, but those Voices joining in could be interesting. And without the Liliana, it just gives his deck sort of, it's got most of the Obzon goodies, including the Lingering Souls that are all the rage, but a bit of a different twist. Shuhei, meanwhile, is on Jeskai Control. I mean, if you watched Sean McLaren win the last Modern Pro Tour, you've seen most of what this deck is capable of. You know, multiple Sphinx's Revelations. He's maybe a little more control-ish than most, but that's the vibe.
But we're talking Wall of Omens.
Wall of Omens, yep.
Restoration Angels, Snapcaster Mages, that kind of stuff?
All true.
All right. I like this deck.
2 Supreme Verdicts.
A lot of value in this deck.
Definitely.
The question is, can it keep up and does it have the right answers to the questions that Kentaro Yamamoto is going to be posing? You can see Kentaro is currently ranked 16th in our top 25 pro rankings. Shuhei not currently on.
Just look at those career totals. 577 pro points.
Really one of the great careers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 5 Pro Tour top 8s, 25 Grand Prix top 8s. I think he has won a Grand Prix on every continent.
That's insane.
Sorry, 5 continents. He hasn't won one in Africa.
I
think only Ben Sek. I think there's only ever been one Grand Prix in Africa.
So he's not going to give that one up.
The other crazy stat I heard about Shuhei is that he has played in something like 40% of all the Grand Prix that have ever happened.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
I think it might be 35%, but it's such a crazy number to think about.
It is.
There's 1,100 Grand Prix wins.
All right, so here's Lingering Souls for Yamamoto. A nice card against Shuhei with a lot of spot removal in the deck. You know, Lingering Souls looks pretty good, and it's also fairly immune to getting countered because you're usually only countering half of it anyway. Looks like Shuhei's going to take 2 from the Spirits here. Does Shuhei have anything in the way of sweepers in the main deck? Is that something that he can...
Supreme Verdict.
He's got Supreme Verdict main?
Couple of them.
Okay, that'll do it. That'll 1-for-1 nicely if Kentaro gives him the opportunity. Supreme Verdict in hand for Nakamura, as you can see.
But there's the Thoughtseize.
On the right-hand side, yeah.
Suddenly he has to care about getting Thoughtseized here.
Right, so he's going to have to mana leak to protect if his plan does revolve around actually resolving a Supreme Verdict. But Nakamura says, no, that's okay. You may proceed. And Kentaro is going to count out the full 7 there from Nakamura.
Yeah. Interesting judgment call for Shuhei there. I certainly would have been tempted by the mana leak to set up the Supreme Verdict. I mean, he doesn't have the 4th land yet, and he does have the Restoration Angel, so he can potentially block Spirits. That also needs the 4th land.
Now, interestingly, you would assume if you're in Shuhei's seat that Kentaro has spot removal being an Obzon deck, and you're probably not going to give him that many targets for it, so that Angel probably isn't long for this world.
Right.
Well, Kentaro...
yeah, he takes the Supreme
took
Verdict.
It, yeah.
Makes sense.
And Yamamoto, are we flashing back a Lingering Souls, or do you have another threat to play, Kentaro? Looks like the Souls. He's thinking. He actually has 2 options. He's going to play a Godless Shrine first. He's just going to hardcast another Lingering Souls. This is more mana efficient for him.
Yeah, I think that's the idea.
He knows that his life total isn't in immediate jeopardy, though it is surprising how quickly these Jeskai decks can turn the corner and start throwing lightning bolts at ye old face as opposed to your creatures. Usually once they start activating those Celestial Colonnades you see that Shuhei has 2 of, the tides turn quickly. But Shuhei is miles away from that board state as
and did not play a land last turn.
not playing lands here, stuck with a bunch, and against really a card that he doesn't want to see here, Lingering Souls. He's passed the turn back to Yamamoto, who's going to play a Tarmogoyf and flashback Lingering Souls. So with the coast clear in Yamamoto's mind, off he goes.
Yeah.
Is
Half to exile time for Shuhei?
Is Shuhei going to have to start using spot removal on
Yeah, definitely.
tokens and or Tarmogoyfs?
Yeah, I mean, the path on Tarmogoyf seems required. Lightning bolting the token is a little bit more of a judgment call, but I mean, his hand, he didn't draw either the 4th land or the Supreme Verdict. It's starting to look like a game where he's going to be obliged to just... God, he can't throw 4 cards at a Lingering Souls, can he?
I don't think you can get away with that.
That's what he may have to do.
Yeah.
Update from a back table. Sounds like Andrew Cuneo has taken a quick game 1. Become Immense, pointed at an infect creature.
That is scary. That is so scary.
Think about who's playing this deck, too. Like, that infect deck, there's an infection running around Team Pantheon. They've actually been ill all week, too, hilariously enough. Kai Bude was, like, holed up, like, asleep all week.
Oh, wow.
The team has been affected both literally and metaphorically.
Yeah, Jagger Vigersma has won his first game against Sifka as well.
It's a pretty good King of the Hill matchup, Sifka versus Vigersma.
So Yamamoto firing off another Thoughtseize here on Nakamura's hand. Nakamura predicting Cryptic Command. And he was correct. And once again, Nakamura just helpless here to Yamamoto, just letting him have his way with those Thoughtseizes. It looks like there'd be Restoration Angel time here, but any removal spell gets rid of it.
Yeah,
this time it's Path to Exile. Now that's getting an extra land for Shuhei is pretty nice, and frankly, he only took 3 damage on that attack.
He needed the 3/4 more than he needed to land.
Yes.
Yeah, Lingering Soul is just a good card in this matchup. Shuhei's only real way to trade with it efficiently is with Supreme Verdict. He has only got a couple. One of them got knocked out by a Thoughtseize. So Yamamoto just keeps pouring on the pressure.
And you know, Shuhei paying 4 mana at sorcery speed for Supreme Verdict is hoping to get a little more than a 1-for-1 out of it. I mean, you'll take it, when you need to, but it's not like that's Kentaro Yamamoto's only 1-card threat, right? He can also just play a Siege Rhino, which must be answered, or even a Tarmogoyf sometimes. So Shuhei drops down to 9. Draws his card, passes a turn. No land drop here either. Shuhei still not enough mana to activate his Colonnade and block with it. He's got something. He's got Path to Exile to take care of the Rhino. So Shuhei hanging in there, but his life total's dwindling quickly. He's down to 6 now. Did you say he has an extra copy of Supreme Verdict in the main?
Yeah,
or
I mean
is
the
that
other
the one.
Oh, he has 2. The other good thing he could draw is Sphinx's Revelation.
It's not a bad one,
Perhaps
especially
you
after
remember
just
that
got
from Standard.
Path Exiled, yeah, totally. Keenly. I see a Stirring Wildwood down there for Yamamoto as well, which could be a big problem for Nakamura.
Is this picking up the graveyard for Delve?
I think it's Tassiger time.
I think it might be Tassiger time.
There he is.
Definitely the most impactful Fate Reforged card on this tournament. There's Tassigers running around It's in the Obzon decks. I even saw one in a Zoo deck. Like Chapin's got the Esper Delve list that's basically Esper Tassiger.
It's just trivially easy to fill up your graveyard in Modern. I mean, your mana base does it, your spells do it, a lot of free spells do it. You just can load up.
First couple of Delve cards are basically free.
All right, Nakamura has found a Wall of Omens. He used his Desolate Lighthouse to loot on end step, discarded a Flooded Strand, but found a wall.
Let's activate the ability.
So Nakamura gets to choose here.
Right. Gives him the Lingering Souls?
Yeah.
Rather than the Path of the Sorin.
That's the slower option. None of it's good news.
No,
though,
they're
for
all bad
Nakamura.
options for sure.
Yeah. Who is hoping to chump block here. And this is a lethal attack if Shuhei has nothing. Tassiger can get blocked by the wall, but it's still 6 damage. And Lightning Helix to take out one of the tokens. All right, well, that's going to jump Shuhei back up to 9. He's going to block the Wildwood, take 6, and go back down to 3.
It's not nothing, but it's close.
It's a draw step. The problem is at 3, the Wildwood is now lethal.
Exactly. Even Supreme Verdict isn't good enough anymore.
And Verdict doesn't get him out of it. Sounds like a good old-fashioned race.
Yeah, Frank Karsten got his win. He was all in on Ravager, which Frank was just saying in the deck tech segment. You go all in on Ravager. He's very aggressive about just putting his entire board on top of one creature. And
in this case, it was an Inkmoth Nexus.
Yep, got there a turn before he was going to get burned out.
He didn't test with Pantheon, did he? All right, so Shuhei has found a Cryptic Command, but which actually is good enough here, though in an incredibly awkward way. So there's a weird interaction here where he plays Cryptic Command, and Kentaro can actually activate his Stirring Wildwood, but the wall's keeping it back. But Kentaro is going to get a token for his Voice of Resurgence that he played pre-combat, and Shuhei has been behind at every stage of this game and continues to be in that position. He's resolved spells on consecutive turns and has kept himself alive, but barely. And he is in a very tough position here. And he's passed the turn back to Shuhei. And Shuhei says, I've had enough of this, and scoops him up. So Kentaro Yamamoto picks up the first game against Shuhei Nakamura. All right, we'll be back for a live look-in after these messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Vampires, dragons, beasts. Monsters are awesome and so are Magic fans. So we're giving Magic 2015 Duels of the Planeswalkers players the new Master of Monsters card pack as a bonus. Get these 30 new all-foil cards added to your digital collection as a bonus starting February 11th. Visit magicthegathering.com now to learn more.
All right, we're back down in the feature match area here.
Going to get a look at Andrew Cuneo and the Infect deck that a decent chunk of Pantheon is playing. Got to assume Tom Ross. Yeah, even Cuneo, exactly.
Like, you know it's good if Cuneo picked it up.
I may have spot checked a couple Pantheon members. I'm like, how much did Tom Ross really get the whole team on Infect? Got Cuneo. Oh, yeah, got Andrew. Sure, here we go.
Now his opponent is Ken Yukihiro from Japan. And it looks like Ken's on Obzon.
Yeah, and that is by far the most played deck in this field. I haven't seen the stats yet, but you can tell. I'm sure Obzon's going to come in #1. And they're not, there's a couple little variants, right? You saw Voice of Resurgence from Yamamoto. You saw, a heavy Gavany Township mana creature version from some of the face-to-face guys. But most of them overlap by a lot of cards. That is the deck. If you can beat that deck, you're in decent shape. And you know what? I'm sure Pantheon tested a ton against Obzon.
It looks like Yukihiro's already picked up 1 poison.
Yeah, you just kind of chip away. I mean, Become Immense is the real card that I think has pushed this deck over the top from where it was, say, a year ago.
You know, we were talking about that earlier with Tassiger, how easy it is to get cards into your graveyard in Modern. It still counts for Become Immense as well.
Look at the enchantment that Cuneo has in play, too. This is the other card that this Pantheon list has that, I mean, it's not brand new tech, but I haven't seen a ton of it. It's Wild Defiance.
I remember that card. Wow.
Anytime a creature gets targeted, either by you or by your opponent, it gets +3/+3.
Yeah.
So all your guys are now immune to Lightning Bolts, and all of your Giant Growth effects deal +3. Become Immense? By the way, you add 3 to that,
wow,
and every single creature in your deck is lethal on the first hit.
Huh. Now, this is a game 2. Cuneo won the first game. Is Wild Defiance a main deck card?
Main deck?
Oh, baby. Wow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh. Sorry.
All right, so he's got Pendelhaven. He's got a couple of Inkmoth Nexuses.
You think they were ready for all these Lingering Souls we've seen? It's a tough card against this deck.
Probe sees Soul's Voice Tarmogoyf.
Correct. Another Glistener Elf off the top for Cuneo. How's he going to get through?
Pendelhaven, right?
Pendelhaven
turns the 1/1 into a 2/3.
But no evasion. It's just, I think the idea is just
you slog through.
Yeah, I think you just chump. But the problem is Cuneo's at 6. Yukihiro has assembled a clock, though this does get interesting now. Now Cuneo has a total of 4 infect creatures, up to 5 available.
Well, you're right, though. Andrew does have to start jump blocking Tarmogoyf.
Yeah.
Presumably here. Yeah, Elf blocks Tarmogoyf. He's going to slog through, well, the next Lingering Souls hit the graveyard.
Ooh,
so
replacement
Tarmogoyf, and yeah, okay, there's the second Lingering Souls.
And there's already one in the yard as well.
Right. That's a lot of flying blockers. I mean, I feel like Cuneo could have slogged through one of them.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think he can slog through 2 of them.
God, I don't even, I mean, what you see represents one of them.
Yeah, we haven't got a good look at Andrew's hand yet. I mean, the deck has tricks. The deck has ways.
Are they playing anything to give the creature trample and or evasion?
Yes.
Okay, so they've got ways.
Yeah. Unblockable gets the job done. Protection from color on a flyer would get the job done.
Totally.
Or sometimes you just gotta slog through. I guess he gets, what, 1 more turn? He can chump 2 Tarmogoyfs here?
Yes, he will lose one of his Inkmoths.
Ugh. Yeah, Voice of Resurgence, just in case.
Yeah.
Not super relevant.
Pressure just keeps rolling here.
Attack, attack, attack. It seems like Andrew has to chump block
I wonder
both
if the
Tarmogoyfs.
spirits can get in, too. The 2 spirits plus the Tidehollow Sculler equals lethal.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think the spirits is actually lethal. Right, because the 2 Tarmogoyfs get chumped, and there are no more blockers. So Sculler plus Spirit. It's a little risky.
Well, no, so there's 2 total Inkmoths plus the Glistener Elf that could block here.
One of the Inkmoths is tapped. Oh, no, 2 Inkmoths. There's 3 in play. Yeah, there's 2 untapped.
So,
right. But this forces him to do that play.
It does. And remember, Yukihiro also gets to flash back at least one of the Lingering Souls as well.
Yeah, so.
And that's going to do it.
Andrew has no way to win. I do think he could have survived that attack, but he has no way to win next turn, then he may as well pack him up.
Right. All right, so that actually evens things up in that match, though. Ken Yukihiro, who had lost the first game, successfully races Andrew Cuneo to tie things up and force a game 3 there. All right, looks like we're back on our main feature match, so that'll be Shuhei Nakamura on your right and Kentaro Yamamoto on your left. Kentaro won the first game in convincing fashion, got out to an early start, never looked back. Thoughtseize is really picking apart the hand of Shuhei as well.
Well, I mean, he got the Supreme Verdict. Other than the Supreme Verdict, those Lingering Souls were going to pick apart his hand even without any help.
It's true. All right, Lightning Bolt. So an elemental token stares down a wall here while Kentaro Yamamoto thinks about how to take this turn. Shuhei sees it all. He's, at this point, the game's just pure intuition to him. He rarely goes in the tank.
Yeah, one of the greats. Been playing forever and at a very high level.
All right, so he mana leaked half of a Lingering Souls here.
I mean, you do what you got to do.
Yeah, that also keeps that elemental down to a manageable level. It's just a 1/1. It's going to be a 3/3. Still gets blocked by a wall, but like you said, you do what you got to do. Sometimes you got to 2-for-1 yourself to get around. And Shuhei is going to play an untapped Hollowed Fountain, signaling that he could have a card like Cryptic Command in his hand, maybe a Restoration Angel.
It is, in fact, so that he can Snapcaster Mana Leak.
There you go. Don't know how excited he would be to do that, given the elemental. But I think that he's going to snap off pretty much anything that Kentaro does here. Kentaro really can't get away with anything other than land 1-drop. Oh, he's got a Thoughtseize in his hand.
And an Inquisition.
But then I guess if Shuhei really wanted, he could use Cryptic Command.
And how does Shuhei win this matchup? This looks awful for the Jeskai.
This does not look great, no. I think that, you were onto it earlier in game 1 when you said if he drew his Sphinx's Revelation at some point,
sure,
that would help a lot. I think that if he can 1-for-1 and then maybe sometimes 2-for-1 himself, to stay alive and then fire off a big Sphinx's Revelation, I think that's how he gets ahead here. Because Kentaro has answers for everything that Shuhei's doing. Like, even right now, he's going for his only red source of Steam Vents pretty aggressively here.
Seems like a good play.
Yeah, I like this, and it's putting Shuhei in a very awkward spot, though Shuhei's hand looks pretty nice.
I mean, the Abzan deck just wants to play an attrition game. Just trade my cards for your cards, trade my cards for your cards. And I mean, the Abzan cards tend to just, leave behind an elemental token, or then you follow up with like a Tarmogoyf. You just make life really miserable for your opponent. And Shuhei's deck is also kind of okay with trading cards, but the way it wins, it has to build up mana and get to that Sphinx's Revelation, or get to the point where you can attack with Colonnade, wipe the board, and generate card advantage with a Supreme Verdict.
Yeah. So, I don't speak Japanese, but now I know how to say, go to my second main phase, because that's what Yamamoto did, and now he's going to fire off, looks like an Inquisition of Kozilek is going to take away Snapcaster Mage. It's going to leave
that
Shuhei.
Tech Edge there?
That
Tech Edge
great.
meant that he couldn't Snapcaster Mana Leak.
That's right. It was great. Now Shuhei's left with Celestial Purge and a pair of Path to Exiles. Not bad. Those will take the big threats out of the equation. But as Shuhei has to just sort of bite the bullet here. He's going to Path to Exile his own Wall of Omens. And he's kind of forced to do that.
He needs to land.
Also, with a redundant copy of Path to Exile and his opponent with no really good target for it at the moment, you can see that Shuhei feels like he's got to fire that off. No, he's rethinking. So he had gone for a mountain that replaced the red source that got Tectonic Edge last turn, but
makes sense.
He's thinking about getting an island here, maybe. Yeah, he is. He wants to have Cryptic Command available, I guess. Maybe if he draws another Snapcaster.
I mean, Shuhei's deck is pretty close to the one Sean McLaren won the last Modern Pro Tour with.
It is.
But there just was not nearly as much black-green running around. I mean, Siege Rhino hadn't been printed yet, so obviously the Abzan decks didn't have that. Many of them were black-green without a splash, or maybe black-green-red.
I mean, to be fair to the Jeskai control deck, it can win an attrition game, right? It can 2-for-1 you back.
It can, but Lingering Souls really tilts it.
Lingering Souls is tough. There's no doubt about it. All right, so the other Path to Exile gets taken away by Thoughtseize, and that's going to clear the way for a Tarmogoyf here. It's also going to buff up the Elemental token, cracking in for 2 damage for Yamamoto. So that was kind of the payoff turn for him.
Yep.
And you can see that the scales have tipped sharply in Kentaro Yamamoto's favor. No targets on board for Celestial Purge stuck in Nakamura's hand. And Shuhei's just drawn 1 card. He's got 1 extra card besides that.
Was that a Frank Karsten update I just heard? Did Frank finish off that match? Yeah, sounds like
He
2
did.
Master of Ethereum.
Oh, that sounds pretty good. So Frank Karsten wins over Akash Naidu, who was playing Burn, by the way.
Along with lots and lots of other people.
Yeah, Burn versus Affinity, and it turns out Affinity is slightly faster in that match, so.
It's a good sign for the Affinity deck, actually. I mean, obviously super small sample size, but there's 3 different linear aggro decks running around in decent numbers. There's the Burn deck, there's the Affinity deck, and there's the Infect deck.
Yeah.
I want to see, can you build like an Affinity Infect deck? It would be an Infinity deck, I guess. Cranial plating on the Infect guy would hit really hard. Come on, cranial plating on an Infect creature?
I mean, you could just do that in regular Affinity. That's what Karsten did.
Sure.
Okay, here's Snapcaster Mage from Shuhei. Who I think was forced to just play it from his hand. It's sitting on the battlefield staring down a Tarmogoyf and an Elemental and looking a little scared. But interestingly, Yamamoto is going to offer the trade for the Elemental here. I'm assuming the Tarmogoyf is absolutely huge. In the 4-5 to 5-6 range, probably. Before blocks, though. Restoration Angel for Nakamura.
Which would also get back a Path to Exile when Snapcaster flickers.
That's right.
If only.
Yeah, so Yamamoto's actually going to target the Snapcaster Mage with his Path to Exile, and guess what? He's got another one.
Jeez. No Angel either. You can have some lands, though.
Now, he's approaching death here, though I don't know if the Snapcaster got to block first there or not.
I don't think so. I think he wanted to block with the ability to block with the Restoration Angel as well.
Well, in that case, he's going to take 7 to 8 damage here. Yeah. So it was 6 damage. So the Tarmogoyf's a 4-5. So Shuhei drops down to 3 and is in terrible shape here.
Yeah. Yamamoto's just trying to decide if he wants to add more to his board or if he wants to try to play around Supreme Verdict.
Is the Lingering Soul still?
It is, and there's a Tassiger that he could delve into play.
Okay. Yeah, just to put out another lethal threat.
Yeah, the Lingering Souls doesn't change the math all that much.
He knows a lot about what Shuhei has, though. He knows Shuhei's only card in hand besides the one that he's just drawn. Let's not forget that Shuhei also does have a Celestial Colonnade, I believe, that he can activate here. We'll take a look when we get back to the overhead shot to double check that. Yeah, he does. He's kept that card in his hand and passed the turn back to Yamamoto. Shuhei would be in the unenviable position of chump blocking with his Colonnade if it came to that, but certainly beats losing the game. Kentaro's a pretty careful player.
True.
He's not in a hurry.
I mean, presumably he's planning to attack. He's expecting Shuhei to need to activate that Colonnade. And he's just trying to figure out, does he want to wait for that and then follow up? Or does he want to do something like Tassiger first? So if he delves, can he get this path? Can he get his graveyard where the path is? He's got 2 copies of Path to Exile as the only non-lands in his graveyard after this delve. So now when he activates Tassiger, if he spills land, he'll get a path.
He's also grown his elemental token to lethal status on its own.
That's another great point. Yeah, that's why you play Tasigur pre-combat.
Yeah, both things are true. So how is Shuhei going to get out of this spot? He is so far behind here. Now activate block doesn't work. It has to be activate block.
Activate block
kill.
And purge Tasigur.
Yeah, he
does
can
work.
purge Tasigur does work. He would go to 1 in that scenario. And it looks like Kentaro does not have enough mana to activate and cast a path if he were to get one.
Yeah,
So it does look like Nakamura gets to live for a turn, assuming that Yamamoto doesn't have any other removal in hand here. But the fact that Tasigur... Oh, he has
he drew
Sphinx's Revelation.
That was the top deck.
Is that enough? That's only 3. Right?
4.
Oh, it's 4, excuse me.
Still.
Puts him to 7.
How
Isn't
big is
he just
Tarmogoyf?
dead?
Did Tarmogoyf shrink by enough? Instant land.
Could have.
Tarmogoyf shrank. Let's see how many card types we get from Tasigur. Activate Tasigur.
Wow, this is a big win.
How
spin
big
of the
is
old wheel
Tarmogoyf
here.
going to be? Tarmogoyf, I believe, is currently 3 power, so that's 6 power. Nakamura is alive at 1, if I'm not mistaken.
So you have it as instant land.
Creature.
Oh, we couldn't see. It was land.
Land, hilarious. Instant land creature. I believe Tarmogoyf's a 3.
Wow, so Shuhei actually gets to live. He needs to find answers pronto. Also, interestingly, so Yamamoto does get back a path.
Right. The bad news is you didn't turn Tarmogoyf into something lethal. The good news, though, is he got the path to exile, which makes it almost essentially impossible for Shuhei to block with Colonnade.
Yeah, Shuhei has to find
lots and lots of gas.
A Wrath here.
There's the Celestial Purge we knew about. I haven't got a chance to see what he drew. Land. Purge Tasigur.
I think he's going to start things off with a wall. You can definitely purge Tasigur. That is stage 1 of 3 here for Shuhei. He has got a long way to go. Okay, he does that now, indicating to Yamamoto that there is not a Supreme Verdict in his future.
Bounce token, draw a card. Did he get a Tarmogoyf answer?
Did he? He passed. Wow, this is really
Siege
close.
Rhino is lethal. Just drew a lethal Siege Rhino. So he does have the path for the Tarmogoyf, but this Siege Rhino is going to be lethal.
Oh, Shuhei, so close.
Yeah, that's true. He almost stabilized here, but...
And you see him kind of smile like,
the
yeah, of
Siege
course.
Rhino.
Why not?
The new addition to the Obzon decks. Relatively new addition.
Wow. All right, so Kentamo Yamamoto wins the match 2-0 over Nakamura. The first game wasn't close. That one actually ended up being quite close.
You can see from this shot that we have held Andrew Cuneo, and we're going to get to watch that game 3.
Right, so Ken Yukihiro versus Andrew Cuneo. Andrew is on Infect, and Yukihiro is on Obzon.
Yukihiro probably breathes a sigh of relief. He sees a green land and 1 mana, and it's not Glistener Elf.
Yeah,
if you could play
Pendelhaven
Glistener
too.
Elf on turn 1 every game, everyone would just always play Infect.
Yeah.
Deck is so much better when it gets a Glistener Elf. All right. Andrew was lamenting his keep. He said when they were holding the match, he was complaining to our spotter on the floor that he wished he had taken a mulligan so he wouldn't have to spend the entire break wondering if he should have taken a mulligan. And you can see Ken Yukihiro's stats are starting to add up. 166 lifetime pro points. The 1 Pro Tour top 8, half a dozen Grand Prix top 8s.
Whoa, look at his Twitter handle.
Wow.
It's pretty sinister.
It's metal.
No kidding. So let's take a look at Cuneo's hand. No Infect creatures, but a lot of Pump.
Right, and that's why he was wondering if he should have mulliganed.
Yeah, Mutagenic Growth finds a Vastwood.
There was a Become Immense and a Gataxian Probe, I believe, were the other 2.
Yeah.
I think you take Become Immense. That is what Yukihiro has taken. Yeah, Andrew needs to draw an Infect creature. It is really hard to deal 20 damage. I mean, Noble Hierarch's capable. It's been done.
It is. He does have Pendelhaven. He does not have a 1/1.
Oh, he's going to pay the blue mana for the Gitaxian Probe.
So he's just not on the damage plan here.
Certainly not this turn.
No.
Doesn't have to deal 20. He's only 17. Stranger things have happened.
Cunio's left-handed.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
I don't think I did either.
You know Paul Cheon is too?
I did not know that.
All right, what did he come up with? Oh, hello.
Oh, look at that.
An Inkmoth Nexus. So that whole quest for a creature, he really found what has to be the best one in his whole deck, right? Doesn't die to sorcery speed removal. It's quite difficult to interact with. Does meet the requirements for Pendelhaven. Meanwhile, his hand is getting completely ripped apart
down to just
here.
Mutagenic Growth.
But as you'll note
and
here,
Pendelhaven
though,
and Noble Hierarch.
yes, that's what I was going to say. Is that when you look at it like this,
It's a 3-turn
though,
clock.
right? And look at the clock that Ken Yukihiro has. Nothing. He has no board state whatsoever because he's using every turn to rip apart Cunio's hand. Well, Cunio gets fresh draw steps every turn. And Cunio does not want to open the door. It looks like he had just attacked with the Hierarch there.
He did. I mean, it's 2 Thought Seizes, some fetch lands.
Yeah.
Yukihiro's down to 12.
He is. That Become Immense is like half of his life total now. Fortunately, it's in the graveyard for Cunio. You can see why he took it. So quite a few cards there that can kind of get Andrew Cunio in that spot. Oh, it's an interesting one, though, for Yukihiro. Let's see what he plays this turn. He's got Abrupt Decay in his hand, which very awkwardly does not hit Inkmoth Nexus. Another reason to love that card.
Path to Exile, though.
Yes. I believe I see Murderous Cut in hand as well. Is that possible?
Was that the Tassiger? There's a Tassiger.
Ah, that must have been the Tassiger then. And by the way, there's Tassiger.
In play.
All right, so Ken Yukihiro has found
a thing that can attack.
Yes, a clock. Cunio's at a pretty comfy 19, though. He will have some time to operate.
Yeah. 1 land away from starting to get value, extra value out of Tassiger, too. Ken has left up white mana. So he's representing Path to Exile. Andrew sees it. We saw him last turn choose not to bother activating and attacking with his Inkmoth Nexus.
That mana is still available. Also, cards like Dismember come into play here.
Dryad Arbor has joined the team. All right, now I think Andrew, now that Tassiger's around, he can't really wait until he has some way to play around Path to Exile. He has to hope Ken doesn't have it, but Ken does.
Remember, this is a game 3 here between Cunio and Yukihiro, and Cunio was Threat Light to start with, found one, and now it's gone.
Yeah, lost both his 2 Giant Growths to a pair of Thought Seizes. Lost his only Infect creature to a Path. But here's a replacement Infect creature.
All
so
right.
Second Inkmoth, now that attack makes even more sense.
Right.
No reason to wait for a Vines of Vastwood when you just have another Inkmoth. How does this race go? The Inkmoth is still going to outrace Tassiger? Especially since Hierarch can chump once.
Yeah, quite easily.
Oh, Lingering Souls are going to gum up the works, though.
Ugh, this is such a problem for this Infect deck. They have ways around it, like you said, but doesn't mean they always have them.
Right, and sometimes what you have is the draw where Inkmoth is getting an Exalted Trigger and a Pendelhaven, and you're just trying to hit him for 3 a couple of times, soften him up so that the 1 Giant Growth you have left is good enough. Yeah, the Mutagenic Growth was the last thing we saw with Cunio. Oh, he also has Mind of Velcrosa.
Really?
It's tricky, though. I mean, guess he has to just try to slog his way through these tokens, but they're going to get flashed back. There's 4 turns worth of chump blockers. How big can he get this if he dumps his whole hand on it? 3, 4, 5, 6. He's going to have to connect at least twice. or draw another Giant Growth.
Well, he certainly has plenty of them floating around in his library.
Come on.
10.
And Cunio's life total is falling pretty quickly here. He's
Right.
down to 10.
And Souls gets flashed back.
Yeah, 2 more replacement spirits, but you can tell that you
And
get
a
heroes.
voice.
Oh, wow. That's a 5/5.
Cunio's got, what, 1 more turn after this?
I mean, that could leave a 5/5 behind. Yeah, wow. This is a clock here. 4, 5,
Right.
6, 7, 8, 9 damage here.
Yeah, Cunio needs to make... He's not going to have time to slog through the souls.
No.
He's got to come up with a way to make his poison creature unblockable.
Okay, he just found a blighted agent. You just said unblockable.
I did.
Does this... Can he block with his Dryad Arbor maybe on Tassiger?
Well, he can buy a turn.
Buy himself 1 turn?
I don't think he's lethal in 1 hit is the problem. I
Even
think
with
he
the
has to
top
top
deck?
deck a Giant Growth.
Okay.
I think he can top deck a Giant Growth for the win.
Can
He's
it
got
be
Might of
any
Old
of them?
Krosa and Mutagenic Growth. Yeah, I think any of them will work. Because he can Pendlehaven first to get it to 2 power.
Right.
Noble Hierarch gets it to 3. Mutagenic Growth gets it to 5. Might of Old Krosa. Yeah, any Giant Growth will do. So yeah,
Wow.
Ken can apply all the pressure. Andrew's Dryad Arbor can take 1 for the team.
Which I think it must here, right?
Yeah, that's
Andrew
10
can't-
power.
Yeah, and well, he's taking 6
Oh,
here.
6.
Right, but the key is that he doesn't go to 3, right? He doesn't want to get Siege Rhino'd out of here. But he can go to 4, which he did.
Ken's thinking.
Oh,
What's
what
he
is Ken thinking about?
See, he doesn't have a tech edge, does he? What land does he have?
Oh, well, he can do the play we talked about a minute ago where he can activate Tassiger to try to get back that path.
Aha.
He would have to go land to do it. That would more or less... Oh, he's got
That
the
Abrupt
Abrupt
Decay.
Decay in his hand still.
That's-
He's just going to do it right now. Well,
that makes this a lot harder.
Yeah.
With 3 Lingering Souls on defense, the Distortion Strike is maybe the last out for plus power and unblockable on the
Right.
Ink Moth. So I think Andrew had outs, but I think he was down to just Distortion Strike. Can't see what he drew.
It was Vines
Oh,
of
Vines of
Vastwood.
Vastwood. Wow.
Ugh.
If it wasn't for the Abrupt Decay, that Blighted Agent could, in fact, have dealt all 10 poison on that 1/1 attack.
Yeah.
This is why people play Abrupt Decay, though. Now, okay. Now Andrew has to figure out if he can block and survive another turn. He's on 4.
He's on 4.
So he can take another hit from the Voice. He can't take Voice and 3 Spirit tokens, but Ken might not attack with all the Spirit tokens out of fear of a crackback.
Yeah, if all 3 Spirit tokens were to attack, then Andrew Cunio is compelled to block both attackers.
All right. Ink Moth gets blocked, of course. Andrews. Cunio has to just hope that Ken isn't going to go for it.
Now, if Ken's empty-handed, he's just going to activate Tassiger here, right?
Yeah. Man, Lingering Souls has looked great.
It looks
this
so
round.
good.
It was great against Jeskai. It's been great against Infect.
Where are the combo decks?
It's been great in Stanislav Sivka's deck, too. Sivka's playing Intangible Virtue.
Yeah.
Although you know what deals with Lingering Souls?
What's that?
Anger of the Gods, which Jelger Vigersmod just used to wipe Stanislav Sivka's board and so he could attack for the win with Batterskull.
Wow.
So Jelger sticking on the King of the Hill table.
He is. He likes it there. He asked when they were getting time, he said, if we tie, do I get to stay? So that means that this is actually our last match going in the feature match area here.
Yep.
And this is a game 3.
Combat? Sure.
All right, so Tassiger is lethal on his own.
Yeah, Ken's not going to attack with the Spirit tokens because he's afraid that Cunio will have something and he'll need those spirits to block Ink Moth Nexus. If he had turned those 2 spirits sideways, he would just win the game.
Well,
Not quite. Dryad Arbor
for
and...
two. Yeah.
Sorry, you're right. I forgot there's 2 blockers available. So Ken's play just is correct.
I mean, I'm sure there's something to be said for forcing Cuneo to lose 2 mana sources. It also loses +1/+1. But in order for Ken to make that kind of calculation, he'd really have to know Andrew Cuneo's deck.
Now, that Dryad Arbor is capable of dealing real damage, too. Ken Yukihiro's down to 5, yes.
Huh.
I mean, that's why Andrew is hesitant to block with his Dryad Arbor. He's like, do I want to keep the Exalted creature, or do I want to keep the creature that can deal a second lethal, potentially lethal attacker?
And here's another blocker
Another second
now for
He
Ken.
knew about the second Tassiger.
Yeah.
So I think he knew that his odds of getting through with a normal creature on the ground were really small. So he's bought himself another turn to draw toward. Distortion Strike would do it. I don't know if Apostle's Blessing is good enough. I mean, it certainly can make something unblockable, but now, yeah, not good enough.
That's going to
Couldn't
do
find
it. Ken Yukihiro wins, and a sigh of relief from Ken's side of the
Yeah,
table. You can't blame
it's so
him.
scary.
That
It
Infect
is
deck
so
is the
scary to play against
scariest. Yeah.
Infect.
The first few times you play it, you're like, oh, I'm good.
Right.
Dead. Okay.
dead.
I'll respect it more. And then, like, you eventually work yourself down that line.
So, like, I must chump block every Infect creature every turn the entire game.
Yes, which is
and then
exactly
they
what
make
Ken
something
did.
unblockable.
And then they do that, and they get you anyway. Yeah, so great stuff down there for sure. That's going to do it for round number 6 for us. But yeah, we had Kentaro Yamamoto win his match 2-0 over Shuhei Nakamura, and down there also Jelger Wiegersma. He has
still the king.
maintained his king seat, and we've got Frank Karsten, the winner, and Andrew Cuneo falling to Ken Yukihiro as well.
So Affinity, Obzon twin.
Yes.
The usual suspects.
That's what I'm seeing here. So, yeah, good stuff for Modern so far, though.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on. It's been pretty cool.
Yeah, I've certainly enjoyed what I've seen so far down there. All right, so I guess we can go over to the news desk now, where Richard Hagan awaits.
I'm always here, Marshall, always glued to my screen, as I'm sure you are at home, with all the shenanigans of Modern. My goodness me, there's some great stuff going on around the tables. So we've got a little bit of time before round 7. The players are going to have a little break. So here's what we're going to bring you. We're going to go back inside R&D in just a moment, show you some more about the way that Fate Reforged came together, the latest Magic the Gathering set. Then Brian David Marshall will be here at the video wall with more players, bringing you the ins and outs, the early, the middle, and the late game, the flow of Modern. And don't forget, in just 2 weeks, there's a Modern Grand Prix here in North America. If you want a chance to break out the Modern for the first time, Vancouver could be a great choice for you. And then we'll take a little look at the scores. How are the teams getting on? How are those groups of players that come together to test, to try and break the format? How are they doing? We'll show you in this next break. But right now, it's time to go back to Seattle, back to Wizards of the Coast, and back to the inside R&D for Fate Reforged.
Magic has always been a game of winners and losers, and here in Fate Reforged, it's time to make a choice. Will it be Khans, or will it be dragons?
Dagatar the Adamant is the Khan of the ancient Abzan. He is a proud man, a master strategist, and a capable leader. He has bound into his mace, there's an amber piece, and bound into it is a malevolent ancestor spirit, which hints at the not so nice nature of Abzan death worship.
One of the things that really excited me about the new Khans is that you can still play them in Commander as a 3-color commander, but If you don't want to, you could maybe play a 2-color deck and still cast the Khan using just 2 colors of mana and still be able to activate their ability. So I think it allows an interesting degree of deck building flexibility for Commander players that you don't usually see.
Shuyun, called the Silent Tempest, is possibly the oldest person on Tarkir. Now, in an age where it's pretty typical to get eaten by a dragon before you're 30, that's maybe not saying so much, but he is, despite a kind of ambiguously aged appearance, he's extremely ancient. He is a capable dragon slayer, a brilliant scholar, and a revered elder among the Jeskai. He also has, Shuyun has this dragon tattoo, you can see it in his art, that is given only to people who have personally slain a dragon in one-on-one combat.
A 3-mana 3/2 is a rarity in blue, and it has prowess, and it has another strong ability. I remember internally we were playing with this card and killing way too fast sometimes. We had to test it a lot to make sure we could get it through, because giving any creature double strike whenever you cast a non-creature spell can let you hit pretty hard. I think it's in a good spot, but we'll see.
Tasigur is a rather unpleasant little man. He's young, he's under 20, and pale and sickly and imperious, cruel, vain, hedonistic, great guy.
Blue and green notoriously are a pretty difficult combination when it comes to multicolor cards and multicolor effects. So we knew this card wanted to have Delve, we knew it wanted to play with the graveyard, and we knew it wanted to have a blue-green hybrid ability, but where do you go from there? And so Dave Humphreys actually was looking through old Magic sets and got inspiration from a card from Ice Age called Forgotten Lore, I believe it's called, maybe Forbidden Lore. You'll have to double check me on that. But what this card does is it allows you to regrow a card from your graveyard, but your opponent has some choice over which card you get back. And that it really nailed it in terms of giving a clever mind game to your opponent. Felt a little bit blue. Regrowing cards from the graveyard felt green, but this is sort of something that both colors can do, and that's where we ended up.
Alesha, who smiles at death, which is maybe my favorite nickname ever, is the Khan of the Ancient Mardu. She is only 19, but she is an accomplished warrior, a great leader. She's extremely skilled at bringing out the best in her people, not just sticking to one idea of what the Mardu can be, but of making sure that everyone has a chance to contribute their skills, all toward the goal of mostly killing dragons. She herself had to fight hard for the right to be recognized as a woman, but among the Mardu they have this tradition, the war name tradition, where you fight, you win, you earn your war name. And so she stood up and said, "My name is Alesha," and among the Mardu they say, "Yes, you are."
Alicia, who smiles at death, is the Khan of the Mardu clan back in the misty days of the past of Fate Reforged. And the Mardu, regardless of which mechanic they're using, are always all about attacking. Sometimes your opponent will block your attacking creatures, and this is usually pretty sad because then your creatures die. But the good thing about Alicia is she doesn't care about that. She can bring your warriors back from the dead, and they can continue the assault.
Yasova Dragonclaw is the Khan of the Ancient Temur, and you'll notice Surak Dragonclaw was the Khan of the Temur in the present of Khans of Tarkir. That is the title that the Temur Khan is given. Yasova is both an accomplished warrior and a seriously powerful shaman who can swat dragons out of the sky with her magic. She also has this enormous saber-toothed cat that follows her everywhere. She and Sarkhan have a run-in over the course of the Fate Reforged story in which he realizes that she is in fact unwittingly working for Nicol Bolas.
Yasova Dragonclaw is a card that we really wanted to fit into Temur decks and Constructed. We knew we wanted her to work with the Ferocious ability from Khans of Tarkir, so we gave her 4 power. And we just thought that keying off of power was a really flavorful thing to do as far as the Temur clan is concerned. So her ability allows you to steal a creature with weaker power than her, so she can kind of muscle around your opponent's creature and bully them into coming over to your side for a turn. And she's a lot of fun. She works really well in Temur decks and activates your Ferocious cards, and we expect to see her show up in Tournament Constructed.
Khans of Tarkir, a world without any dragons at all. So when we came to Fate Reforged, it was time to put in some really awesome dragons. We weren't going to get a ton of them, but we knew we wanted 5 really cool, marquee, multicolored dragons to drive home the point, hey, there are dragons on this world now.
Ojutai Soul of Winter is the oldest of the dragons who's associated with white and blue mana, and lives in the mountains of the Jeskai. Ojutai is a little more cerebral than the other dragons, and Ojutai brood dragons have been known to actually speak the Draconic language, at least. The Ojutai brood dragons have feathers, which gives them this really unique appearance. They're very slender and elegant looking, and they prefer the cold and breathe jets of ice.
Ojutai, Soul of Winter, is more of a calculating fellow, and he'll get in there a few times and start locking down your opponent's permanents. So he's sort of the blue-white control dragon.
Silumgar, the Drifting Death, and his brood live in the boggy swamplands of Tarkir, and they're exactly as pleasant as you would imagine from dragons associated with blue and black. They have this almost crocodilian appearance with widespread legs and heavy heads. They breathe a toxic, corrosive gas that eats away or chokes and kills anything in its path, and they're the scourge of the Sultai.
When we were working on Fate Reforged, we wanted to make sure we had a good number of finishers in the set. And a control and control finisher is always really important. So this is a big creature that you can't easily kill because it has hexproof, but also does some good work against the beatdown decks. If they're making lots of tokens, for example, you can attack and wipe out their board. But also, those packs of 3 damage, after 3 damage, after 3 damage, can close out mini control games.
Kolaghan, the Storm's Fury, is the oldest and scariest dragon who's associated with black and red mana. Kolaghan breed dragons are really, really interesting. They have 4 wings, they're incredibly fast, and they breathe bolts of lightning. So the ancient Mardu fear them, respect them, follow them to scavenge their kills.
Picture this. You're playing against your black-red opponent, you've stabilized the board, you think you're out of range, you even have some sorcery speed removal, and then bam! Out of nowhere, they tap 5, down comes Kolaghan, dashes in, attacks you, you're down to 5 life, and you realize it's back in their hand, ready to attack you again next turn, and there's nothing you can do about it. Prepare yourself, you'll be facing this many times this standard season.
Atarka, World Render, is the biggest, baddest dragon who lives in the Temur Highlands. The Temur respect her, almost revere her, but are obviously terrified of her. Atarka brood dragons are associated with red and green mana, and they breathe fire, like you'd really expect a traditional dragon to do.
Atarka World Render is totally sweet if you're playing a dragon tribal deck. It gives all of your dragons double strike, and dragons are generally huge and or have fire breathing, so double strike is pretty insanely powerful on a creature that big.
We had lots of FFL decks testing this card, including with Xenagos, God of Revelry from Born of the Gods. So Xenagos can come down 1 turn, Atarka can come down the next, get haste, get +X/+X, attack, get double strike, and just really deal just an insane amount of damage to your opponent, sometimes finishing them in 1 hit.
Dromoka the Eternal is a dragon associated with green and white mana, and the scourge of the Abzan in their sandy home. There are 2 really notable facts about Dromoka and her brood. They have really thick scales, so they're almost impervious to conventional weapons. Fighting them is very, very difficult. They're just tough, and they breathe bolts of searing light that can just completely incinerate everything in their path.
I remember the first day I saw Dromoka in the file. I actually didn't think we could print it. It was just so strong. A 5-mana 5/5 flyer in green-white already has my attention. And you attack, you start bolstering, your creatures get huge, and of course, I love my Abzan counter decks, so it would build up really fast, and my Abzan Falconers would turn on, and it was pretty powerful. We playtested it a lot, and it's a king of mid-range creatures often, but there are some ways to fight it. I wouldn't be surprised if it beats you up a few times, though.
We sort of aimed these to look backwards throughout Magic's history, in that there are plenty of awesome dragons, players love them, you can build a casual dragon deck and have these all work together. It's a bit of a shame that there aren't too many dragons in Standard right now, although we do have a set with dragons in the title coming up, so maybe we'll see some.
Yeah, who knows? Dragons of Tarkir might be about cat warriors, possibly. Ian Duke there, wrapping up part 2 of Inside R&D. We'll have much more from the guys and girls who make magic in Seattle tomorrow on the broadcast, both during lunch and dinner. But here we are through 6 rounds. We've got 2 rounds to come today. Why don't we take a look at our master scoreboard and show you what is going on in the field? Well, we are down to just 6, the 6 and O's. And there are some unfamiliar faces there, but there is no doubt that the big story, Marco Lombardi, Roberto Esposito, Marco Camiluzzi, all from Italy, 3 Italians at 6-0. Wow, boy, did they get their metagame calls right. Fantastic job. Then you've got Osman Ozguni, the 35-year-old Turkish Magic Online player, up at 6-0. You have United States represented by Seth Mansfield and Austin Bursovic. Austin Bursovic, terrific story, 22-year-old, couple of $1,000 prize money lifetime, played in 1 Pro Tour, that was Austin in 2009, and basically didn't do very well there, but he was 16 at the time, comes back now and is really making the most of it. One more player undefeated, that's Jelga Vigasma, who of course we've seen in feature match action throughout the day. And there you see a selection of 5-1s, tons of big names on our first top 20 right now. John Stern there from Canada, Yamamoto, the rank number 16, Eric Froelich, number 11. Thiago Fonseca's now has his first loss, but you look at the Hall of Famers, you've got Zvi Moshevitz there, Kenji Samura, and I can tell you also that John Finkel from the Hall of Fame, he is also at 5-1. So plenty more to come on our leaderboard, but right now it's time to go over to the video wall and it's time to have another look inside a modern archetype. Waiting for us patiently, Brian David Marshall, and yet more initials, it's BBD.
Hello, welcome to the Tournament Center. As Rich said, it's BDM, BBD, and we are here to talk about another edition of our Modern Primer. We've been walking through the different decks that someone might take to a Modern event. Talk to us, Brian, about the Tron deck in general. What is the Tron deck, and what are you trying to do when you play a deck like this in Modern?
Well, basically Tron is based around the Urza Tron lands, which are Urza's Tower, Power Plant, and Mine. When you have all 3 on the table at the same time, you generate a really high amount of mana, and you're just looking to play extremely powerful, expensive cards like Wormcoil Engine, Karn, sometimes Emrakul as well, just when you generate all this mana.
Looking to get that, the dream of assembling the Tron, getting those 3 cards. Individually, they make 1 mana, together 7, which you can do on turn 3, right?
Yeah, and the deck has like Expedition Map, and a lot of ways to search it up to be able to cast it, or to be able to find the Tron as early as turn 3.
Okay, let's take a look. Let's walk through the game. There's some different cards. You talked about things that search up your Tron. Your early game is really turn 2, turn 3 with this deck. Cards like Expedition Map, which you play, you need 2 mana to sacrifice. Sylvan Scrying is a card you can play. Ancient Stirrings is a card you can play. Talk about how do you try to get through those early turns when people are attacking you with Goblin Guides and, firing off burn spells at your face? And
generally, you're just trying to weather the storm at that point. Like, you're not really interacting too much early on, other than setting up your end game. So, you're hoping your opponent's not going to just kill you really, really fast, and give you time to assemble Tron and then play things that just invalidate their entire strategy.
Right. And is the best of these, Expedition Map? Is that?
Yeah, Expedition Map, but Ancient Stirrings is actually extremely powerful as well because you can use it to search for a piece of Tron, but once you've assembled Tron, you can also use it to search for a Karn, a Wormcoil Engine, or one of your other big finishers as well.
Sure, if you're into that kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, who is, but yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the mid-game for this deck, and there, it really is Urza's Mine, Urza's Power Plant, Urza's Tower, going back all the way to the earliest days of Magic. These cards have been around. It wasn't really until that Sylvan Scrying was printed that this deck really kind of started to come together as a more consistent engine. Talk about, again, these 3 pieces, and, where do you hope to go from here?
Well, I mean, one of the things about it is they only produce colorless mana, so you're limited in that you can only play, color artifacts or colorless effects. So one of the big things are cards like, Oblivion Stone or various like colorless sweeper effects, or, like I said before, Wormcoil Engine and Karn. Against a lot of decks, a turn 3 Karn just beats their entire deck. Or, against the Abzan decks, a turn 3 Wormcoil Engine is going to really be hard for them to power through.
And you're generally playing 4 of each of these, right?
Absolutely.
You absolutely want to just maximize your opportunities, right? But that's only 12 lands in your deck, so you have the opportunity to play other colors. You can play green, you can play blue, you can play. You can go in a lot of different directions. How important are cards like Chromatic Sphere and Chromatic Star to a deck like this?
I mean, it really depends on the version of Tron. For the red-green Tron, those cards are extremely important because they let you cast the Sylvan Scryings, the Ancient Stirrings and the like, because the red-green Tron deck only plays a very minimal amount of lands. It relies primarily just on the Tron itself. So you need to use those to use like the green mana to cast those cards to find other pieces of Tron.
What's the ideal number of lands for a Tron deck?
For the green versions, it's somewhere between 18 and 20. For some of the other versions, like there's blue or blue-white Tron, sometimes it's anywhere from like 23 to 26.
Okay, something a little more traditional there. All right, let's take a look at the late game. So we have all this mana, we've searched it up, and Karn Liberated, Wormcoil Engine, Oblivion Stone, which you said is an 8 mana effect, Emrakul the Aeon's Torn. Any thought to something like an Ugin? I mean, people have talked about the fact that Ugin could go in here, even though it doesn't quite line up with that turn 3 Tron.
Yeah, I mean, spoiler, I'm playing Ugin this weekend, so it is a very powerful card, and a lot of strategies, such as like Zoo or Boggles or anything that's just flooding the board with permanents, Ugin is just going to really destroy them. But Oblivion Stone really does the same thing too, in that you can spend 8 mana to blow up the board the same way that Ugin does. And then you have like Karn and Wormcoil are kind of the powerhouses, but you need to have one Emrakul in the deck as well, because sometimes those cards aren't enough, but Emrakul's always enough.
And if it goes into the late game, how often is a deck like this able to actually hard cast an Emrakul? How far into the late game are we going if we're casting an Emrakul?
It really doesn't take that many lands, especially with Eye of Ugin, because that lets you search up Emrakul, but also reduces the mana cost of Emrakul. So you only need like 13 additional mana, and with the Tron producing 7, plus any additional pieces of Tron, either 2 or 3 more mana, sometimes you only need like 6 or 7 lands to do it.
Okay. And what is something that you want to be facing off against if you're playing Tron, or what is something you don't want to be facing off against when you're playing a deck?
Well, you
like
definitely
Tron?
want to be playing some of the more mid-range fair decks, such as Abzan. That's really the best matchup for Tron, and one of the main reasons why you would want to play that deck. With Abzan being as popular as it is, that's why I think Tron is a reasonable choice for a tournament like this. The decks to avoid, you definitely don't want to play against Affinity, because they end the game really fast, and they have Inkmoth Nexus and Blinkmoth Nexus.
And I've seen them win through an Oblivion Stone. It's
Yep.
kind of gross. So, if you want to be like BBD, go try assembling the Tron. This is Brian David Marshall signing off from the Tournament Center.
Thanks so much to Brian David Marshall and to Brian Bronduin. They're looking at the Tron pieces. And I'm here joined by Ian Duke. And Ian, I want to put your R&D hat on for a moment and ask you about mana acceleration. When I started playing, Dark Ritual was a huge card in Magic, and fundamentally it shifted the game, because anything you printed that was meant to be a 3-turn play was a 1-turn play, because you just go Swamp, Ritual, well, Necro is obviously the big one.
Sure.
To what extent, even now, are modern designers and developers inside R&D looking at the existence of things like the Urzatron lands and going, you know what? If we print Ugin at 7, that's massively different to printing Ugin at 8.
Yeah, great question. Fast mana is always something that development has to be really concerned about, especially looking back at older cards like Dark Ritual, like the Urzatron. And while our internal testing is focused primarily on Standard, we do talk a lot about how the new cards might impact older formats. And Ugin is a great example of that. We talked a lot about, this being positioned at 8 mana. Is this something Urzatron might play? Then again, 7 is a lot different from 8. So we'll see how that shakes out.
I know that there are people in R&D who have their own particular sort of their watch list, in that they are looking to support Commander. Some people are doing that. There are other people in R&D who really want the limited environment to go with a swing and verve and so on. And then obviously, as you say, Standard's the overarching thing. Are there individual people who are really kind of paying attention to Modern, the people who, you all know that if you've got a question about Modern, you just go around the corner and there at the desk is who?
Yeah, so I mean, we all follow Modern very closely. We talk a lot about it at the office, following tournament results and such. I'd say Modern is probably most popular among the younger members of R&D since Modern is such a young format.
Sure.
So we have developers like Ben Hayes, for example, who came into R&D, probably about a year and a half or 2 years ago. He's a great expert on the format and someone I could bounce ideas off of.
Sweet, and I know he was very heavily involved in the making of Ugin.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, well, more of that on Inside R&D. Thanks to Ian. I can tell you that we have another player lined up to walk you through the early, the mid, and the late game of modern archetypes. And it is one of the finest modern players ever to sleeve up a deck. Over at the video wall, Brian David Marshall with Germany's Patrick Dickman.
Welcome back, everybody. Brian David Marshall here with Patrick Dickman. Patrick, you have become associated with the card Splinter Twin, various iterations of the deck over time in Modern. What is it about the Splinter Twin deck that's so appealing to you as a Magic player?
I don't know. I think I just really like the colors. It's blue-red, and at least this is the baseline for the deck. And Lightning Bolt is one of my most favorite cards. I love Cantrip. 3-mana is really, really good. And yeah, Serum is I just like playing with all the cards, and of course Snapcaster Mage, which was a huge addition for the deck. I just really enjoy playing with it, and it's just so tricky, and it can win from almost any spot. I just enjoy it.
We've seen you take the card deck in a couple of different directions. We saw you have success with Tarmo Twin. We've seen other versions. But let's just talk about what the basic Splinter Twin deck is trying to do. Let's take a look at the early game. You mentioned some of these cards already. Lightning Bolt, going back all the way to Alpha, Remand, Serum Visions. What are you trying to do on the early turns of the game here?
Yeah, pretty much what you're trying to do is to keep the board empty in the first, on the first turns of the game. So you have very efficient removal, probably the most efficient removal spell ever printed, which is Lightning Bolt. You have Remand and Serum Visions to set up your draws. You're just trying, since you're playing a rather slow, control-ish deck, you're just trying to keep the board empty at all times and always just play your land for the turn, and play mostly at instant speed and protect yourself.
Playing against early in the tournament, are you just going to snap off a Lightning Bolt at the first creature to hit the board? Are you going to remand the first spell they try to play? What are you trying? Is this really what you just want to get as far as you can with things remaining clear and open for you?
Well, pretty much. It may depend on the matchup a little bit. Maybe if they play an irrelevant creature, you might not Lightning Bolt it right away. But most of the time, unless I have something like counter magic or flashback to worry about, I will remand the very first spell they play, unless I'm trading downwards, which is countering a 1-mana spell with remand. That is usually not a good thing to do.
Sure.
But
if they've spent their whole turn, people will talk about that being a time walk.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Okay, let's take a look at the mid game. What you're trying to do. Again, some cards you've mentioned. Here we see Deceiver Exarch, Pestermite, Snapcaster Mage, and Vendilion Click. The two guys on the left, those are your kill cards, right?
Well, mostly Pestermite and Snapcaster Mage are my kill cards. I rarely tend to finish games with the combo. It's a feature that is in the deck, but it is more useful as a threat than to actually go for it most of the time, because that way you're denying their mana. They can't just if you have an Exarch in play or a Pestermite, they can't just tap out and do whatever they want. They always have to have in mind that they might just die on the next turn to Splinter Twin or Kiki-Jiki. So the Deceiver Exarch is mostly a threat and a roadblock, which is because he survives a lot of attacks. He's an early blocker. And the kill cards are Pestermite, because flying is a very relevant ability. Snapcaster Mage, flashbacking, whatever spell you used so far, and obviously Vendilion Click. And Vendilion Click serves double duty, because you can also use it to see if the coast is clear and see what they have. Maybe remove their 1-out to Splinter Twin and just kill them.
So really, with the first two sets of cards we're looking at, you feel like you could just win with those cards. You can bolt them, flashback a bolt with Snapcaster Mage, get in with a Vendilion Click, play a Pestermite, attack for 5 the next turn, and just basically tempo them out of the game.
Exactly.
Okay, but we still have the combo kill, and that's your late game. Something like Splinter Twin, something like Kiki-Jiki Mirror Breaker. Talk about how that works just real quickly for people who might not be familiar with the deck. I have a Deceiver Exarch in play, and I play a Splinter Twin. What happens?
Okay, let's say you have a Deceiver Exarch in play that has no summoning sickness, so you played it the last turn.
Very important,
which is very
no
important.
summoning sickness.
Yeah, which is very important because Splinter Twin is an activate, like gives the creature, you put it on an activated ability which says you put a token of the creature into play, and in this case it is, let's say, Deceiver Exarch, and Deceiver Exarch has an comes into play ability that says untap target permanent you control or tap it permanent you don't control. So you will target your own Deceiver Exarch, which has Splinter Twin put on it, and yeah, therefore you get to untap it, tap it again, make it as a token, and that creates an infinite loop where you can basically create as many tokens as you want to, and yeah, just attack them for lethal in one turn.
And alternately, you can do this very similar with Kiki Jiki.
Yeah, Kiki Jiki is pretty much the same as Splinter Twin. He has a few upsides, he has a few downsides. Like a triple red can sometimes be a problem, and he's therefore like he's more resilient. You don't open up yourself for a 2-for-1 trade if they kill the creature you want to combo with, and it also gets around Spell's Guide. Like if you have a Deceiver Exarch in play, because since Deceiver Exarch says you can only untap permanents that you control, they can't redirect the ability.
Okay, all right, great, Patrick. I'm going to let you get back out on the floor and go back to making infinity fairies, as they say.
All right.
For Patrick Dickman, this is Brian David Marshall from the Tournament Center.
Bye.
Thanks so much to Brian David Marshall and one of the finest modern players there is, Mr. Patrick Dickman there. Well, I've been joined at the desk by Brian David Marshall and Ian Duke. And guys, we're almost ready for round 7, but let's just take a moment to have a look at how some of the big teams are getting on here at Pro Tour Fate Reforged. We've had a lot of hot stove action, BDM, and I know you love a good hot stove season.
I do.
So why don't we take a look at some of the makeup of the top teams and how they're getting on. We've crunched some numbers for you. Let's take a look, and we begin with Team CFB Pantheon. And we like to concentrate on people doing really well, but the first shocker there is that waiting with one result to come in. Kai Buddha at 1 and 4. Down the bottom there, Nassif at 1 and 5. They are now gone from the tournament.
Wow.
Looks like, although if Kai wins round 6, then potentially he's still going. You've got Tom Ross, Patrick Chapin at 3 and 3. So it looks like Patrick Chapin's deck not working out. 3 in constructed. But obviously, tiny sample size, well worth checking out.
Perhaps the angler he took wasn't correct?
Oh, my Lord. He said that. Not me, sir.
That wasn't a cute one, BDM.
Owen Turtenwald, number 1. William Jensen, number 8, at 4 and 2, along with Reed Duke and Andrew Cuneo. And then 3 5 and 1s. Galdanis, we've not seen a lot of him so far this tournament. Josh Ravitz, the same. Hall of Famers, Zvi Moshevitz and Jelga Vigersma, undefeated at 5 0 and 1. Let's see who's up next. We have Team Channel Fireball. Ian, what stands out to you there among that little lot?
Well, we see Eric Froelich, our limited master from this morning, who 3-0'd in the draft. He's up at the top near with 5 and 1. Paul Chian, our sort of last-minute superstar from last weekend's GP, also doing well at 5 and 1. David Ochoa, 5 and 1 as well. BDM, what do you think?
I mean, Luis Scott-Vargas started off so promisingly there, 3-0 and limited, but constructed has not been a friend to him here. He's at 3 and 3 and in kind of dire shape going into the back end half of this tournament.
Yep, worth looking also at Guillaume Matignon. He is on an unusual deck. I'm not sure how many are on his archetype, but he is up to 4 and 2 now and will come back tomorrow. And you would think that if he could win his next couple and be at 6 and 2, he might be very well positioned by the time we get back to Modern tomorrow afternoon. Right now, though, they're again, just like their compatriots on Pantheon, both Channel Fireball teams, if you like, 3 players at 5 and 1, Froelich, Chion, and Ochoa. So next up, we have the sort of extension to Team Channel Fireball. We put them on a separate graphic for you. Here's the Canadian contingent of team face-to-face games. Now, BDM, just explain sort of some of the thought process, because Channel Fireball, they're packed full of great players. Face-to-face have some very good ones too, but explain to us sort of what went on to lead to that fusion of those two teams.
Well, so Jacob Wilson, to start with, is someone who has been in the Bay Area before, grew up with the Channel Fireball guys. If you remember Grand Prix Chicago that he won in the Modern format, playing against Josh Utter-Leyton in the finals, he was playing with Josh Utter-Leyton's deck. This is a guy who grew up in the San Jose area tournament scene. So these guys know each other very well. And for face-to-face games, they're down a few players from, you remember that unruly mob of players we had in here at the last Pro Tour? Well, they're down to 5 players here, and they were looking for a bigger playtest group, and Channel Fireball thought it might be interesting to experiment with bringing some new faces into the fold and getting some new opinions on things. And you know what? The face-to-face guys, they're pretty good at the modern format.
Oh, and in particular, you said about Jacob Wilson. I mean, he's 5-1. He's only had the chance to play 3 modern rounds so far. And, you know, we often talk about the morning on day 1 as almost like the handicap system, where, you know, if you have a bad day in limited, you handicap yourself at 0-3 or at 1 and 2. And then by the time we get to the back end of day 1, you've clawed your way back in and constructed. The fact that he's only had the chance to play 3 rounds of limited, of modern, and here he is poised at 5-1, there's only half a dozen players ahead of him in the field.
Right.
We're starting to get an answer on whether it's pod players who are good at pod or whether it's a pod player who's good at modern. I mean, I had Jacob Wilson potentially going the distance.
I've seen Jacob Wilson win modern events with non-pod decks.
Yeah, so that's Jacob Wilson and the rest of the extended Channel Fireball family. Let's go along to Asia Pacific region now, an MTG Mint card. Now, I was chatting with Li Shi-chan, who's there at 4-2, along with Nam Sun-wook, Huang Hao-shan, and Park Jong-sun. And I was saying to Li, what no Su-chin Kuo? He's at everything, and he is not on the train now. He didn't qualify for this event, used up all his invites, now back to qualifying. Now, the thing is, he has won more PTQs in the Asia-Pacific region than almost anyone ever, and I'm quite sure we will see him again very soon.
I think more likely to top 8 at GP, but...
Yes, that is another route
He's
back.
done a pretty good job of that in his career as well.
But we do have very consistent numbers. They're in the middle of the pack for the most part, but right now it is pretty good that, you know, if you would take a team of 8, if you went to a tournament with 7 other people and said, all right, with 2 rounds to go on day 1 of a Pro Tour, every single one of us has a chance to come back tomorrow, you take that for the most part. I think that's a solid performance by MTG Mint.
absolutely.
Yeah, a person that stands out for me there, by the way, besides Li Shi-tian, Nam Sung-wook, you know, having another strong event. We've seen him, you know, make the finals of a Pro Tour. We saw him make the top 4 of, we saw him make the top 8 of the World Magic Cup, and now, you know, continuing on with his successful ways, hopefully.
And Grand Prix Melbourne champion, of course. He's the real deal for sure. Now, earlier when we talked about teams, right back at the start of the day, I mentioned Team Revolution, and I felt there were a lot of storylines bubbling up under the surface of this. Let's take a look at how Revolution are doing. In particular, I can't wait to see where we are with Jeremy Desani, but I can tell you players are ready. There you see them. Dajon's at 4-2. How is Jeremy Desani doing 2-4? He must win the next 2. Let's see what happens, because I can tell you now that right here, right now, it's time for round 7 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. That's Randy Buehler. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. We've got round 7 from Pro Tour Fate Reforged ready to go right now. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Fate Reforged. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we're ready for round 7 action. We're watching Modern at this stage of the tournament. You get a look at our first feature match competitor, Li Shi-tian. Li is playing...
It's Burn. It's pretty straightforward. He's got the White Splash for Boros Charm and Lightning Helix. And yeah, most of the stuff you'd expect from a Burn deck.
Yeah, a much different look from his opponent, Makihito Mahara from Japan, who looks like he is deep in thought here. He's on, it says, Grixis Twin.
So he's on Twin, but he has some tech. He has Inquisition of Kozilek and Thoughtseize out of his Black Splash, which I haven't really seen from a Twin player. So that's pretty cool tech to start with. You know what else he has?
What's that?
Well, he calls the deck Humble Twin, because he plays 4 copies of Humble Defector.
Oh, no way!
Yes! So the discard suite from Black, Humble Defector from Red. Why not?
Wow, that's cool. I can't wait to see what this thing does. Both of these players are sitting at 4 and 2. And it looks like Mahara, with that very early Inquisition, he saw some bad news. You're playing against Burn, which can be a pretty tough matchup for Twin, as the creatures can be vulnerable to the burn spells depending on which ones Mahara is playing. But he did take away an Eidolon of the Great Revel. But that's not going to stop Li Shitian. He's got Monastery Swift Spear as the immediate follow-up play here.
Yeah, Mahara's got a lot of redundancy in the combo. I mean, both Pester Mites and Exarchs, and both Splinter Twins and Kiki Jikis. Haven't seen a lot of Kiki Jiki this weekend, but he's still running it.
All right, so attack for 1 with my Swift Spear, says Li Shitian. He's currently ranked 6th on our top 25 pro rankings. He passes it back to Mahara.
Spellskite blocks all right. It's got the Pester Mite, does not have the Twin itself.
You know, that's not too bad here. Right? Soaks up a burn spell every turn if he gets to untap with it. Can block on the ground if necessary. As you can see, he's not going to block here. Doesn't want to lose his Spellskite quite
doesn't
that
want to get it
easily.
burned.
That's right. But it will eat at least a burn spell over the course of this game, and if he can position it correctly, sometimes it can even take care of 2 or 3.
Yeah, Li Shitian's probably doing something wrong if it gets 3, but
Yeah.
it's going to eat like a block and a burn spell or 2 burn spells.
There you go.
Oh, is it? Do we have it?
Steam Vent's untapped here.
Funny. This allows him to both Lightning Bolt the Monastery Swift Spear and... Is it time? See the card at the top of the cards in hand graphic.
He's got it in his hand. Time to get humble? There it is.
How many of you were expecting this particular Fate Reforged card to show up at the Pro Tour? Humble Defector. Tap, draw 2 cards, give this to your opponent. So I want you to imagine that you've put a Splinter Twin on this.
Okay.
And you make a copy of Humble Defector, which has haste, so you tap it to draw 2 cards.
Okay.
And then give it to your opponent. But it's a token, so it vanishes into thin air.
It's also tapped.
Right.
Yeah, so they just don't get a chance to use it ever.
Right. Splinter Twin on this guy is just draw 2 cards a turn for free. I assume that's part of why it's in the deck. I mean, it's also a 2/1, and it's probably not a catastrophe to pay 2 mana to draw 2 cards next turn.
And I mean, look, he just taps it, draws the 2 cards. If he's in a situation where he needs those cards immediately, it's tapped. It's, you know, for the short term,
right?
It's tap, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, you're up 2 cards in the short term.
Yeah, so if you win that turn, for example,
Which
you also
is
don't
how
have
the
to
deck
worry
is drawn
about
up.
Right. So that seems super cool. Look at poor Li Shitian.
Kiki Jiki can copy it too.
What am I supposed to do here?
Mahara's going to defend it. He's going to pay 2 life to Spellskite and defend it. So he clearly thinks Humble Defender is worth more than a burn spell. Wow. All right. A Searing Blaze takes out the Spellskite. Humble Defender lives.
Defector, yeah, it's
Defector,
still alive. So we get to see it in action here. Draw.
And Pestermite untaps it, draw 2 more.
So he's going to draw 4 cards here. And Li Shitian just has to shake his head. Look at him laughing. Mahara's not laughing, though. He did just ship Humble Defector to his mono red opponent. Remember?
Yeah, I gave him a 2/1 creature.
Yeah, the 2/1 creature is one thing, but also just, you know, the chance to draw on average a burn spell or, you know, 2 burn spells sometimes here for Li Shitian is going to be welcome on his side.
I bet Mahara has more practice figuring out when to tap it to draw cards and give it to the other player than Li Shitian does.
That play was sweet. And he just drew 4.
Yeah, Pestermite and Deceiver Exarch obviously combo with it super well.
Now they're just playing Pong. So send it right back over to Mahara. I wouldn't be shocked, though, if it died, right? If Li Shitian's plan is, okay, well, I activate it, I'll get my 2 cards, and now any spell in his deck kills it. No, he's letting him untap with it. This is super interesting.
Wow, speaking of unexpected cards, Seth Manfield playing a burn deck is being forced to deal with having his mountains turn into islands by spreading seas out of a merfolk opponent who has gotten to 6-0 with fish.
Marco Lombardi from Italy. We did see merfolk top 8 the last Modern GP. It's
a deck.
Might be a real thing. Mahara, relatively newly minted Hall of Famer.
Yeah. With a relatively newly minted Spellskite defending him now.
Remember, this is game 1. He's drawn now 2 Spellskites. He's got to be happy about that.
Response.
Lightning Helix targets Pestermite here. Li Shijian does not feel like he can go for Mahara's life total. He just wants to keep the combo out of play.
Jeez, speaking of the combo, how about infinite Spellskites here? And now Humble Defector's getting its beat down on?
Evidently.
It's been a super sweet game so far. That Humble Defector from Fate Reforged is just... It's so funny. It was draw 2, send it back, and now he's getting beaten down by Humble Piker here. Gets in the red zone. 2 Spellskites on board, 1 already in the graveyard, and 1 blue mana at the ready for Mahara. With 2 of them, he can now redirect 1 burn spell to one, another burn spell to the other, and this becomes incredibly difficult for Li Shijian to actually get through, because even consecutive burn spells doesn't get a job, doesn't even kill 1 Spellskite now. And even if Li Shijian tries to kill the Humble Defector, he knows he can't do that either, so Mahara kind of has a soft lock on the game right now.
Yeah, the Humble Defector is kind of the... Oh, Kiki Jiki. Good grief. How do you feel about making a copy of Humble Defector with Kiki Jiki?
Look at Li Shijian.
Head in his hand. What is going on?
What just happened to me?
And Humble Defector is like the cool new tech thing that's going on here, but don't lose sight of those Spellskites.
Yes.
That is, I think, a really smart metagame call for Makihito Mahara. He was expecting a field full of burn, and he's just causing nightmares for Li Shijian with those Spellskites. Plenty of blue mana. First one doesn't cost him any life to redirect.
So Marco Lombardi from Italy did win his first game against Seth Manfield. The Pern player losing to the Merfolk player.
Master of the Wave seems pretty good against burn.
Yeah. Mono red, or protection from red.
Yeah.
That means you get to keep all your elementals and things get out of hand there.
18 King 3 life. Yeah, now 18. 11.
This Mahara deck is awesome.
It's awesome.
I wonder how much of his 4-2 is limited versus constructed, if we have the ability to find out what his draft record was. Well, speaking of Splinter Twins, Jelger Vigersmal just assembled the combo.
Yeah, defeats David Ochoa in game 1 over there.
Oh, Ochoa made it to the King of the Hill table?
With Abzan, he's at 5-1. Though he's down a game. Jelger is very comfortable there. Doesn't want to move it. So Mahara
like
was 2-1.
2-1 in draft, so he's 2-1 in constructed.
Right.
The Spellskites just keep eating burn spells, but Li Shijian drew what he needed. Oh, the burn off the top. He digs with Humble Defector. He hasn't, I don't know what he can find. Wow, he paid
right
for one too many Spellskites.
Yes, he did. So those could not be redirected.
Right, Lava Spike is target player.
Yes.
You cannot redirect Lava Spike to your Spellskite.
And so is Skullcrack. So, wow, we'll be back with more right after these messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Fate Reforged accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Standard is the name of the game at Fate Reforged Game Day. Join the battle on February 14th and 15th at your local game store. Visit wizards.com/magicgameday for more information.
All right, back in the feature match area, let's take a look at our back table there. Lucas Blohan, he's playing against Jacob Wilson. And as we join the match here, Wilson's up a game. Lucas is on blue-red twin, a more traditional.
Lots of twins seems to be floating toward the top.
And they took away Jacob Wilson's birthing pod, but
they did.
He just put some more creatures in and is running Abzan anyway.
Yeah, he's basically. I mean, it's Abzan, but heavily green-whitish. 3 Gavany Townships, 4 Voice of Resurgence.
What does that remind you of?
Right, exactly.
It's funny, right?
No, he doesn't have the Lilianas that most of the Abzan decks
Yeah.
are known for. It's not like he took the normal green-black deck and fiddled around to put Siege Rhinos in. It's more he took the Birthing Pod deck in and just changed it as little as he could. Wiltleaf Lieges are the newest card. Game 1 sounds like it was Wiltleaf Liege, Loxodon Smiter, Voice of Resurgence. That'll get it done.
That sounds very fair.
Sure.
I mean, that's a green and white creature beatdown?
Green and white creature beatdown.
All right, I'm in. All right, looks like Lucas wants to show him an unfair card. Here's Vendilion Click. It says, take a look at your hand. And yeah, it's what we just described. It's a trio of lands, and then a bunch of green and white creatures, a little bit of black for a Siege Rhino. There's a Loxodon Smiter up top, the Siege Rhino you see in the middle. Kasali Pride Mage, great utility spell even here in Modern. And then 3 lands, including Gavany Township, which can be really important in the late game in case Plan A doesn't quite pan out the way that you hope. So Siege Rhino goes to the bottom of the library, but of course, Jacob's going to get to draw a card off of that effect as well, so he's going to replace it with something else. Looks like that was a Razor Verge Thicket that he drew.
These guys are 5-1, so Jacob pretty much picking up where he left off in terms of his Modern excellence.
A Kitchen Finks here for Wilson. That's what he drew. And Blohan is going to keep the beatdown train rolling here. And Wilson's life total falling quickly. Down to 12. Jacob's ranked 15th right now. Lucas, not currently ranked, but he's somebody who's been up and down. Oh, here's Cryptic Commando on Kasali Pride Mage.
Yeah,
It's
no
gonna
Pride
be
Mage for
counter
you.
Draw, yeah. Pride Mage can kind of hang around, add a bunch of damage, and also
oh, but here's the Smiter.
Interrupt the combo. But yeah, here's Loxodon Smiter as a follow-up play. I guess it was a Razor Verge Thicket there as well for Wilson. That must have been his regular draw step for that turn. Blohan.
It's hard to imagine Blohan winning this without the combo. I mean, Vendilion Click hits hard, but it doesn't hit as hard as a green-white creature beatdown deck.
Yeah, Jacob has 7 power on 2 creatures. Just bang. Vendilion Click, very efficient even at beating down, but not the kind of efficiency that Wilson's going to get here.
Luke is struggling with this Scry here off the Serum Visions.
That's right. Those 2 cards you see on his right hand. He's trying to really decide. He's got to plan this out perfectly. He put both on top. I saw the second one was a Cryptic. First one was a red card, maybe a Bolt. Can't quite see it. All right, there's that 5th land. So
Vendilion Click playing defense?
Apparently, what is it blocking? Is he going to block and bolt against the Smiter? Yeah, he is. Why don't we jump over to our main table where we have Makahito Mahara playing his humble version of the
humble twin
deck, yeah,
or Grixis twin, if you prefer,
against Li Shitian, who set that last game up nicely with burn. So
that was really well played by Li Shitian.
Yeah, the interaction at the end was he had 6 points of burn in his hand, and while Mahara had a kind of lock as far as protecting his board state with 2 Spellskites going, Spellskite can only redirect spells to itself that could target it, and both Skullcrack and Lava Spike target players and cannot target Spellskite, so they resolved, and that was the rest of his life. Like you said, he was pretty aggressive, about redirecting, protecting his board state earlier, and I came back to get him there in the end as Li Shitian combined those 2 specific burn spells to finish off Mahara.
Li Shitian closing in on 200 career pro points. You'll get there with a good finish here.
That's a lot of a lot of pro points.
He's got 3 Pro Tour top 8s.
In Standard, Lee was playing Jeskai Ascendancy combo a lot.
True.
And he had the opportunity to play some of that here and has eschewed that for burn.
Yeah, if you follow him on Twitter, he's been pretty public about his ambivalence on this deck choice. He said it was kind of a metagame call for him. He wasn't in love with it, but he was convinced it was the right play, but didn't sound super confident. Just concluded this was the best he could do. Sometimes you just have a read on the metagame where you think you've got the right deck and you know it's flawed, but if you don't expect to run into the bad matchups, then that's what you're supposed to run.
Yep. Lee fetching on his upkeep here.
No, hold on.
5.
So it looks like Mahara's considering playing a Pestermite or something of that sort to get in the way, or excuse me, to tap down the Swift Spear.
He's got the whole combo in his hand.
It is interesting though, because Li Shitian also, he has landfall here. The last thing Mahara wants is to get Searing Blazed.
Yeah, so he's not willing to block.
No, he is Searing Blaze proof. Oh, Li Shitian says, I'll bolt your head in response. And doesn't kill the Deceiver Exarch, and this could be it.
What is Li Shitian holding?
What does he have?
That doesn't kill an Exarch.
No. There are a few cards that the red deck can bring in for the sideboard to try to take care of this matchup. Combust comes to mind.
Oh, there's a Destructive Revelry in his hand. I was like, why would he play the Lightning Bolt there if he can no longer kill the Exarch? But Destructive Revelry can kill the Splinter Twin itself.
So right now, Mahara is staring at that wooded foothills.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out whether to go for it.
Just the most ominous wooded foothills ever.
And he is going to go for it.
And it will resolve. And here is where Li Shitian. So what's happened
He made
here,
a token. He pointed the untap ability of the token at the initial Exarch.
That's right.
Now's the point where Li Shitian is going to respond.
And if he does this, it'll interrupt that chain. Or I should say, when he does this, it will interrupt that chain. It'll also get an extra 2 damage into Mahara. Yeah, this is very bad news. Now, the upside here, though, for Mahara is, yes, his Splinter Twin will die, but the Exarch will not. And if he's got another one, he can just try to go for it again. And, I mean, how many answers can Li Shitian really have?
Right. Yeah, this definitely clears the path for a second Splinter Twin. Like you say, it's hard for Li Shitian to kill this creature twice, although, I mean, potentially Lightning Bolt plus Searing Blaze could kill it.
And, you know, Lee does have both of those here. Also, you know, is Mahara inclined to start blocking at some point here? I would assume no, but Mahara's down to 9. A second Swift Spear, and now Mahara.
Yeah, he's got to feels like he has to block now.
He has to block now, yeah. And here's Searing Blaze.
Yep, loses his Exarch.
And that was 5 damage hitting Makihito Mahara that turn, even with the block. So he drops down to 4. And it was a skull crack that
Does
got
get the skull crack.
Inquisition. Which means he might have one more draw, especially if he's got a Pestermite or yeah, he has a Pestermite in his hand here. This is a big draw step for Li Shijian.
Yeah,
So
yeah. You run out
here's
Pestermite.
this.
Mahara needs to top deck a Splinter Twin, or does he have 3 red for Kiki Jiki? I believe he does.
1, 2, 3. Yes, he does.
6 outs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the Kiki Jiki is considerably worse, given that Li Shijian could easily have a way to interact. Mahara does not look happy, but it's hard to tell with him. Yeah, he's past the turn back, so he didn't immediately
He's
go
at the
for it.
let's hope you've drawn blanks stage. If Li Shijian drew a land last turn and draws a land this turn, then
He can
Mahara
take
will
2,
get another draw phase.
and he gets a draw step to try to hit him. If Li Shijian has anything, I mean, Mahara can't block, right?
Correct. He's got to keep Pestermite alive.
He's just got to keep it alive and hope to rip and hope that Li Shijian has nothing.
Yeah, he's dead to all spells.
Right.
I mean, I guess Destructive Revelry has no targets. He's not dead to that one yet, but he would be unable to win through it, so pretty much dead to all spells.
That was a mountain.
Well, last turn was a Bloodstained Mire.
Okay, so it
He
looks like
gets that one
Mahara's
last-
actually going to get another
Gets
draw
that one
step.
last draw step, and
God, it was
flip
spell
of the
Sky.
wrist. Does that buy him a turn?
Do anything here?
Sort of.
Yeah, it does.
He has to block with Pestermite, though, doesn't he?
No, he's at 3.
He's at 1.
He's at 1.
He's not at 3.
He's not at 3. All right. Well, he's now stabilized the board.
He's still dead to most spells.
He's dead to the dome only ones, but like lightning bolts don't get it done. Lightning Helix doesn't get it done here.
No, all fair enough.
Snapcaster Mage to say, yeah, you got 2 lands. I guess he had no other spell to bring back and would prefer to have an Inquisition.
Only legal target.
Yeah. I mean, he assumed that there was 2 lands there. Remember, Li Shijian could just fire it off at him in response. So, Li Shijian, now, again, he needed to draw a spell on either of the last 2 turns to win the game on the spot. The subset of cards that win him the game on the spot has shrunk. It is not a spell now, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, those burn spells will get redirected to Spellskite, but Monastery Swiftspear is still going to keep attacking.
I mean, he can trade it.
Right.
Like, Mahara can block and force him to have something.
Well, I think Li Shijian just drew a third land.
He drew a Foothills. He did.
Crazy.
God, is Mahara getting another draw step trying to find Splinter Twin?
Well, he doesn't have the Pestermite anymore, so
of course.
Splinter Twin doesn't actually do anything by itself.
Does he
needs
have
2 cards?
What does he have in his yard now?
Nothing that nothing for Snapcaster made.
Just no food at all.
Yeah, he would have done better than Inquisition versus a hand he probably already knew was blank.
Yeah. All right, so Mahara gets another draw step at
Shijian
Cryptic
is thinning.
Command at this point, yeah.
The twin deck on the back table, by the way, Lucas Blohan managed to assemble Snapcaster Mage with Splinter Twin. He was casting Cryptic Command 6 times in the match against poor Jacob Wilson. Just lethal attack, tap them.
I agree with, by the way, the assessment of poor Jacob Wilson in that spot. Oh, he found the lava
There we
spike.
go.
Oh, and he did draw the Splinter Twin, too.
Drew the twin, but after the Pestermite was obliged to block. So
huge
Li
smile for
Shijian
Li
wins.
Shijian. Good for him. He moves on to XN2 while Mahara picks up his 3rd loss of the day.
Cool deck, though. Cool tech. I think a lot of people are going to have to look at that deck list and try a lot of angles before we pass judgment on it.
I agree. All right, back On our text table here, this is Lucas Blohan.
This is the game with the 6 cryptic commands. It's not over yet. Oh, he finally slogged through.
What?
6 cryptic commands was not good enough.
How do you beat that?
You just keep turning them sideways.
Wow. So
eventually, you get to wait until your attack step to turn them sideways instead of having them turned for you by cryptic command.
by the way, another
Crazy.
win for Gavany Township. You saw those counters on all the creatures. That card has been wrecking the late game.
Fair.
And we're going to jump over
He's on
to
the big bird plan. Bird of
Marco
Paradise was
Lombardi,
5-6.
who is playing Merfolk.
Oh, cool.
And he's up against Seth Manfield, who we saw earlier in the day. And he is on, ta-da, burn. He's burning people out, too.
Merfolk deck's up a game here, though, right?
It is, and I have to say, traditionally, this is not a great matchup for the Merfolk deck. The burn spells can easily manage the board state of the Merfolk player.
Yep. Looks like Marco's got a handful of Pro Tours.
And since the Merfolk deck is so dependent on creating, 2, 3, 4 creatures at once, each one you pick off shrinks the other ones, and eventually they're all gone.
If you get the burn player to point all of his red spells at your creatures, you're kind of winning.
At least you're even.
I mean, the Merfolk deck can win with 1 or 2 cards, just attacking, turning them sideways often enough. The burn deck kind of needs 7.
I think the downside here, though, is that like Manfield has cards like Monastery, Swift Spear, and Goblin Guide that can do that same thing while he just picks off all your creatures.
Potentially, yeah. I'm just saying, I'm not sure the burn side is the better side of this matchup.
Well, right now, looks like neither player has any creatures on the battlefield. There is a Lord of Atlantis for Marco Lombardi, though, so he's back. And oh, there's that Spell Skite again. Bane of burn players. It's on the stack right now. Thoughts on playing the Spell Skite first and then playing?
I would have played the Spell Skite first. I'm surprised he played the Lord followed by the Spell Skite.
I'm not sure why he did that, because right now the Spell Skite's on the stack and the
Well, I guess
Lord
he
could
wasn't willing to pay 2 life to save the Lord. He was like, the Lord's job. If the Lord needs a burn spell, I'm okay with that. That must have been what he was thinking.
So you got to prefer to have the option.
Yeah, he just could have given himself an option that he chose not to.
I mean, he does have Seth down to 15 here. He's at 13 himself. Looks like Seth has 5 cards in hand or 4 cards in hand.
Wow, is Marco hellbent? He's holding his graveyard right now.
Yeah, he's no cards. I'll helix you.
All right, you may as well pay 2 life rather than take 3.
Right. The
Although
only thing it changes,
then there's damage on the Spell Skite so that Seth can choose to target it. Marco basically saved 1 life for himself by making his Spell Skite vulnerable.
I don't know. I think it's like, that's what his job is, right?
I mean, if you untap with a bunch of blue mana, though, now he can start redirecting them
without the life.
Without the pain, with the Phyrexian mana.
That's true.
So I assume Seth will just point the next burn spell at the Spell Skite.
Shard Volley you.
Shard Volley, wow.
Lombardi takes it. He's down to 8 life.
Wow.
Didn't want to lose the Spell Skite there. Gets to untap with all that mana. And here it goes, attacking in there. Manfield draws his card. Now, he's found a Lava Spike. Yeah,
Sounds like Jelger Vigersma is still the king.
What?
Turn 3 Exarch, turn 4 Splinter Twin. I'm comfortable. I'm going to hold on to this chair for another round. Jelger gets to 6-0-1.
We shouldn't have told him about the King of the Hill thing. He really, really latched onto that.
It's 2-1. David Ochoa did get 1 game from him.
So where do you have me at? You have me at 40. You are at 40. I'm at 14 now. I'm at 5.
So Marco has Seth. Yeah, 14. Okay.
There you go.
Tidebinder Mage now for Lombardi.
2 untap blue.
Untap.
It's untapped, Marco, which is Not good news usually.
Pair of Boros Charms.
That could do it right here.
That is target player. Yeah, Marco's going to read it. Can I redirect it? Can't choose a new mode, so no.
And if that one's going to resolve, this next one is likely to as well. Wow, he even drew the lava spike just in case. And that's going to do it. Seth Manfield. Now, I did see a handshake there.
Was that the match? We were told the Merfolk player was up a game.
Yeah, but it looks like that was a game 3 there.
Oh, that was game 3?
Yeah, it looks like it. I saw Seth write down 2-1 on his match slip. So, yeah, that must have been. And those games do go really quickly.
Sure.
You know, the burn decks.
All right, so Seth Manfield, 7-0.
Wow.
Yeah, that was 6-0, 6-0.
Yeah.
Seth moves to 7-0. Sitting in great shape.
So he's at 7-0 with mono red and a 3-0 limited performance, and he just beat the Merfolk player who was trudging along quite nicely at 6-0 and still looking pretty good too. I am curious to see if that deck does anything. I know that's one of those decks that has never had, the big finish in Modern.
Right.
But
it's always been lurking around the edges.
People love that deck.
There was a month or two where it was maybe the best deck on Magic Online, but that was a while ago, and it didn't last. So
no. What's the weaknesses to a deck like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just none of your stuff is broken. Like, all your stuff is just kind of good. But
Making the mistake of playing fair?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, what do you do against the Splinter Twin player, right?
Right.
Oh, you have Spell Skites, but I mean, your cards aren't broken.
Yeah. All right. Well, why don't we send it back to the news desk and Richard Hagan.
Rounds to go. Let me bring you a few scores that are coming in. Austin Burcevic is up to 7-0. Fantastic job by him. That's because Marco Camilluzzi could not stop the Burcevic juggernaut. For now, Camilluzzi falls to 6-1. Remember, there were 3 Italians at 6-0. Roberto Esposito was there. Camilluzzi, of course, and Marco Lombardi were at 6-0. Camilluzzi falls to 6-1. Now, 6-1, Hall of Famer Zvi Moshevitz, winner of the Solution Pro Tour. That was Tokyo 2001. He is in great shape at 6-1. It's been a while since he's been in the thick of things, and he really is right now. Huge difference, though, between 6-2 overnight, which basically means you need to do it all again and better on day 2 to be sure of your place in the top 8, or 7-1, where you are ahead of the curve, and you know that 6 more wins, 5 more wins, and then a draw almost certainly puts you over the top into the top 8. Now, here's a lovely story. Stephen Murray of Scotland, he was posting on Facebook about the most hideous journey to get here. He said, a terrible Pro Tour, and I haven't even played round 1. He went to one continent, his luggage went to another, he missed a plane, he missed another plane, he lost a hotel. It was just chaos, and he was not in great shape coming in today. Well, now that the Magic started, rather than the life, well, now things are great. He is 6-1. Congratulations to him. Great shape for the Scot, one of the finest Scottish players there's ever been. Eric Froelich is 6-1. Now, remember, he and his teammates, Paul Cheon and Louis Scott-Vargas, who won the Grand Prix last weekend, they all started out 3-0. Paths have somewhat diverged since then. Eric Froelich, 6-1. Paul Cheon, 5-2. He's just been beaten by Stephen Murray, who I was telling you about from Scotland. And then Louis Scott-Vargas went from 3-0 to 3-3, but has now won. So Louis will be back on day 2. Really needs to win his last round to get to 5-3 to be in with a realistic chance of even beginning to make that run towards a top 8 berth on Sunday. Who else do we have? Well, at 6-1, we have 2 more J's to tell you about. John Finkel is 6-1. Another Hall of Famer, one of the 2 greatest players of all time. He is in the thick of things. Did he play Storm? I don't think he did. We'll see more with him later on. Frank Carsten, another Hall of Famer, is 6-1. The other J I wanted to tell you about, Jacob Wilson, of course, 6-1. The Podmaster, now just the Modern Master, because he is dominating Modern again. The finalist from the last Modern Pro Tour in Valencia 2014. But as I mentioned, on Thursday, a group of players agreed to come in and chat to us about their hopes and expectations, and we don't often get the luxury of finding time to talk to some of our finest Japanese players. We had a translator on hand, and Shota Yasuoka has already proved that he's a terrific modern player. He won, of course, the Players' Championship was very much in contention for that. He dominated the Swiss rounds in 2012 of that event with modern, Ether Vials and the like. So why don't we take a little time now to have a word with Shota Yasuoka.
I'm here with Pro Tour champion, Player of the Year, 371 lifetime pro points holder, Shota Yasuoka, also generally recognized as one of the great, exciting deck builders in the game. Shota, I'm really excited to talk to you about playing Magic and get a little understanding about how you build decks. What is your philosophy when you are sitting down to build a constructed deck, specifically, such a big format like Modern?
モダンのね、いろんなデッキがある中で、その中で安岡さんがデッキを作るにあたってのフィロソフィー、哲学みたいなのを少し教えてください。
やっぱり全てのデッキに勝てるようにするというのが一番でかいですね。
His number one goal is to try to beat all the decks that are out there. That's number one.
Yes, and みんながあまり知らないようなデッキ使うっていうのも一つ。
And it's kind of fun to use the deck that nobody really have found out.
Eternal Witness, Ether Vial, Cryptic Command. Now, is that something you consciously try to do? Are you looking to play this crazy deck? I mean, is that you have this reputation as something of a mad scientist when you're building a deck? Do you want to do that, or will you say nope? This is the best deck today, and I'm going to play that. Do you deliberately try to play the crazy deck?
デッキを作る際に特別ちょっとクレイジーというかみんなが考えつかないようなデッキをわざと使うっていうのが楽しいのか、強いデッキを単純に
基本的に強いデッキですね。
He trying to build the deck that are good and strong against a lot of other decks.
自分ではクレイジーだと思ってはいないんで。
He doesn't think it's crazy. The decks that he built not crazy.
I mean, good crazy. So now, do you feel like you're at a disadvantage? Like you famously practice by yourself when everybody has super teams. Is that something that works in your favor or works against you when you come to a Pro Tour?
他の国とか他のプレイヤーを見てもチームでデッキを作ったり調整したりっていう場合がありますけど、安岡さんはどちらかというと一人でそれを行われるということで、それっていうのはアドバンテージがあるかディスアドバンテージだと思いますかっていう、そっちの方がいい？
いや、特には考えてはないですね。やっぱり時間があんまかかんないっていうアドバンテージはありますけど。
一人でやる方が。
はい。
He doesn't really thought about it, but the one big advantage is that it doesn't take too long to. If he works on by himself, it's his time, and it doesn't take too long.
Okay. Now I know you do work by yourself, but you get to a lot of events, all around the world. Are there any young Japanese players who have impressed you? And someone we should keep an eye out for who's going to be the next, maybe breakout star from Japan.
日本の次のスターは誰か挙げるとしたら誰でしょう？
角前君、照屋角前。
照屋角前。
Grand Prix Kobe.
Kobe, yes, champion.
Burn deck.
Burn deck, yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. He's going to be playing this weekend?
Yes.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for him, but we'll also keep an eye out for Shota Yasuoka, Player of the Year, Pro Tour champion. Maybe trying to cross the 400 lifetime pro points sometime soon. So, thanks a lot.
All right, so thanks very much to Shota Yasuoka and, of course, to our ability to bring you that with translation. So thanks so much for that. Someone else coming right up, and that is Pro Tour champion Ari Lax.
I'm here with Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir champion Ari Lax. Ari, you waited a long time for your first Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah.
And then when you got there, you made it count. And I was going to ask you if being a Pro Tour champion and making it into the Pro Tour top 8 actually felt any different. But from what I understand, it didn't actually feel any different until today.
Yeah, it really hasn't. And then I was, waiting in line, waiting for registration today with everybody, and then someone looks at me and is like, there's a line for Platinum players over there, and I'm just like, oh yeah, and I just ducked out and cut in front of everyone.
It's pretty sweet. You also could have used the "I'm getting interviewed" line and gotten in, but that's another thing. So, Team TCG player, you guys have been together for a couple of events now. You have more than a couple, and you have a couple of Pro Tour champions on the team. You have a few top 8s. Yep. Tell us about the team and what your preparation was for this tournament.
So it's been very similar to how we've had it. We have the same, we have a set of core members who have remained on the Pro Tour, plus some people who are around the silver boundary who are like usually on. Same process of who is qualified that doesn't have a team, votes, up votes, down votes, get new people in and start testing early as much as possible, but not, go crazy and do 8-hour days every day because some of us have work to do.
Right.
But yeah, I like our new additions. We added a lot of Northeast guys who top 16, GP New Jersey, specifically Jarvis Yu, Ross Merriam. We picked up Alex Magellan for this Pro Tour.
Magellan seems like a good addition for a modern Pro Tour.
If you're going to choose someone, we have a lot of role players on our team. We have Craig Wesco, who plays the Craig Wesco role really well. If you want another role player, Alex Magellan's not a bad place to start.
Right. So, modern. This is a format that you know well. You have a 9th place finish at a Modern Pro Tour earlier, your closest finish before Kanza Tarkir. How do you feel going into a format where the format gets this huge shakeup? Because Modern doesn't usually get a big shakeup from a new set because only a few cards will go into the eternal formats. But there's formats that are established, and then there's formats that get shaken up by a banned and restricted list, like this one did. Which do you prefer, and what's the difference between those two formats?
I don't have a huge preference either way. It's just it's very similar. It's just the results are different. Like one of them, you have like a known target, and in Modern especially, there's ways to outmaneuver a known target very easily. Whereas with a new format, you have a bunch of unknown targets. And you're like, okay, what's good and what's not good, and like you have a little more leeway in your decisions. But that also makes it a little harder because you find something, you're like, is this even good enough? And like you're always digging deeper. Whereas in a known format, you're like, yes, this does what it needs to do. What's next?
Right.
I don't really have a preference. Maybe one's a little more work than the other, but
Do you guys feel like you're able to not only hone in on what the best deck will be in this format, but like what you need to do to beat it?
Yeah, I think it seemed pretty easy this time around.
Yeah, you don't think there's a big guess at stake or anything like that?
There's a few question marks, but nothing I'm too afraid of on a large scale. Like if someone shows up with a great deck that we didn't expect, I don't expect it to be a huge percentage, and you don't have to beat every single person in the field, just the 13 that sit across from you.
Big part of your win at Pro Tour Kanza Tarkir was limited.
Yeah.
You had a great limited tournament. You taught us all about secret plans and about 5-color in general.
Mm-hmm.
How has limited been going for you with the addition of Fate Reforged, and who really kind of pushed on your team for getting everyone in shape in limited?
I mean, same person as always, Chris Fennell.
Okay.
But I've felt pretty comfortable with Fate Reforged Limited. I mean, I think I've made the finals of the last four of the last 5 Moto drafts I've been doing in the last few days. So I'll take that as confident. I think our sit-down meeting went well and smoothly, which implies that we all agree on a lot of the things we're saying. And
explain really quickly to people what a sit-down meeting is for a playtest team.
Basically, for Limited, we try to talk about it in advance a little bit and do a bunch of testing. But when it comes down to it, usually the Tuesday or Wednesday before the Pro Tour, we put the setup on a TV, and we just go card by card, usually by rarity. So we say, these are the commons, what are the best commons? How does each common and each color fit? What are the niche uses of this card? Next, the uncommons. And then each uncommon that's good is like, is this better than the best commons? Then each rare is this better than the best uncommons? And so on and so forth. So that went very quickly this time around, very smoothly, and not just because it's a smaller set than usual. I think that's just a sign that we really had the last format figured out, and the new cards being added to it, everyone kind of understands where that's going from there.
Awesome. Well, good luck this weekend, Relax.
All right, thank you so much to Relax. Now he's struggling. He needs to win to come back tomorrow. So he's at 3 and 4. Time to go over to the video wall now. We've got another deck guide for you lined up. Very popular player from North America, but not from America. We go north to Canada. Here comes Alexander Hayne.
Welcome back, everybody. Brian David Marshall, pleased to be joined by Pro Tour Avacyn Restored champion Alexander Hayne. Alex, no secret here, right? You love a control deck.
I do.
And you're really looking for any excuse to play a control deck.
Yeah, I think if all things are equal, then I'll usually pick the control deck.
So there have been some shake-up to Modern. We had some new cards introduced. We had some cards banned. We had a card unbanned. What happens there that makes you think, yes, it's time to play control?
Well, Birthing Pod being banned is definitely a big thing. That it was a deck that was another deck that required a specific set of answers, and it's hard to grind out the value that Pod would get you, as well as like the Treasure Cruise decks would also get a huge amount of card advantage. And as a control player, you're trying to answer their threats and then play some card advantage spell of your own to pull ahead, and it's very hard when they have the better spells than you do, basically.
Right. Okay, so we're going to talk about Jeskai control. This is a deck that's been a big part of Modern. We've seen it do well at the World Magic Cup level. We've seen it do well on the Pro Tour. We've seen it sort of straddle Splinter Twin. Talk to us about the early game for a Jeskai control deck here. I see some counter spells. I see a Wall of Omens. What are you trying to do?
So you're trying to basically trade 1-for-1 with your opponent's cards with cheap removal and counter spells, like Remand, Mana Leak, Spell Snare, and you play a Wall of Omens so you can block their Well in the Cattle or something, or maybe you have to Lightning Bolt it or something. And so you basically are playing these cheap spells to deal with what your opponent's doing because you have a better late game than them, so you want to prolong the game if possible.
Sure, so when we take a look at the next cards, we'll see some of the cards you already mentioned. Lightning Bolt, Path to Exile, still like almost a continuation of the early game. Like those 6 cards that are there kind of straddle early and mid, right? Like you're just countering and burning and pathing and doing whatever you need to do to get to your late game.
Right. Yeah. You're kind of treading water a bit, so to speak. Your opponents are playing, Wild in the Cattles, and you're playing Lightning Bolts, and that way you're treading water because you'll take a couple hits because the bolts might be slower than Nat Cattles or what have you. Like play the Wall of Omens, and it costs 2, whereas the Nat Cattle costs 1. But eventually you're trying to kind of trump a lot of your opponent's cards.
Now, is this the feeling that once you get to the point where you've reached the Cryptic Command stage of the game, that we're about to enter the end game? Do you feel like you're about to sort of turn a corner?
Yeah, I think Cryptic Command is one of the cards that lets you really turn the corner, and it provides card advantage. So once you've stabilized kind of their early threats, then they play their next threat, and you get the Cryptic, usually, let's say, counter draw, and that pulls you ahead 1 card, and that's just the tiny advantages add up, as well as if you need to get to your later spells, you can tap down their team or bounce something that you weren't able to deal with earlier. So Cryptic's a really important card for turning the corner.
And Cryptic Command, and in fact all these spells that we've talked about, can be a part of the late game here because you have a card like Snapcaster Mage, which lets you now for 6 mana cast a Cryptic Command, or for 3 mana cast a Lightning Bolt out of your graveyard.
Right, Snapcaster Mage is one of the real draws to play this deck. You have a lot of cheap removal spells and cheap counter spells. So Snapcaster on turn 3 is often going to rebuy a counter, let's say a Spell Snare or a Lightning Bolt, and that way you're left with a 2-1, so you pull ahead again. And in the late game, Snapcaster giving Cryptic Command flashback, countering their spell and bouncing the Snapcaster can be a very, very powerful engine.
So folks at home have probably heard of the Pavlovian reaction. I want you to watch Alexander Hayne smile when I talk about the idea of Restoration Angeling a Snapcaster Mage to get the Snapcaster Mage to flashback another spell. Is that really where you like to live when you're playing Magic?
Definitely. I love some value, and that's pretty much as good as it gets. And Restoration Angel with Wall of Omens is also great. And that's why it's one of the premier threats in the deck, along with Vendilion Clique, which allows you to keep up counter mana against like the unfair decks, as well as putting a clock on them. And Vendilion's also some good disruption.
Right. So, we don't really go into all the lands in these little pieces we've been doing out of the decks, but Celestial Colonnade is one of those cards lets you, you get to keep playing out your lands and doing stuff and fixing your mana, but in the end, that's often the card that's taking the last swing of the game.
Yeah, Celestial Colonnade is your ultimate endgame trump. The fact that you have more mana lands than most decks, and that your mana lands are bigger because most of them are 3/3s or 3/4s or something, and Colonnade having Vigilance means you just get to smack them with the Colonnade and often have it black to block a lot of their smaller creatures, which you thereby invalidate. Like, if they have a Signal Pest and a Memnite, they can attack you and you'll probably block the Signal Pest or the Memnite and you'll take a couple damage or nothing if you're blocking the Memnite, but you'll still have your Colonnade, and kind of that allows you to get virtual card advantage.
And talk to me just really quickly before we let you get back out to the floor. How many lands do you want to be playing in a Jeskai control deck? Like, what's the sweet spot?
Well, you want a lot of lands.
Yeah.
It's a very mana-hungry deck, and I think you don't really see lists with less than 26 lands. 26, 27, I think, is a sweet spot. You get to play other utility lands as well, so that you don't flood out too much. Like Tectonic Edge, for instance, can deal with your opponent's threats, and like if they're mana lands and color screw them occasionally, it makes your mana leaks better and going into the late game, things like that. But generally, your lands are more valuable than your opponent's going later, so you want to just keep them in play so that you can attack with more colonnades or play Sphinx's Revelation and really put the game out of control.
You're doing that in Modern too?
Yeah, Sphinx's Revelation is great in every format.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Hayne signing off from the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall.
Thanks very much to BDM and Alexander Hayne. A developing story, I can tell you. Combing through the standings, 6-1, Yuki Ichikawa. He has 2 Pro Tour top 8s from only 6 starts, Journey into Nyx and Magic 2015. He was in the World Championship in Nice. He finished 6th. By my count, his modern record so far in both Grand Prix and Pro Tours in a very limited career is 16 wins and 5 losses. He wins 3 out of every 4. Right now he is at 6-1, just behind the leaders, and he could be in for 3 Pro Tour top 8s in only 7 starts. That's crazy numbers. That's best of all time numbers. Watch out for Yuki Ichikawa. Right now we're going to head back across to the video wall because it's time for another guide to Modern, and this time in the company of Brian David Marshall, it's time for Dan Jordan and Scapeshift.
Hi everybody, Brian David Marshall here. I'm joined by 3-time Pro Tour Top 16 competitor, Dan Jordan. Dan, we're talking about Modern today. We're talking about some of the different decks that you can bring to the table. There's, literally 24 different decks that you could just sort of pluck from a box and play in a Modern event. One of them is Scapeshift. What is the appeal of a deck like Scapeshift in the Modern format? What's the ultimate goal of this deck for people who might not be familiar with it?
Well, you ideally need to get to 7 lands or 8 lands, cast Scapeshift, put Valakut, 1 or 2 Valakuts in play, and then 6 mountains and, kill your opponent. And the ideal, why we chose it, I think, is because we thought it was good for the metagame. A lot of the cards were very strong, and thought it had a good junk match, which would be, highly represented here.
So good against the Abzan decks. All right, let's take a look. Let's just walk through the stages of the game. You talked about getting to 7 or 8 mana, so the first thing you need to do is ramp. So cards like Sakura Tribe-Elder, Searcher Tomorrow, you're just like suspending Searcher Tomorrow on turn 1 and playing a Sakura Tribe-Elder?
Like to suspend this on turn 1 and cast Sakura and block creatures and get lands, prevent damage. Yeah.
Sure, so that's just getting in the way of a whatever. You're just putting it in the way of the first creature that comes its way and getting your land ahead. Where are you on turn 3 or 4 of the game? Like how many lands can you have in play?
Well, I mean, Kamaluzi killed his opponent on turn 4 with 8 lands and Scapeshifted, but I mean, normally you're gonna have 4 lands on turn 3, which is a pretty average draw, and have access to Cryptic Command and such, and other your good spells.
Okay, so let's take a look at the mid game. You've been developing. You alluded to the Cryptic Command. So Remand, Cryptic Command, Peer Through Depths. What are these cards doing for you? You don't have Dig Through Time, which was going to be such a big part of the Scapeshift deck for a while.
So the format is basically based around a lot of 2-mana spells. So Remand's one of the perfect cards. Cryptic Command's just an amazing card. It always has been, and you just need to slow the game down to a point where you're gonna, be at 3 life and probably win the game. And then Peer is so you can. It's just like any times when you need a Remand to stop a good spell for a good card advantage. When you need Cryptic Command, when it's ideal. It's just one of the better cards to get anything you may need at any point in the game.
Right, and at the end, when you're ready to end the game, it can also find you the card you need to kill your opponent, which is the end game. And let's take a look at those cards here. That's Scape Shift. You described it already. You get to what is the exact number of lands you need to have in play for you to win, assuming your opponent's starting the game at 17 life because we're playing Modern.
Right. You need 7 lands. You need the Valakut and 6 mountains.
Okay, and then Valakut, whenever a mountain enters the battlefield under your control, it deals 3 damage to you if you control at least 5 other mountains. So if those mountains all come into play at the same time,
right.
That's good enough, right?
Yeah, correct.
So what are the really good matchups for this deck?
So pretty much Junk is, Junk, you can't really beat Liliana, but it's besides that, it's a pretty good matchup. I would say, honestly, majority of the field is a pretty good matchup. The only things anything that is very aggressive, like robots, affinity.
We're calling it affinity again.
And burn. You don't want to face anything that's super aggressive because without a very combo-y draw, you have a normal average draw, it's not going to be good for you. You want the game to go as long as possible.
You need a very, very specific sequence of cards right on the turn you need to have them to beat those decks.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for talking to us about Scape Shift. Dan, I'm going to let you get out on the floor, get back to work on your 4th top 16, maybe getting that first top 8. For Dan Jordan, this is Brian David Marshall, signing off from the Tournament Center.
Welcome back to the news desk. Thanks very much to Dan Jordan and Scape Shift, which I've got to be honest, Brian David Marshall, is one of my favorite decks in Modern. I love how complex Modern is, and I love how varied Modern is, but I genuinely do enjoy, I do enjoy just that ability to be single-minded and start at 0 and go, oh look,
sure.
It's a really clear path on Scape Shift, right? It's like when you cast Sakura Tribe Elder, you've done something towards your goal.
Sure.
And when you get that extra land, you feel there's a small victory there as I'm looking at 2 land or 1 land on the other side and I've got 2 or 3, and then it builds, and then you go, can I count to the right number? And how excited are the Scape Shift players when they're on the draw and your opponent goes, land, crack, I'm at 18, and you just go, that's my 6 mountains right there. Right?
It's kind of like click, click, click when you're on a roller coaster.
Yes.
Right? Click, 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 click. You get to the top, and then it's like, whee! You get to win. But you're really lying a little bit. You're being a little disingenuous. You don't actually care about the other 56 cards in the deck. You just care about Cryptic Command. You just care about tapping as many blue mana as possible and countering a spell and drawing a card. This is Rich Hagon's filthy little secret.
It's not that secret.
He just loves to crush people's souls with Cryptic Command and counter spells and that kind of thing.
Is that not like universal?
No, some people like crushing people's souls with Lightning Bolt.
Crazy.
There's all sorts of ways you can go.
So, what we want to do is get you to the Master scoreboard with 1 round to go, because now things are bubbling nicely to the top. Why don't we take a look at the 3 players with perfect records and the 1 player with no losses. BDM, look at those 4.
This is unbelievable. So Seth Manfield, someone we had in the Tournament Center early on with his burn deck. We had him in an early feature match, 7-0. We saw him winning Grand Prix Ottawa limited event. So it's a great job by him here. Roberto Esposito.
PTQ winner.
Yeah.
The last one standing of the 3 6-0s for the Italians. The other 2, Marco Lombardi and Marco Camiluzzi, have fallen to 6-1.
Austin Bursovic is a name that's, I think, familiar on the Open Series and the PTQ circuit.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit to the viewers earlier how this is his 2nd PT, but his first was 6 years ago when he was 16, just a kid, and now he's 22 and really delivered. He was 1-5 at his first one. Here we are, completely reversed here.
And then the next 2 players I'm expecting really big things from in the future.
Right, yeah, Jelga Wiegersma, the Dutch
Assuming
Hall
I've
of Famer.
traveled back in time.
Quite. And your number 16 ranked Kentaro Yamamoto. We mentioned Lombardi. Osman Ozguni. Now, quite truthfully, no one would have expected to see a 35-year-old Turkish Magic player right at the top of the standings, because Turkey, they have a small, very passionate community, but they do not have Grand Prix winners and Pro Tour top 8ers. He is doing a fantastic job at 6-1, and I can tell you he's going to be up in the feature match area with a very interesting Fairies deck.
Yeah, people. I know you're excited about that as well.
I am. I wonder what 4-mana blue spell he's playing.
And I know people at home are very excited to see the deck. There's been a clamor to see his deck, and maybe we'll be able to get him into a deck tech tomorrow if possible.
Yep.
Take a look at what the thinking was, because tomorrow what we're going to do is we're going to go deeper into these modern decks, and we're going to actually talk about the actual, these have been very broad. These have been like an introduction to modern.
Sure.
Tomorrow we're going to go very deeply into what makes the 60 cards inside a main deck here in modern.
Sure. Now, we talked about Yuki Ichikawa in the last little break, but let's talk about Hall of Famers. We've already said Jelga Vigasma 6-0-1, but at 6-1, John Finkel, we're kind of used to doing great things, even in these modern small M Pro Tours in the recent years. But Zvi Moshevitz, really, you would have said he's really a decade ago, and he comes along on vacation occasionally. Not this weekend. He's not here to play. He's here to win.
Yeah, interesting discussion that I've been having with Zvi. Zvi recently became a dad. And so Zvi's like, wow, this was a harder Pro Tour to prepare for. It was harder to just pick up and go play test and do all this kind of work. I'll tell you the story off the air. Let's get down to the floor, I think.
We have one round to go. Seth Manfield, Roberto Esposito, 2 of your 3 7-0s. Who will emerge unblemished at the end of round 8? There's only one way to find out for the end, and that's to start it right now.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Fate Reforged. I've got the Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. I'd like to welcome Ian Duke.
Thanks for having me.
R&D developer here, and of course I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, your host. Let's go down to the feature match area for round 8 here from Washington, D.C. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Fate Reforged from Washington, D.C. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Randy Buehler and Ian Duke, and we are ready for round 8 coverage. We've got, well, another Hall of Famer down there in the feature match area, Frank Karsten from the Netherlands, sitting at 6-1. He's playing Affinity. He plays that quite a bit. You take a look at Frank there. He's running the numbers. There's Osman Ozguni from Turkey, also sitting at 6-1, playing a modern staple. Wait a minute. He's playing
an extended
fairies.
staple.
Yeah, there you go.
Playing an extended staple. Hasn't really shown up in modern yet.
Yeah, they unbanned, and by they I mean you and
That's
company, unbanned Bitter Blossom a ban cycle or 2 ago. And, some people thought maybe Fairies comes back. It hasn't, but it looks like Osman here has found a use for it. So let's see what happens in the early stages of this 8th round of Modern here.
It's a pretty slow start for Karsten. He only played 1 card.
1 card. That is woefully behind. Now, this could be the big turn, of course, where he dumps his whole hand. He does have a Springleaf Drum, but his opponent now has 2 untapped blue mana sources. You take a look at Osman. Let's see what Karsten has for the early stages.
First Pro Tour.
It's his first Pro Tour?
His lifetime record is on the screen at 0-0-0.
Wow. Looks like he's played a GP.
Yeah, that looks like a day 2 GP finish.
He day 2'd.
Play Rolling Jar. Yeah.
Well, there was a better turn than the first one,
Mana
guys.
Leak, though.
Go.
Yeah, it runs the Steel Overseer into Mana Leak.
It gets right into Mana Leak there. So as good as that was for Karsten, Osman is, he's not under too much pressure at the moment.
Yeah, that's really what Osman needed here is a slow start from Karsten. The Fairies deck has so many reactive cards like counter spells and Spell Snare and so forth, Mistbind Click, that he just needs time to set up.
So have you had a chance to look at this list, Ian?
Yeah, I've looked at the Fairies list a little bit.
What are we looking at as far? I mean, I hearken back to, what has it been, 5, 6, 7 years now since it's been in Standard, and I remember that deck. Is this similar?
Yeah, it's really similar here. No huge surprises. Most of the nuances are in particular splits of removal spells and counter spells. He does have 2 Jace Balerins in the main deck.
This deck seems sweet.
Yeah. 4 misbind clicks.
I don't know how well it matches up against Master of Ethereum and company, but we'll get at least a little bit of a sample going here. And this is going to be Thoughtcast for Karsten. Gets to play it for just blue thanks to Affinity. The ability. So he's piling up a couple more cards in his hand here.
Against this card. I was. Things changed when Epson became more popular.
It's funny. Osman's done his homework. It's great. He's talking to Frank about how Frank used to argue against including Thoughtcast in the Affinity deck in online articles. And Frank admits, it changed my mind.
So here's a potent threat in the form of cranial plating. Osman declined to counterspell the Thoughtcast. Maybe he's saving his counterspells to go after these high impact threats.
Yeah, Osman said, I have to think. Give me a minute here. Something like a Cryptic Command could be pretty nice here.
And if he did indeed save a counterspell, it looks like he did.
It's a Cryptic Command. He also has Misbind Click ×2. Is that what you guys are seeing in his hand?
Yeah, appears to be the case. And I do like him saving the Cryptic Command for the cranial plating here. Affinity is a deck where, even though he drew 2 cards off the Thoughtcast, a lot of the cards aren't as relevant in the later game, and you really just have to watch out for those single individual threats like a Ravager, like a cranial plating, like an Etched Champion.
Memnite. Sometimes you just gotta send them at now.
And so despite having a lot of cards on the board, Karsten doesn't have a lot of pressure yet, which again is just what the Fairies player needs.
In fact, none.
Yeah.
On that turn. He contemplated making an attack for 0, decided against it. And Osman has now untapped. And can he get that Fairies lock going here? Not currently.
It'll be interesting to see. He does have a Mutavault, which can provide a champion for the Misbind Click, but we'll see. He might wait until combat to bring down the Click and try to ambush one of Karsten's creatures. It's, of course, the age-old dilemma against Fairies. Do I play my spells pre-combat and, play into Cryptic Command, or do I wait till post-combat and potentially play into Misbind Click, tapping the out during combat?
Sure. And in this case, it looks like Osman had a second copy of Cryptic Command. I mean, you got to figure that this is going to start getting quite hard for Karsten to overcome. I mean, you now have Osman having resolved 3 hard counters and really kept Karsten at bay. The question is, when can Osguni turn the corner, right? I mean, we've seen these Fairies decks go from the control route to the beatdown route on a dime in the past. I wonder if it's going to be similar here.
Yeah, and Misbind Click is particularly interesting in this matchup because a lot of Affinity's pressure comes from its lands in the form of Blinkmoth and Inkmoth Nexus. So Misbind actually a tool that can tap those down as well.
Update from the back table, by the way. Austin Bursevich playing Infect at 7-0 is trying to become King of the Hill versus Yelger Vigersma. Gitaxian Probe shows him that Yelger has a turn 4 kill lined up with the twin deck. So Bursevich just kills him turn 3 with his Infect.
I like that plan.
Okay, great shot.
Back into our match here, it looks like Osguni has a Misbind Click during Karsten's upkeep.
Yep.
Opting to tap him out and prevent him from playing spells rather than ambush him during combat.
Now, did he activate his Mutavault here?
He did.
Sure. All right.
But Karsten with the Galvanic Blast, preventing the champion.
Yes.
A 2-for-1 there. That's a huge play.
Wow, that's massive.
Yeah, Osguni has a second Misbind Click in his hand, but now no way to provide a champion for it.
Now, does he have a Fairy Conclave there?
No.
I think that's a Secluded Glen, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cards in hand? Yeah.
So Karsten's still without a ton of pressure, but able to chip away for a few points of damage here and
The
there.
Galvanic Blast there feels huge.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
I mean, we can see Osman's hand. It's kind of garbage at this point.
And as it turns out, that was the singleton Galvanic Blast in Karsten's deck. So just really what he needed there. And honestly, I don't blame Osguni for not playing around it. I mean, it's a card that you see show up in Infinity lists, but not in every list, not in 4 copies a lot of the time. And with few cards in hand, I would have just gone for it as well. I think that was the play.
Yeah, I mean, you talked last turn about the dilemma, right? For Karsten, do you play your spells into the Cryptic Command, or do you attack into the potential Misbind Click? And Osman had both.
Yeah.
Looked good.
So what is Karsten in the tank about here?
Does he have anything left in his hand? He doesn't, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's debating how
What
to attack with his
But what are his
lands.
choices?
Yeah.
Don't you just... Oh, has he got an Ink Moth and a Blink Moth?
Oh,
he had a Ravager.
Okay. Well,
then. There you go.
So he was doing Ravager math here, and the coast is now clear.
Ravager provides a lot to think about, it turns out. And Karsten is the kind of guy who will often just sack a bunch of stuff to Ravager and move all in. Has declined that option here, I guess?
Yes, he has not done it this time.
Go.
And he's just going to pass the turn back after hitting for 4. And Osman needs to find something, and he needs to find it quickly, because that misbind click is stranded in his hand.
Are you asking me or like in general?
No, I'm talking to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't hear what Osman asked him, but looks like he was just
It was a
chatting.
tough play.
I imagine. No, it's my first time, so I asked.
Has been playing his first Pro Tour, but he qualified this the hard way. The MOX, the Magic Online Championship Series.
I was going to say, I thought I recognized his name from Magic Online.
Yeah, that's his online name.
Yep.
I didn't know that was his actual name, though. I thought that must be a superhero I've never heard of or something, but there it is. He's got Mana Leak in hand.
Turn this into a creature.
Yeah.
Turn this into a creature.
So now Karsten has an Ink Moth Nexus attacking, which in combination with the Ravager.
Swing in with.
Got to be close to lethal.
Yeah, I think it can be lethal if he chooses to go for it.
Yep.
And Vendilion Click, which is going to serve sort of the Doomblade route. He's actually going to target himself with it.
Yep. So you might put away that misbind click. He does have to reveal it, though.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
yeah,
a
the
mana
mana
leak.
leak, obviously, yeah.
So the
At this
mana
stage
leak
of the game.
goes away. Yeah, Carson's already got a board state that needs to be dealt with. Having reactive cards stuck in your hand isn't going to get you anywhere. And he's going to block the Signal Pest because that's, what we call a free block here. Now the question is, does Carson have enough to throw everything on Ink Moth?
Yeah.
He's going to sacrifice the one that was going to die anyway, the Signal Pest, but uh-oh.
Is this to Urban Ravager? Sure.
Ravager's now up to 3/3. He could hit for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's not attacking, yeah?
It's actually attacking. That's not attacking.
Yeah,
All
one
right, so
single pest
3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's still a good hit. Hitting for 7.
This is 8, now it's 9, I think.
So Osman boldly leaving the Ink Moth Nexus unblocked, even though Karsten can potentially go all in on it, so to speak, and get the kill.
And you can
poison
see what
counters.
Osman's doing, right? He wants to try to set up his misbind click by having that Vendilion click on the battlefield.
Yep.
But this could be a greedy play.
Ink Moth is lethal, right? If he does move all in?
It
feels
is, yeah.
like it,
So we'll see if Karsten makes the bold play of going in on that. Of course, Osman has 2 mana up, which could represent any number of removal spells.
I think that Frank is
I
thinking
don't-
exactly about what those
I don't
could
think
be.
you move all in here, right? You're so far ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't think it makes sense for Karsten.
I mean, you hit him for 9 down to like 5.
7, 8, and
I like
9.
he's chosen a moderate route just to get in a lot of normal damage
9
with the
regular damage
Ravager
and
and
5.
sort of set up
Yeah, and
for
2 poison.
a pretty easy lethal next turn.
Go.
Draw step here. Looks like a tech edge or something for Osman.
There's another Affinity player in this feature match area, by the way. Roberto Esposito at 7-0, playing against Seth Manfield, also 7-0.
I would like to
And Esposito got it done.
victimize him.
So he's up a game.
Oh.
Wow.
Just read it to be sure.
Did you hear what Osman said?
Lampard,
I would like to
victimize him.
Any of those.
Victim of night here for Osman
Oh, we
Oskumi.
can already.
Yeah, it's a
A
destroy
card-
effect, though.
Yeah, and it kills quite a few things in Modern for
Killed a welding jar.
2 black. Did kill a welding jar this time. Interestingly, Osman did that in the main phase, which means that the thing that gets regenerated, if it were, if it were in combat, it would get removed from combat when it regenerated. But So Karsten getting good value from a jar there.
So a tricky spot for Osman
Oh,
here.
geez.
He'd love to be able to use the misbind click to tap down
Cranial
Karsten's
bleeding
lands,
off the
but
top.
with the Ravager being able to move counters around at will, he can't afford to tap out. He has to at least represent having something.
I'll look up to this.
Now he has to have something. Karsten won't
Go to
even be,
combat?
because of the cranial plating, Karsten isn't even forced to sack Ravager to create a lethal attacker. Click can only block one of those.
Okay. The effect on stack.
Yeah, so he says trigger goes on. But now what?
Yeah, unfortunately, even representing having a removal spell.
I mean, he does have a Mutavault.
Karsten's move is pretty straightforward here. Turn him sideways, and
Two of them are lethal. So yeah, you have to block both the lethal threats.
and the thing is, even if Karsten takes the conservative route here and doesn't move any counters, Osman's still in pretty sorry shape.
Right.
He's
He
sort of
could
in-
also just dump all of his counters over on the
Yeah,
Memnite.
if
On the
Karsten
Memnite,
sacks
yeah,
the
he
Ravager,
can.
then he's basically saying, show me a removal spell or I win.
Right, but Karsten
Karsten's-
doesn't really have any need to do that. He can just keep attacking and sort of put Osman in the abyss mode, chump blocking every turn.
Right.
I'll equip over here.
In fact, he has to chump block twice. It's double
Mm-hmm.
abyss.
And he's going to have that again this turn. And I think that Osman is going to have to scoop him up pretty quickly here. Still has that misbind click in his hand. He's found a creeping tar pit. And I think that's going to do it. He's trying to look scary.
Right.
But the scarf betrays him. And I think that Frank Karsten is just going to go into battle mode here.
I feel like we've seen a lot of this, like aggro decks attacking control decks, desperately trying to stave off lethal for as long as they can.
Yeah,
that's been the mode all day, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
it has, and it's tough too because, you know, a deck like Affinity demands certain answers, but if you look at the Infect deck, it demands sometimes a different suite of answers, and the burn decks are different too.
You look at the 3/7/0 decks, by the way, are 3 different flavors of linear aggression.
Are they really?
There's an Infect deck at
Yeah.
7/0, there's an Affinity deck at 7/0, there's a Burn deck at 7/0. Those are your last
Go
3
to combat.
undefeateds.
Yeah.
Well, Yelger is 6/01 with Twin.
Okay.
That's the other undefeated, but yeah, this aggro gets there.
All right,
Affinity
that's going to
just
do
keep
it.
turning them sideways.
Yeah, so Frank Karsten wins his first game versus Osman Asguni as you get a wider look at our future match. And we'll be back right after these messages.
It's good.
Burn your fate into history. Fate Reforged is now available on Magic Online. Dive into the new set by downloading Magic Online at www.mtgo.com. Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Get ready for Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM on Twitter. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information.
And welcome back to the feature match here at Pro Tour Fate Reforged. Let's take a look at what old Johnny Magic's up to on the back table there. John Finkel is playing.
Not Storm.
He's not playing Storm, and that is a bit of a sub-story here that we can take a
Absolutely.
look at. He's playing against Martin Müller from Denmark. You'll know him.
Martin Müller
from
has
the
a little
World
green
Magic Cup.
number under his life total because Finkel has joined most of the rest of Pantheon on this Infect list.
Yeah, and as I understand it, Pantheon actually chose to play Infect because they expected a lot of Obzon in the field.
Sure, that makes sense. These Lingering Souls have been giving them problems, though.
Yeah, from what I've heard, the Obzon deck they played with in-house was a little bit slower, and the ones they've been facing in the tournament are maybe a little more streamlined, a little bit more proactive.
These Lingering Souls have been big problems.
And it is Mueller up a game. And this is Martin Mueller. This is the Danish captain of the World Magic Cup team. So we saw him last time we were in the booth together, Marshall.
We did.
The Dane Blast.
Yeah, he's the champion.
So the tough thing for the Infect deck here is most of their creatures are 1/1. So each of those Lingering Souls tokens basically requires a pump spell to get through or trades with a creature.
Yeah, Pendelhaven makes that a little easier. We've seen that come up a couple of times, but short of Pendelhaven.
And
you're
even then,
trading.
you're still just left slogging through one by one.
Yeah, I have
which
not
is
seen
tough.
the Infect creatures successfully slog through a Lingering Souls yet. I've seen him come close. I've seen him try. It feels like you really need to get, the Blighted Agent, or you need to set up Distortion Strike, maybe a Apostle's Blessing. Make your guy unblockable.
Distortion
Speaking of
Strike.
Distortion
You just
Strike.
mentioned that card, Randy. That is one of the few ways to get through here, and it's going to work nicely to get in for some extra poison here. So Distortion Strike says target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn, and it also has Rebound. So if it resolves, he gets to do that again on his upkeep. It's a sorcery.
However, Tectonic Edge means there's not going to be anything for Finkel to point this out on the rebound.
Ooh, so Martin just effectively blanked.
Yeah,
the
I can see
Distortion
obliged
Strike.
to target one of the spirits, sure.
And another Inkmoth off the top, though. You know, even if Finkel ever finds a standalone infect creature or a Spell's Guide in this case, I saw that Martin's also got a Liliana of the Veil in his hand that he can use to just snipe that thing right out of there. Yeah, you got to like where Martin Mulla is sitting here behind 4 spirit tokens. He's taken some poison. He's at 3. He's not, completely out of the woods here. And this poison deck can win out of nowhere. There's no doubt about it. But looking at the board, looks pretty good for Mulla.
These guys are both 6'1".
Finkel's just always...
Oh, wow.
Is it time to start beating down? Yes, he is going to start attacking here for 3.
Austin Burcevich, who is the other Infect player in the feature match area this round, he's now our king of the hill. Jagr Vigersma has gone down, and there is a poison deck at 8-0 overnight. It seems like Pantheon has done reasonably well with this Infect list. I mean, John's not in great shape here, but I saw someone on Twitter that's kind of keep track of sort of records by team, and in Constructed, it sounded like Pantheon amongst the big teams actually had the best constructed winning percentage as of like an hour ago.
So Noble Hierarch here, allowing John finally to start profitably attacking into those Lingering Souls tokens.
Yeah, it'll be nice too, because it'll protect his Spell's Guide from Liliana of the Veil also. Though I see that Muller also's got, I believe, a Path to Exile in his hand too. So there's some work to be done, but he's got the tools to do it. Okay, he actually just sacked the Spell's Guide.
I think
so
Exalted is better here than Spell's Guide.
well, after Path to Exile hits that.
Oh wow, gonna replace Liliana?
Wow, that aggressive. Minus it. You sack a creature. So now he's got Finkel down to no creatures on board. Just an Inkmoth to attack with.
The attrition strategy here just on full display.
Yeah.
There's a path for that Nexus. John's down to just lands.
Yeah, John needs to find something like a Vines of Vastwood.
He had one. He lost it to Liliana's plus ability.
Yeah. Yeah, I like how Martin's played this as well. He's left John Finkel with no reasonable attack here. Taking out the Noble Hierarch eventually means that the Inkmoth can't attack on its own through the 1/1 Flying Spirit, so now it's up to actual pump spells to start trading for those tokens. And like you mentioned earlier, Randy, that's just not a long-term viable game plan. And John has nothing this time. He's down to 10 life.
Both players pitch a land to Liliana's plus.
Yeah, these attrition strategies and attacking card quantity, particularly effective against a deck like John's, because as a combo deck, he needs a critical mass of creatures and pump spells to really achieve anything. All of his creatures on their own are relatively weak.
Yeah, especially compared to the modern slate of creatures, which are quite strong.
And we'll let you know if John is able to stitch something together and force a game 3 there. But we want to go back to the fairies and the affinity.
All right, those are not on the battlefield. Now,
they could be
given
if Frank
that
had
it's
been on the
affinity,
play.
it's completely possible. But they're not. So a pair of Mox Opals, Dark Steel Citadel, see a Steel Overseer, and a pair of Master of Ethereum are being thought over here.
So interesting. I was actually wondering whether Osman would leave in his hand disruption. I think on the play, it's a good choice. The affinity deck can be pretty fragile if you take a key card away from their opening hand. I think on the draw, the hand disruption loses a lot of value because the affinity deck might just explode and dump most of its hand on turn 1.
All right. Well, he grabs a Steel Overseer with the Thoughtseize and drops down to 18. It has to be very good, right? I mean, playing Thoughtseize against an aggressive opponent does not feel great unless you're really picking apart their hand in a meaningful way.
Update on a back table, by the way. Seth Manfield has evened things up against Roberto Esposito. So they're going to game 3, and the winner will be joining Austin Bursavich as the only 2 8-0s overnight. Will it be Burn or will it be Affinity?
I just saw a handshake on our other table as well. So Miller's going to win 2 games to 0 over John Finkel.
Yep. John goes 6-2, still in position. Martin Mueller continuing his hot streak, though. 7-1 following up that world team title.
So another slow start here from Frank Karsten with Affinity.
Sure.
Definitely what Osman's looking for. Give him some time to get some lands into play and get his counter magic online. Although I do have to imagine he sideboarded out some number of counter spells or mana leaks, probably not being super effective against the Affinity deck.
Vault Scourge is all that Carson could come up with on his turn. Not amazing.
We see in Osman's hand he's sitting on a Spell Stutter Sprite. Not able to counter the Vault Scourge just yet, but next turn he'll have Mutavault to get that up to X equals 2.
Reveals
He's
it.
going to reveal the Spell Stutter.
Go.
Spell Stutter Sprite seems pretty good against Affinity because the body's so relevant. It trades with so many of their creatures. In particular, the Manlands, Blinkmoth and Inkmoth Nexus.
Right.
Trade for Vault Scourge, blocks the Signal Pest. Definitely.
Results.
Or would have.
Carson has a 3-drop.
Before Master of Ethereum came down anyway.
Yeah, which can get around Spell Stutter Sprite this turn. Could have countered a 2.
16, I'm at 22. Yeah.
But not a 3.
Go. Black mana now? Okay. Sure.
And it looks like Victim of Night is going to work this time, though. For
Karsten doing a quick creature type check on there, making sure it's not a zombie, vampire, or werewolf, which it is not.
What is it, a construct? Or?
It's a wizard.
Is it a wizard?
It's the Master of Ethereum.
Yeah, it's a Vidalcan wizard. Good call, Randy.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a replacement.
Yep, another Master of Ethereum comes down, and what else does he have? Oh, there's that Thoughtcast. You gotta like where Frank's sitting here. He's just resolved one of his better threats and a Thoughtcast all in this one turn.
Thank you. And the Vault Scourge for 2. I take 2.
The Thoughtcasts have been pretty valuable for Karsten so far. I think the way the Fairies deck wants this to play out is sort of as an attrition battle, trying to leverage some 2-for-1s from things like Cryptic Command and Spell Stutter Sprite.
Wow. Carson just went off. He used your favorite mode on Mox Opal there, Randy.
The Lotus Petal
Lotus
mode?
Petaled it, yeah. So if you can tap that for mana, play the second copy, it's legendary.
Which one do you think you should keep?
Get rid of the tapped one.
Usually
and
you
then
keep
tap
the untapped
second
one, exactly.
Yeah, so it's pretty nice. It's a neat little trick that gets around. Lets you get a little bit of extra mana and means that the ones that are stranded in your hand aren't completely useless.
Yeah, getting that Steel Overseer onto the board before Osman could untap and threaten permission is pretty nice there. I mean, Osman basically only got to do one thing on that turn cycle, right? He got to Victim of Night. And Karsten was like, okay, I'm sad that I lost Master of Ethereum, but I'll play Master of Ethereum and Thoughtcast and Steel Overseer. And I think the Mem Knight was last turn, too.
That was a ridiculous turn. He should have Storm comboed off there. He played so many spells.
That Storm count was up to like 5.
And this is the real danger for the Fairies deck in this matchup. We can see Osman Asguni sitting on a handful of reactive cards.
Yeah, how do
that
you catch up?
They just didn't match up in the right way against the Affinity X threats. You know, in part due to Karsten wisely playing around the Spellstutter sprite that he knew about. But it's going to be hard for him to get this presence off the battlefield at this point.
You have no cards in hand, no, Frank?
No, I don't need cards.
Frank. What a great answer. I don't have any in my hand because they're all on the battlefield.
I mean, Batterskull would be a decent play here, I guess, to get something on the board. I don't think just fogging each turn with a Cryptic Command is really going to get him very far. On the other hand, Batterskull not able to block that Master of Ethereum and just allows that Steel Overseer to remain in play, pumping up Frank's army every turn.
It does seem like it's probably better than not playing a Batterskull.
I agree.
Someone tap 4 mana.
This is Cryptic Command? Bounce Draw? No, okay. It's counting problems.
There it is. There's the Batterskull. All right. We'll get a Germ token under that thing, and bang. Batterskull engaged. So that will buy him a few turns here, though. Frank Karsten's army is going to get really big, really fast, and it'll even overwhelm a Batterskull fairly quickly here. Yeah. So Osman still has a lot of work to do. Normally, when you're playing against an aggressive deck, you resolve a Batterskull, you start to feel pretty good about yourself, but Steel Overseer is going to do overtime here. And by the way, the Master of Ethereum has gotten huge.
Yep, each of these Blink Moths threatens to attack for 3 between the Master of Ethereum and the Steel Overseer. And getting counters onto the Blink Moth Nexus is a real advantage for Frank Karsten here because they let him play around Cryptic Command so successfully.
Right.
Karsten can go to his attack step, ask if Osguni has the Cryptic Command to tap his creatures, and if he does, then he can activate the lands afterwards and attack with them.
He's doing the math, which is exactly what Frank Karsten's best at.
Wow, is he thinking
but the numbers are getting very high here.
He's thinking about whether to attack with Mem Knight, which is kind of interesting. The Batterskull can eat the Mem Knight, but if he does, hey, that means Master of Ethereum connected for a bunch. How big is the Master? 8?
Looks like...
If the Master's 8, then...
With the Blink Moths active.
I think he may be obliged to block the Master.
What's the power of this one?
It's 8.
It's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Right, can get to 9 with the Overseer. So were he to block Mem Knight, he'd be taking 3, 6, 9, 18, and even gaining 4 wouldn't be good enough.
Sweet.
Right, if Osman...
Yeah, that's...
I'm doing the math right, aren't I?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think he's obliged to block Masters.
I'm blocking it.
So, all right, fine, take 12. Just 12. Wow. Effectively 8. So with the get 4 life from the Batterskull.
Pass to 18?
Yes, and then you take 12 in
9? Or just 3?
Yes.
No, Mem Knight, 12.
Plus 3 again.
12?
So 12. So that means you go down to 6.
18, 12.
Update on the other Affinity match. Sounds like an explosive start for Esposito, but Seth Manfield had the burn that he needed to get to 8-0. 3-time GP champ. Looking to break through on the Pro Tour.
Putting up the big numbers. Yeah, that's great. Good to see Seth doing well. He's got that burn deck really firing on all cylinders.
So I'm 6, huh?
Meanwhile, so is Frank Karsten. Take a look at this board state. Now things are getting out of hand. Like you mentioned, Ian, the Blink Moth Nexuses now have counters on them, meaning the Cryptic Command gets significantly worse.
And
also,
in fact,
the Steel Overseer is still going.
Yep, with Osman at 6, now even a Cryptic Command doesn't get him out of this because...
He's dead.
Yeah, I mean, if he lets Frank attack, Frank has lethal there even without the Blink Moth Nexuses. If he taps all of Frank Karsten's creatures, then afterwards the Blink Moths animate, and
They're lethal all by
and they're
themselves.
lethal. So I think all Osman can really do is tap Frank's team and try to bounce the Master of Ethereum back to his hand.
But then the Steel Overseer just gets him anyway, right?
No, I don't think so, because if he wanted to get counters on the Blink Moths, he'd have to activate them before the tap resolves from the Cryptic Command.
Ah, right, of course, because that would also tap down the Overseer.
Yeah, so I believe Osman can survive one more turn by doing that, although he also has a Dismember in his hand now too, which he might be able to combine with the Cryptic Command to sneak away out of this.
Okay, sorry.
Hard to do enough with a Dismember. Can't really afford to pay much Phyrexian mana. Like, Dismember would have to be the only thing he's doing, and it doesn't do as much.
Right,
as
yeah, he does
Cryptic.
only have 5 lands, so you'd have to pay more
He's
life
gotta
than
be
damage you'd be taking anyway.
Yeah, tap bounce Master buys him a turn, we
Bounce
think.
and tap all your creatures.
Oh, so does that one.
Could
That
do the
also
same
buys him a
thing.
turn.
That's
It makes it easier.
In response, I will
Tap it to
tap
activate
this
itself.
for a mana.
Yeah. So that it can get a counter from the Steel Overseer.
Well, it's going to get bounced, right?
Oh, that's true. He gets a mana for free to activate the other one.
Counters on everything. Okay.
Briefly gets a counter. From
It does. It will pick up a counter. And it will fall off.
Then this can resolve, so this will be.
And he's got that mana
bounced,
floating
and
still.
all my creatures are tapped.
Yeah.
Sort of priority in first combat. Activate this.
Yeah.
Attack you.
Attack for 2. Oh, it is 3 actually.
Damage.
Sorry.
Master's still in play.
Yes, Master is still in play. He bounced. Instead of bouncing the Master, he decided to bounce a Blink Moth.
Then I will
Hey, look.
play it again. And
Oh, Frank.
pause the turn.
So Frank. Kind
Why
of
is the Darksteel
nonchalant, right?
Citadel stacked? What did I miss?
I think
He attacked with it.
Did he activate it twice? No, the Darksteel Citadel.
Oh, the Citadel.
Yeah,
sorry.
for whatever reason, I think he didn't use the mana he had floating from the first Blink Moth Nexus and just tapped it.
He just tapped an extra land.
Yeah.
Good game.
Yep.
And
there
that's
you
going
go.
to do it.
Yep.
Frank Karsten picks up his 7th win of the tournament, which is going to put him at 7-1. And it's going to put Osman Azguni down to 6-2, but still a very respectable day 1 for him.
Oh yeah, 6-2. You're still on the first page of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Like 7-1. You're tied for 3rd.
And that's his first PT.
Right.
So really great start for Azguni there. Good for him. Magic
Gonna be
Online
some
player
good
from
7-1s
Turkey.
too.
Yeah, for sure. We've
It's
already
exciting
seen quite
to
a
see
few.
that Fairies deck doing well too. I mean, it's a relatively uncommon deck in Modern still today. So
It's very uncommon.
Yeah.
You don't. I haven't seen that deck do well. Yeah, but it looks sweet, and I'm certainly happy to see it there. So I've got Ian Duke with me here in the booth, as well as Randy Bueller, and in just a moment we're actually going to have a chance to have a quick chat with Frank Karsten.
I guess Hall of Famers went 1 and 2 in that feature match round. Right. Yelgard lost.
Yes.
John lost, but Frank got the job done.
But Frank got the job done.
It's some Hall. There's V is also sitting on 6-1 coming to this round. There's definitely got some old school talent and some new school talent at the top of the Swiss so far.
Yeah,
today.
we've seen Frank play this this affinity deck for quite a while now, but it is interesting to see that he's made changes, right? Like it's not just the same list he just brings every time and kind of dusts it off and says, "Okay, let's go to battle, boys." You know, it's like it's a deck that morphs a lot in different directions, and you know, he's even brought in some of the cards that he said, you know, I don't think you should really be playing this, like Thoughtcast.
Well, you know what? The world changed. Treasure Cruise got banned. Dig got banned. Pod got banned. Obzon was correctly anticipated to rise up the metagame. Changes things.
It changes things for sure. And of course, the players that adapt more will have a bigger advantage on the rest of the field.
yeah, those relatively small changes can make a big difference.
Yeah, and you see that pretty often too in Modern because there are so many options for each deck. All right, so why don't we head down to the feature match area once again where Tim Willoughby is standing with Frank Karsten.
Hello, I'm Tim Willoughby here down in the feature match area with Frank Karsten. Now, when the bannings happened in the Modern format, there were a lot of people that sort of said, oh, my favorite deck, suddenly I can't really play it in the same way. It's not going to be quite the same. How did you feel when you saw how the bannings worked out?
I was like, well, at least I will have Affinity as my plan B. Actually, the first thing that I thought was, ooh, Golgari Grave Troll, maybe we can break it. But then, well, we didn't, and my favorite deck was still around, so it was an easy pick. I've been playing this deck for such a long time, and I enjoy it that it was an easy choice. Yeah.
I mean, I guess one of the interesting things about Affinity, though, is that it's not as if the build is completely static, right? There's quite a lot of cards that move around. I know that you were talking the other night about Welding Jar and trying to work out how many, if any, you wanted to play. How difficult was it getting to the perfect 75 for this show?
Well, I mean, it wasn't difficult getting to the perfect like 73 or 74. Just the last card is always kind of a difficult one to pick for me because you want to get like this amount of like big cards in the deck and this amount of lands, and I actually hate Welding Jar, but like both Stanislav Sivka and Ivan Vloch told me that it was good. So I just trusted their opinion and went with it. The last couple of sideboard cards were kind of up in the air as well, but I basically had my, let's say 73 cards already locked at the time the bannings came out. Yeah, there is not a lot you can like tweak with the deck if you want to keep the coherent, synergistic, aggressive whole. So,
I mean, what were the last two, if you don't mind my asking? Were there two that were like, I guess these will be good enough?
They were Master of Ethereum and Galvanic Blast.
And we saw the Galvanic Blast was obviously fantastic against that misbind click in this, so it all worked out just fine. So 7-1 today, back to drafting tomorrow, and then a little bit more Affinity. A pretty good weekend for you already.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm looking forward to tomorrow for sure. Yeah.
Fantastic. I've been Tim Willoughby down on the feature match area floor. We're going to head back to the news desk now for a few more people who've had a really good day one.
All right, thanks so much to Tim Willoughby down on the floor there with Frank Karsten. He is 7-1. Now, in a way, not a big surprise. Frank's a Hall of Famer. But someone who is a bit of a surprise to be at 7-1, congratulations to Matt Oldaker. Hope I've got that right. Oldaker, maybe, from the United States of America. 38 years old, playing in his first Pro Tour. He is 7-1, having defeated Jason Chung, a very fine New Zealander, who falls to 6-2. Some other results to pick up as everyone comes through here at the news desk. Zvi Moshevitz, the Hall of Famer, 7-1, having defeated your number 13 ranked player Stanislav Sivka of the Czech Republic. Sivka falls to 5-2-1. Now that draw, most of the time we think of that as bad news, but it does mean that he has that one extra point over the 5-3s. Basically comes back tomorrow, has to win out more or less. Other big results coming in as we try and find you the 8-0s and so on. Austin Bursovic, you know, defeated Jelga Vigasma. Marco Lombardi goes to 7-1, the Italian, over Matt Severa of the United States. He's at 6-2. And then from Korea, big story for this. Well done, South Korea's Kim Sang-yeon defeated Joel Larson, who goes to 6-2. And a huge match was Jacob Wilson going to 7-1 over Yuki Ichikawa, 6-2. Only the 6th ever modern Premier event defeat for Ichikawa. Watch out for him again tomorrow. Paul Rietzel is 6-2. Of course, the 6-2s pile up. We reckon the best part is 7 draft pods, so round about 56 or so coming in tomorrow will be on 6-2 or better. Couple more to bring you as we head down. Seth Manfield, you know, is 8-0. Robert Esposito falls to 7-1. Martin Muller was winner in the feature match area, 7-1 over John Finkel, who falls to 6-2. And Frank Karsten, of course, defeating Osman Ozguni. Just come in, Jesse Hampton goes to 7-1 over Michael Vasovsky of Canada. So, why don't we take you across the studio? We have one of our 8-0 players ready. So here's Brian David Marshall with Austin Bursovic.
Hi everybody, Brian David Marshall here in the comfy chairs. They're extra comfortable for my guest, Austin Bursovic. Austin, you're sitting here at 8-0. Is this clearly the best start you've ever had on a Pro Tour?
Yeah, definitely. It's only my second Pro Tour, and last time I think I was 4-0, but then ended like 5-3 or something, so.
Okay, so you're a 2-time Grand Prix top 8 competitor. Yep. You're going to be going to your first Pro Tour Day 2. Tell us about what deck you're playing. It's really the breakout deck at this tournament.
Yep.
What are you playing?
Blue-green Infect. Yep, that's it.
You seem a little underwhelmed by it. The deck's carried you to 8-0 here.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I think it's one of the best decks, but it was obviously a little under the radar all the time, but Ole, Rod, or whatever, played it online in Legacy, and then started playing it in Modern, and then Tom started playing it, so.
And by Tom, of course, you mean Tom Ross?
Yeah, Ross.
You guys are both from Louisiana?
Yeah, he's one of my good friends, and we live in the same town now. he's always been around, but now he moved like 5 minutes away. So
Okay, so
yeah.
that's pretty good if you're tuning up an Infect
definitely.
deck for a Pro Tour.
Yeah, it's all Tom's work. Yeah.
Okay, so how did you come to, get access to this precious deck list?
Well, me and Tom were just talking about Modern and stuff, but right before they banned the cards, and we were trying to figure it out. And I thought I might play Infect, and he said he thought it was probably going to be good if they banned Cruise and Dig and stuff. And then once it happened, I was trying to make a 3-color list or like a fast list or something, but then he went to DC 2 weeks ago for like some other event, and he stayed until then. So I haven't been with him, but yeah, I was assuming he was going to test it, and then when I got here, he's rooming with me, and he just gave me his list. So easy.
Pretty
Copy
nice.
that. Has to be a good idea.
There are copies of this deck littered among the top tables.
Yeah,
It's really doing well. Austin, you're someone you played a lot more Magic. You were a pretty active grinder. I think is the euphemism people use.
Yeah.
You were playing a lot. Not playing as much now because you are an MTG dad.
That is correct.
You have a baby just like 14 months old. I think you said.
Almost 14 months.
Yeah, so just a little over a year. That takes up a lot of your time.
Definitely. It's a lot harder to play.
I was talking to Zvi Moshowitz. I alluded to this. I didn't get to the question at the desk earlier with Rich, but Zvi Moshowitz, another recent Magic dad.
Okay, yeah.
I was wondering what's going to happen first, and you may have some say in this with how you do over the rest of the weekend.
Oh yeah.
A Pro Tour winner who is a dad or mom at the time of their winning, or the son or daughter of a Pro Tour champion winning a Pro Tour themselves. What do you think's going to happen first?
It's got to be the first one, because I'm going to win this one. But if I don't win this one, then maybe it's like close, but
You're
it's not
the
close.
only hope.
Yeah. Me and Zvi, I guess. He's playing a good deck too.
Yeah. So what's your plan? You describe yourself as more of a drafter.
Yeah, definitely.
So tell us a little bit about your first draft, how that went for you today.
It went very well. I have a lot of thoughts that are different than almost everyone else.
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, I think I'm right, and I talked to Tom, and he said he agrees. We talked about some of the choices and what we do, but it's very unorthodox, and I think eventually people will start to figure out that it's definitely like a good plan, but it's especially a good plan from the Pro Tour, I think, because I don't exactly want to say what it is.
I got you. I understood. I heard you. I heard you skirting around the subject.
Yeah, but it's just like it's hard for people to like go into doing certain things. Like people just are nervous, the time pressure, they just do safe things. Like everyone just drafts kind of straightforward. So if you have a plan ahead of time, it really helps if you're not nervous and if you're just comfortable.
At 8-0, we're gonna get to see Austin draft tomorrow. We're gonna be able to follow your draft.
Yeah,
draft
you can do that.
So you've done a great job teasing this out for us.
They're gonna talk about it on the chat and say what's going on. But
all right. So Austin, good luck getting a good night's sleep tonight.
Yeah, thank
that might
you.
be the toughest part of this weekend
Yeah,
for
maybe.
you. So for Austin Bursavich, this is Brian David Marshall sending it back to the news desk.
Terrific guy, Austin Bursavich there, 8-0. Well, there can't be many people at 8-0. We'll be queuing up Seth Manfield, the other 8-0 player, in just a moment, but some more scores coming in. Now, Willie Adel, we thought he would be on Abzan. He's at 6-2 overnight. Tom Martell, your Pro Tour Gate Crash champion, is 6-2. I got to watch a little of home team, for me at least, the United Kingdom. Stephen Murray of Scotland, up to 7-1, beat Marco Camiluzzi on Scape Shift, Murray on Living End, and it turns out that Boyle is quite good when it gets rid of 7 lands, and Stephen Murray of Scotland is 7-1, one of the finest Scottish players ever. Great job by him. We'll get a chance to talk to him tomorrow morning, perhaps. Li Shi Chan of Hong Kong, 6-2. Daryl Ayres, 6-2. A big matchup was Kentaro Yamamoto against Eric Froelich, last weekend's Grand Prix champion. Froelich wins. So Froelich, who picked up his first ever trophy, I still can't really believe that's true, at the Grand Prix last weekend, is now at 7-1 and ahead of the curve for top 8. Yamamoto at 6-2 needs to do it all again, and maybe 12-4 sneaks in, but with a field this big, it might be you need to be 12-3-1 or better to guarantee your slot on Sunday. More results. Reed Duke is a winner. He is up to 6-2. So is David Ochoa, who we haven't really seen most of the day. He's been quietly going about his business, but 6-2, a fine overnight score for him. Now, how about this for a matchup going into the last round? Neil Oliver of Team USA from the World Magic Cup against Andrew Beckstrom of Team USA from Nice. Beckstrom wins that one. He's at 6-2. Neil Oliver through, of course, today too, but at 5-3. More 6-2s, Chris Fennell, Paul Reitzel, the runner-up from the Grand Prix last time, Hall of Famer, of course. They're all going to be jockeying for position. Some of those limited pods tomorrow morning for Fate Reforged Khans are going to be crazy. Incidentally, if you want to join us on social media, don't forget to use the hashtag #BestDeck. If you want to say, what do you think the best deck in Modern is right now? You've seen one day of Modern action. We've got 2 more ahead. What is the best deck? #BestDeck to give us your thoughts on that. And also, a little bit easier than it was this time yesterday, use the hashtag FantasyPT to tell us 3 people who you think can win this Pro Tour. Clue, some of them already gone. So make sure you check the standings at the end of the day. But tweet us, #FantasyPT. All right, back across the studio we go. Brian David Marshall is in the company of the hat-wearing, very happy 8-0 Seth Manfield.
Hi, everybody. Brian David Marshall here with 3-time Grand Prix champion Seth Manfield. And, you know, if you're wondering why Birthing Pod is banned in Modern, yeah, this is one of the guys that contributed. He won a Grand Prix playing Birthing Pod.
Yeah, I basically played Pod in every Modern tournament up until it got banned. So I was like, what am I going to play now?
Well, and what you played now, we had you come in earlier today, walk us through some of the archetypes that are, you know, opened up in this field, and you were talking about Burn, and that's a deck we've seen you play on camera.
Yeah.
Well, it's worked out pretty well so far.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking I don't want to show up to the PT with Burn because, you know, it's like the life totals, like your opponent ends the game at 1 or 2 life and you feel frustrated. But honestly, even though I think it gets a bad rap as a deck as just being like low play skill and, you know, sort of a coin flippy deck, but you know, me and a few other guys from Team TCG Player, Logan Mize, Chris Fennell, we basically came up with a really good list of Burn. And right now, I think it's about getting small edges, and I've obviously been running well, but I also feel like I have small edges in some spots. And
well, what's a small edge you can get with a deck like this? Like, what are the things you need to find to make a deck like this work?
I think like a lot of the cards are pretty standard. I think the sideboard, you have some room to work. There's a couple main deck slots, and just knowing each matchup, just playing a lot of games against, like, it's not that easy. I'm gonna lava spike you, you know, 8 times or whatever. It's not that easy. So, you know.
How scary is Spell Skype for you? It's a card we've seen a lot of in this room today.
You know, I played against it a couple rounds and I've been able to deal with it. So it's not the card I'm most worried about. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
I have some answers. So.
Okay. All right. Tell me a little bit about your first draft. Tell us how that went.
My first draft, it wasn't anything spectacular. I went Sultai, but it was basically I just picked whenever I saw a land, I picked it. I think I had about 5 tap lands and Opulent Palace, so my mana was great, and I just had some solid removal spells and some card draw like Bitter Revelation, Sultai Soothsayer, and I mean that was plenty. It felt great. I mean,
no bombastic card that you opened and you were like, this is what I'm going to do. Just kind of reading the table?
No bombs, yeah. So I had a Murderous Cut. That was my bomb.
That's a pretty big bomb there, actually.
Yeah.
It deals with almost everything, except like maybe a Solomgar or a Sagu Ball.
Yeah, it feels great because I feel more confident in Limited. So to come off of a 5-0 in Constructed, I feel, you know, sometimes you go into a Pro Tour and you start out reasonably well in Limited and you have no idea how your deck's going to do in Constructed.
So you're heading into another draft tomorrow. You'll be 8-0. You'll be joined by Austin, who we had in the chairs, and then a number of players who are 7-1, people who know their way around the Pro Tour. A little more tightly grouped, skill level of players than you might get in the opening rounds of a Pro Tour. What's your plan for sitting down at that draft table?
I mean, it's gonna be tough. Like I played Zvi earlier and I was able to beat him, but then he ran off 5 more wins. So I might be playing him again. I might be playing, a few of the guys who I've already played who also 3-0'd their draft pods. Most of the players in the first pod are gonna have come off of like a 3-0, and it's gonna be a battle for sure. I mean, I've been practicing the format, so I feel like, I feel fine, but you never know what can happen.
Okay, you're going to bed.
Yeah.
And before you go to bed, you tuck one magic card under your pillow so that you can open it when you open that first Fate Reforged pack tomorrow morning. What would that card be?
Probably Citadel Siege.
Okay.
I'll take that. I mean,
Sure.
Sure.
All right, someone get South of Citadel Siege. You can put under his pillow. He's 8-0. He's going to be looking to become king of the hill. We're going to see him tomorrow morning. We're going to be able to follow his draft. And of course, we'll be following him and all the other players through the last 5 rounds of Modern as well as we determine our top 8 here at Pro Tour Fate Reforged. I'm Brian David Marshall, sending it back to the news desk.
Thanks so much, BDM. Now, yesterday we had a bunch of players come in to tell us about their hopes and expectations. Tom Martell, I think, will be very happy, pleased with his 6-2 overnight. Why don't we hear his thoughts on the eve of the tournament?
Hello there. I am sitting here with Tom Martell. Tom, I want to get a pre-tournament vibe from you here.
Sure, absolutely.
You've been testing for a while now. How are you feeling coming into Pro Tour Fate Reforged?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually. I think so. Our team was sizable this time.
It was huge.
It was a large team. We
Do you-
really had.
I mean, do you know how many? It's like 20 plus, right?
Maybe I actually didn't try to count.
It feels like more than that. But
So we got together in California the weekend before San Jose, and that was 12 people total. 13 once Brian showed up on Wednesday, so we had 13 people there before that GP. And then,
which is already a team.
That's a pretty sizable
size
team.
Mhm.
But then, Ifro, Luis showed up. Paul got added to the team when he spiked his LCQ, which is pretty awesome. So definitely the team grew a little bit incrementally as the process went on. A couple of people showed up here in DC as well, maybe another 3 or 4 people. So 20 probably sounds about right.
Yeah,
but
20-ish.
I think for a lot of the process we had active people remotely contributing online, and then a core of 12 people in person. Really 11. I was actually there surprisingly little for being at my house. Unfortunately, my job intervened and I was working pretty brutal hours that week, but thankfully had a lot of people there. I came home to a full house of gamers every night, which is a nice thing to come home to.
Yeah. Now, talk to us about who you're testing with. Most people that have started watching the Pro Tour recently will be familiar with you testing with the Pantheon.
Sure.
But not this time.
Not this time. So partially, the Pantheon's rules are such that if you want to play in the GP the weekend before, you have to not work with them. And since the GP was in San Jose and I live right there, that was definitely appealing to me. Also, just because I knew my work schedule was going to be pretty hectic, I just wasn't going to be able to get away that far in advance. So I talked to Luis and other members of the original Channel Fireball team, who I worked with a couple times way back when, about working with them, and they were willing to have me, which was very nice of them, and I had a great time working with them.
What's it like transitioning from one team to another? Like, are the Pantheon guys going to be like, oh, that Martell, he went away from us, or are you going to be able to go back there if you wanted to? Like, is it pretty fluid with the pro community there, or is there tension?
I think we're all still friends, hopefully. I don't think there's any hard feelings over people switching. I don't want to speculate on what might happen for future pro tours. That's, I think it's just people's life cycles change and their needs change, and I think the teams are pretty accommodating of finding people you want to work with and finding a home for them. And we're all still friends. Some of my best friends are on Pantheon, certainly within the Magic community. And then also for this tournament, Sam Black went off and did the online team.
Yep.
Which they may have a name yet, I'm not sure.
Not yet.
Yeah, and again, for him, because just his needs for this tournament changed, and I think it means he's gone from Pantheon forever, probably not. But it's just these things happen.
Now, with the new team, you mentioned that there were some people testing a little bit more remotely and some people in-house. What's your feelings after having gone through a full testing with really a huge team? So this was team face-to-face.
Yep. So Team Face-to-Face Games partnered with Team Channel Fireball. So the two of us working together. And that's, I don't want to try to get all the names. I'll miss someone. But
no, don't worry.
But and then adding on a couple additional people. Brandon Nelson, who lives in Denver with Luis, Scott-Vargas. So they could test together locally. That was a great resource for both of them. So Luis showed up having played a lot of games in person. Especially since the set's not out on Magic Online, the ban list wasn't updated yet. There's challenges to playing a lot of Moto for this tournament. So it's helpful having these little clusters of people that could all work together and then all get together and share your thoughts and really crank through it in the final week.
Now, after having gone through it, do you feel like a team of this size and the way that it's set up is a strong testing option? Or coming through it, did you see some weaknesses to the way that it went just because there's so many people?
No, that was actually fine. I mean, the real concern when you have a lot of people is, well, when you break it, like 10% of the tournament is playing your deck, and you just play a lot of mirror matches. In a format like Modern, where everyone gets pulled in their own directions anyway, and there are a million viable decks, there's a lot of things to crank through. Having extra people, having one person who like really likes to play Affinity and one person who likes to play Living End, you're gonna have good lists of those, you're gonna get good testing in. Whereas in a format like Standard, where there's only 5 decks, you don't need that as much.
Before I let you go, so Ben Stark was traditionally the limited mind behind that team. He's not there anymore. Who took the role?
I'm not sure there's like a dedicated limited person. So I mean, yesterday we got together, with all 20 of us in a conference room with a projector and a laptop, and I kind of coordinated, but just chaperoned, putting together kind of our draft thoughts. But everyone's chiming in. We have some great limited minds. We've the guys who just won a team limited tournament. Ifro, LSV, and Cheon all have tremendous thoughts on this format. Ifro in general just is an exceptional player and a great limited mind. I think underrated in that you don't hear mentioned, but really should be. And I think a lot of us, looking to see what he thinks and his opinions. There's a lot of deference there because he just has that track record. So I think I haven't actually worked with Ben in 5 years on limited, so I haven't had the chance to go through that experience. But I thought what we did here was tremendous output, and it was really useful.
All right, a big team effort for Tom Martell and company. Tom, I wish you luck in the tournament.
Hello everyone, Rich Hagan, Brian David Marshall. We're holding white bits of paper, and that means it's time for the end of day wrap. Brian David Marshall, we came in and we weren't sure whether it was a day and a tournament for the dark horses to shine, or whether it was a day and a tournament for thoroughbreds. Are we any closer to knowing on the basis of day one?
I see a lot of thoroughbreds here on this first page.
Okay, so why don't we get to our master scoreboard and show you where we stand at the end of day one. Our top 20 players look like this. We have 2 perfect records. They are both Americans here in the capital of the United States, Seth Manfield and Austin Bursavich.
Yeah, Austin Bursavich, a good friend of Tom Ross's from Louisiana. Someone who's done well at the Grand Prix. He has a little bit of Grand Prix top 8 success. This is second Pro Tour, his most wildly successful outing in a Pro Tour. The same is true of 3-time Grand Prix champion Seth Manfield, someone we had in here early. We saw him win Grand Prix Ottawa recently. He's won 3 Grand Prix. His best day one at a Pro Tour before this was 6-2. Wildly successful day for him. 2, very disparate decks, but not necessarily wildly different in terms of what they're doing. Very, very aggressive decks. A burn deck for Seth Manfield and an infect deck for Austin Bursavich. So decks that are really looking to kill their opponents very quickly and put them under tremendous duress.
Okay, as you can see on the scoreboard behind us, then we get all the 7 and 1s. There are plenty of these. They go down to 14th place right now. So 2 Italians, that's Marco Lombardi and Roberto Esposito. Great job by them. The Frenchman, 24-year-old Alexandre Bonneau, not very vastly experienced at the Pro Tour level, but a great job by him. Hats off Stephen Murray, 7 and 1 from Scotland. And then Mr. Historian, 7 and 1. Been a while since we've seen this name on the first page of a leaderboard, Zvi Moshowitz.
Zvi Moshowitz, of course, the Hall of Famer, great deck designer, theorist about the game, someone who's been involved with it since very, very early on. He's not played a lot of Magic despite being a Pro Tour Hall of Famer because he recently became a Magic dad. And, it's a little difficult for him, but, he was able to get away for this one. He was like, wow, this was a little harder. Maybe if he didn't, was playing here without a kid, he'd be 8-0. I don't know. He said it was pretty difficult. By the way, another name stands out for me there, Martin Mueller, obviously part of the Danish national team that won the World Magic Cup.
Yeah.
So a World Magic Cup champion doing well at his next Pro Tour here.
And as the captain of the Danes, he will be back for the World Championship, trying to knock Shah Shenha off his perch as he goes for a 3-peat.
Jesse Hampton, we've seen him in a Pro Tour top 8 before. Frank Carson, of course, another Pro Tour Hall of Famer there at 7 and 1. Eric Froelich, he's a little disappointed. He's picked up a loss at this tournament.
Disgraceful, really. He, of course, the winner of the Grand Prix last weekend in San Jose. Matt Oldeker, 7-1, by far his best performance. Great job for him. And Kim Sang-yeon of South Korea, watch out. We know about Nam Sung-wook. Now we've got Kim Sang-yeon there at 7-1. And finally, of the 7-1s, we talked about this in your column last week as like fairy tales don't happen in sport. They just don't. When you've got 407 people saying, oh yeah, the guy who finished second last year, he's going to go one better. Of course that doesn't happen. Jacob Wilson is ahead of the curve.
I have a Cheon out there who would like to argue with you that fairy tales don't happen.
That is for sure. Yeah, Paul. Now he's actually had a slightly disappointing end to the day. Ended up at 5-3. All three of last week's winners, Froelich, Cheon, Scott-Vargas, were all 3-0 coming out of their draft pods, and then they've separated quite widely. Cheon 5-3, Froelich 7-1. Luis, I think, is through to day 2, but not by a lot, I don't believe. So that's there. Then as we head, now number 15.
Another Pro Tour Hall of Famer, Jelger Wiegersma there. He had no losses for a while. He was undefeated with a tie, with an unintentional draw, and he has picked up a loss along the way. So he is 6-1-1 and all alone at that tier in the standings.
Now, once you get to the 6 and 2s, they are going to go all the way down to 57th place, which essentially means the top 7 draft pods tomorrow morning when we come back will all be 6-2 or better. And that means you are going to see the grinder, the absolute meat grinder through the first 3 rounds as the field compresses, because only one player of every 8 can go 3-0.
But, you know, you have names like Kentaro Yamamoto, Yuki Ichikawa, John Finkel, Joel Larson, David Ochoa, Willie Adel, Alex Magleton, of course, the, affinity master.
Reed Duke,
Mike Sigris, Reed Duke, Li Shitian. So, things get Paul Rietzel at 6-2. So another Hall of Famer, John Finkel, of course, we mentioned him, another Hall of Famer, the first Hall of Famer.
So we would like you to take part at 2 Twitter hashtags. First of all, hashtag best deck. What do you think is the best deck in Modern? If you were coming back tomorrow, in light of what we've learnt today, would you be still middle of the pack with Abzan? Would you be joining Seth on the burn plan? Or would you be going, yeah, it's time to infect some people out? So hashtag best deck. And then, knowing now that half the field and more are gone, use the hashtag FantasyPT to tell us who would your 3 favourites be to take down the title. Do you think that Seth Manfield and Austin Bursovic can seal the deal and get into the top 8 and go deep on Sunday? Or is it going to be Osman Ozguni, this fantastic Turkish Magic community story? For him, will it be Yuki Ichikawa in his 3rd Pro Tour top 8 in only 7 starts?
You've already called it there. You're saying Jacob Wilson for the win.
Yeah, I'm sure he's thrilled to have my support. Now, a terrific job by him and all these players here. We'd like to thank every one of you for being part of it. What should we do tomorrow? Any ideas?
Yeah, let's talk to some Magic players, have a draft, play some Modern, make a top 8.
Let's do that. We will see you tomorrow on behalf of everyone at Wizards of the Coast. For Brian David Marshall, I'm your host, Rich Hagan, saying bye.